In the 58th year of Konoha, only a year remained until the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Outside the village, Uchiha Huan departed from the clan's territory. Following the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had migrated from the heart of Konoha to this location. After all, on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, countless villagers witnessed the colossal Sharingan within the beast's eyes. Although no Uchiha clan members approached the Nine-Tails that night, a profound rift had already formed within the village regarding the Uchiha. This incident was destined to become more sinister. Throughout Konoha, from the revered third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a disciple of the second Hokage, to the high-ranking officials around him, and even the citizens who harbored grievances against the Uchiha security forces, the resistance against the Uchiha clan had grown increasingly pronounced. Within the Uchiha clan, the radical faction had nearly overwhelmed the conservatives, and a coup was being plotted. The atmosphere within the clan was thick with tension, as if they were a barrel of gunpowder on the brink of explosion, awaiting only a spark to end the depths of the death forest. A young man with raven hair panted heavily. One eye closed while blood trickled from the socket of the other. Within that eye, the crimson Sharingan spun wildly. The sound of countless ninja tools slicing through the air echoed as Shisui's kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled in response. Susanoo, 99. A colossal green figure erupted from the ground, clanging as it blocked all incoming projectiles. The verdant giant turned, revealing a gaping void in its chest from which emerald spears erupted. These spears pierced the air, forcing the relentless root ninjas to retreat as they tore through the ground with an unparalleled might, halting the pursuit. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. In the distance, a bandaged figure concealing his right eye, Danzo Shimura, the shadow of Konoha, coldly observed the scene. His face betrayed a mixture of trepidation and delight. With merely a single eye, such power is wielded. If only I could possess a pair. His fear stemmed from the overwhelming power Shisui displayed, while his delight arose from the realization that this weak and obstinate Uchiha would sacrifice himself for Konoha and his clan, even allowing his pursuers a chance to escape. Such a person hardly deserved the formidable kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Those eyes would naturally belong to him. Continue the assault. Deploy more ninjas from the root. He commanded frantically, fixated on acquiring the eyes that contained the fabled Konoha Tsukumi. Yes, Danzo the root ninja's response was abruptly cut short as a blue-glimmering shuriken pierced his neck, followed by the sudden appearance of a figure crackling with blue lightning amidst the foliage. The newcomer, Uchiha Huan, was enveloped in azure electricity, with black hair and crimson eyes, his visage handsome yet stern. Damn it, it's Uchiha Huan. Danzo's earlier delight swiftly morphed into concern, with Huan joining Shisui. He knew he could not contain them with his current forces. Uchiha Huan had earned his reputation as Konoha's thundercloud during the recently concluded Third Shinobi World War, renowned for his mastery of lightning, fire, and water release techniques, as well as his own developed lightning chakra mode. Shisui, I'm here to assist you, Huan bellowed, his three-to-mo Sharingan spinning rapidly, the lightning surrounding him a testament to his gifted prowess. Get away, Shisui shouted, desperate to prevent the news of his stolen eyes from reaching the clan, fearing an immediate coup. He could not bear the weight of Konoha's downfall upon his shoulders. Yet, it was a futile endeavor for Huan, in his lightning chakra mode, possessed godlike speed, and was by Shisui's side in the blink of an eye. A large circle of root ninjas closed in once more, and Huan silently cursed Shisui's foolish loyalty. He swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, he expelled a fierce and colossal flame. Damn it, how can such a brank technique possess such might? Danzo's apprehension toward the Uchiha clan deepened. He resolved that even if half of the root were to fall today, he could not allow these two to escape. Water release, water barrier, a dozen root ninjas cooperatively countered the flames. Steam filled the air, obscuring the vision of the surrounding ninjas, yet it hardly affected Shisui and Huan, who vanished from sight. In Konoha, by the banks of the Nagakawa River, Huan and Shisui walked side by side. Shisui, was it Danzo who took your eyes? Huan inquired suddenly. Did I? I merely exhausted my ocular power. I'm just feeling a bit unwell, Shisui replied. Huan found his companion's foolishness amusing even at this juncture, he sought to shield Danzo. Truly, Shisui was the epitome of loyalty among the Uchiha. Then open your eyes and let me see, Huan urged. Silence enveloped them as Shisui seemed to wrestle with an internal conflict. Memories of Huan's actions flashed through his mind, unlike the typical Uchiha. Huan was approachable, devoid of the clan's arrogance. During his tenure as captain of the security team, he had often reprimanded clan members, even apologizing to civilians for their misdeeds. This had bred discontent among many clan members, and had Huan not been so powerful, he would likely have lost his position. He recalled Huan's childhood dream of becoming Hokage. After a prolonged silence, Shisui finally spoke. Huan, we cannot let the clan know of this given the current situation. They would undoubtedly instigate a coup. And if that happens, Konoha will plunge into civil war. Other shinobi villages will surely take advantage of our strife, and war will be inevitable. I had hoped to use my ocular technique Kodoemitsukamaido to prevent this, but Danzo does not trust me. He took my right eye and is stubbornly proceeding with his own means of protecting the village. He will likely not spare my remaining eye either. Huan, my friend, you are one of the two within the Uchiha who, like me, do not wish for our clan to engage in civil war. Please persuade Itachi to join you in stopping the clan. I entrust this eye to you, and also safeguard the village in the name of the Uchiha. As Shisui spoke, he extracted his own eye. A raven, seemingly summoned from nowhere, appeared, transforming into a flurry of black feathers as Shisui's eye vanished. Huan understood that he had now acquired Shisui's eye. After entrusting his final wishes, Shisui turned to leap from the cliff behind him. Watching the remnants of his shattered body, Huan's three-tomo Sharingan slowly spun, the intricate patterns intertwining into a more unique design, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A faint smile graced Huan's lips. Shisui, how could I proceed boldly with my plans if you were not alive? Channeling his ocular power, a raven emerged from his body, its eye socket now housing Shisui's Sharingan. He grasped the raven tightly, exerting pressure until the black feathers shattered, revealing a bloodied kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his palm. With his ocular power coalescing, he formed a new raven, the two kaleidoscopic eyes within it slowly rotating. Huan gazed at Shisui's eye. Shisui, watch closely with your eyes as I protect my village. Chapter 2. To stop the water, use Kodoemitsukami on Itachi in the forest. Uchiha Itachi stood beside a corpse covered with a white cloth, waiting for someone. Huan-senpai! Huan-senpai! Tears streaked down Itachi's face as he cried out for his brother, Shisui. Not long ago, a raven had delivered a note. Shisui was dead. In the eastern part of the Nankagawa, come quickly. Huan-senpai! Shisui! Itachi could hardly believe the scene before him. The usually powerful, gentle Shisui had now become a cold corpse. Uchiha Huan's voice was hoarse. Shisui took his own life. He had intended to mediate between the village and our clan, even prepared to use his Manjiki Sharingan to prevent a coup, but was betrayed by Danzo, who seized his right eye. He did not trust Danzo. The latter only sought to use Shisui's eyes to fulfill his ambitions. How could we establish peace in Konoha alongside such vermin? Danzo? Itachi's heart sank. Huan recounted how Shisui had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, how he had tried to navigate the tensions between the village and the clan, and how, in an effort to protect the village, he had confided in the higher-ups only to be betrayed by Danzo. Ultimately, Shisui had entrusted his final wishes to Huan. However, Huan deliberately altered certain details in his narrative. Shisui could not bear to see the village plunged into a bitter civil war due to the Uchiha coup. Nor could he allow an ambitious man like Danzo to acquire his eyes, especially since Danzo harbored intentions of annihilating their clan. But in his current state, returning to the clan would only incite their wrath and hasten the rebellion. If Danzo claimed Shisui's eye, he would surely incite the village to ruthlessly suppress the Uchiha clan. Faced with such dilemmas, Shisui saw no way out. At this point, Uchiha Huan pulled back the white cloth, revealing Shisui's disfigured body, his once delicate features marred beyond recognition. Shisui, with tears of blood streaming from his eyes, Itachi's Sharingan activated involuntarily, spinning rapidly. Huan's hand brushed across the bloodied face, prying open Shisui's eye sockets. Shisui's eyes. It was far more impactful to witness than to hear. The once bright gaze was now replaced by two gaping voids. Within Itachi's Sharingan, the tomo began to distort and twist, intertwining into an entirely new pattern, the Mangeki Sharingan. One of Shisui's eyes was in Danzo's possession, while the other had been entrusted to Itachi. Seeing the moment ripe, Uchiha Huan produced a raven, embedding Shisui's 4-point windmill-shaped Sharingan into its eye socket. Is this Shisui's Mangeki? Itachi gazed at Shisui's eye, seemingly lost in reverie. Indeed, Itachi, gaze upon this eye closely. Seizing the moment, Huan activated Konoha Tsukumi. Suddenly, a chill ran down Itachi's spine, as if engulfed by a looming danger. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself ensnared in the illusionary world of Konoha Tsukumi. Shisui was harmed by the higher-ups of Konoha, and you harbor a deep-seated hatred for Shimura Danzo. You have become utterly disillusioned with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. You have resolved to follow me, Uchiha Huan, as your leader, to exact revenge upon the higher-ups of Konoha. After avenging Shisui, you will remain by my side for eternity. Uchiha Huan had never trusted this parricidal maniac who annihilated his own clan. He would not rest easy without employing Konoha Tsukumi on him. Since arriving in this world, having realized he was slightly older than Shisui, Huan had never lowered his guard. In his eyes, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were unyielding fanatics. No matter how amiable Shisui appeared, it was safer for him to be dead. Otherwise, anything he did for self-preservation might attract Shisui's attention, and he could find himself on the receiving end of Konoha Tsukumi at any moment. And for Itachi, enduring Konoha Tsukumi was a necessity for his peace of mind. Moments later, Itachi snapped back to reality, murmuring, "Indeed, Shisui's eyes were seized by the higher-ups of Konoha. This decayed leadership has lost all justification for existence. Yes, our clan is not weak, and we can fulfill Shisui's dying wish by swiftly resolving this matter, preventing Konoha from descending into civil war." The Mangeki spun within Huan's eyes. Shisui's death has birthed 2 pairs of Mangeki in us. Together with the power of our clan, the Uchiha will ensure the higher-ups of Konoha pay dearly. Huan's words were undeniably falsehoods. He had awakened his Mangeki during the conflict between Konoha and Kimogakure. Driven not by feelings for anyone, but by his own frustrations of being thrust into the world of Naruto, his desire to survive, ambitions for strength, and the murderous intent toward his enemies, he had opened those cursed eyes. Konoha, having endured 3 great wars and the Nine Tails incident, had seen its power wane to a historical low. In terms of elite combatants, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had perished, and among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru had defected 4 years prior, while Tsunade and Jiraiya had left the village. The 3rd Hokage, though still formidable, had aged and was not as strong as in his prime. The various shinobi clans would not stake their full power in such uncertain times. These clans, having survived the Warring States period, were adept at adapting to the winds of change. In the next generation, Kakashi and Gai's contemporaries were not yet as powerful as they would be a decade later during the 4th Great Ninja War. As for the Konoha 12, Sasuke was still a child practicing shuriken throwing, while Naruto was merely drinking expired milk. Huan-senpai, I had no idea you shared such a profound bond with Shisui. You are willing to follow the man whom Shisui entrusted with his last wishes. Huan-senpai, for Shisui's sake, please guide me. Excellent, Itachi. First, we shall return to the clan to address our internal issues, and then, let the strongest Hokage give us an explanation. Uchiha Huan exhaled, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. He pondered whether Fugaku, in this world, had awakened his Mangeki. If so, with 3 pairs of Mangeki, they would possess the power to determine the outcome of the conflict. Chapter 3. The response of the strongest Hokage in the Hokage's office. The door was suddenly flung open, revealing Danzo, reeking of blood. Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, the master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastily set down the crystal ball he had been engrossed in. Danzo, what on earth happened to you? Hiruzen inquired, perplexed by the sight of the root leader, who appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle. How could you end up like this in Konoha? Hiruzen, I propose we take immediate action against the Uchiha clan and subdue them, Danzo declared through gritted teeth. Hiruzen's gaze seemed to silently question Danzo's sanity. Right now, Shisui is mediating the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. If you proceed with this, the rift will become irreparable. Hiruzen harbored his own calculations. In his view, controlling or even annihilating the Uchiha clan was not a formidable challenge, especially since there was no Uchiha of Madara's caliber in this era. However, he was unwilling to sacrifice even a single ninja from the village, as each was invaluable to its strength. And with Shisui willing to approach the Uchiha from the village's perspective, it was a fortunate opportunity. If managed well, they might navigate the situation with ease. Given that Shisui was the only one of this generation to have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki Sharingan. You covet Shisui's Manjiki. Hiruzen was acutely aware of the nature of his old friend. He knew well of the unsavory deeds Danzo engaged in behind the scenes. Yet, he required Danzo's assistance in such matters, for he was the illustrious Hokage. I didn't. It was Shisui who attacked me. Danzo stammered, though he remained obstinate, insisting that he acted first. Yet, could one truly dismiss the faults of that wicked Uchiha youth? You actually dared to lay a hand on Shisui. Hiruzen was taken aback by Danzo's audacity. Shisui was not only the descendant of his old teammate, Uchiha Kagami, but as an elder, Danzo should have protected Shisui, not assaulted him. Regardless, Shisui is now the most crucial link between the village and the Uchiha. This fool Danzo has lost his mind by attacking him. I told you. It was Shisui who struck first. Enough. Hiruzen's anger flared. Danzo's actions jeopardized his carefully laid plans. Hiruzen, are you really going to allow someone with the ability to manipulate minds like Shisui to roam freely? I merely sought to eliminate him for you. Hiruzen remained silent. It was indeed a fact. Upon learning of Shisui's Manjiki abilities, he had experienced a moment of trepidation. Such a power to control hearts was truly extraordinary. Although he had contemplated eliminating Shisui, he would never admit it. Where is Shisui now? He escaped. You. Hiruzen was furious, wanting to berate Danzo for his incompetence. Enough. Since Shisui did not retaliate against you, it proves his loyalty to the village. I will summon Shisui. You must apologize to him. I will make some concessions to the Uchiha clan and wholeheartedly support Shisui in developing his own influence within the Uchiha. I believe the current captain of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Huan, would be a good ally. He shares similarities with Shisui and exhibits a commendable attitude towards the villagers, distinguishing him from the typical Uchiha. We can win him over. Uchiha Huan. Danzo hesitated. After all, it was Uchiha Huan who had saved Shisui, and he likely would not align with them now. Danzo still believed that had Uchiha Huan not intervened, Shisui would never have escaped his encirclement. Curse it. Hiruzen nearly lost his temper, wishing he could eliminate Danzo outright. If they had not grown up together, he would have done so long ago. He puffed on his pipe. His face wrinkled in deep thought. Now we can only wait for Shisui's response. Let us hope he can dissuade Uchiha Huan from harboring resentment towards the village. This Danzo consistently cultivates more enemies. Can we truly rely solely on Shisui to bridge the gap with the Uchiha? Without him, are we utterly powerless against the Uchiha? What else can we do? Hiruzen shot him a sidelong glance. Deploy ninjas to forcibly suppress them? That would drain the village's resources. Indeed, we must forcefully suppress them, rallying all the ninjas to swiftly resolve this matter. We cannot allow them to delay and engage us in a civil war. Danzo understood his fault, acknowledging that he had instigated the situation first. While Shisui was willing to side with Konoha, it was uncertain how he would react to Danzo's actions. Once Shisui returned to his clan, if mobilized, the current balance would shatter, igniting a powder keg within the Uchiha. At that point, Danzo would become the catalyst for civil war in Konoha. Should they be attacked by other shinobi villages amidst this turmoil, he would be branded as Konoha's traitor. We must strike first. Enough, Danzo. Konoha is not your personal domain. Your actions are reckless, and you should return to manage route appropriately. Hiruzen slammed the table, incredulous at Danzo's audacity. After all, he was still the Hokage. Hiruzen, when the Uchiha revolt occurs, you will regret this. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. With a resounding bang, the door to the Hokage's office was slammed shut. Gather all route ninjas and prepare for battle. Upon returning to route, Danzo immediately began making arrangements. Concealing the fact that he had deprived Shisui of his Manjiki Sharingan, he reasoned that a Shisui deprived of an eye would undoubtedly lead the Uchiha in rebellion. By preparing in advance, he could bolster his own reputation among the villagers of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen summoned a member of the Umbu. Go to the Uchiha compound and summon. No. Invite Uchiha Shisui to me. Tell him I wish to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen summoned another Umbu. Bring the heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans to me. Hiruzen needed to prepare for the worst. After all, Shisui was the only Uchiha to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in recent years, and with his strength, Hiruzen feared he could no longer handle the situation easily. The last Uchiha to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan was none other than the fated adversary of the first Hokage, whose statue stood in the Valley of the End, and was regarded as a formidable foe by the second Hokage, the legendary Uchiha Madara. Though the title of the strongest Hokage rested upon Hiruzen's shoulders, he was never blindly confident. Not to mention that god of shinobi, even his mentor, the second Hokage, was beyond his reach. As the two continued their preparations, they were blissfully unaware that the very Uchiha they considered the vital link between the Uchiha and the village, Uchiha Shisui, had already met his demise. Chapter 4. The clan meeting. As the sun set behind the western hills and the moon ascended in the sky, the Uchiha clan convened for their meeting. Led by the Hokage faction, the pressure from Konoha had become increasingly oppressive. They sought not only to exclude us from the centers of power, but to suppress us in all aspects. We require a space to survive, and thus we must engage in struggle. The great Uchiha demands war. We must restore the glory of our ancestors. As one of the founding families of the village, how can we allow ourselves to be marginalized? Indeed, we shall wage war against Konoha. What nonsense! Konoha was established by us and the Senju clan. We are here to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Yes, reclaim our rights. Elder Yuhua, lead us into battle once more. We shall prevail. Today's meeting was organized by Elder Uchiha Yuhua, a man in his 30s, in the prime of his life, possessing the powerful three-tomo Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, the three-tomo Sharingan represented the pinnacle of strength, largely due to the fact that both Shisui and Uchiha Huan had never revealed their Mangeki abilities. The Uchiha have always revered strength. Confrontations within the clan often begin with the question, how many tomo does your Sharingan possess? Excellent. The spirit is commendable. Maintain it. A smile adorned Yuhua's face as the number of participants in the meeting grew. Today, aside from women, children, and those who had yet to become shinobi, the attendance had already reached 40%. Do not underestimate this figure. Every attendee was a ninja, and many were currently on missions, including some from the security forces. In truth, nearly 60% of the clan now harbored intentions of rebellion. Lord Yuhua, I propose we reclaim the authority of the security forces. Uchiha Huan is not a qualified captain, someone shouted. This remark ignited the first disagreement and debate of the night. That is not true. Huan is exceptionally strong. He is the mightiest among the new generation. Uchiha Huan's remarkable performance during the Third Shinobi World War, where he showcased his signature jutsu, Kirin, remained vivid in the memories of those who fought alongside him. At such a young age, he had created an S-rank jutsu, mastering the Uchiha fluid technique. Some even referred to him as a dancer on the battlefield. However, the voices of his supporters were soon drowned out, as many were hesitant to curry favor with Uchiha Huan, who was not present. The strongest of the new generation was still just that. How could he compare to Lord Yuhua, who had possessed his Sharingan for over a decade? Indeed, Huan's time on the battlefield could not match Lord Yuhua's experience. Konoha had granted him the position of captain, and he had forgotten his origins, even going so far as to apologize to the commoners, an utter disgrace to the pride of the Uchiha clan. Coughing slightly, Uchiha Yuhua, wearing a satisfied smile, cleared his throat. After all, who does not enjoy flattery? That cannot be said. Huan is still a member of the clan. His early accomplishments are also a source of pride for us. Perhaps he has merely lost his way and will one day recognize his errors after some guidance from the clan. Yuhua believed himself to be equal to Uchiha Huan. After all, the power of Huan's formidable jutsu required preparation and was suited for the battlefield. In a life-and-death struggle, he would never allow Huan the opportunity, and if they were to compete, it would be in a confined space. Regarding Huan's taijutsu and Sharingan, he held them in disdain, convinced that his 2 decades of training could withstand them. And then there was Shisui. Yes, that traitor, who had the audacity to join Konoha Sanbu. Yuhua's thoughts drifted to the other young man known as Shunshin Shisui. Both he and Uchiha Huan had earned their reputations on the battlefield of the mist, and they had grown quite close. In fact, among the hawkish faction supporting rebellion, much of the impetus stemmed from the presence of the pacifist faction, which included the clan leader and these 2 celebrated warriors, the faces of the younger generation. Even the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, was a prodigy, often seen in the company of these 2. At times, Yuhua wondered if these individuals were simply foolish with their power. Why wouldn't they rebel against the impending judgments of Konoha? Did they truly believe that by aiding Konoha in purging their clan, they would be spared? Lord Yuhua, these young ones still require your guidance. Yes, Lord Yuhua, these ungrateful wretches are sorely lacking in your education. Lord Yuhua soon, Uchiha Yuhua was swept away by their flattery, proclaiming boldly, "Humph, it matters not. I shall intervene, and when the time comes, I shall spare them both. Then they will see how the Uchiha reclaim Konoha." Reclaim Konoha? With whom? With you wretched insects? An untimely voice pierced through the meeting. Who? Who just spoke? Uchiha Yuhua roared, infuriated that a mere elite J-nin and Uchiha elder could be referred to as an insect. Footsteps echoed from the direction of the voice. Through the main entrance of the meeting chamber emerged a young man with black hair and eyes, illuminated by the light, revealing his handsome features. Behind him stood Uchiha Itachi, quietly poised at the boundary of light and shadow, his expression cold as ice. Uchiha Huan, you traitor of the clan. How dare you label us as insects? How dare you disrupt the clan meeting? Be wary, for Lord Yuhua may cast you out. Do not be so hot-headed, young man. The one behind you is Uchiha Itachi, is he not? Did the clan leader send you? Uchiha Huan wore a gentle smile. Do you truly consider this farcical gathering a clan meeting? Curse you. What do you mean? A dog of Konoha, have you come to betray the clan? Uchiha Yuhua raised his hand. Silence. He was not intimidated by Uchiha Huan, but by Uchiha Itachi behind him. After all, he was the clan leader's eldest son, a recognized genius within the Uchiha clan. Did Huan's actions represent the will of the clan leader? Was Itachi merely using Huan as a shield? In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. The hall quickly fell silent, with all eyes fixated on Uchiha Huan and Uchiha Yuhua. Do you insects wish to stage a coup? Uchiha Huan's voice was soft, yet grating. All those present held a sense of pride in being Uchiha, and the provocation stirred many to the brink of confrontation. Sensing the restless atmosphere, Uchiha Yuhua spoke up. If the clan leader has sent you to disrupt this meeting, please inform him that the clan can no longer endure noise. Uchiha Huan interrupted. What did you just say? Uchiha Yuhua began to suspect Huan had come to provoke him intentionally. I said noise. Itachi, give him a couple of slaps. Chapter 5. The Manjiki of the Uchiha. The figure of Uchiha Itachi flickered behind him, and no one could discern his movements. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Uchiha Yunhua, who occupied the main seat. The sharp sound of applause echoed. Uchiha Yunhua felt a burning sensation on his face, momentarily taken aback, but soon his astonishment morphed into fury. Uchiha Huan, Uchiha Itachi. To be publicly humiliated by these two youngsters ignited a storm within Uchiha Yunhua. He began to form hand seals for fire release, but in the next instant, his gaze met a pair of uniquely patterned Sharingan. Tsukuyami. To his horror, Uchiha Yunhua found himself ensnared in a world woven of crimson and black and white. Pinned to a cross, utterly immobile. Was that truly the Manjiki Sharingan? A wave of dread surged within him. How could Uchiha Itachi, merely in his teens, have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? As he grappled with his fear, Uchiha Itachi appeared, draped in shades of black, white, and gray. I initially intended to allow you the full experience of Tsukuyami, but Senior Huan instructed me to ensure you retain your combat capability. Therefore, you may thank him for this opportunity. Itachi drew his kunai. Just one strike. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated, followed by a visceral and acute pain. A moment later, Uchiha Yunhua was drenched in sweat, his face still marked by terror. Lord Yunhua. Lord Yunhua. The Uchiha clan members witnessed Itachi deliver 2 slaps to Uchiha Yunhua, who then began forming hand seals, only for his hands to freeze mid-motion. Save for Uchiha Huan. No one could fathom what had transpired. Clang, clang, the sound of unsheathing blades filled the air, and many Uchiha rose to their feet. Sit down, Uchiha Yunhua bellowed, leaving the assembly in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the unfolding chaos. I said sit down. When his command met silence, Uchiha Yunhua roared again, and the confused clan members reluctantly complied. Suddenly, Uchiha Yunhua knelt, adopting a submissive posture. Uchiha Yunhua awaits the orders of the young clan leader. My lord Yunhua, what are you doing? How can you yield to them? To the onlookers, while Uchiha Itachi held the title of young clan leader, Uchiha Yunhua's strength was not to be underestimated. Such weakness was unfathomable. Young clan leader, please bear no grudges against these individuals. Do not make it difficult for them. Uchiha Yunhua cautiously suggested, uncertain if Itachi intended to reveal his Manjiki. Such an overly cautious demeanor incited discontent among the Uchiha. It seems the clan members are not entirely convinced of your authority, Itachi. How about you showcase your eyes? Yes, Senior Huan. Uchiha Itachi's respectful tone left Uchiha Yunhua in a state of disbelief. The Uchiha clan had always revered strength. How could Itachi, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, exhibit such deference towards Uchiha Huan? This implied. A sudden notion sparked in Uchiha Yunhua's mind. If both of these individuals possessed Manjiki, why would they need to convene daily for clan meetings to reclaim Konoha? Unfortunately, the clan leader had taken a pacifist stance. While he pondered, Itachi's gaze swept across the assembly, allowing the Uchiha to witness the scarlet Manjiki in his eyes. What is that? The Manjiki Sharingan? How old is he? To have awakened the Manjiki already? Is this truly the Manjiki? I never imagined I would witness it in my lifetime. Will our Uchiha clan restore the glory of our ancestors? In that moment, they understood why Uchiha Yunhua had knelt, and their dissatisfaction with Itachi and Huan dissipated. Over the years, we have convened daily, yet have failed to devise even a rudimentary plan. Do you possess a strategy? How shall we instigate a coup? Seize control of Konoha's higher echelons, evacuate the villagers, and manage the aftermath? Are your plans well defined? Uchiha Huan ascended to the main seat, unceremoniously taking his place, never casting a glance at the kneeling Uchiha Yunhua. However, now, no clan member dared to exhibit discontent, a stark contrast to their earlier outburst during the assembly. Years have passed, and not a single coherent plan has emerged. Do you even deserve to be called Hawks? Uchiha Huan's gaze swept over the assembly. His voice was calm. Yet every Uchiha present averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. He spoke the truth. Itachi, summon the clan leader and the others. We shall convene here today to bid farewell to Shisui. Yes, Senior Huan. Lord Yunhua, rise, do not catch a chill. We will need you to lead the clan when we reclaim Konoha. At the mention of reclaiming Konoha, Uchiha Yunhua trembled. He had not anticipated that those he had deemed pacifists, Uchiha Huan and Uchiha Itachi, would reveal themselves as even more radical. Only then did he muster the courage to rise before the younger generation. Uchiha Huan ignored him, opting instead to close his eyes in contemplation. Uchiha Yunhua stood beside him like a chastised sentinel. The atmosphere in the hall grew thick with tension, silence hanging heavy, as if a mountain pressed upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, footsteps at the entrance broke the stillness, allowing a collective sigh of relief as if they could finally breathe again. The footsteps halted, and Itachi entered alongside Fugaku, trailed by clan members who typically aligned with Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Huan, seated in the main position, and ripples of emotion stirred within him. He was already aware of Itachi's awakening of the Manjiki. If Uchiha Huan also possessed the Manjiki, then perhaps they could indeed vie for the position of Hokage. Clan leader Fugaku. Uchiha Huan opened his eyes, their gazes locking. The assembly seemed to hear the clash of weapons, and the air thickened with an acrid scent of tension. Uchiha Huan noted the peculiar patterns in Fugaku's eyes and smirked. The clash of two pairs of Manjiki had begun. Chapter 6. The Dawn of the Coup. The confrontation between Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power and Uchiha Huan's ocular technique begins. Tsukuyami. Takamagara. Uchiha Huan's left eye technique is known as Takamagara, the dwelling place of deities in Japanese mythology. The effects of Takamagara are extraordinary during its activation. Uchiha Huan transcends the realm of the physical world. However, this phenomenon does not create an alternate space to evade attacks, as is the case with Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Instead of retreating into a hidden realm, Uchiha Huan's presence intensifies dramatically, akin to a god traversing the earth. Mortal attacks are rendered ineffective against a deity residing in the heavens. Thus, during this state, no ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu can affect Uchiha Huan, who can even ascend into the sky. The only drawback is that maintaining Takamagara gradually depletes his ocular power. Nevertheless, he has yet to personally experience the spatial techniques or the so-called divine arts of the Otsutsuki clan, leaving him uncertain in that regard. While he can counter Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami to a degree, he remains cautious, for there exists a saying, one may steal for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against theft for 1,000 days. Fugaku's ocular techniques are the ancestral Tsukuyami and Amaterasu, shared among the three family members. Under the influence of Takamagara, Fugaku's Tsukuyami proves ineffective. However, within the clan assembly hall, Uchiha Huan stands as a divine figure, captivating the attention of all present. The kaleidoscope. Uchiha Huan possesses the kaleidoscope, The realization that the clan leader also wields a kaleidoscope sends waves of excitement through the crowd. By the heavens, we have hope. 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes now exist within our Uchiha clan. In the era of the forefather Madara, there seemed to be only 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, and soon after, Lord Izuna sacrificed himself, leaving only Madara's pair. With just 1 pair, dominion over the world was achievable. Now, with 3 pairs, it is time for Konoha to return the rightful power to our Uchiha clan. The assembly hall erupted with fervor. The Uchiha clan members stirred with wild enthusiasm. Even the moderates behind Fugaku found themselves caught in a tempest of emotions. Many who once doubted their clan's strength against Konoha now entertained a new thought. Perhaps we can reclaim what is rightfully ours. In truth, a sense of imbalance lingered among the majority of the Uchiha clan, for as founding elders of Konoha alongside the Senju clan, the latter produced 2 Hokages, with the current Hokage still a disciple of the Senju clan. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan finds itself marginalized, cast out from the center of power in Konoha, relegated to the despised role of the police force. Now, possessing 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes, the strongest lineup in Uchiha history, how could they not be stirred to ambition? Even Fugaku felt a surge of joy. The weight of oppression from Konoha seemed finally poised to lift. He had awakened the kaleidoscope, but had refrained from revealing it, initially to conceal his strength. However, following the Ninetales incident, he hid this information to alleviate suspicion against the village and prevent inciting unrest among his clan. As the clan leader, he could not allow his people to sever ties with the village. Even with his presence, the Uchiha clan would suffer tremendous losses. Victory would provide a measure of self-preservation, but defeat would spell annihilation for the Uchiha clan. After all, in the ninja world, no village covets the Uchiha and Hyuga clans more than others. The Hyuga clan, even with its caged birds, occasionally attracts attention, whereas the Uchiha clan possesses no such protections, leading to their members' bodies being contested spoils on the battlefield. The fate of defeat is all too predictable. 3 pairs. Uchiha Huan smirked at the opportune moment. Make that 4 pairs. For pairs? Huan's proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. With 4 pairs of kaleidoscopes, they could undoubtedly seize Konoha and suppress any adversaries. In the face of absolute power, all challenges would dissolve. The ninja world operates on the principle of strength. Whose is the other pair? Fugaku's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. Could it be? Indeed, it was Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku envisioned how these 4 individuals could lead the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. Yet, in the next moment, his spirits plummeted as Uchiha Huan unveiled a sealed scroll, releasing a coffin. The coffin lay open, revealing the youthful figure within, marred by cracks. And that shattered face. Who else could it be but Shisui? What is this? How could Shisui have fallen? Did he not awaken his kaleidoscope? Fugaku exhaled deeply. Huan, what is the meaning of this? He could not fathom that Uchiha Huan would eliminate Shisui, for their amicable relationship was well known within the clan. Furthermore, a kaleidoscope wielder would not be easily dispatched. The truth lay in Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Huan conjured a ninja crow, its eye sockets embedded with Shisui's 4-pointed pinwheel kaleidoscope. Shisui, too kind-hearted, believed he could mediate between the village and the clan with his kaleidoscope. However, his benevolence led him to reveal his awakening to the likes of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo coveted his Sharingan, ambushing Shisui in secret and extracting one of his eyes. Uchiha Huan recounted the events with clarity, embellishing only slightly, such as claiming he witnessed Shisui's demise before awakening his own eyes. Nonetheless, the message resonated with all. This incident was orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups, who coveted Uchiha power yet feared it, leading to Shisui's ambush. Shisui's goodness. This was no justification for the assault by their adversaries. Danzo, how could he have taken Shisui's eye? How could he possess such power? Should we not be most wary of Danzo? The crowd murmured, their disbelief palpable. Cursed third Hokage, cursed Danzo. How deeply they have concealed their true intentions. Uchiha Huan's words incited whispers among the crowd. In their eyes, an awakened kaleidoscope wielder was nearly invincible. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Huan with confusion. Yet, Uchiha Huan merely mouthed a word to Fugaku, silent yet profound, Izanagi. Fugaku's pupils widened, and then realization dawned upon him. So it is this forbidden technique. The onlookers observed as the clan leader seemed to grasp something, their gazes fixed upon him, eager for enlightenment. It appears that the wretched Danzo has long set his sights on us. He employs our Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, a costly endeavor. I suspect he learned it from the relics of the second Hokage, as he is a disciple of the second. He is not foolish. If this deadly forbidden technique were to be disseminated, countless individuals might harbor intentions against the Uchiha clan. After all, the potency of the Sharingan is formidable. And when coupled with the life-replacing ability of Izanagi, Uchiha Fugaku resolved that only the clan leaders of each generation should be privy to this forbidden art. Yet, how did Uchiha Huan come to know of it? A question lingered in his mind. However, there was no time for further contemplation, for within the venue, the Uchihas were already in a frenzy. Cursed be the second Hokage, cursed be Shimura Danzo. Kill Danzo, avenge Shisui. Eliminate Danzo. Overthrow the Hokage. Reclaim power. The entire assembly of Uchihas had descended into madness, each individual yearning for change. The Uchiha, a powder keg, was on the brink of explosion. Chapter 7. The dispute unfolds silence. Uchiha Huan bellowed. We must ensure that the high-ranking officials of Konoha, who have harmed Shisui, pay the price. Everyone, we act tonight to prevent long-lasting nightmares. He unfolded the village's defensive layout and the flow of villagers. Itachi, take a portion of our clan to evacuate the civilians. Danzo will be left to me. Uchiha Huan methodically assigned tasks. Elder Yunhua, you and the other 2 elders should guard our clan's territory. Ensure the vulnerable are well hidden. Faik, we shall join forces and head to the Hokage building. In the meeting room, only the voices of Uchiha Huan, Faik, Itachi, and a few senior elders remained. Yet, every Uchiha face bore a fervent expression, with many unconsciously activating their Sharingan. After enduring for years, the time for retaliation against Konoha had finally come. When Faik and I launch our attack to draw their fire, you will strike. Understood? Uchiha Huan commanded. Yes. The clansman's shouts stirred Faik's heart with excitement. Everyone, let us move. With a sweeping gesture from Huan, the Uchiha clan surged forth. Within minutes, the once crowded meeting room was left with only Uchiha Huan and Faik. Indeed, these 2 were the main forces of the evening. Though accompanied by no one else, their Manjiki Sharingan was more than sufficient to wreak havoc in Konoha at this hour. As for the other ninja clans, the first clan of Eyes, the Gentle Fist, could hardly compare. As they made their way to the Hokage building, the Uchiha clansmen cast hopeful glances at them, filling Faik with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. After years of leadership, such appreciation was rare. Usually, he faced dissatisfaction from his clan. The events of the night lifted a heavy burden from his heart, almost allowing him to exhale a long-held grievance. Huan-sama, Faik-sama. A clan member dressed as an umbu approached, reporting, "This is a message from the young clan leader, who claimed that the 3rd Hokage wishes to discuss Uchiha clan matters with Lord Shisui." At this time, Uchiha Huan scoffed, realizing they still believed Shisui was alive and sought reconciliation. Unfortunately, they have lost their final chance. Take him away, but do not harm him. Once this is over, release him. Huan had no intention of making things difficult for the umbu. He was merely a high-ranking worker. Yes, the clan member led the umbu away. After departing the clan grounds, the 2 walked along a quiet forest path. Since their relocation, reaching Konoha required some travel. I had thought your gentleness was merely a fade. I never expected you to sever ties with the higher-ups, Faik mused, struggling to comprehend the younger Uchiha Huan. Faik-sama, I would not classify myself as gentle, Huan replied. Not gentle. Last year, when our clansmen mistakenly captured a civilian, you personally visited to apologize as Konoha's lightning cloud. The commotion it caused is still vivid in my memory. I merely believed my clansmen erred, and as the captain of the guard, I had a responsibility, Uchiha Huan stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing an ordinary occurrence. Yet such an action seemed peculiar and rare within the ninja world. Huan, you are truly an odd person, Faik remarked, not intending it as a compliment. My apologies, but your actions are indeed surprising. In my lifetime, I have only encountered 2 Uchihas like you. Oh, who are they? Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui. As they conversed casually, they soon arrived at the Hokage building. Surrounded by a circle of Konoha umbu, who remained vigilant but did not act against them. Before the Hokage building, clan leaders and numerous Nin wore serious expressions, as if facing a formidable foe. The Uchiha clan, though audacious, were not fools. Their boldness to confront the Hokage building implied they had confidence. Standing at the forefront, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's robes, gazed deeply at them. Uchiha clan leader and the captain of the guard, I am curious about your late-night visit's purpose. We are but two unfortunate souls seeking to reclaim Lord Shisui's Sharingan. Uchiha Huan replied coldly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily faltered, caught off guard. The leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, has seized Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. Surely, the Hokage is aware of this? Fyake's face contorted with anger. The expressions of the other clan leaders grew perplexed. You summoned everyone here at this late hour merely to expose the dirty deeds of Konoha's Root? You steal a man's eyes and then suppress him? Is this the Hokage or a bandit? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger surged. The revelation that Danzo had successfully harmed Shisui and concealed the truth was infuriating. Uchiha clan leader, captain of the guard, I will provide you with an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was serious, yet Uchiha Huan remained unyielding. What explanation will you offer us, Hokage? Shisui has perished, and I request that you hand over Danzo, so we may present his head as an offering to Shisui's spirit. Shisui is dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Danzo had managed to kill Shisui? When had his old friend acquired such power? Indeed, Hokage, how do you plan to address this treacherous act committed by a rogue ninja from our village? Uchiha Huan's words bore weight, and all present could see his aggressive stance. However, the clan leaders remained silent, strategizing their next moves. An Uchiha possessing a Manjiki Sharingan was arguably the strongest within the clan. Such an individual had been eliminated by the Hokage faction, and each clan leader contemplated how to benefit their families from this incident. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen weighed his options, feeling the scales of justice shifting within him. With Shisui gone, what strength did the Uchiha clan possess to challenge the village? The Uchiha's grand display tonight was likely only to seek justice for Shisui. After all, the two before him, Fyake, a historically restrained dove, and Huan, who had apologized to civilians, had no intention of staging a coup. Understanding this, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. I will provide the Uchiha clan with an explanation. Please return to your clan. I will immediately deal with Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice took on a firmer tone. Please clarify, Hokage, how will you address this matter? Uchiha Huan pressed. My dear brother, my beloved friend Shisui has been harmed by Danzo, yet the Hokage seems hesitant to disclose how he will punish him. How can we trust your words? Should another be harmed by Danzo in the future, will you turn a blind eye again? I ask. If a member of the Sarutobi clan were harmed, how would you handle it? The atmosphere turned tense. All the ninjas present turned their gaze to the third Hokage, eager to hear his explanation. Bring Danzo to me now. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formulated a plan in his heart. Once this matter was resolved, neither the Uchiha clan nor Danzo would escape unscathed. With so many ninjas watching, could he truly afford to act against the will of the fire? No need. I have already arrived. Chapter 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolution. Shinobi Danzo, swathed in bandages, arrived with a contingent of root ninjas, exuding an aura of aggression, seemingly intent on seeking retribution. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is clearly on the brink of rebellion. Why do you engage with them in such a feigned manner? Allow me to lead a force to eradicate these inherently malevolent Uchihas once and for all. Upon hearing these words, the tension among the surrounding ninjas escalated. Fearing an imminent clash between the factions, Danzo was acutely aware that he had severely offended the Uchiha clan and showed no restraint in expressing his intent to strike against them. Based on his knowledge of the Uchihas, he believed that with a mere provocation, he could incite this pack of rabid dogs to attack him. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Huan did not spare him a glance, instead fixating on the third Hokage. Now that the traitor Danzo has arrived, how does the Hokage intend to handle this situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the precarious situation, caught in a dilemma. If he chose to shield Danzo, he would lose the trust of all present, for how could a Hokage, incapable of managing personal sentiments, be entrusted with greater responsibilities? Danzo had already leveraged his position to extract talent from various clans. If Hiruzen protected him tonight, Danzo would only become more audacious the following day. Conversely, punishing Danzo to appease the Uchihas would mean sacrificing a long-standing friendship, as their bond spanned decades. Truly, an excruciating decision. Confine Danzo to the Umbu dungeon pending trial, Hiruzen muttered, ultimately proposing a punishment that was neither too lenient nor overly harsh. Hiruzen, you, Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that Hiruzen would treat him in such a manner. After all I have sacrificed for the village, This is the reward I receive? Hiruzen, you will regret this. I am the Hokage. Take Danzo away. Hiruzen, address me by my title. A wave of laughter interrupted their farce. As Uchiha Huan found it absurd that the esteemed Hokage was so swayed by personal feelings, while the clan leaders present had already lost faith in Hiruzen, who still failed to recognize the gravity of the situation and continued to protect Danzo. Hokage-sama, according to the laws of Konoha, how should we deal with those who attack and kill their comrades? Uchiha Fugaku posed a soul-searching inquiry. The laws of Konoha, established since the era of Hashirama, typically applied to civilians, with ninjas seldom facing conviction. The high-ranking members of Konoha regarded such laws with indifference. Yet, in this situation, raising the matter served to publicly condemn Danzo. Hiruzen's weathered face contorted with tension. According to the law, the penalty is death. Then why has the Hokage not taken action? Uchiha Huan pressed on. Hiruzen, Danzo bellowed, forming a hand seal. Huan, Fugaku, can we truly let Danzo escape unscathed? Hiruzen's words fell into an eerie silence, creating an absurd, bizarre atmosphere thick with tension. It seemed the Hokage had made up his mind to shield the criminal. Embodying the so-called will of fire of Konoha, Uchiha Huan erupted in laughter, having achieved his objective. Silence. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Danzo realized he could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. Hiruzen was a soft target, and his willingness to align with him indicated that he still harbored some regard for their friendship. Yet, these inherently wicked Uchihas, devoid of their Manjiki, dared to challenge him? With a fierce shout, he unleashed wind release, shielding the root ninjas before him. Hiruzen, subdue the Uchihas. We can discuss matters later. Root ninjas, attack. As Hiruzen hesitated, Danzo had already commanded the root ninjas to strike. Earth release, earth pillar. Lightning release, earth walk. Fire release, fire pillar. The root ninjas launched a barrage of diverse ninjutsu toward the two Uchiha. In an instant, smoke engulfed the area, submerging Uchiha Huan and Uchiha Fugaku within its depths. Are they dead? Someone queried. Hiruzen squinted, fixated on the epicenter of the smoke. Regardless of whether they had been dealt with, he had to act decisively to suppress the Uchihas. Danzo, take your men to the Uchiha compound. Capture them. Whom do you intend to capture, Hiruzen? Boomed Fugaku's voice from within the smoke, his form encased in a fiery orange Susanoo. With a sweeping motion of its colossal skeletal arm, the smoke dissipated, revealing two figures. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan has endured long enough. We sought to coexist harmoniously with the village, yet this is the outcome we face. Rage surged within Fugaku's chest as his Susanoo continued to manifest, sprouting a skull from its ribs, a second arm, and ultimately, a gigantic orange skeletal figure emerged. Uchiha Huan, shrouded in a white Susanoo, wore a mocking expression. Is this truly the illustrious third Hokage, the embodiment of the will of fire, who shields criminals and wields the blade against the victims? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in their eyes slowly rotated, stunning the assembled ninjas. Stop this charade. Let me handle things. Danzo retreated cautiously, yet continued to send his subordinates forward. I wish to avoid unnecessary casualties, Danzo, but you are forcing my hand. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sharpened. Amaterasu. The dancing black flames engulfed Danzo's form, igniting fiercely in an instant. What kind of fire is this? The searing heat scorched Danzo, overwhelming him with pain as his garments rapidly disintegrated. Beneath his shattered eye patch, a single three-tomo Sharingan became visible. The upper echelons of Konoha, who marginalized the Uchihas, now relied on their eyes. Was this truly the so-called will of fire? Third Hokage. The orange Susanoo's massive hand swatted aside the incoming projectiles, many of which were deflected back. Earth release, earth barrier. The third Hokage summoned a colossal earthen wall to shield those present, as projectiles clattered against it, failing to mount an effective assault. Is this the ability that Uchiha Madara wielded to bring order to chaos? The third Hokage's expression grew grave, realizing that one Uchiha Madara had once turned the world upside down. Now, two pairs of Manjiki were present. Boom. From another direction in Konoha, a gigantic red skeletal Susanoo rose skyward. A third pair of Manjiki. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all jaws dropping at the sudden turn of events. Scream all you want. I'll escort Danzo to his end. Uchiha Huan's white Susanoo conjured a great bow, drawing an arrow aimed at Danzo. The massive white arrow transformed into a streak of light, swiftly piercing through Danzo's torso, cleaving him in two, the arrow embedding into the ground. Crimson blood splattered across its pristine surface. The Uchiha clan has slain the leader of Konoha's root. As Hokage, I must ensure you pay the price. Fire release, fire dragon flame technique, body flicker technique, shadow manipulation. Damn it, they lack shadows. Multiplication technique, earth release, earth dragon flame technique, earth release, mud swamp. As waves of ninjutsu and projectiles surged forth, Uchiha Huan did not flinch. Instead, the Susanoo he had constructed regenerated flesh, transforming into a magnificent half-formed Susanoo that stood valiantly, resembling a deity in the flesh. Uchiha Huan, standing amidst the Susanoo, wore a carefree smile. Ever since awakening his Manjiki, he had concealed himself, never having had the opportunity to unleash his full potential. Though a traveler from another time, the sensation of wielding such power was utterly intoxicating. The long period of living in the shadows had indeed been unsatisfactory. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku was equally resolute, his orange-red Susanoo resembling a blazing inferno, wielding a long blade with finesse. Subsequently, as if to unleash his pent-up frustration, Fugaku brandished the long sword of his Susanoo, cleaving through the oncoming fire dragon projectiles with ease. The ninjutsu that descended upon the two felt almost like a mere tickle, causing no pain. Only the yellow mud transformed the ground into a sticky, slippery mess, prompting Uchiha Huan to manifest another layer of Susanoo to shield himself from the mire. Boom. The enlarged Akimichi Choza struggled to engage in the fray, his colossal fist crashing against the Susanoo. Uchiha Huan felt a tremendous force surge towards him, yet it failed to inflict any significant damage. The Susanoo's defense remained unperturbed. In retaliation, Uchiha Huan delivered a straight punch back at Choza, exclaiming, "Choza, perhaps you ought to train your brute strength." Crash! Behind Choza, a massive wing-like chakra erupted forth, forcing him to stagger backward from the impact, nearly stepping on a Konoha ninja in the process. What immense power! Choza gasped in astonishment, having initially believed his opponent to possess only superior defense, unaware that their strength was equally formidable, complemented by a peculiar jutsu. "Choza, get away!" The third Hokage suddenly interjected, as he and four shadow clones began forming seals, encircling the two combatants. Together, they completed the hand seals, five natures, grand multiple bullets technique. "Come!" Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, a crimson shield materializing before him, safeguarding both himself and Uchiha Huan. In response, Uchiha Huan activated the ocular technique in his right eye. The Land of Yomi. Chapter 9. Crushing the Underworld. The surrounding space suddenly transformed into a shade of grayish black, filled with desolation and decay. Even sound within this realm diminished, seeming to gradually perish. Only at the center did Uchiha Huan and Uchiha Fugaku retain their vibrancy. The effect of the underworld was to pull it into the present world, causing the surrounding space to undergo a mutation that eroded and suppressed the abilities and strength of others. Everyone present felt a searing pain akin to corrosion, a faint sense of weakness enveloping them. Of course, Uchiha Huan could control the area. Otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku would have already been affected by the underworld's influence. The five-element barrage that surged toward the two was not merely a haphazard blend of five ninjutsu, but rather a meticulously selected and developed technique by the third Hokage. These five forms of ninjutsu complemented and fused with one another, proving far more powerful than ordinary combined techniques. However, within the confines of the underworld, the five-element barrage turned a dull gray, becoming increasingly indistinct as it flew, as if it were being erased. Boom! The significantly weakened five-element barrage collided with the crimson shield. The violent explosion generated clouds of dust, yet yielded no results. The barrage, having been diminished by the underworld, was no more potent than a composite technique formed from 2 or 3 ninjutsu, while the defense of Susanoo was indeed unparalleled in the ninja world. As the dust cleared, the two remained unscathed, leaving the onlookers in awe. At that moment, Uchiha Huan suddenly glanced at Danzo's corpse, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to once again block Akimichi's assault, and spoke, "Everyone, please witness Danzo's resurrection." Danzo's body vanished, reappearing at the spot where he had been pierced. Even the scattered remnants of flesh had disappeared. Danzo had revived, or rather, evaded fatal injury using his Anaji. "Danzo, you?" The third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment. Danzo had indeed died before everyone's eyes just moments ago. "Hiruzen, We can discuss this later. If we do not subdue them now, the entire village will be destroyed. All root members, attack. Danzo gritted his teeth, realizing that the newly implanted Sharingan had been consumed by the opponent in a single encounter. At that moment, he clearly did not possess the ample reserve of Sharingan he had after the massacre. Subdue whom? Danzo, you audaciously stole the Sharingan? It seems you still do not comprehend the true power of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was particularly animated today, perhaps due to the years of oppression from Konoha. Finally able to express himself. Allow me to show you what it means to be Uchiha. Half-formed Susanoo surged upwards, blood, veins, armor, and legs. A towering orange-red Susanoo stood before the Hokage building. Fugaku, truly a quintessential Uchiha, such an ingrained display of arrogance. Uchiha Huan remained silent. Yet the white-armored Susanoo continued to rise, drawing every gaze. Is this the true power of the Uchiha clan? Not only he, but everyone present shared this thought, inexplicably recalling the night when the Ninetales rampaged. The ninjas of this era had yet to witness anyone capable of rivaling the tailed beasts, a feat that existed only in legend, the first Hokage pacifying the chaos and subduing the tailed beasts. Hyuga Hisashi, chakra enveloping his hands, had closed his Byakugan. When he activated it, he could only perceive the immense chakra emanating from the two, rendering it utterly ineffective. Moreover, how could Gentle Fist contend against a divine being like Susanoo? Calmness enveloped the Hokage's side, no one daring to make the first move. For the present members of Konoha, the three Susanoo represented an absolute advantage for the Uchiha clan. The situation quietly shifted. Initially, upon hearing that Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan had been taken by Danzo, various ninja clans believed the Hokage's faction held an absolute advantage. Standing with the Hokage, they felt compelled to demonstrate their loyalty. But now, witnessing the mountain-sized Susanoo, the onlookers realized the situation had already transformed. The Uchiha clan was now in the driver's seat. Third Hokage, will you still cling to your delusions? Fugaku relished the feeling of being looked up to, declaring, the Uchiha clan were the founding elders of this village alongside the Senju clan, yet you have ostracized us. We do not seek to destroy the village, but merely wish to reclaim a portion of the rights that belong to the Uchiha. Humph, the Uchiha, born of evil. I will never allow you, He now deeply regretted not having transplanted Shisui's eyes immediately. Even if it would take time to adapt, it was far better than being unable to utilize Kotoame Tsukumi. Enough. Danzo stood before the Hokage building, surrounded by severely injured Umbu ninjas, the leaders of various clans having retreated far away. The current situation was painfully clear. The Uchiha clan would likely take control of Konoha after tonight, becoming the new ruling faction. Danzo's words were cut short as black flames ignited around him once more. However, this time, Fugaku retracted the flames, allowing him to live. So Itachi could come and conclude Danzo's fate in honor of Shisui. Previously, Danzo had perished due to knowing that the other had mastered Izanagi. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Huan. I will not permit the Hokage's position to be so defiled. The third Hokage formed hand seals, preparing to summon the Shinigami for the dead demon consuming seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you summon the dead demon consuming seal, the entire Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan will accompany you in death. Do not say, I did not warn you. Uchiha Huan's words struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a bolt of lightning. Hiruzen believed he could die with dignity, taking a Manjiki with him, thereby curtailing the Uchiha's power. However, Uchiha Huan's statement implied the annihilation of two clans, leaving Hiruzen hesitant to act recklessly. In his understanding, aside from Itachi and Shisui, Uchiha were all individuals of extreme emotions. The higher the level of their eyes, the more extreme they became. Uchiha Huan dared to speak so boldly in public. Naturally, he would also dare to act. Would he not become a sinner of two ninja clans? What do you truly desire? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age decades in an instant. He realized that Konoha, unlike the era of the first and second Hokage, no longer had anyone capable of restraining the Uchiha. They were poised to truly ascend the political stage of Konoha, to dominate the village. During the fourth Hokage's tenure, the Uchiha clan endeavored to integrate into the village with considerable success. However, after the Kyuubi incident years ago, the fourth Hokage's demise led to the Uchiha's ostracism. You suspect the Uchiha instigated the unrest, yet in truth, Lord Fugaku had already activated his Manjiki, had he wished. That night the entire village could have plunged into irrecoverable chaos, but he chose not to. Uchiha Huan recounted calmly, the ninjas present gazing at Fugaku in astonishment, realizing that this Uchiha clan leader, long underestimated, was indeed powerful yet restrained. The glances he received were quite gratifying to Fugaku. And today, we do not raise this issue to settle old scores, but to make everyone aware that outside the village, enemies lurk in the shadows, ever poised to undermine Konoha. Moreover, their strength is formidable, capable of manipulating the Nine Tails. Uchiha Huan dismissed Susanoo, gracefully descending from the sky to stand before Danzo, removing the eye patch that had been restored due to Izanagi, subsequently lifting him to allow everyone to see the transplanted Sharingan. The current state between the Uchiha and the village has come about due to the machinations of certain individuals in the shadows. Is that not correct, Elder Danzo? How well does the Sharingan serve you now? Chapter 10. The new Hokage election and the Uchiha clan's response. The words of Danzo were left unspoken as a shinobi blade pierced his mouth, severing a large portion of his tongue. The blade's glint followed, and soon his hands and feet were also hacked off. Danzo wailed, blood gushing forth, and in an instant, he was reduced to a mere human stick. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Has Uchiha Huan already taken action? Without concern for Danzo's fate, Huan cast him aside. Fetch a medical ninja to keep him alive, he commanded. Next, retrieve Shisui's eyes and return them to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Huan continued. Our demands are quite simple. Eliminate the traitor Danzo, who has damaged the village and our clan's reputation, and then hold a new election for the 5th Hokage. A new election? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. The atmosphere was peculiar. Even if a new election were to occur, given the current animosity towards the Uchiha clan, it seemed unlikely anyone could be successfully elected. Was it to simply result in the selection of a Uchiha puppet? Fugaku Uchiha noted Huan's youth and perceived immaturity. The coup had unfolded too suddenly, and they had not thoroughly discussed the details internally. However, the ninja world had not yet entered a true peace, and hidden enemies remained unaccounted for. The Hokage we required must possess formidable strength. Thus, in the election, power must be the primary criterion. We seek to elect a Hokage who aligns with the people's will, yet this candidate must be a strong individual. Upon hearing Huan's stipulation, the gathered individuals suddenly comprehended. His words sounded polished and unassailable, yet amidst the present circumstances, they doubted anyone could rival the 3 Uchiha with their Sharingan. Ultimately, it seemed they would merely select from within the Uchiha clan. Do any of you dissent? Uchiha Huan's expression was serene, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. No dissent. The crowd fell silent, and after a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly spoke. It is my failure, my inadequacy, that allowed a person like Danzo to exploit the village and disrupt the peace of Konoha. I am willing to resign from the Hokage position. 3rd Hokage, you cannot. Many voices rose in protest, as the current situation had taken them by surprise. The Uchiha clan had displayed overwhelming power, and the 3rd Hokage was actually considering stepping down. Silence. It is true that I have erred, and it is time for the village to welcome a new Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen still held some authority, and no one dared to speak further. What? Have you all lost your voices? Do you dissent? The 3rd Hokage glared at Huan, whose eyes held the Sharingan. He bellowed. He was unwilling to witness this situation unfold, yet if he opposed it, with the combined might of these two, alongside Uchiha Itachi, 3 pairs of Sharingan would be capable of annihilating the entire village of Konoha. No dissent. No dissent. Others voiced their agreement, recognizing the overwhelming force of the Uchiha clan. What could they do? Observing the compliance of the assembly, Uchiha Huan nodded inwardly. Very well, let us now deal with the traitor Danzo. As soon as Huan's words fell, Itachi, who had hurriedly arrived, interjected, Huan Senpai, allow me to handle him. Ah, Itachi, you're here. How goes the situation over there? Huan inquired, valuing the civilian perspective on the Uchiha clan. There were no casualties. I used Susanoo to block the initial wave of attacks, and then I utilized Genjutsu to control the scene. Aside from the civilians who panicked and evacuated, there were no other incidents. Itachi's report made the 3rd Hokage's heart sink. This Itachi could control all the ninjas present merely with Genjutsu. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan wielders were all masters. It seemed the era of the Hokage might truly come to an end under his watch. Dealing with Danzo? Let us take care of it as the Uchiha clan. Using him to honor Shisui, shall we? May I request that he not be tortured? Sarutobi Hiruzen still could not bear to see his old friend suffer. If we can return Shisui's eyes tonight, then yes. If not, I cannot make any promises. However, given the current situation, it appears we will need the assistance of the Yamaka clan. If you, third Hokage, are willing to assist, we can ensure Danzo's final hours are spent in Konoha's prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, who was now unconscious and being sustained by medical ninjas. Hichi, I ask for your help. Thank you, third Hokage. We shall await the return of Shisui's eyes tonight at the clan leader's residence. By the way, Itachi, please keep an eye on Danzo. Do not let him perish before Shisui's funeral. Understood, Huan-senpai. The assembly understood this meant that Uchiha Itachi would be watching over Danzo. To have fallen so low, and to still be treated with such severity? All present began to reassess their perception of Uchiha Huan, who was typically the gentlest among them. Farewell, third Hokage. Uchiha Huan maintained a gentle smile as he turned to leave alongside Fugaku Uchiha. Third Hokage, do not make this difficult for me. Itachi watched the two depart before bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could only helplessly command the lifting of Danzo's body. He sighed deeply, casting a wistful gaze at the sky where the moon shone brightly, the light like gauze. He murmured, Second Hokage, what am I to do? This night, Konoha village remained sleepless. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, the scent of smoke was drowned by the rich aroma of alcohol and revelry. No grand celebrations were held. Instead, clan members drank and frolicked within their homes. For the majority of the Uchiha clan, the night's events were both thrilling and bizarre. Most had been inexplicably ushered into shelters, with some clan ninjas nervously overseeing them, initially fearing a renewed conflict. The returning ninjas soon announced both bad and good news. Shisui had been slain by Danzo, yet Huan and clan leader Fugaku, along with young clan leader Itachi, had used the intimidation of 3 pairs of Sharingan to subdue Konoha. Danzo, the traitor, had been dealt with, and the third Hokage had resigned in shame, paving the way for the imminent election of the 5th Hokage. This time, the Uchiha clan would also partake in the process. Moreover, this election was unique, as strength would determine the victor. This news ignited fervor among the Uchiha clan, as a family that had co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju clan. They had never produced a Hokage. Now, their dreams were poised to manifest. How could they not feel exhilarated? Within the clan's territory, many shops offered drinks at discounted rates, some even for free. On the streets, 2 inebriated clan members leaned on each other as they stumbled out of an izakaya. What a beautiful moonlight! The Sage of 6 Paths is watching over us. Oh, Sage of 6 Paths, day after day. Hey, who knows? Who knows? Inside the izakaya, several clan members erupted with laughter at the duo's antics. Uchiha Chinyun is at it again, rambling about the Sage of 6 Paths. Drink, drink, drink. The clinking of cups resonated, laughter soaring into the night sky. Beyond the clan's borders, a member of the ANBU sprinted through the branches, returning to the Hokage building. Report. Third Hokage. The Uchiha clan is celebrating. They have significantly relaxed their vigilance, and their guards are distracted, gathering to drink. Within the office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, advisor Mito, and Nakano clan leader Nara Shikaku, along with Yamaka clan leader Yamaka Hichi, were convening to discuss the matter. Upon hearing the Yanbiu's report, Mito could not contain himself. Since they have let their guard down, we should launch a direct attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, shaking his head in resignation. It is futile. Within their territory, there exist 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. The entirety of Konohagakure finds itself at a loss against them. What means do we possess to launch an offensive? Mito clan's Enju felt his face flush crimson. He had witnessed the divine Susanoo this very night. Given his long years of inactivity, he knew that even facing the likes of Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan was beyond his capabilities. He couldn't even contend with Kakashi at the entrance of the Hokage's office. The Hokage's words rang true. Many were currently engaged in direct confrontations with the Uchiha. Advisor Mito. Do not be hasty, Nara Shikaku advised. I believe our only recourse lies in obstructing them through the election process. Shikaku, do you have any insights? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, placing great trust in this astute individual. Just a thought, a singular notion, Shikaku replied. Please, share it with us. We are all at an impasse. My thought is. Chapter 11. The White Absolute Clone. My proposition is to summon Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya, alongside the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as the head of the Hyuga clan, and Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage. But what significance does this hold? Nara Shikamaru pondered. questioning whether any among them could contend with the Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, such formidable power can only be matched by the first Hokage, and what use is there in sheer numbers? Mito Kazuki concurred. Our only hope rests with Lady Tsunade or Lord Jiraiya. They represent the entirety of our current strength. Nara Shikaku deliberated further, asserting that numbers might not be entirely futile. We could host a tournament. A tournament? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to comprehend the implications. Precisely. We could arrange for 2 pairs of Uchiha's Manjiki to face off in the first round, while the remaining 1 battles against us, thereby progressing to the second round. In the second round, we would arrange for the 2 pairs of Manjiki to clash once more. The third Hokage's eyes brightened at this notion. Thus, we would only need to contend with a single Manjiki, and let us not forget, 10 participants enter. After the preliminary round, only 5 advance. During the second match, 1 participant will sit out. I propose that the one to sit out be either Lady Tsunade or Lord Jiraiya. In the end, whichever Uchiha remains will have to confront 2 opponents, be it a melee or a wheel battle. While it may seem somewhat underhanded, Nara Shikaku sighed. We have no other recourse. Excellent idea, Shikaku. Mito Kazuki beamed with approval, indifferent to the moral implications. However, might this provoke the Uchiha? Yamanaka and Noichi interjected. If we incite them, they may not engage with us on fair terms. The radical faction of the Uchiha is far from ordinary. Otherwise, we might as well surrender the Hokage title directly to the Uchiha clan. Shikaku seized on Inoichi's remark. Inoichi, you must understand, without this arrangement, we are utterly powerless. If everyone present agrees to cede the Hokage position to the Uchiha, we could merely feign compliance, ensuring that they perceive us as forthright and trustworthy. Perhaps in power, they would not mistreat us. What does everyone think? The third Hokage continued to smoke his pipe, the room filled only with the sound of the pipe's clinking. Truth be told, he was reluctant. In fact, everyone present shared his sentiments. In their eyes, the Uchiha would undoubtedly settle scores upon ascending to power. After all, the Uchiha lacked any political acumen, being a clan that revered strength. Moreover, they had long isolated and suppressed the Uchiha, given the latter's extreme nature. How could they possibly allow the others to retire peacefully? They were resolute against allowing the Uchiha to assume the Hokage position, regardless of their status as founding elders of the village. The moonlight remained luminous, and the intentions of the group were evident. Let us proceed with this arrangement. By the way, what of Shisui's eye? The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, solidifying his decision. It has already been dispatched. Excellent. The third Hokage nodded and stood. I shall see to Danzo. Caw, caw, caw. The cawing of crows echoed outside as a masked Umbu ninja approached, carrying a sealed box, making his way to the Uchiha compound. Okamoto, Okamoto. A voice called out to him, causing Okamoto to frown. During missions, one should use code names. Does this person not know? Who is it? Turning, he found it to be a teammate, typically rather reckless. He sighed. What is it, Tenma? Does the third Hokage have further instructions? Tenma nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. Okamoto leaned closer to hear. I'm sorry, I was forced into this by the Uchiha. Tenma's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of panic, as if coerced. Okamoto sensed something was amiss, but in the next instant, a kunai lunged toward his throat. His reflexes were too slow to evade, and it seemed his fate was sealed. Hey, don't pin everything on us, Uchiha. Tenma felt a tremendous grip seize his arm, preventing him from plunging the kunai. Okamoto narrowly escaped, leaping back and discarding the box, forming hand seals in succession. Wait, that's the Sharingan. What if you break it? The newcomer's tone reflected his discontent, yet in the next moment, he deftly caught the airborne box. Okamoto was suddenly startled. The individual before him was none other than Uchiha Huan, who had displayed overwhelming prowess earlier that evening before the Hokage's office, where he had witnessed the towering Susanoo in awe. Damn it! Tenma cursed silently, as white spores fell to the ground, attempting to burrow beneath. However, the surrounding space swiftly morphed into a grim shade. Even the white spores, the white absolute clone, gradually tainted with gray. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not penetrate the earth that typically offered him safe passage, and instead, an agonizing sensation of decay began to envelop him. Stop struggling, you cannot escape. Uchiha Huan held aloft the box containing Shisui's eye. You are currently within the land of Yellow Springs. How could I allow you to leave so easily? Cursed be it. You shouldn't have had the power to restrict space. The voice of the white absolute clone rasped in desperation. You mean in front of the Hokage building, right? Did you truly believe I wouldn't notice you? Can you guess why I concealed this ability? Uchiha Huan's demeanor remained calm. Yet a chill gripped the white absolute clone. The man before him had already detected his presence and had set a trap, seemingly anticipating that he would seek Shisui tonight. You knew all along? Of course, you were simply too foolish. Uchiha Huan remained unfazed. At that moment, he had not noticed the white absolute clone, but the latter's attempt to burrow the instant he activated the land of Yellow Springs had alerted him. Thus, he had deliberately requested that the third Hokage send back Shisui's Manjiki. Okamoto felt a wave of shock. The man before him was terrifying, having detected the white absolute clone long before, and it seemed he was even hunting him. The white absolute clone glared fiercely at Uchiha Huan before abruptly tilting its head and taking its own life. Uchiha Huan regarded the self-destroyed white absolute clone with a gentle gaze, turning to the still-dazed Okamoto. Would you care to accompany me to meet the third Hokage? Okamoto, captivated by Huan's serene smile, suddenly recalled a figure, a revered individual once known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, the fourth Hokage. Chapter 12, The Disciple? In the Hokage office. What? Are you saying that such a thing is lurking in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen, just returned from the dungeon, was utterly astonished after hearing Uchiha Huan's account. Uchiha Huan entered with the corpse of the white Zetsu, having already recounted the events, leaving all present in shock. This organism, composed of white spores, was utterly unknown to them, and they were at a loss for understanding. Indeed, if the third Hokage doubts it, he may inquire with this Umbu ninja, Huan suggested. There's no need for that. I believe you, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, rubbing his aching temples. Given Uchiha Huan's strength, there was no need for deception. Lord Third, the memory of Tenma has been completely retrieved, reported Yamamoto Kaichi. There are no anomalies. He has no recollection of when these white spores invaded him. However, tonight, Tenma's memory ends abruptly. He hastily amended his statement. In other words, he was subsequently controlled by these spores. Yes, at Tenma's residence, we discovered this. Another Umbu presented a piece of paper. Read it aloud, Hiruzen instructed. Yes, I apologize. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan has come to me, threatening that if I do not do their bidding, my entire family will be killed. They demand that I assassinate the one who returned the Sharingan tonight and secretly hand over that eye to the Uchiha clan. I am sorry, after this matter is resolved, I will take my own life. I implore you, Lord Hokage, do not trouble my family. Having finished reading, all present comprehended the sinister intent of the white spores. This was a scheme to further exacerbate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, inciting a deadly clash. Such underhanded tactics were indeed characteristic of the Uchiha clan, powerful, extreme in their ideologies, yet lacking in foresight. Their strategies invariably led to such situations. Had it not been for Uchiha Huan's timely intervention this evening, the situation could have escalated into chaos, fulfilling the desires of the white spores. Regardless, it was thanks to Huan that a catastrophe was averted. You're jesting, Lord Third. I am but a member of the village. It is only fitting that I contribute in some way. Uchiha Huan replied with a gentle smile, momentarily startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be that Uchiha Huan was not merely acting in the interests of the Uchiha clan, but genuinely desired to benefit the village? Hiruzen pondered, feeling perplexed. Huan appeared distinctly different from the typical Uchiha. However, Huan was unfazed by Hiruzen's thoughts. To him, these matters were trivial, and he had no interest in engaging in political machinations. While he aspired to the position of Hokage, more accurately, he sought the conveniences that such a role could provide, an ungoverned realm to strategize within the ninja world, striving for supremacy, all in anticipation of confronting foes from above. Lord Third, I must take my leave, my clan awaits me, Uchiha Huan stated before departing. After a considerable time, Mitarashi opened his mouth. Could this be a self-directed scheme on his part? Impossible. The Uchiha clan lacks such capabilities, replied Kakashi, examining the spores. These do not appear to be naturally occurring life forms. They are most likely artificial. I suspect they are the handiwork of Orochimaru or someone associated with him. Furthermore, Mitarashi, do not forget, with his strength, does he really need to resort to such schemes? Kakashi's words rendered the office silent once more. Indeed, the ninja world ultimately valued strength above all. The first Hokage had quelled the chaos not through cunning, but through sheer power, establishing Konoha, the Uchiha clan estate, the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Makoto and Sasuke, was sharing drinks with Uchiha Juan. At this moment, Sasuke was still a child, gazing up at his father and Juan with admiration. His mother had told him that both his father and Juan were among the strongest of the Uchiha clan, those who had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. When I grow up, I will also awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke thought to himself, observing the camaraderie between Juan and his father. In his youth, Juan had already showcased his talents. Many within the clan were opposed to sending him to the battlefield, fearing that such a genius might perish there. However, Juan resolutely ventured onto the battlefield, rapidly earning a reputation in the perilous Mist War within just 2 years. Sasuke, do you know what the lightning cloud of Konoha refers to? Fugaku asked, taking a sip of sake and looking at his young son. I know. Juan is referred to as the lightning cloud of Konoha by our enemies. Sasuke's cheeks flushed red. Juan's signature technique, Kirin, is said to have reached S rank. Well said, Sasuke. You must learn from Juan. He trained exceptionally hard in his youth, Fugaku encouraged. Yes, father. I will also train diligently, Sasuke responded, trying to mimic the adults he had seen sitting upright. Such ambition at a young age. Indeed, congratulations to the clan leader. Juan raised his cup and shared a toast with Fugaku. However, after finishing the drink, Juan spoke, it is over. Makoto and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances, but Fugaku understood immediately. Ah, you obtained it? Yes, though there were some minor complications. Just then, another Juan entered through the door. Fortunately, my plan succeeded. Sasuke looked up in astonishment. Another Juan? Is it a shadow clone or a technique? It is indeed a shadow clone. You are quite knowledgeable, young Sasuke. With a loud pop, the Juan at the table vanished, while the one at the door took his seat, having received the memories from the clone. Makoto, please take Sasuke. I believe that is unnecessary, clan leader. Sasuke must grow into a ninja. He can remain here to listen, Juan interjected. Indeed, Juan has a point. Sasuke, listen attentively, Fugaku agreed. Okay, Sasuke nodded, his face brimming with anticipation. His father had never allowed him to listen to discussions with other adults, but today Juan had permitted him to stay. Juan was truly a good person. Subsequently, Uchiha Juan recounted the events of the night, from his clandestine observation and capture of the White Zetsu to the latter's suicide, followed by his visit to the Hokage office and the discovery of the letter at Tenma's home. I was secretly guarding Shisui's eyes when that Anbu was attacked. Sasuke listened intently, marveling at Juan's powerful ocular techniques and exceptional prowess, his eyes nearly sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Fugaku's expression darkened. The forces behind this aim to incite conflict, provoking us into war with Konoha. Even if we were to emerge victorious, Konoha would be left in ruins, and we would inherit a village devoid of the people's support. In such a scenario, quelling dissent would be exceedingly difficult. From the Ninetales incident to tonight's events, the agenda of those behind the scenes is unequivocal, to sap our strength and potentially plunge the Uchiha clan into irrevocable ruin. He understood well that had it not been for the presence of 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan within the clan, they might not be sitting here enjoying drinks tonight. Konoha would likely have already begun a purge against the Uchiha. Such malevolent intent, Fugaku sipped his sake. It is possible that the perpetrator is one of our own. Given that the Sharingan appeared in the eyes of the Ninetales, though many covet the Sharingan, without Uchiha blood, who can truly wield its power? But which clan member would do such a thing? Why would they take such actions? Sasuke could not restrain his curiosity. To him, the Uchiha bloodline symbolized honor, and he found it difficult to comprehend why any of their clan would lack a sense of belonging or conspire against their own family. Sasuke. Fugaku's voice was somewhat stern, and Sasuke immediately covered his mouth, feeling apprehensive and fearful of his father's reprimand. Chief, there is no need to be excessively harsh. Sasuke's inquiry was quite commendable. Is it not precisely what we ought to contemplate? Juan maintained his gentle demeanor, alleviating Sasuke's trepidation. However, we currently lack direction. The most pressing matter at hand is the election of the Hokage. Once the election concludes, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Indeed, the paramount concern at this moment is to secure the position of Hokage. As for that Uchiha from outside, he dares not confront us directly, indicating his inadequacy and strength. So we need not worry excessively, Fugaku concurred. That is indeed a valid point. In the present circumstances, Obito truly finds himself unable to contend with Fugaku and Juan. Currently, the only individual in the entire shinobi world capable of facing them is Nagato, who sits in a wheelchair, and even he must risk his life in the endeavor. As for Naruto, Sasuke, Guy, Kakashi, and others involved in the war against Obito, they have yet to reach their full potential. By the way, Juan, I have an unusual request. The chief may speak freely. Would you be willing to take Sasuke as your disciple? Chapter 13. Conflict. Uchiha Juan did not anticipate such a development. Indeed, Sasuke had grown, and it was time to find him a mentor. After much contemplation, I concluded that you, Juan, with your age, strength, and status, would be the most suitable choice. Thus, I humbly request you to take on the role of Sasuke's master and guide his training. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with genuine sincerity, foregoing any airs of authority, seemingly hoping for Juan's agreement. You are overly kind, clan leader. I would be honored to accept Sasuke as my disciple. I have seen him diligently training on the training grounds. He is indeed a gifted and hard-working child. Juan smiled as he affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Sasuke-kun, would you like to follow me in your training? I would like to follow Brother Juan. No, I wish to follow my master in training. Sasuke exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, for the person before him was a wielder of the Sharingan. Furthermore, both Elder Shisui and his brother held great respect for Juan. Quickly, pay your respects to your master, Uchiha Makoto interjected, prompting Sasuke to rise and bow deeply to Uchiha Juan. Master. Very well. Uchiha Juan patted Sasuke's shoulder. Time is of the essence, and I have not prepared any gifts. Now, Sasuke, look into my eyes. As Sasuke gazed into Juan's eyes, he beheld a pair of exquisitely patterned crimson orbs and couldn't help but think, is this the Sharingan? How beautiful. As the pattern shifted, he felt something new awaken within his own eyes. Sasuke, I have just inscribed my ocular technique, Amino Jikara, into your eyes. In the future, should you find yourself in peril, Amino Jikara will safeguard your life once. However, do not recklessly place yourself in danger, understand? Yes, I shall heed your teachings. Sasuke nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Juan, the Sharingan must not be used indiscriminately. The power it consumes is finite. Overuse may lead to myopia or, in severe cases, blindness. Fugaku cautioned from the side. He believed it natural for Juan, having just awakened the Sharingan, to be tempted to employ its techniques, yet he felt compelled to remind him. As Juan was also a pillar of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, I understand. Thank you, clan leader, Juan replied with a nod of gratitude, fully aware of the implications. Modest and unperturbed, truly a remarkable gem of our Uchiha lineage. Fugaku raised a cup of sake. To you, Juan echoed, as the night deepened. For the Uchiha clan, the evening was merely beginning. Despite the jubilant atmosphere among the clan, the news of 3 pairs of Sharingan was akin to a stone cast into a pond, soon to send ripples throughout the entire ninja world. Numerous spies relayed their findings back to their respective factions, while the Umbu ninja, bearing the 3rd Hokage's message, sought out Jiraiya and Tsunade. The following morning, in the Uchiha clan's training grounds, young Sasuke diligently practiced throwing shuriken, determined not to bring shame to his master, Uchiha Juan. In the village, countless individuals discussed the events of the previous night, the godlike giant that instilled terror in the hearts of many Leaf villagers, evoking memories of the Ninetales rampage. Yet, while many expected chaos to engulf Konoha once more, they discovered everything remained as usual, except for the shocking news. The 3rd Hokage intends to resign. What? What happened? Why would the 3rd Hokage step down? It seems to be related to last night's incident. The giant in front of the Hokage building? That's what I've heard. Who told you? My cousin's neighbor's nephew is a ninja. He mentioned it. In Konoha, villagers fervently discussed the previous night's occurrences, recognizing the gravity of the situation. So, that giant was indeed conjured by the Uchiha clan? In the Hyuga clan's estate, the atmosphere was peculiar. Once hailed as the premier clan of ocular techniques, the Hyuga now found themselves in a precarious position. Hyuga Hayashi conversed with several elders regarding the events of the previous night. Indeed, I witnessed Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Juan's Sharingan firsthand. They appear intent on claiming the Hokage position. Early this morning, the Hokage summoned me to participate in the next Hokage election. Upon hearing this, an elder excitedly applauded. This is excellent news. Given the Uchiha clan's reputation, they should not stand a chance against us. Our Hyuga clan's reputation far surpasses theirs. With some maneuvering during the elections, we might yet secure the Hokage title. Hyuga Hayashi sighed. This election will be determined by strength, selecting the mightiest among us. What can I possibly offer against the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? How dare the Uchiha act in such a manner? Are they not afraid of the villagers' rebellion? An elder retorted angrily. They possess 3 pairs of Sharingan, nearly capable of overwhelming Konoha. Which villager would dare resist? Some elders recognized the reality. I cannot believe the Sharingan has grown so formidable. This remark came from an elder who seemed to be talking aimlessly. Hayashi observed the bickering elders and reflected on the helplessness he felt the previous night. He struggled to comprehend how his gentle fist could contend with such power. Who could stand against them? Should the Uchiha clan ascend to the Hokage position? How would the Hyuga clan position themselves? The incessant arguing left Hyuga Hayashi feeling flustered when suddenly a clansman burst in, exclaiming, "It's bad, clan leader." An elder shot him a disapproving glare. What a lack of decorum. Where is the composure of our Hyuga clan? Ignoring the elder, the clansman continued. Our clansmen are fighting with the Uchiha. What? The elder could no longer maintain his decorum. Quickly, explain what has happened. Just now, outside Ichiraku Ramen, some Uchiha claimed their Sharingan was the foremost ocular bloodline in Konoha. Our clansmen overheard and refuted the claim, leading to mockery and insults from the Uchiha. The situation escalated, and our clansmen could not hold back, resulting in a confrontation. Who initiated the conflict? An elder inquired anxiously. It was us. The clansman's voice grew increasingly faint, and I heard someone has already gone to alert the security team. Hyuga elders felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. The security team? The team leader, Uchiha Huan, is a wielder of the Sharingan. Chapter 14. The Conflict and the Training of Sasuke. Ultimately, an elder named Hyuga Aoi was reluctantly dispatched to address the situation. Upon arriving at the clan grounds, the other clan members noticed that the usual pride and authority of Elder Hyuga Aoi seemed entirely absent today. As he walked, he contemplated how to preserve the Hyuga clan's dignity in the face of the Uchiha Sharingan, while also avoiding provoking them. Lost in thought, he did not realize he had already arrived until a clan member called out to him, snapping him back to reality. He noticed several villagers watching from a distance, eager for a spectacle. Frustrated yet unable to shoo them away, he glanced around. Not spotting Uchiha Huan, he breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart sank again upon seeing Uchiha Itachi. Remembering that Itachi also possessed a Sharingan, he felt a surge of anxiety. Behind Uchiha Itachi stood 2 members clad in the police force's uniform, escorting a group away from the scene. This group included both Uchiha and Hyuga clan members who had just been involved in a brawl, some still bleeding from their mouths and bearing bruises around their eyes. The sight of Itachi's cold visage made Elder Hyuga Aoi's heart race. He sensed that this was a man not easily approached. Nonetheless, at this juncture, he had no choice but to force himself forward. Uchiha young master, greetings, he said formally. I shall handle these ruffians. May I take them off your hands? He believed his tone was suitably humble. Even though Itachi was the Uchiha's young master, he himself was an elder of the Hyuga clan, after all. As a prominent family in Konoha, surely they could afford him some measure of respect. He merely sought to reclaim his clan members, not asking for anything unreasonable. If his people had initiated the conflict, they could simply apologize later. There was no need to let the villagers witness the disgrace of 2 noble clans. He trusted that Itachi, as the Uchiha's young master, would appreciate his predicament. As for punishment, what was that? He scoffed at the notion of adhering to Konoha's laws like mere civilians. Apologies, Elder Hyuga, but they have erred and must face the consequences as dictated by the laws of Konoha, Itachi replied in a flat tone. Elder Hyuga Aoi could hardly believe his ears. What? They must face punishment for breaching the laws of the village? Surely, Elder Hyuga, you cannot be unaware of this? Itachi maintained his icy demeanor. Aoi questioned the sanity of the Uchiha. He inwardly cursed, realizing the Uchiha clan had truly lost their wits. They were allowing the villagers to witness their humiliation, tarnishing the reputation of their noble families. I understand, but we are a prestigious clan after all. Is this not a bit excessive? He murmured, stepping closer to Itachi. But Itachi interrupted him directly. Elder, are you suggesting that noble families should be exempt from the laws of Konoha? Aoi found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to these Uchiha lunatics. He glanced at the Hyuga clan members, all of whom were from the branch family, and, in a fit of anger, turned on his heel and stormed off. He had no desire to engage further with Itachi, fearing that his aged heart might not withstand the strain. Elder Aoi. The clan members hurried after him. As Itachi watched them retreat, he issued a command. Take them back to the station for standard punishment. You truly intend to punish our clan members? Of course. In the village, Wrongdoings must be addressed. This is the directive from Elder Huan, and I am currently the deputy captain of the police force. I must act in accordance with my duties. Yes, Deputy Captain. The two police officers fell silent upon hearing Huan's name. After all, Uchiha Huan had been the captain of the police force for several years and had complete control over it. This was merely a minor incident, yet it quickly spread, and many began to analyze the Uchiha clan's movements. However, none of this concerned Uchiha Huan, who was presently leisurely teaching Sasuke the Uchiha fluid technique. The Uchiha fluid technique was unlike the straightforward, aggressive Konoha steel fist style practiced by Guy, nor was it akin to the refined, delicate movements of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. To Uchiha Huan, the fluid technique resembled a dance. Indeed, it was akin to a dance. The Uchiha fluid technique incorporated an array of flamboyant moves. Each strike was fluid and graceful, akin to performing on a battlefield. This style required considerable stamina, but caught opponents off guard due to its unpredictability. While it might not yield significant results for an ordinary practitioner, in the hands of a skilled fighter. Do you wish to dance as well? Huan evaded Sasuke's double kick, playfully flicking his forehead. At that moment, Sasuke's fair face was smeared with dust and dirt, his forehead flushed red from the flick. Do not incorporate excessive, unnecessary movements into your strikes. Such actions are meant to confuse others, yet they may lead to your own disorientation. If your punches are ineffective, your opponent will not simply stand idly by after your previous attack. Retract your legs, retract your legs. Sasuke trained diligently, matching Huan's efforts from years past. However, Huan had trained to survive, lacking any system or advantage, and born into the Uchiha clan, he had no choice but to strive harder. Others could afford to wait for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Kaguya and save the world, but what of the Uchiha clan? Would they simply wait to be eradicated by Itachi? Alright, that concludes this morning's training. Take a rest. No, Brother Huan, I can endure. Sasuke panted, gritting his teeth. Do not overexert yourself, Sasuke. If you injure yourself from excessive training, you will waste the following days recovering. This is my personal experience. Remember, do not be penny wise and pound foolish. Rest now, and this afternoon I will teach you shuriken throwing. Understood. Sasuke finally relented and sat down to rest. Brother Huan, could you share some stories from your past? There's not much to tell. It was the 45th year of Konoha. Uchiha Huan began recounting his childhood as a war orphan. Chapter 15. Sarutobi Hiruzen resigns. It is only now that Sasuke realizes that the man before him, who has awakened the Sharingan, did not possess the same advantages during his childhood. As a war orphan, although his clan provided him with food and shelter, other aspects were left to develop on their own. Uchiha Huan did not receive proper training. He merely attended the Ninja Academy for basic education. However, his natural talent soon began to shine, and rumors spread that he was a genius rivaling Kakashi, prompting the clan to pay him attention. It was during this time that he learned the Uchiha fluid technique. After all, at that time, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and became a nin at 6, an extraordinary feat indeed. During the Third Shinobi World War, Huan, as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, stepped onto the battlefield of the mist. In the midst of war, no one had the luxury to care for a child. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Huan constantly found himself in peril, facing life-and-death situations repeatedly. Through these harrowing experiences, his strength grew rapidly, and he awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. With his keen battlefield observation skills, he even predicted certain movements in the grand scheme of battle. During an ambush against the hidden mist, he unleashed his signature technique, Kirin. From that moment on, the moniker Konoha Thundercloud began to circulate on the battlefield. Later, alongside Shisui, he achieved great feats that benefited the Uchiha clan significantly. After the war, Huan returned to the village and assumed the position of captain of the Konoha Guard. In the years that followed, the village's impression of him was that of the most gentle Uchiha genius, Konoha Thundercloud. However, it was only last night, when he revealed his Sharingan, that people began to see him in a new light. Brother Huan, are you participating in the Hokage election? Sasuke asked curiously while enjoying the bento prepared by Uchiha Mikoto. Of course, Huan replied. Who is stronger, you or my brother? Sasuke inquired, not questioning the strength of his father, Fugaku, as he believed his father, being the Uchiha clan leader and having awakened his Sharingan the longest, was undoubtedly the strongest. I'm not sure, perhaps Itachi, Huan said with a gentle smile, disregarding the young boy's naive thoughts, deciding instead to exhaust Sasuke during their afternoon training. Meanwhile, as Huan trained Sasuke, a significant event unfolded in Konoha. The third Hokage officially resigned. At noon, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced his resignation due to self-reproach, initiating the countdown to the new Hokage election. In an emergency meeting at the top of the Hokage building, the over 60 Hiruzen addressed thousands of villagers gathered in the central square with a hoarse voice, confessing, "I have lost the qualification to continue protecting this leaf." Witnesses described how Hiruzen, as the noon bell tolled, slowly ascended the platform without his customary pipe, yet his resonant voice reached every corner of the square. In his resignation statement, he emphasized two major oversights: failing to detect the long-term illegal human experiments conducted by Danzo Shimura's root organization, and multiple strategic misjudgments due to his advancing age. As the Hokage, I remained oblivious while the roots began to corrupt the trunk. This is an unforgivable dereliction of duty. As he mentioned Danzo, Hiruzen placed the Hokage hat gently on the podium, sunlight filtering through the hat's emblem, casting fragmented light upon the ground. According to an announcement from the Hokage office, the new Hokage election is tentatively scheduled for 7 days later. Unlike previous elections where candidates were designated, this time there would be an open self-nomination process, along with a special combat segment. As of the time of publication, 6 elite jonin, including Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Huan, Hyuga Hizashi, Akimichi Choza, Hatake Kakashi, and Gai, had submitted their candidacy intentions. The Umbu Special Operations Unit had also been deployed to the election committee to prevent external interference. As Hiruzen concluded his speech, he offered a final piece of advice. New sprouts will eventually break the ground, but they must be nurtured in the sunlight, wherever Konoha flourishes. The fire shall endure. Currently, the Hokage office is temporarily managed by advisors Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate, while the root base remains under strict lockdown. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Huan understood that he was about to step onto the stage of Konoha. Before this, no matter what means the higher-ups employed, he would sweep aside all obstacles. 3 days later, after 3 days of fermenting news, the third Hokage's resignation had become common knowledge throughout Konoha. Many ninjas eagerly signed up to participate in the Hokage election, but they were destined to be mere companions in the race, ultimately leading to nothing. By the lakeside, Uchiha Huan was instructing Sasuke on the technique of walking on water. By attaching chakra to the soles of your feet, you create a stable membrane that evenly covers the surface. This chakra membrane must produce a subtle repulsive force against the water's surface, too strong or too weak, and you will lose your balance. Huan explained, stepping onto the water. "See, it's easy once you get it. You can try?" "All right." Sasuke, brimming with confidence, mimicked Huan, attaching the chakra membrane to his feet, but his control was unstable, fluctuating in strength. Thus, with a splash, he fell into the water. "Haha, it's all right. Everyone struggles at first. Try again." Huan lifted Sasuke from the water, encouraging him to give it another shot. Splash, splash, splash. After countless attempts, Sasuke finally stood trembling on the water's surface. "Well done, Sasuke, you succeeded." Unlike Fugaku, Huan was generous with his praise, further encouraging, "Now walk around and feel the sensation." "Okay, brother Huan," Sasuke exclaimed, excitedly walking back and forth, carefully observing the control of his chakra. The more he walked, the smoother it became, no longer shaky. He just needed to focus on maintaining control. Sasuke felt exhilarated. But suddenly, a commotion caught his attention, as if someone was shouting, "Got you. Hey, don't run." A scruffy-haired kid with yellow hair, clutching a sharpened stick, ran and yelled, "Hey, come back." A large fish was swimming towards Sasuke's direction, while the yellow-haired boy rushed over as well, causing Sasuke to lose focus on his chakra control. Feeling his footing falter, he splashed back into the water once more. Chapter 16. Naruto. Fortunately, both individuals were adept swimmers. After a brief struggle, they managed to crawl onto the shore, drenched. Sasuke, in a fit of anger, shouted at Naruto, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm training?" At this moment, Naruto had already enrolled in the Ninja Academy and was acquainted with Sasuke, though Sasuke had never truly regarded Naruto, seeing him merely as an insignificant commoner. "Why yeah, sorry Sasuke. I didn't notice," Naruto apologized, lowering his head in contrition. "I just wanted to catch some food." Sasuke paused, bewildered. "Food? Why catch fish? Why come here to catch fish instead of going home? They refused to sell me anything, and besides, I lost my money. Without any funds, I could only catch fish." Suddenly, Sasuke found himself less angry. Observing Naruto's tattered clothing and knowing he was at the bottom of the school hierarchy, he realized that Naruto was a war orphan who couldn't afford meals. Ah, well, it's fine, I forgive you. Although Sasuke was no longer angry, he maintained his aloof demeanor. Really? Thank you, Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon hearing Sasuke's forgiveness. Humph. I am the great Uchiha. Sasuke was about to say more when a voice interrupted from behind them. What are you two rascals doing? It was Uchiha Juan. Juan and I. Sasuke turned. I can run while treading water now. Really? Juan looked at the drenched Sasuke, who suddenly felt his claim was being doubted. He asserted loudly, of course. If Naruto hadn't interrupted me, I could have kept running. Sorry. Naruto lowered his head again, feeling he had disturbed Sasuke's training. Though he had received forgiveness, the appearance of an adult made him anxious he might be chased away, as he often was by adults. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was a prestigious family in the village, and Uchiha members were known for their arrogance. Do you need fish because you're hungry? Juan asked gently, causing Naruto to look up in surprise at the Uchiha, who was different from others. Seeing Juan's kind expression, he began to feel reassured. I've finished my bread, and I don't have money to buy food. Yesterday, Uncle Irika treated me to a bowl of ramen, and I didn't want to bother him again today. So, I thought I'd catch some fish, but I accidentally interrupted Sasuke's training. I truly didn't mean to. It's alright. I heard Sasuke already forgave you. Juan ruffled Naruto's hair. If you're hungry, come eat with us. Naruto was taken aback by the gesture, but quickly replied. No, it's fine. I don't want to disturb you. Don't be afraid. It's alright. I need to catch fish too. Would you like to learn? Naruto initially intended to refuse, but considering he might need to catch fish in the future, he nodded. Thank you, big brother. No need to be so polite. Aren't you Sasuke's classmate? You can call me Juan and I. As Juan spoke, he formed hand seals. Watch closely. Lightning release. Lightning strike. A bolt of lightning shot forth into the lake, and after a series of crackling sounds, several fish floated belly up to the surface. This is ninjutsu. Naruto gaped at the fish, astonished at how easy it was to catch so many with a single technique. If he learned this, he could feast on fish every day. Unfortunately, the Ninja Academy did not teach them ninjutsu yet. Juan and I, the method you use to catch fish is ninjutsu? Naruto asked, somewhat incredulous. Could this amiable Uchiha truly be willing to teach him? Yes, why? Don't want to learn? Juan walked through the water, retrieving the fish. Sasuke, how is your fire release ninjutsu coming along? I've mastered several fire releases, Juan and I. Let me see how your ninjutsu practice is progressing. A few minutes later, Juan used the flames conjured by Sasuke to roast the fish. Juan and I. Sasuke's expression was one of resentment, realizing that his fire release was merely useful for cooking. Haha. Don't be so serious, Juan chuckled as he flipped the fish over. Look at Naruto, always so cheerful. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who was drooling over the roasting fish, and scoffed. Juan and I heard you say you were out of money. Is the monthly allowance from the village not enough? Juan shifted the conversation. While Sasuke and Naruto were unaware that Juan had activated his Sharingan and glanced toward the woods behind them, the ANBU in the forest subtly retreated a few hundred meters. The village's allowance. Naruto paused. I lost a lot in the past 2 months. I don't get enough to eat. Sometimes I eat instant noodles. And occasionally, I go hungry for days. Sasuke looked at Naruto in astonishment. Was this the reason he was at the bottom of the hierarchy? Juan remained silent, feeling a growing dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he was in the world of Hokage, and regardless of what the anime or manga depicted, it was clear that Hiruzen had indeed neglected Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage. If even the Hokage's son couldn't afford meals, what about the other war orphans? How could such a situation be conducive to the prosperity of Konoha? Do you often go hungry? Sasuke had never experienced such hunger. But he wasn't foolish. He understood that hunger was uncomfortable. Not all the time. Uncle Irika sometimes treats me to ramen. When I become Hokage, I'll definitely repay Uncle Irika. Naruto said cheerfully, as if he were about to be appointed Hokage the next day. TCH, boasting, Sasuke replied disdainfully. I'm not boasting. I will definitely become Hokage. Naruto declared loudly, but at that moment, his stomach audibly growled. Very spirited, Naruto-kun, but let us eat the fish first. You can't become Hokage on an empty stomach. Juan handed roasted fish to Naruto and Sasuke. Delicious. Naruto, famished, tore into the fish, his face smeared with grease. In contrast, Sasuke maintained a more refined demeanor. After all, He had to uphold the etiquette befitting a member of a prestigious family, unlike Naruto, the commoner at the bottom of the hierarchy. Huan and are you really going to teach me ninjutsu? Naruto looked at Huan expectantly, finding it hard to believe that this esteemed Uchiha, whom even Sasuke respected, would be willing to teach him. Sasuke also gazed at Huan, noting that even his own apprenticeship was suggested by his father, who had performed the formalities. Why would Huan and voluntarily teach this commoner? Was it merely out of pity for Naruto? Of course, I can see that you, Naruto, possess immense potential, though it has yet to be awakened. Would you like to train with me? Huan had thought this through carefully. After becoming Hokage, he would need to interact with Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. So it was prudent to build rapport early on. He had previously kept his distance to remain inconspicuous, but now that the situation had unfolded, there was no longer any need for concealment. Just like Sasuke? Yes, just like Sasuke. Upon hearing that Huan and genuinely wished to guide him in training, Naruto couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, envisioning himself using ninjutsu to electrify a whole school of fish, never to go hungry again. Moreover, with Huan and I's guidance, perhaps he could even catch up with Sasuke. Big brother Huan, I am willing to follow you in training. Amidst the mounting political tension surrounding the Hokage election, a stark contrast unfolded as Uchiha Huan, Naruto, and Sasuke engaged in a convivial fish fry. Meanwhile, within the Fire Country's borders, a renowned gambling den played host to the legendary Lady Luck, none other than Tsunade, the Sannin and descendant of the esteemed Senju clan. As she gambled with abandon, Shizune, her ever-watchful attendant, discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Lady Tsunade, Shizune murmured, at this rate, we shall deplete our travel funds once more. Tsunade, with a dismissive wave, cast her remaining chips onto the table. All in, she declared, then turned to Shizune, adding, do not fret so, Shizune. We can always request funds from the old man. The surrounding gamblers, their hearts ablaze with avarice, beheld the chips with undisguised glee. Fortune had smiled upon them, delivering the infamous Lady Luck into their midst. Abruptly, the casino's entrance was disrupted by a commotion. Several figures clad in animal masks, the unmistakable garb of Konoha's Umbu, strode purposefully toward Tsunade. The foremost ninja bowed and presented a missive. Lady Tsunade, a letter from Lord Third. Urgent news from the village. Your presence is required immediately. After this hand, Tsunade replied, casually tossing the letter to Shizune. She harbored no grave concerns, for the war had ended. Shizune swiftly scanned the contents. Her countenance shifted, and she gravely addressed Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I implore you to read this yourself. Tsunade, discerning the gravity of the situation, seized the letter. Her expression darkened as she absorbed the words. With a thunderous impact, she slammed her fist into the table, sending cards and dice scattering. Yet, none dared utter a complaint. The casino owner, beads of perspiration trickling down his brow, maintained a respectful distance. Tsunade's reputation preceded her. Her noble lineage and unparalleled strength were well known. This was no ordinary patron, but a force to be reckoned with. Only her integrity and disinclination to harass fellow gamblers had averted the transformation from Lady Luck to Lady Calamity. The Uchiha dare to perpetrate such acts? Tsunade hissed, her visage contorted with fury. Shizune, we return to the village. She strode toward the exit, Shizune and the Umbu in tow. Pausing at the threshold, Tsunade turned back. The bill, she stated, send it to Konoha. Absolutely not, Lady Tsunade, the casino owner stammered, his voice laced with obsequiousness. Tonight's wagers are on us. Consider it our humble offering. Please, proceed at your leisure. As Tsunade's entourage vanished into the distance, the casino owner mopped his brow, relieved to have averted disaster. In a secluded forest, a solitary figure with snow-white hair and distinctive facial markings perched upon a towering tree branch, his gaze fixed upon Konoha. Jiraiya, having received the news earlier, had already embarked on his journey, now nearing the village. Within the Hyuga compound, Hiashi Hyuga convened a meeting with the clan elders, meticulously outlining the plans devised by Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the Nara estate, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka engaged in a protracted discussion within the drawing room. The Sarutobi residence echoed with the arrival of Asuma Sarutobi, his face weathered from travel. Father, he exclaimed, what has transpired? Asuma, having roamed in pursuit of his personal ninja way, had been summoned by Umbu operatives, who informed him of Hiruzen's imminent retirement and the imperative to thwart the Uchiha clan's ambitions in the impending Hokage election. Hiruzen, with a sigh, recounted the events to Asuma. In the Uchiha compound, Fugaku Uchiha engaged in taijutsu practice with a clan member. Having long since retired from the battlefield, Fugaku sought to hone his physical prowess. At Konoha's central plaza, the sealing squad toiled diligently to reinforce the arena, ensuring the safety of spectators during the forthcoming contest. The entire village was now engulfed in the vortex of the 5th Hokage election, its currents inexorably shaping the destinies of countless individuals. The following dawn, Naruto, clad in his customary attire, arrived punctually at the lakeside, as arranged with Uchiha Juan for their training session. Soon, Juan and Sasuke materialized. "Juan and I, Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Fool, why must you shout?" Sasuke retorted, his characteristic aloofness intact. "Ah, punctual as ever, Naruto-kun. A commendable trait," Juan remarked, bestowing upon Naruto a rare compliment. "Hee, I could not sleep," Naruto replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Praise was a scarce commodity in his life, and he reveled in it. "You have not eaten, have you, Naruto-kun? Here, take this," Juan offered, presenting a rice ball. "Thank you, Juan and I," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes welling up with emotion. This was the first time he had received a morning meal from another. Juan observed, his heart aching. Regardless of Naruto's future achievements, he was still a vulnerable 7-year-old, deprived of affection. Hiruzen's machinations had inadvertently paved the way for Juan to ingratiate himself. It is a wonder Naruto has not succumbed to darkness, given his upbringing, Juan mused. Once Naruto had finished eating, Juan commenced their training regimen. "All right, let us begin. Sasuke, continue your water-walking exercises to refine your chakra control. Remember to guide Naruto." "Naruto, I shall instruct you first," Sasuke readily agreed, despite viewing the task of mentoring the dead last as a burden. However, he would heed Juan's instructions. "Naruto, do you find it challenging to control your chakra?" Juan inquired. "Yes. I always struggle to keep pace with the others at the academy," Naruto replied. "Is it because I lack talent, Juan and I?" Juan shook his head. "It is not a matter of lacking talent, but rather possessing too much. You are blessed with an abundance of chakra, Naruto, which makes it difficult to control. Now gaze into my eyes. I shall assist you in mastering this power." "All right." Naruto responded eagerly, but a voice echoed in his mind. "Do not look into his eyes, child." Naruto, startled, inquired, "Who is there?" The voice boomed. "Never mind who I am. If you look into his eyes, you shall be controlled. Flee. Juan and I wishes to control me? Why?" Naruto wondered. "Silence, child. Do not question me. Just know that you must not look into his eyes." Juan, noticing Naruto's distraction, asked, "What is amiss, Naruto? Do you have reservations?" Naruto hesitated, then spoke. "Juan and I, there is a voice in my head, warning me not to look into your eyes, claiming you will control me." The voice roared in fury, "Foolish child. Why do you doubt me? You shall be doomed, and I shall be implicated." Naruto, however, deemed the benevolent Juan more trustworthy than the disembodied voice. Furthermore, Sasuke had mentioned Juan's exceptional strength. What use would such a powerful figure have for controlling a dead last like himself? Thus, he raised his gaze. Juan smiled warmly. "Oh, it seems Kurama is meddling. Fear not, I shall introduce you to him shortly." Naruto was about to inquire further when he suddenly noticed the eyes of brother Juan transforming into a blood-red hue, adorned with exquisite patterns. In a moment of daze, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor, with brother Juan standing beside him. Curiously, he surveyed the passageway. "Brother Juan, where is this place?" "This is your inner self." "My inner self? A yellow corridor?" Naruto questioned in confusion. "What does this signify?" "Indeed, follow me." Juan took Naruto's hand, and they ventured deeper into the corridor. After a few steps, they arrived at a tightly locked iron door. "What is this?" "Hey, you little brat. I have already warned you not to gaze upon the eyes of the Uchiha." A massive red fox materialized from within the dark iron door. "Fox, fox spirit." Naruto gasped in shock, but soon realized, "So, there truly resides a fox spirit within me." "No, this is not a fox spirit. It is a gift left to you by your father." Brother Juan maintained his gentle demeanor. "Greetings, Nine Tails." The Kyuubi's pupils narrowed as it pondered quietly. "How does this brat know my name? My father?" Naruto's attention clearly diverged from the Nine Tails. As an orphan of war, he had long yearned for paternal and maternal love. "Indeed, will your father not come to meet you, Lord Minato Namikaze?" Uchiha Juan turned to the darkness in a particular direction, and Naruto curiously fixed his gaze there. Before long, two figures slowly emerged. Chapter 18, The Watergate. Kushina and Naruto. The darkness rippled like disturbed ink. Two figures gradually came into focus. Upon recognizing the familiar golden locks, the claws of the Nine Tails suddenly slammed heavily against the iron bars. The fourth Hokage, the Crimson Beast's eyes erupted with overwhelming hatred, and a scarlet wave of chakra crashed against the seal, causing the iron door to emit a piercing wail. Yet, Naruto seemed oblivious to the commotion. He fixated on the figure stepping forth from the light, a woman with vibrant, fiery red hair, a man with golden hair, and those striking azure eyes that mirrored his own. Lord Minato. Uchiha Huan greeted the pair, Lady Kushina. Minato regarded the individuals before him with a hint of wariness, particularly upon noticing the Sharingan in Huan's gaze. Who are you? It's Huan. Minato, you really are a fool. Kushina playfully punched Minato, her demeanor reminiscent of their childhood. Is it truly you, Huan? Minato gradually recognized the person before him. Of course it is. Now it is the 58th year of Konoha, and I have to grow up too. Uchiha Huan was 2 years younger than Kakashi, but due to skipping grades, he was in the same class as Obito after Kakashi's graduation. He was also acquainted with Guy, Rin, Minato, and others. Having confirmed Huan's identity, Minato relaxed, moving closer to his son, Naruto, who had tears brimming in his eyes. You are my. Kushina knelt before the child, trembling hands caressing the whisker marks on Naruto's cheeks, her eyes glistening with moisture. You've grown, healthier than I imagined. Naruto stumbled into Kushina's embrace, overwhelmed with emotion. You really are, my. The words caught in his throat, unable to escape. My child. You must have endured much hardship over the years. Kushina sobbed as she held Naruto tightly. I'm so sorry for making you the vessel of the Nine Tails, forcing you to bear our burdens, unable to live with you, unable to give you more love. Her voice broke into inconsolable sobs. Minato observed the poignant scene of the two weeping, bending down to gently embrace them both. Uchiha Huan watched the family reunion with a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. Ha ha. So you do cry sometimes. The Nine Tails' untimely laughter broke the atmosphere, prompting Huan to turn his head, the crimson Sharingan slowly rotating. Silence, Kurama. The Nine Tails grunted in response. Knowing that even if Naruto were to go berserk, escape would be unlikely, considering Huan also possessed a Sharingan. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Kurama chose to remain silent. After a long while, Kushina wiped her tears and released Naruto from her embrace, beginning to inquire about his life over the years. Minato turned his attention to Uchiha Huan. Huan, did you bring Naruto here? Yes, Huan acknowledged without hesitation. I left this chakra as a means to prevent Naruto from losing control when the seal weakened, but today you discovered it and forced me to reveal myself. Why? Minato was puzzled by Huan's intentions. Lord Fourth, my eyes can see everything, Huan replied cryptically. Minato remained silent for a few moments. But what if in the future? I can subdue the Nine Tails. Under the Sharingan, tailed beasts are not a significant challenge. If you are concerned, their conversation was interrupted by Kushina's furious exclamation. How dare you? Kushina's red hair flared like a blazing inferno as she caressed Naruto's face, repeating his experiences. Upon hearing that Naruto had gone hungry, consumed expired milk, and faced ostracism from villagers, even Minato could not suppress his frown. As a mere fragment of chakra yet to awaken, unlike the Nine Tails, he could not perceive the external world. Learning of his son's plight ignited a sense of dissatisfaction within him towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huan, is all of this true? Minato sought confirmation, aware of his responsibilities as Hokage. Yet, Huan felt that while Minato was a commendable Hokage, he fell short as a husband and father. Indeed. And after your demise, the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village widened. The third Hokage and Danzo kept a close watch on the Uchiha clan, leaving me no chance to approach Naruto until recently. Huan recounted the events of the years gone by, and Minato's expression gradually morphed into a blend of disappointment and helplessness. He had anticipated that his son's life might not be ideal, even considered that his identity would be concealed, but he had never imagined that Naruto would struggle to find sufficient food. The third, Minato felt a torrent of mixed emotions, finally ruffling Naruto's hair. I'm sorry, Naruto. I am not a worthy father. Naruto, enveloped in a love he had never known, simply shed tears, tears that would flow even years later on the battlefield of the ninja world. Uchiha Huan silently stood at a distance, allowing this family their reunion. After a long moment, the figures of Minato and Kushina began to fade. Time is up. Our chakra is running low. Naruto, you must grow up happy. Huan, I entrust this child to you. Minato solemnly bowed to Huan. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Fourth. I shall not allow Naruto to be bullied. As Kushina held on to Naruto, unwilling to let go, she implored, Huan, take good care of Naruto. Don't let him go hungry, and ensure no one bullies him. Naruto, listen to Huan. Remember to eat well, stay healthy, and you must become a strong man. Before her words could finish, the two figures vanished, leaving Naruto sniffling and wiping his tears. Brother Huan, I will become a strong man. In that moment, a fire ignited within Naruto's heart. He vowed to fulfill his parents' wishes and become a resilient man. Very spirited. Now, let us have a word with Kurama and see if he is willing to cease his mischief. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales sensed an ominous turn of events. One step at a time, Naruto approached the door. Kurama, since you reside within my body, shouldn't you pay some rent? Chapter 19. The end of an era. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, who was precariously treading water, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Naruto. Akin to a tempest that swept across the lakeside, sending grass flying and water splashing. The disturbance caused Sasuke to falter, and with a splash, he found himself submerged once more. Yet this time, he was not filled with anger, but rather astonishment. This chakra surpassed even that of the teachers at the academy. No, it eclipsed the strength of the clan's elite shinobi. How could this be Naruto? It was utterly inconceivable. A surreal sensation enveloped Sasuke as he grappled with the realization that this underachiever possessed such formidable chakra. Soon, the explosive chakra began to stabilize. Naruto, with a hint of curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. Did I do all this? Indeed, you should experiment with your chakra control and see if it surpasses your previous abilities. Huan, I can manipulate my chakra now? Naruto exclaimed joyously after trying it out, discovering that his chakra was far more manageable than before. It was apparent that the Ninetales had been the source of his earlier difficulties. Excellent. Now, I will teach you the technique of treading water. First, Uchiha Huan patiently instructed Naruto, while Sasuke stood on the water's surface, lost in thought, questioning why this boy possessed such immense chakra. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as an umbu burst into the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is it? Why the fuss? Sarutobi set aside his pipe, pondering how any news could be worse than being forced out of office by the Uchiha clan. The Ninetales Jinchuriki has gone berserk. What? Asuma Sarutobi happened to arrive just in time to hear the alarming news. Where? What is happening? Sarutobi's expression hardened. The Ninetales rampaging could lead to chaos once more. Quickly summon the Uchiha's Manjiki. At this point, they are our only hope. The umbu's words startled Sarutobi. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's ambitions had reached such a perilous level? Even before the elections had begun, they sought to seize control of the Jinchuriki. He stated firmly, Asuma, go fetch Jiraiya, and the rest, follow me. He could not allow the son of the fourth Hokage to fall into Uchiha hands. A group of determined individuals arrived at the lakeside, only to witness Naruto floundering on the water's surface. I'm going to fall. Naruto teetered dangerously, on the verge of losing his balance. Fool, why are you maintaining chakra only in one foot? Don't forget the other, Sasuke exclaimed as he grabbed Naruto. By now, Sasuke had gained considerable proficiency. As long as there were no excessive disturbances, he could stand firmly on the water. The next step was to practice fighting upon the water's surface. Thank you, Sasuke, Naruto said, holding on to Sasuke, when he suddenly noticed a large group on the shore. Is that Grandpa Third Hokage? Although Naruto bore no grudge against the Third Hokage, a faint crack appeared in his heart upon learning his true identity. Hey, what are you doing? Came Sasuke's shout. In his moment of distraction, Naruto lost control of his chakra, plunging into the water and pulling Sasuke down with him, both soaked to the skin. My apologies, Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen, initially brimming with authority, found his confidence wavering upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke. Lord Third, is something the matter? Uchiha Huan descended from a branch, fully aware that Sarutobi had come to check on Naruto. I came to see Naruto, Sarutobi replied awkwardly, internally scolding the umbu for their false alarm. Oh, I see. Naruto-kun, you two should take a moment to rest. Huan called the soaked Sasuke and Naruto back, casually igniting a fire to help dry their drenched clothes. Lord Third, shall we discuss matters elsewhere? Huan invited with a smile. Sarutobi regarded Huan, who was entirely different from the man he had encountered on the night of the coup, hesitating before replying. Very well. The two strolled slowly along the lakeshore. Sarutobi furrowed his brows, saying, Huan, I truly cannot comprehend your intentions. You do not suspect me of harboring ambitions for a coup, do you? Uchiha Huan replied with a smile, showing no interest in Sarutobi's political games. His sole aim was to achieve the bloodline compilation. No, I can see you are not that kind of person. Sarutobi observed Huan's expression, sensing that he was indifferent to political matters. The third Hokage possessed a keen insight into character. Huan nodded. I have no interest in politics whatsoever. Then why? Why would I participate in the Hokage elections? Uchiha Huan paused. Hokage-sama, I have witnessed enough senseless conflict and needless deaths. I believe the world should not be this way. He gazed upward at the sky. The first Hokage quelled the chaos of his time, yet his efforts were insufficient. After his death, wars erupted anew, and the scale of conflict, due to the ninja village system, became even greater than during the Warring States period, with casualties continuing to rise. Though such sentiments contradicted the will of fire. The first Hokage's path was flawed. Within the village, families were divided, factions proliferated, and pointless internal strife drained the village's strength. The Konoha White Fang, Senju Hashirama Sr., the Hyuga branch family, and the Uchiha clan's persecution all contributed to the plight of Konoha's war orphans. What provisions existed for their welfare? How many of Konoha's shinobi lacked security in their old age, living in suffering? Lord Third, do you not think these circumstances are avoidable? Sarutobi fell silent. Huan's words rang true, yet to him, these were necessary sacrifices. Political struggles had never ceased, save for the era of Hashirama Senju. That was the time when Hashirama dominated the world. My aim is to bring a new dawn to Konoha, just as my name suggests. I wish to spare others from the anguish of losing loved ones, to prevent our homeland from being consumed by war, to gradually alleviate the world's suffering. The position of Hokage is not an end, but a beginning. Huan's vision was radiant. He was not merely speaking grandiloquently. Upon becoming Hokage, he would fill everyone's lives with hope, ensuring their stability, familial bonds, and friendships, thereby earning their loyalty. Once he achieved the bloodline compilation, the entire ninja world would take a monumental step into a new era under his watchful gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a cold sweat break out. To him, it seemed as if Huan was declaring war on the entire ninja world. Huan, I recognize your strength. But do you truly believe you can eradicate all enemies from this world? Uchiha Huan interrupted the third Hokage. My eyes can perceive much, Hokage-sama. What you may not realize is that our enemies do not dwell within the ninja world, but rather, he pointed skyward. If one day, formidable foes from afar invade the ninja world, shall we rely on politics to halt them? What? From the heavens? Sarutobi was bewildered but understood that the man before him was in pursuit of power. Uchiha Huan possessed ideals and aspirations, as well as strength. In the past, when Uchiha Madara and Hashirama dominated the world, it was the most opportune moment for Konoha to unify the ninja world. Madara had once proclaimed his intention to unify the ninja world, but Hashirama harbored no desire for supremacy. Yet now, who could stand against the Uchiha? Reflecting on Konoha's current strength, a thought emerged in Sarutobi's mind. Unifying the ninja world was not impossible. So Naruto. Huan was perplexed as to why Hiruzen Sarutobi had once again steered the conversation toward Naruto. I aided Naruto in harnessing a fraction of his power, and furthermore, he has already encountered his parents, the fourth Hokage and his wife. What do you mean, encountered his parents? Sarutobi inquired, puzzled. The fourth Hokage and his wife left a trace of chakra within Naruto, originally intended for use when he struggled to control himself. However, Naruto met his parents ahead of schedule. Uchiha Huan elucidated. Naruto, he knows everything? He knows everything. The fourth Hokage even entrusted me with Naruto's care. Very well. Very well. Sarutobi uttered only these words, as if aged by decades. Uchiha Huan observed him, noting his seemingly imminent demise. Lord Third, the old era has drawn to a close. It is time for new figures to ascend to the stage. Uchiha Huan waved farewell to the departing Hiruzen Sarutobi, adding, farewell until the Hokage election. Chapter 20. The commencement of the Hokage election in the ensuing days. Uchiha Arita was left undisturbed. Indeed, the focus of virtually everyone had shifted to the impending Hokage election. The day of the election finally arrived, eagerly anticipated by many. The Konoha Plaza was teeming with onlookers from the village since early morning, and members of the various prominent clans had secured their designated viewing areas. This particular Hokage election was unique, boasting a total of 20 candidates. Naturally, some were there merely for show or fully aware of their slim chances. Even Might Guy had registered, proclaiming that he couldn't possibly sit this one out, not with Kakashi participating. He vowed to defeat Kakashi but promised to run 30 laps around Konoha in defeat. Sasuke, who do you think will become Hokage? Naruto inquired, his gaze sweeping over the scene from their vantage point in the Uchiha clan section. It's obviously my father, Sasuke declared, adopting a stoic expression reminiscent of Itachi. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then why not Itachi? Doesn't Itachi also have the Mangekyo? Itachi is undeniably formidable, but comparatively, my father is stronger, especially considering Itachi's relative youth. You two, refrain from such discussions, Mikoto chided softly from behind them. It's about to begin. Pay attention. Understood, mother. Yes, Aunt Mikoto. Similar exchanges were occurring throughout the venue. Do you think our clan head stands a chance? Perhaps. While the Uchiha boast the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Hyuga clan possesses its own secret techniques, does it not? I find it highly unlikely. Such power transcends human capabilities. The villagers below were engaged in lively discussions as well. Who do you think are the frontrunners? The Uchiha clan head, undoubtedly. I've heard he awakened his Sharingan long ago, while the other two Mangekyo users are relatively recent. I concur. His experience speaks volumes. I wouldn't be so sure. The title Konoha's Thundercloud carries significant weight. He's a true prodigy. The village elders, however, had a more nuanced perspective. The two prominent figures from the Uchiha clan, Konoha's Thundercloud and Shisui of the Body Flicker. It's fortunate that Shisui is deceased. Otherwise, the Uchiha would wield 4 Mangekyo Sharingan, effectively turning Konoha into their personal fiefdom. Not necessarily. Shisui was clearly aligned with the village's interests. Unfortunately, Danzo lost his senses and drove him to his demise. This, in turn, has awakened 2 more Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't be in such a predicament. That Danzo fellow has been extorting resources and personnel from various ninja clans. This time, he brought it upon himself by attempting to seize the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Amidst these discussions, the highly anticipated 5th Hokage election commenced. The 20 ninjas were divided into 10 groups for a series of 2-on-2 battles. The 10 victors would then be further divided into 5 groups for another round of battles, and so on. This process would continue until the strongest candidate emerged. The matchups were determined by lottery, and the first battle was quickly announced. Round 1, Kakashi Hatake versus Masanari Sakai. Masanari Sakai, a jonin of common origin, possessed considerable skill, but he was outmatched against Kakashi, the renowned copy ninja of Konoha. Sealing Squad, activate the barrier. As the barrier was erected, Kakashi and Masanari Sakai formed the seal of confrontation, signaling the start of the battle. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Masanari Sakai initiated the battle with a powerful water technique, launching several massive water spheres at Kakashi. Earth release, earth flow wall. A colossal earth wall, adorned with a dog's head, rose to intercept the water spheres, obscuring Masanari Sakai's view. Water release, water drill technique. The massive water drill spun rapidly, drilling into the earth wall. He felt a sense of unease, unsure of Kakashi's actions behind the wall. The water drill pierced through the earth wall, revealing Kakashi in the midst of forming hand seals. Seeing the opening, Kakashi reacted swiftly. Lightning release, lightning tiger hurricane. Blue electricity crackled as a lightning-formed tiger lunged through the hole in the earth wall toward Masanari Sakai. Startled, Masanari Sakai leaped backward, as lightning release techniques were his weakness. The massive lightning tiger crashed to the side, sending blue electricity scattering in all directions. Masanari Sakai suddenly felt the ground beneath him soften, and a hand emerged from below, gripping his leg firmly. Earth release, headhunter technique. Masanari Sakai was instantly dragged underground, leaving only his head exposed. Kakashi stood before him, a kunai pinned beside his head. Seeing this, the judge immediately declared, the victor is Kakashi Hatake. Jiraiya, observing from the stands, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Impressive. Has Minato's former student grown to such heights? He effortlessly defeated a village jonin. He was a prodigy of the village, after all, Tsunade replied, seated beside him. As they conversed, the combatants for the second match were drawn. The outcome of the draw sparked immediate discontent among a significant portion of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's viewing section erupted in a chorus of objections and protests. Round 2. Arata Uchiha versus Fugaku Uchiha. This is outrageous. This is definitely rigged. They're just afraid of the great Uchiha. A fix. Absolutely a fix. Redraw. Redraw. Arata Uchiha, who had just stepped onto the platform, furrowed his brow. He turned toward the Uchiha's viewing section, his usual gentle demeanor replaced by an undeniable air of authority. Silence, he commanded. The Uchiha's viewing section immediately fell silent, leaving nearly everyone astonished. So, this is the new generation's figurehead for the Uchiha clan. He certainly possesses some presence, Tsunade remarked, intrigued by Arata. Since returning to the village, she had specifically inquired about him. To her surprise, Arata Uchiha enjoyed a considerable reputation among the commoners. She had expected him to be arrogant and conceited like other Uchiha. But the villagers described this Mangekyo Sharingan user as the most approachable member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was also taken aback, realizing the extent of Arata's influence within the clan. He did not object to Arata's actions, as he and Arata were destined to face each other on this stage sooner or later, and the others were insignificant. Arata, not bad, Fugaku complimented. Thank you for the praise, clan head. However, I won't hold back later. Let's settle this with our skills, then. Agreed. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps? Fugaku suggested, considering the precious nature of the Mangekyo's power. Agreed, Arata Uchiha replied, forming the seal of confrontation. Fugaku Uchiha mirrored the gesture. Then, the two of them moved. The arena was immediately filled with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Both combatants employed the Uchiha-style taijutsu, showcasing a plethora of dazzling techniques that transformed their duel into a dance-like spectacle, with lethal moves concealed beneath the surface. Although young, Arata Uchiha possessed combat skills and experience that rivaled those of Fugaku Uchiha, and he was even faster. After dozens of exchanges, Fugaku Uchiha was caught off guard and struck on the shoulder by Arata Uchiha. Fortunately, the blow was not severe. Capitalizing on the opportunity, he retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Arata's chest. Arata pushed off the ground, retreating several meters to create distance between himself and Fugaku. Commendable effort, Juan. But such prowess alone will not suffice to vanquish me. In the ensuing moment, he invoked the lightning release chakra mode. An azure luminescence emanated from Uchiha Juan, his cells galvanized by electrical currents, precipitating an exponential surge in his velocity. Could that be his self-conceived lightning release chakra mode? A stroke of brilliance. Mike Guy exclaimed from the gallery. As a taijutsu exponent, he was cognizant of the lightning release chakra mode inherited by the Reikage lineage. This technique, which employs lightning release to galvanize latent human potential, is universally acknowledged as an arcane art. Yet, Uchiha Juan had contrived his own iteration, eliciting astonishment from the avowed simpleton. Lightning release chakra mode? Such ingenuity. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally astounded. This Sharingan-wielding Uchiha was an anomaly of prodigious talent. Concurrently, they surreptitiously deliberated whether they could impede his ascension to the position of Hokage. This efficacy, has he perhaps refined this nascent lightning release chakra mode? Kakashi had witnessed Juan's lightning release chakra mode on the battlefield. At that juncture, the technique was rudimentary and its effects considerably diminished. Now, upon witnessing its resurgence, he observed its marked maturation. An azure figure traversed the arena, its velocity surpassing the capacity of Fugaku's Sharingan to track. He narrowly evaded Uchiha Juan's maneuvers, just eluding an elbow strike before being abruptly propelled backward by a direct kick to the chest, colliding with the barrier. Fugaku remained upright, expectorating blood, his countenance grave. Juan, your strength is formidable. It appears I must unveil further capabilities. Fugaku initiated a sequence of hand seals. Chapter 21, Fugaku vs. Juan. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, dear clan leader. With lightning speed, Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire jutsu. A barrage of fiery shurikens surged forth, enveloping the area where Uchiha Juan stood. This technique was characterized by its swift execution and extensive range, with the flaming shuriken possessing both cutting power and intense heat. Juan, moving with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the fiery assault, slipping out of the danger zone. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. A searing dragon of flames soared into the sky, propelled by Fugaku's will, charging toward Uchiha Juan. The Phoenix Fire Jutsu had effectively restricted Juan's movements, ensuring the fire dragon's impact. Typically, Most ninja would either resort to defensive techniques such as earth wall or water barrier to counter this assault, or they would have no choice but to flee. The clan leader's fire dragon bullet is truly formidable. Even from this distance, I can feel the heat wave. Indeed, the Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of fire release, was evident. It appeared that Uchiha Huan had nowhere to escape. Would he unleash that fabled technique from that fateful night? Father, your strength is remarkable. Of course, my father is the leader of the Uchiha. This exchange came from Naruto and Sasuke. And what of Uchiha Huan? Clan leader, if these are the extent of your abilities, I must admit my disappointment. Water release, great water collision wave. A torrent of water surged across the arena, the fire dragon bullet colliding with the cascading waters, generating thick clouds of steam that enveloped the battleground, obscuring the vision of countless onlookers. The deluge did not relent. After extinguishing the fire dragon, the water continued its relentless advance toward Fugaku. Earth release, earth wall. The ground roiled, and the earth wall rose to shield him from the oncoming tide. Fugaku's eyes, now transformed into the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, comprehended the rising water level, which had filled the arena to his shins, yet the barrier prevented it from spilling outward. Huan, is your chakra still abundant? Are you preparing to employ your signature jutsu? Fugaku had not anticipated that Huan would push their confrontation to this extent, even resorting to a calamity-level S-rank technique. Why not simply relinquish the title of Hokage? Why must you resist? A flicker of anger ignited within Fugaku. Did Huan still oppose him, even as clan leader? Below, the crowd buzzed with confusion, obscured by the thick steam. Such powerful water release. Could he really be an Uchiha? What is happening? It's all steam. We can't see anything. Byakugan, activate. In such chaotic circumstances, was it necessary to employ that technique? The tumult outside did not disturb the two combatants within the arena. Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscopic gaze was fixed on a specific point. He saw Huan clearly. Huan, concede. I do not wish to engage you seriously. His voice was low, intended to remain unheard by the crowd. Clan leader, are you considering using the kaleidoscope? Huan approached Fugaku, who was uncertain of his intentions. But in an instant, Huan found himself in a realm of stark contrasts. Huan, you know I am the one suited to be Hokage. I alone can bring prosperity to our clan. You are still too young to comprehend the intricacies of politics. Fugaku had no intention of wasting his ocular prowess on a fellow clan member. He merely sought to conclude this confrontation swiftly. In his eyes, Huan was but a youthful dreamer, having just activated his kaleidoscope. The position of Hokage was beyond his grasp. Clan leader, that is precisely why you cannot become Hokage. Your vision is too narrow, confined solely to our clan. It appears you believe your strength surpasses mine. Clan leader, cease your childish antics, and let us engage in earnest combat. Huan, do not provoke me. He regarded Uchiha Huan, gritting his teeth. He would settle this matter decisively. Before the astonished eyes of countless villagers in Konoha, a crimson half-formed Susanoo burst through the steam, sweeping it aside with a mere gesture, revealing a motionless Huan amidst the vapors. Uchiha Fugaku's red Susanoo drew back an arrow, Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed the arrow tip, aimed squarely at the stationary Uchiha Huan. That technique, the one from that fateful night. Is this the ocular technique of the Uchiha? Damn it, why can't our Hyuga clan evolve the Byakugan? Why has the clan leader resorted to this technique? Is Huan truly that powerful? Why is Huan standing still? Does he not also possess the kaleidoscope? Clan leader, please show mercy. Huan must not be harmed. The entire village was in uproar. Such a technique manifesting during a duel between two Uchiha was unprecedented. Is this truly a display of anger? Nara Shikaku exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, both bewildered by the unfolding events. Two Uchiha clansmen embroiled in internal conflict? One could only marvel at the legacy of the Uchiha. Dad, Brother Huan. Sasuke and Naruto were filled with anxiety, unable to comprehend how the duel had escalated to such heights. Fugaku. Mikoto felt a pang of concern. How could her usually composed husband be at odds with the gentle Huan? Huan, you are still young and unaware of the nature of politics. Perhaps you should focus on honing your skills. Fugaku internally resigned the position of the 6th Hokage to Huan. Amaterasu arrow. Clan leader, your incessant discussions of politics are tiresome. We are ninjas. Let us speak through our prowess. Huan lifted his gaze, his eyes swirling with the kaleidoscope. Yomi. The arena was engulfed in a shroud of ashen darkness, and the corrosive signs began to mar Fugaku's Susanoo. the crimson hue fading away, leaving the spectators with an unsettling chill. The flaming arrow of Amaterasu slowed. Just as it was poised to strike Uchiha Juan, countless onlookers suddenly found Juan strikingly conspicuous, akin to a firefly in the night, their attention instinctively drawn to him. Before the collective gaze, the arrow cloaked in black flames pierced through Juan's form, embedding itself in the ground, the black flames spreading, yet Juan remained unscathed, as if he did not belong to this realm. In a remote part of the village, a peculiar figure, half black and half white, adorned with a pitcher plant, emerged from the foliage. Obito, is this fellow's ocular technique? Nearby, Obito, who had been observing in silence, wore a heavy expression. This individual's ocular technique bore a striking resemblance to his own Kimui. Within the domain of Yomi, the black flames burned quietly yet steadily dissipated, as if this so-called eternal flame had succumbed to the realm of the afterlife. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from the now mottled red Susanoo, which had begun to fracture under the encroaching darkness. Impossible. Fugaku's pupils dilated. Was this fellow's ocular technique? Crackling with electric energy, Uchiha Juan delivered a decisive kick, shattering the crumbling Susanoo into fragments, sending Fugaku crashing against the barrier. Clan leader, perhaps it is time for you to rest. Chapter 22. Uchiha Juan vs. Asuma. Annihilation with a decisive kick from Uchiha Juan, this battle reached its conclusion. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, he gracefully departed the stage. Uchiha Fugaku fainted and was promptly escorted back to the clan for treatment. What do you think, Jiraiya? Can you stop him? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. His brow furrowed as he looked towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, abandoning his usual playful demeanor, replied, Old man, this is quite a formidable challenge. Having observed the battle, he recognized that the young man known as Konoha's lightning cloud was far from ordinary. His ninjutsu and taijutsu were among the very best, not to mention his prestigious lineage and the enigmatic Manjiki Sharingan he possessed, though he had his own trump cards. Resorting to the intervention of the two great toads seemed excessive just to prevent this individual from becoming Hokage. Moreover, Uchiha was also a strength of the village, held in high regard, and had ties with Minato, complicating matters significantly. Noting Jiraiya's silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to ponder something. Jiraiya, under no circumstances can we allow him to ascend to the position of Hokage. Why? Do not be deceived by his gentle fade. It is merely a guise for his ambitions within the village. The day he revealed his true aspirations to me was nothing short of terrifying. His ambition reaches beyond the Hokage title. He seeks dominion over the entire shinobi world. Sarutobi's expression bore the weight of his fears. Should Uchiha Juan become Hokage, the entire shinobi realm would plunge into chaos, dragging Konoha into the depths of war. Even if victory were achieved, countless lives would be lost, and the instigator of such destruction could never be allowed to lead. Were Uchiha Juan to overhear Sarutobi's words, he would likely find them both amusing and disheartening. The legendary Sarutobi, known as the Ninja Champion, possessed such limited vision that he could not even comprehend his true intentions. Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, considered that the old man likely spoke truthfully, but he could not reconcile this with his perception of the Uchiha youth. Their conversation was soon interrupted by the announcement of the third match's draw. In the third match, Might Guy faced Jiraiya. Nanny, why am I battling Lord Jiraiya? Guy exclaimed, leaping onto the stage. If I lose, I will run 10 laps around Konoha. Jiraiya looked at Guy, somewhat speechless. You're rewarding yourself, aren't you? As expected, Guy, having only opened 5 gates, was swiftly defeated by Jiraiya in a few exchanges. Upon exiting the stage, he dashed towards Konoha's gates, but seemed to reconsider and returned to the viewing area. Curious, Kakashi asked him, why aren't you running? Guy scratched his head. Such a match isn't something one sees every day. I must observe and learn. I'll run those 10 laps later as punishment for my idleness, adding 10 more for good measure. The fourth match featured Itachi against Mizuho. Itachi utilized Kunai and fire techniques to swiftly force his opponent to concede. In the fifth match, Asuma faced Hikari Banda, emerging victorious. The sixth match saw Hinata Hayashi triumph over Harada Kenichi. Time flew by, and for Uchiha Juan, the subsequent battles held little intrigue, as most were mere displays of lesser talents vying against one another. As the day concluded, 10 victors emerged: Uchiha Juan, Hatake Kakashi, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Hisashi, Tsunade, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and a civilian ninja named Kido Case. Notably, Kido's opponent, Naruto, withdrew from the tournament to avoid complications, granting him a free pass to the next round. As dusk fell, the competitors, having endured an arduous day, returned to recuperate, preparing for the second round the following day. The exhilarating matches became the talk of Konoha, sparking wagers on who would advance next. Uchiha Juan had the lowest odds, while Kido Case held the highest, though few placed their bets on him. Within Uchiha clan territory, an unusual atmosphere prevailed. The news of both Itachi and Uchiha Juan advancing thrilled some. Yet the confrontation between Juan and the clan leader left many perplexed, astonished by Juan's prowess. At such a young age, he had already become the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke observed his father standing silently in the courtyard for half the night, lost in thought. He felt uncertain about facing both his father and brother Juan. Had they truly clashed with such intensity on the stage? No one knew the answer. Not even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto, who were deep in strategizing. Nevertheless, the election would proceed the next day. The weather over the past 2 days had been splendid, with the autumn sun shining fiercely. In the first match, Uchiha Juan faced Sarutobi Asuma. Standing on the stage, Asuma felt a sense of unease, facing a man who had unlocked the Manjiki. After yesterday's battle, he could scarcely envision a path to victory. Yet, as a ninja, he understood that once on the stage, he must give his all. Fire style, ash pile burning, he exclaimed, unleashing his signature technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped Uchiha Juan, followed by a series of explosions. Did I hurt him? Asuma hoped to at least create some distraction. He did not expect a single technique to have any significant effect. Apologies, Asuma. Though your skills are commendable, I have no interest in continuing this charade. From within the veil of smoke and explosions, Uchiha Juan's calm voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. A white skeletal figure emerged, followed by muscles, flesh, and armor. A white Susanoo manifested, wielding a long white blade. Alarm bells rang in Asuma's mind. A sense of impending danger loomed, as if he were a mere insect facing the might of humanity. With a single swing, although not particularly swift, the gust from the blade's motion rivaled that of a B-rank wind jutsu, causing Asuma's hair to stand on end. He narrowly evaded the first strike, but the second cut descended, raised high and aimed directly downward. Boom! The already repaired arena was carved into a deep trench. Though Asuma had managed to dodge, fear gripped him, and the alarm bells only grew louder. Another strike came, faster than the last. Asuma felt the escalating pressure of the wind, cold sweat trickling down his back. The speed was utterly unavoidable. If struck, would he not perish? Asuma realized that Uchiha Juan had initially wielded his blade slowly to compel him to surrender. I concede. Chapter 23. Uchiha Itachi vs. Hyuga Hisashi. The immense white blade came to a halt, the wind pressure generated sweeping away Asuma's cold sweat. He gasped in astonishment, his heart racing wildly. He had never felt such intensity even during S-rank missions. Outside the arena, the referee, momentarily stunned, was nudged by a bystander and hurriedly declared, "The winner is clear. The victor is Uchiha Juan." Asuma, still shaken, descended from the stage, while ninjas rushed to repair the arena. Following the recent shock, the atmosphere fell into silence, but with Uchiha Juan's victory, it gradually grew restless. A cheer erupted from an unknown member of the Uchiha clan, igniting an explosive fervor. Uchiha Juan, invincible! Uchiha, invincible! The crowd erupted, their voices echoing with admiration. How terrifying! How powerful! Juan, we revere you. Strong and mighty. Juan, we support you. The strongest in the ninja world. The atmosphere was electric. Many villagers had already begun to envision Juan as the next Hokage. After all, could anyone in Konoha truly rival such strength? To many, it seemed that Konoha was on the rise. However, amidst the jubilant crowd, spies from other villages felt a chill of dread. How could such power be countered? Konoha was likely to gain not one, but several figures who would rival the very essence of a ninja demigod. From a distance, Obito, concealed within the shadows, wore a grim expression as he entered the Kimui dimension. Without a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, he could not manifest such formidable Susanoo. It appeared his plans would need revision. The peculiar figure adorned with a pitcher plant on his head also vanished into the tree, lost in thought. Due to Juan's few strikes, it took a while to repair the arena, causing the second match to commence slightly later than scheduled. In the second match, Kakashi Hatake faced Kido Kazekage. The disparity was evident. Kido, merely an ordinary J-nin, was swiftly subdued by Kakashi's taijutsu. This outcome was anticipated by all, as Kido had not been a formidable opponent. Only a legendary figure, known for their gluttonous appetite, fixed their gaze on Kido. If looks could kill, he would have been eliminated by Tsunade hundreds of times over. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Ino tugged at Tsunade's sleeve. What is it? Tsunade's expression darkened. She resolved to vent her frustrations in the arena soon, unaware of which unfortunate soul would cross her path. Ino produced a small pouch. Actually, I didn't place any bets last night. She referred to the betting happening within Konoha. And despite Tsunade's confidence in her victory, Ino had decided against wasting her money after hearing about the opponent's reputation. Oh, well done this time, Ino. Tsunade accepted the pouch, pleased with Ino's decision. However, she acknowledged her own misjudgment and vowed not to err again in the future. In the third match, Jiraiya faced Akimichi Choza. After exchanging a few strikes, when Choza utilized his clan's secret technique, Jiraiya countered with a large-scale Yomi Numa, restricting Choza's movements. Before Choza could complete his Rasengan, he conceded defeat. In the fourth match, Tsunade squared off against Yamanaka Kaiji. Tsunade had yet to throw a punch when Kaiji voluntarily surrendered. These three matches left the audience feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After witnessing Uchiha Huan's dazzling performance in the first match, the subsequent bouts felt lackluster. Kakashi's one-sided dominance and Tsunade's unchallenged victory offered little in terms of spectacle until the final match. In the fifth match, Uchiha Itachi faced Hyuga Hisashi. Oh, now this is a match to behold. What could be more captivating than a battle involving one of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki? While the Byakugan is touted as Konoha's foremost ocular technique, it is merely a title. Just days ago, Itachi had captured several members of the Hyuga clan, leaving their elders speechless, parading their might before the common folk. Rumor has it that the Manjiki Sharingan evolves from the ordinary Sharingan. What if the Hyuga clan head's Byakugan could also undergo evolution? Perhaps, just perhaps, the Uchiha clan leader had concealed his true potential for years. Could the Hyuga clan leader be doing the same? Stop your nonsense. The Uchiha clan has produced Manjiki before, but when have you ever heard of the Byakugan evolving? Listening to the various discussions from the audience, Hisashi clenched his fists and stepped onto the stage. Facing the polite and poised Uchiha Itachi, who had already formed the opposing hand seal, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him and mirrored the gesture. Chakra enveloped his hands as he assumed the gentle fist stance. Itachi's crimson Sharingan flickered ominously, while Hisashi's Byakugan, veins bulging, locked onto Itachi's chakra points with unwavering focus. Please guide me. Before Itachi could lower his fingers from the hand seals, his figure suddenly transformed into a flurry of crows. Hisashi swiftly turned, his palms enveloped in pale blue chakra, striking backward, only to shatter a few falling feathers. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm, Kaiten. Hisashi did not dare to underestimate his opponent, instantly unleashing the Kaiten defense. The chakra shield repelled the incoming shuriken. Amidst the clattering of metal, Itachi's figure darted across the arena, launching a multitude of shuriken, each one being precisely deflected by the rotating chakra barrier. This was Itachi's typical combat style. He did not unleash the full power of his Manjiki from the outset. As the Kaiten subsided, Hisashi gasped for breath, keeping his gaze fixed on Itachi. Truly, the prowess of the Hyuga clan was evident. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Hisashi. Another Itachi, brandishing a kunai, aimed for the back of Hisashi's neck. The Byakugan revealed the flowing chakra with crystal clarity, and Hisashi swiftly countered, gripping Itachi's wrist, channeling gentle force directly into his opponent's chakra network. Boom! The captured Itachi suddenly burst into smoke, the real Itachi standing several meters away, forming hand seals and exhaling a torrent of flames. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The flames, intertwined with shuriken, cascaded like torrential rain. 8 trigrams air palm. Hisashi thrust both palms forward, compressing air to strike down the fiery shuriken. Itachi evaded the shockwave, landing on the ground where the blue stone tiles shattered underfoot. Hisashi had already predicted his landing point, and the chakra from his gentle fist surged forward like a viper striking. Itachi danced across the arena, dodging each attack with elegance, his Sharingan whirling in a mad frenzy, anticipating every move, while Hisashi's Byakugan discerned the slightest changes in chakra flow. Itachi's kunai sliced through the air, while Hisashi's palm winds tore at the atmosphere, leaving the arena marked with spiderweb-like cracks. The Hyuga clan leader was holding his own. Remarkable. Is this the depth of a prestigious clan? No, Itachi had yet to activate his Manjiki Sharingan. He was matching the Hyuga clan leader in a fierce exchange using only taijutsu and ninjutsu. He was the true embodiment of strength. Go, clan leader. Show the Uchiha what the Hyuga clan is capable of. Itachi, do not falter against Hisashi. Activate your Manjiki. The spectators were thoroughly immersed. Their adrenaline surging as this clash was the most riveting of the day, starkly contrasting with Huan's overwhelming dominance. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams mountain crusher. Hisashi suddenly leapt back, concentrating all his chakra into his right palm, visibly compressing the chakra into a powerful blast that obliterated the stone slabs in its path. Gasps erupted from the audience as the strike, potent enough to breach a city wall, met Itachi, only to pass through his illusion, scattering raven feathers in the air. Has he vanished? Hisashi gasped, a sudden chill running down his spine. No, wait, behind me. He swiftly turned his head, only to be met by a pair of crimson eyes. Beneath the rotating blades of a large windmill, the sun plunged into a monochromatic realm, engulfed by a sky of crimson clouds. Chapter 24. Uchiha Huan's extremism. Hinata Hisashi found himself bound to a crucifix, with Itachi standing before him, a cold expression tinged with regret upon his face. I apologize, Hinata clan leader. I do not wish to harm the comrades of the village. He raised his ninja blade. However, if I do not defeat you here, you may continue to resist. The blade pierced through flesh. How could this be? In the realm of illusion, the pain felt so achingly real. Hinata Hisashi's abdomen was impaled, sweat pouring from his brow. You will endure 3 days and nights here. I shall not inflict excessive harm upon you, esteemed Hisashi. My apologies. Itachi's countenance remained inscrutable, yet his hand did not falter. In a mere instant, as Hisashi maintained his stance to turn back, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, bound within the world of Tsukuyomi for 3 days and nights. Though only a few strikes were delivered each day, the agony and the sensation of blood loss felt astonishingly genuine, leaving Hisashi in a state of profound fatigue. As consciousness returned, he fainted. What transpired? What has happened? Did I lose? What has befallen the Hinata clan leader? How could he be taken down so swiftly? It must be an illusion, a terrifying jinjutsu from Uchiha Itachi, capable of such immediate effect? How dreadfully formidable. Is this the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha? Even the leader of the Hinata clan has succumbed. The Byakugan, hailed as the first ocular jutsu of Konoha, seems to have been overhyped. The audience erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a hasty conclusion following an exhilarating duel, leaving a sense of anticlimax. The victor is clear. The champion, Uchiha Itachi, as the referee's voice echoed. Medical ninjas swiftly ascended the stage to carry away Hinata Hisashi on a stretcher. The spectators from the Uchiha clan roared in jubilation, though many harbored discontent, yet dared not display it. Currently, the mightiest of Konoha resided within the Uchiha clan. To provoke them now would be inviting trouble. Fugaku observed his son's remarkable performance, a smile creeping onto his lips. However, upon noticing Itachi first engage with Huan before approaching him, his smile faltered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, which he failed to remember, he called out to Itachi as he turned to leave. Please, Huan, do visit our home this evening. Hello, father. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to Jiraiya and Tsunade as they prepared to depart. Come to my place tonight. It has been some time since we gathered. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged knowing glances. Suddenly, Jiraiya noticed a woman among the villagers, her gaze fixed upon them. Old man, someone has been watching us, he whispered. Sarutobi followed Jiraiya's line of sight and spotted the woman staring intently. In the next moment, she joyfully waved her arms, seemingly greeting them. Sarutobi read her lips. Third Hokage. Oh, she must have recognized me. Sarutobi dismissed it, recalling that he had resigned a few days prior and wasn't he even wearing his Hokage robes. Yet, some keen-eyed villagers might still recognize him. Tsunade also averted her gaze. After all, her mentor had been deeply beloved in the village, and it was no surprise she was recognized. Moreover, it is quite normal for the village's leader to attract attention, even if they have stepped down. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the woman who had greeted the third Hokage lowered her head, blending into the throng, her expression dark. That Jiraiya, how perceptive he has become. I nearly got discovered. Danzo's greed was indeed insatiable, yet the power of the Uchiha is truly captivating. From her instinctively extended, unnaturally long tongue, her identity became abundantly clear. This evening, under the perfect moonlight, Uchiha Juan arrived at the clan leader's residence as promised. After dinner, Mikoto and Sasuke discreetly excused themselves, while Itachi proceeded to the Konoha police headquarters. Only Uchiha Juan and Fugaku remained. On the table lay a bottle of sake, a plate of fish, and a plate of meat. Juan, are you inquiring why I acted as I did yesterday? Fugaku asked, referring to their earlier confrontation. Indeed, I do not comprehend. What is it that you do not understand, clan leader? I have stated that your vision is too narrow, confined to merely one village, even one clan. Thus, the choice can only be me. Juan's tone was gentle, yet to Fugaku, it resonated with a sense of arrogance and dominance. This arrogance was not feigned nor born from strength. It emanated from the speaker's profound conviction. Such hubris, dismissive of others, laid bare the insignificance of their perspectives. Fugaku suddenly recalled Juan's ocular technique, Takamagara, the abode of deities in myth. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was known as the eye reflecting the soul. If his ocular technique was Takamagara, did it not imply? A chill ran through Fugaku's heart. Juan truly considered himself a divine being. Thus, he approached the world with such gentleness, viewing all within it as mere subjects beneath him, as if no adult would lose their temper with a child, nor would a deity unjustly rage against an ant. Juan, you bear a striking resemblance to someone. Whom? To our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. As Fugaku's words fell, a scoff echoed in the air. Madara? We are different, clan leader. I am entirely unlike him. I possess a genuine love for this world, for its people, regardless of whether they are aware of it. The suffering of the world is already abundant. My aim in becoming Hokage is not for a clan or a village, but to transform the entire world. Though my ascension to Hokage may not alter the outcome, the journey must take a more convoluted path. Uchiha Juan's soothing voice grew increasingly chilling to Fugaku's spine. The so-called kaleidoscope, the reflection of the soul. Uchiha Juan's kaleidoscope, the left eye Takamagara, the right eye Yomi. What precisely did Uchiha Juan aspire to achieve? To become a deity? In his understanding, altering the world inevitably meant war. To change the entire world. Did it not imply? He had once thought that those capable of awakening the kaleidoscope might be extreme, yet not excessively so. However, upon uncovering Juan's true intentions, he realized his previous perceptions had been grievously misguided. Uchiha Juan appeared to be alarmingly extreme. Chapter 25. Two farces to me. The position of Hokage is merely a tool, one that is remarkably effective, to the extent that I am eager to wield it. The more nonchalant Juan's tone became, the more alarmed Fugaku felt. In Fugaku's eyes, the more indifferent Uchiha Juan appeared, the more he was convinced of his obsession. He harbored no thoughts of family or village. Considering himself the ultimate standard against which all things were measured, even the legendary Uchiha Madara paled in comparison to him. Juan, you care for the world. So when you ascend to the position of Hokage, do not instigate war. Fugaku finally stammered, at a loss for words, this single plea escaping his lips. When did I ever say I would incite war? Juan countered. You don't wish to change the world? Uchiha Fugaku felt utterly befuddled by Juan's line of thought. Changing the ninja world does not necessarily equate to waging war. This world speaks the language of power. Without strength, who would sit down to negotiate terms with you? Juan's words jolted Fugaku back to reality. Had the Uchiha clan not possessed 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, they would have long since met in the realm of the dead. What need would there be for a Hokage election? If the first Hokage had not wielded absolute power, how could the great nations have distributed tailed beasts according to his wishes, leading to decades of peace? Patriarch, do not become lost in your own predicament. Juan rose and opened the door, stating, there is an election tomorrow. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed, leaving a somewhat dazed Fugaku behind. It was only when Mikoto entered that he snapped back to reality, pouring himself a cup of clear sake, reflecting, indeed, our ancestor Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could dominate an era. Now we possess 3 pairs of Mangekyou, yet I failed to see the truth. Juan is correct. My perspective remains limited. Uchiha Juan did not concern himself with such trivial matters. Possessing world-destroying capabilities, why should he be bound by a mere feudal lord's faction? Juan-sama. Juan-sama. A clan member hurriedly approached, his demeanor respectful, even somewhat agitated. Elder Shana requests your presence. Uchiha Shana? He recalled the radical elder, a survivor from the era of Tobarama. I apologize, but please inform Elder Shauna that I have indulged a bit too much in drink at the Patriarch's residence tonight. I shall visit after the election tomorrow. Uchiha Huan politely declined. The clan member felt no disappointment, only excitement at how approachable this Mangeki master was, and he departed with a sense of exhilaration. Uchiha Huan strolled leisurely back to his home, aware that the power he had displayed had made him the center of numerous undercurrents. The event has commenced. Today's odds, hey, watch it, you're stepping on my foot. It's so crowded. It wasn't this packed yesterday. If you have the guts, don't just stand here. Go to the viewing seats of those noble clans. Who do you think will win? I reckon Uchiha has it in the bag. Today's atmosphere was markedly more vibrant. The vicinity of the arena in Konoha Square was teeming with people. As the candidates entered, the excitement reached a fever pitch, compelling the judges to hastily add 2 more loudspeakers. Yesterday's victors were Uchiha Huan, Uchiha Itachi, Hitaki Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. The drawing of lots was swift. Uchiha Huan held a paper marked with the number 1, glancing at Itachi, who also clutched a paper with the same designation. The first match, Uchiha Huan versus Uchiha Itachi. What? Not again. Is this not a blatant conspiracy against us, Uchiha? This is unfair. A rigged match. Such blatant manipulation incited the ire of the Uchiha clan. And even some villagers joined in the uproar, though many were merely lamenting their lost bets on Itachi. No one anticipated a second instance of this tactic, leading to an internal conflict within the Uchiha's Mangeki, ultimately simplifying the situation for the remaining contenders. Please be quiet. Itachi stood before the entire Uchiha clan's viewing area as Huan ascended the arena. Regardless, I will face Huan Senpai. This merely expedites the inevitable, and the outcome remains unchanged. Please keep the noise down. Huan Senpai dislikes commotion. Upon hearing Itachi's words, the Uchiha clan, though still disgruntled, fell silent, for before them stood their own Mangeki. Many members of the ninja clans observed closely, and the clan leaders marveled at Itachi's command over his family. They sighed, acknowledging that their own authority within their clans was often challenged. Yet they also recognized that such control stemmed from undeniable strength. Had Itachi not been a Mangeki, the atmosphere would have been drastically different. Itachi took his place in the arena. Speculation ran rampant regarding whether the duel would mirror yesterday's fierce clashes between 2 Mangeki users. Urgent bets were placed, with eager gamblers trying to capitalize on the moment, despite the high odds against Itachi. Some, tempted by fortune, still wagered their money. What if Itachi proved to be the more talented of the two? However, their hopes were soon dashed. I concede. Itachi's voice rang clear. Many gamblers, poised to hand over their money, instantly withdrew their hands, clutching their tickets tightly, their speed so swift that even the most perceptive Sharingan could hardly catch it. Refund my money. I'm done betting. Once the money is taken, it cannot be returned. Do you think we are running a charity? Chaos erupted as the onlooking security swiftly intervened, ejecting the rowdy individuals from the premises. Faced with the Uchiha security, the crowd refrained from further disturbance and complied. The various ninja clans, as well as the higher-ups of Konoha, were unsurprised. This was indeed the wisest course of action, conserving their strength for the upcoming true contests. Yet, they keenly noted that Itachi, as the young Uchiha clan leader, displayed an extraordinary respect for Huan. Did this signify something deeper? The second match, Tsunade versus Kakashi. Jiraiya received a bye, advancing directly to the finals. Kakashi, let me measure your strength. Tsunade proclaimed with bravado before her entrance, causing Kakashi to feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, the woman before him was not only a princess of the Senju clan, but one of the legendary Sannin, making it imperative for him to tread carefully. Tsunade's declaration of measure was merely a pretext for sparring, yet he suspected she would not truly hold back, as she and Jiraiya would eventually have to face Uchiha Huan. According to plan, he intended to feign defeat after a few exchanges. Well, let us engage in a few moves for appearance's sake. Upon reaching the arena, the two formed opposing seals. I concede. Tsunade's words sent shockwaves through the audience. Chapter 26, the final match. What? Am I hearing this correctly? What? I just placed my bet on Lady Tsunade. What on earth is happening? No, that is not right. Lady Tsunade has made the same choice as Uchiha Itachi. She is allowing Kakashi Hitaki to conserve his strength. It must be a strategy against the Uchiha. I see, but why isn't Kakashi surrendering? Does Lady Tsunade believe her strength is inferior to his? That can't be the case. After all, Lady Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan. Would it be appropriate for a Senju princess to engage in life-and-death battles? Indeed. Countless voices buzzed in discussion, while Hiruzen Sarutobi stood dumbfounded. This is not how it was supposed to unfold. Wasn't Kakashi meant to concede after a few exchanges? Could it be? Hiruzen's gaze darted swiftly to several locations and landed on Shizune. Though slightly disguised, Hiruzen recognized her immediately. His expression darkened. How could Tsunade gamble with her own life in such a manner? Only Tsunade herself felt a sense of relief, for her hemophobia was still quite severe. The fifth Hokage? Don't joke. She currently lacked the capability, and besides, Shizune must have profited significantly from this. I understand. Among the villagers, a man with a face that spoke of many stories suddenly slapped his forehead. What did you figure out? People around him inquired eagerly. Think about it. Who is the one who gets a bye? It's Jiraiya. Yes, look at the village's maneuvering. They have left only one Uchiha, Uchiha Huan. I suspect they intend for Jiraiya to confront Uchiha Huan directly. His analysis implicitly acknowledged that the village was engaged in underhanded tactics, something that was evident to any discerning observer. Are you suggesting that Jiraiya has the ability to defeat Uchiha Huan? It's hard to say. Jiraiya has been renowned for a long time and has spent years training abroad, acquiring secret techniques that could potentially counter the Uchiha. Of course, I'm not asserting anything. The disclaimer holds no weight. Everyone regarded him with understanding eyes. At that moment, the crowd's attention was drawn back to the referee. The drawing of lots is about to commence. Please have the 3 participants come forward for the final draw. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The final draw and the last 2 battles would determine who would ascend as the 5th Hokage. Please wait a moment. On stage, Uchiha Huan halted Kakashi and Jiraiya, who were preparing to draw lots. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he pondered. Is he planning to stir up trouble due to the village's actions? For someone of his caliber, the village's behavior is indeed disgraceful. Even if the opponent seeks to exploit this, the village would have nothing to say and would only have to accept it. According to the plan, he was to receive a bye in the next draw, allowing Kakashi, who replaced Tsunade, to wear down Uchiha Huan's strength before he himself would take the stage to defeat him. Has the opponent caught on? Is there an issue, Huan? Although Kakashi was not very familiar with Uchiha Huan, they at least shared a nodding acquaintance. Why don't we forego the draw altogether? Huan smiled, which to Jiraiya felt like the calm before a storm. Is it about to erupt? Should I summon the 2 great sages directly? There are too many villagers. This could get complicated. As Jiraiya pondered, Huan continued. It's rather a waste of time. Let us do this instead. Both of you come at me together. What? Jiraiya was taken aback. Thanks to the loudspeakers on stage, the audience heard every word clearly. How arrogant. He is facing one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. This is not arrogance. It is confidence. Huan-sama. Huan-sama. Defeat them and ascend to the Hokage position. This was the cry of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are utterly unreasonable, arrogant fools. This voice belonged to Mito Minyan. The bets are on. Uchiha Huan versus Jiraiya and Kakashi. This was the chatter from the gambling den. Huan and I go for it. Huan and I take down those 2 white-haired opponents. This was shouted by Sasuke and Naruto. On stage, Kakashi and Jiraiya gazed at Uchiha Huan, who wore a gentle smile, and exchanged a brief nod. Very well. Seeing both of them agree, Uchiha Huan's smile widened. Let us move outside the village, as this space is too confined for our battle. A throng of people surged toward the gates of Konoha. Aside from a few visibly disappointed gatekeeping ninjas, everyone hurriedly rushed outside the village. Today, Kamizuki Izumo, on duty at the lookout tower at the Konoha gates, was feeling rather bored. Although he wouldn't witness the election matches today, he remained undeterred, for the finals would take place tomorrow, and he was scheduled to work then. He would be treated to a grand spectacle. Steel Iron, on the other hand, had thoroughly enjoyed himself today, but surely the finals would be even more exciting. Suddenly, he noticed a large crowd of villagers surging toward the village entrance, and not knowing what was happening, he and a few colleagues almost sounded the alarm. Suddenly, Steel Iron leapt onto the lookout tower. Zidai, what is happening? Why is everyone heading toward the gates? Oh, it's the finals. Uchiha's Manjiki claimed the venue is too small for a proper match, so they're going to fight outside the village. Look, the 3rd Hokage is also heading out. What? The finals are about to start. Kamizuki Izumo was momentarily stunned. Indeed, I'm off now, you keep an eye on the gate. As a mischievous friend, Steel Iron jumped down from the lookout tower and dashed out of the Konoha gates, leaving Izumo with a mix of envy and frustration. Outside Konoha, in a spacious clearing. Earth release, multiple earth wall technique. The third Hokage immediately enacted the multiple earth wall technique, creating a vast and crude audience area. If there are no seals, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. Uchiha Huan glanced over from afar, for this proximity may endanger innocent bystanders. Once the villagers had retreated to a safe distance, the three slowly formed their opposing seals. Standing in a triangular formation, Uchiha Huan urged, "Give it your all, Kakashi. Lord Jiraiya, otherwise you will find yourselves in grave danger." In Uchiha Huan's eyes, the black pupils had vanished, replaced by the crimson of the Manjiki. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle. Kirin, Sage Mode. Uchiha Huan suddenly sprang into action, the crackle of electricity resonating as the lightning release chakra mode activated. His long black hair left trails in the air, while three shuriken formed a triangular blockade, cutting off Kakashi's retreat. Kakashi, wielding a lightning-infused shuriken, held it aloft to intercept. The sparks from their metallic clash had yet to dissipate when Huan's knee struck Kakashi's abdomen. At this critical moment, Jiraiya's Wild Lion's main technique ensnared Huan's right leg. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Kakashi seized the opportunity to form hand seals, transforming the ground beneath Huan into a quagmire. Yet, the Sharingan had already perceived the flow of chakra. In the instant Kakashi completed his seals, Huan leapt into the air, also forming hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal fire dragon tore through the air, shattering Kakashi's earth flow wall in a blaze. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. After the collapse of the earth flow wall, torrents of water surged toward the fire dragon, barely managing to obstruct its advance. Earth release, Earth Flow, Great River. Jiraiya formed seals as Huan still hovered in the air. The soil beneath him began to writhe, propelled by the effects of the Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth Flow Wall. Huan pressed his hands together, summoning an immense earthen wall that lifted him higher. Water release, Water Burst Wave. Huan unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, creating what appeared to be a cascading waterfall atop the towering earth wall. Kakashi and Jiraiya, standing upon the surging waves, were momentarily taken aback. Jiraiya gazed at the seemingly endless flow of water. Does this guy truly lack the bloodline of the Uzumaki or Senju clans? The water surged, washing the Yellow Spring Swamp into a murky puddle, yet Huan showed no signs of ceasing. Could his chakra be so abundant? Jiraiya pondered. Suddenly, he recalled something. Kakashi. He intends to use Kirin. Kakashi snapped back to reality. Huan was renowned as the lightning cloud of Konoha. Even without clouds, he would create vast storms using water and fire release techniques. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Jiraiya prepared, unleashing a series of wind blasts that severed the earth flow wall beneath Huan. Huan leapt down from the collapsing wall, forming hand seals, only to be met with a surge of lightning. Lightning Cutter. Kakashi's right hand pierced through Huan's chest. Had he succeeded? The onlookers held their breath. No, wait. Kakashi's heart sank as the struck Huan transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow Clone. The real Huan emerged from beneath the ground, striking at Jiraiya's neck with a lightning-infused hand. Jiraiya turned into smoke. His substitution would reduce to char under the lightning's glare. Beware his Sharingan Jinjutsu. Kakashi's voice echoed from the fractured rock face. Huan chuckled softly as his Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, casting a simple Jinjutsu, binding technique, catching Jiraiya off guard before Huan's kick could land. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Three of Kakashi's shadow clones struck simultaneously. Huan's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Kakashi wielding this deadly Konoha-style sword technique. He wielded a shuriken like a blade, crackling with lightning. The Manjiki Sharingan precisely detected the subtle chakra differences of Kakashi's true form. Huan sidestepped the lethal strike, countering by seizing Kakashi's wrist and delivering a powerful blow to his ribs. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was drowned out by the roar of flames as Jiraiya's great fireball technique rained down. Huan kicked Kakashi away and formed a single-handed seal, Water Release, Water Barrier. The steam generated by the collision of water and fire enveloped the battlefield, Huan's figure flickering in and out of sight within the mist. Earth Release, Heart's Decapitation Technique. Kakashi suddenly grasped Huan's ankle from beneath the earth, only to feel a jolt of paralysis as Huan was captured. In an instant, Kakashi found himself empty-handed. It was a lightning clone. The true Huan emerged from the steam. His right leg, cloaked in lightning chakra, sweeping towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya's white hair flared, hardening in defense. Needle Earth Grasp. He used the technique to withstand the blow but was sent flying, specks of crimson seeping from his white locks. It's not over yet. Juan formed the Tiger Seal, causing dozens of rock pillars to erupt from the ground. Kakashi evaded with body flicker technique, clutching his chest as he appeared by Jiraiya's side. As the rock pillars crashed down, Uchiha Juan stood at the center of the battlefield, gazing at Kakashi. Go down, Kakashi. If it were a battlefield, that last strike would have been with a shuriken. Jiraiya queried, broken ribs? Yes, I'm not sure how many, Kakashi replied, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Broken ribs were indeed painful. Yes, right, Kakashi. You should seek Tsunade for treatment. At that moment, he was unaware that Tsunade suffered from hemophobia. Then my apologies. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi stepped back, heading towards the distant spectator stands. Stop with the foolishness. You are Watergate's apprentice after all, Jiraiya laughed heartily. Then I shall give it my all. Do not underestimate me, the great Jiraiya. Suddenly, Jiraiya's hair erupted in length, transforming into countless projectiles. 1,000 needles of death. His white hair cascaded like a torrential downpour, prompting Juan to leap back. Summoning technique. A gigantic toad materialized, cracking the ground beneath it. Jiraiya, what do you summon me for? Gamabunta inquired, holding a massive ninja blade. Is that the great summoning beast of Lord Jiraiya? So enormous. Wow, what a gigantic toad. To be such a powerful summoning beast, truly worthy of Lord Jiraiya. Yet, Uchiha Juan seemed not to be without means to counter. TCH, just a giant summoning beast. How could it compare to our Lord Juan? The audience erupted in astonishment. Bunta, this is not the time for nostalgia. Our opponent is formidable. Bunta discerned Jiraiya's tone and noted the crackling electricity surrounding Uchiha Juan. Upon first glance, he recognized a strong adversary. Jiraiya, use that technique. I was just thinking the same. Toad Oil Fireball. Jiraiya formed hand seals, his white hair rustling under the surge of chakra. Gamabunta inhaled deeply, his cheeks puffing out like balloons. And they unleashed the technique simultaneously. The collision of oil and fire transformed the entire battlefield into a fiery inferno, the prior yellow spring swamp completely dried up, the ground cracking and nearby trees igniting. Juan's Mangeki Sharingan glimmered with a sinister hue amidst the flames, his hands weaving seals with such speed that they left afterimages. Water release. Water dragon bite explosion. 4 water dragons surged from the scorched earth, the evaporating mist frosting Gamabunta's massive blade, carving a white streak through the fog. It was Bunta's sword. Jiraiya leapt from atop Bunta's head, the colossal blade narrowly missing Juan's clothing, while Jiraiya gathered a massive blue chakra sphere in his hands. Great Sphere Rasengan. Jiraiya slammed the immense sphere downward. The whirling chakra tore through the air, seemingly intent on shredding Uchiha Juan to pieces. In the next moment, the Great Sphere Rasengan passed through Uchiha Juan's body, crashing into the ground, sending dirt flying and rocks shattering. What an ethereal evasion technique. Is this the power of the Mangeki? Jiraiya, having failed his strike, leaped back. Juan's figure suddenly split into 9 flickering images of lightning, each bearing the authentic chakra signature. Ninjutsu, body flicker lightning flash. He had once studied Shisui's body flicker technique, and this lightning flash was a technique he had developed himself. Sparks erupted from Bunta's armor as the razor-like lightning chakra carved fine lines into the toad's skin, and Juan's 8 flickering images were each shattered in turn. Got you. Wentai gazed at the last remaining individual, his short blade cutting through the air with a forceful gust, yet the blade passed through Juan in an instant. A thunderous crack echoed, sending an ominous chill through the hearts of all present. The ground lay uneven, trees toppled in disarray, and the forest, ignited by the fiery oil of toads, billowed thick smoke that went unnoticed. A layer of moisture coated the earth, and the air was shrouded in mist. It was then that he realized the brilliant sun had vanished, overshadowed by tumultuous clouds that danced in the sky, lightning flickering within as if heralding something momentous. Jiraiya's heart raced. Had he truly resorted to this technique? In the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed intently, secretly comparing. Even without the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Juan posed a considerable threat. Is it coming? Uchiha Fugaku gazed expectantly at the stormy clouds, having only heard whispers of Juan's name associated with the Leaf's thundercloud, yet never witnessing his renowned technique. It is imminent, Brother Juan S. Kirin. Sasuke's face flushed with excitement. This was the signature jutsu of his esteemed brother. Is this truly the extent of Brother Huan's power? Can a mere human achieve such feats? Naruto murmured, astonished by the unimaginable prowess of a ninja. The fox spirit dwelling within him scoffed dismissively. It was merely a spectacle. Such a technique. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the young Uchiha accomplish such a feat? In the distance, atop the walls of Konoha, the sentinels on the lookout tower stared at the ominous sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. Is that the site of the Hokage election? What is that? A ninjutsu? How can this be? Such might cannot possibly stem from a mere jutsu. Clans of shinobi and countless civilians widened their eyes, gazing skyward in anticipation of a technique rumored to rival natural disasters. Huan ascended, soaring into the heavens, the cries of the onlookers resonating through the clouds as the long-accumulated thunderclouds unleashed their fury. In midair, Uchiha Huan raised his left arm, and a series of roars erupted from the depths of the clouds. A fearsome roar echoed, reverberating through the world. The thunderclouds churned, revealing a colossal beast formed of lightning peering through the tumult. Kirin. Blue lightning coursed through the heavens, enveloping the entire realm in a cerulean hue, compelling everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. As the initial flash dissipated, they anxiously scanned the sky. Huan, resplendent in the electric glow, appeared as a deity from on high. Below, Jiraiya and Wentai had vanished, replaced by a gaping pit several meters deep. The great toad had disappeared. Where's Lord Jiraiya? Surely, he hasn't perished from such a technique. Could he have lost? Impossible. Lord Jiraiya would never succumb. I once naively believed I could spar with Lord Huan. What a hubristic thought. The three tomo of Uchiha Yunhua spun wildly, fixating on the divine silhouette suspended above. In that moment, he had become a devoted follower of Huan. Uchiha Huan. Is this his true power? Even without the Manjiki, his strength is terrifying. Hovering in the air, Uchiha Huan observed clearly that at the bottom of the deep pit lay a segment of intestines, nearly cooked through. Jiraiya leaped from the pit, his garments tattered, a crimson stain marking his lips, one of his wooden sandals lost to the chaos. Just before the Kirin struck, he had sent Wentai away, then utilized Earth Release to bury himself underground, summoning the intestines of the great toad of Awagakure, thereby avoiding grave injury. Jiraiya swiftly formed seals, and after a plume of white smoke, two toad sages perched upon his shoulders, orange shadows flickering in his eyes. It is about time to master entering sage mode independently. Little Jiraiya, compared to the two of you, I am but a mere infant. Please lend me your strength. Has even the great toad's intestines been reduced to this? It seems the opponent is formidable. Diepsaku and Shima wore grave expressions. I implore you, esteemed sages. Jiraiya's pupils transformed into slits, and small bumps appeared across his body. Has he entered sage mode? If you refuse to concede, Jiraiya-senpai, then I shall have to engage you in earnest. As Uchiha Huan spoke, a colossal white Susanoo erupted from the ground. Chapter 28. The farce comes to an end, Danzo dies, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is blamed. The adversary possesses the formidable Manjiki Sharingan. Two of them, please. How did you attract such individuals, Jiraiya? Have you engaged in civil strife within Konoha? The sage Shinsaku inquired, puzzled. No. It is merely the Hokage election. The Hokage election? Is it truly necessary to escalate to this extent? Sage Shima expressed her incredulity. Very well, my dear, given the situation. Let us proceed together, young Jiraiya. Agreed. Jiraiya cast off the remaining wooden sandal from his foot and stood barefoot upon the earth. Sage Art, 5 right gates. Sage Shinsaku unleashed a torrent of flames. Jiraiya spewed oil, and Sage Shima employed wind release. The vast conflagration vaporized the surrounding moisture, transforming the ground into scorched earth. Before the attack reached him, Uchiha Huan felt the searing heat, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to evade. Suddenly, Jiraiya sensed an overwhelming presence emanating from his opponent. Such an intensity of existence that even a blind man could ascertain Uchiha Huan's position with ease. A sense of foreboding gripped him. As anticipated, the fiery orange flames surged through the white, half-formed Susanoo. This jutsu, infused with sage chakra, wielded immense power, and Uchiha Huan did not wish to squander his ocular prowess to counter it. The two sage toads were taken aback, witnessing this technique for the first time. Is it possible to completely evade the attack? This must be an ocular technique of theirs. Indeed, yet the presence of the user significantly escalates when activating this jutsu. making it easy to discern their position. Jiraiya's feet sank into the ground, leaving a massive crack as he propelled himself forward, the blue orb in his hand swelling instantaneously. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Uchiha Huan dodged once more. Gasping for breath, Jiraiya regarded his foe, perplexed by Uchiha Huan's intentions. Was he planning to exhaust Jiraiya until he relinquished Sage Mode? The spectators were equally bewildered, initially believing that Uchiha Huan's use of Susanoo signified a serious engagement, only to find him continuously evading combat. What was he contemplating? Could it be that Uchiha Huan had recently overexerted himself and required a moment of respite? Was he short on chakra? Nara Shikaku seemed to realize something. He had employed numerous high-cost techniques in quick succession, and the Sharingan also demanded chakra. Could it be that he was low on chakra, necessitating temporary retreat for recovery? It is indeed a possibility. A glimmer of insight flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Jiraiya, you must defeat Huan during this interval. His combat experience is inferior to yours. This is his sole vulnerability. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, his Manjiki slowly rotating. Huan, are you truly lacking in chakra? Being young, you may not fully grasp the management of your own chakra. However, with your Manjiki abilities, you should be capable of stalling for recovery. Just as the crowd speculated that Huan was evading battle, an unexpected twist occurred. Lord Jiraiya, I believe this farce should come to a close. Uchiha Huan's voice, though still calm, carried a note of displeasure and resonated loudly enough for all present to hear. What? The crowd, who had just hypothesized that Huan was avoiding combat, was taken aback, and Uchiha Fugaku's eyes sparkled with realization. Huan's tone did not suggest weakness at all. To prevent me, have you truly resorted to such extremes? Uchiha Huan's expression grew unusually cold as the half-formed Susanoo began to rise, its legs firmly planted. Armor plates emerged from the Susanoo, revealing a towering figure clad in the armor of the Black Tengu, with a long sword unsheathed at its waist. Your vision is exceedingly narrow, limited to your clan, your village, your nation. This world is far too small, insufficient for me to unleash my full potential. His voice boomed. Clear as day. Lord Jiraiya, do you understand what it means to be a shadow? Jiraiya fell silent as Uchiha Huan swung his sword, generating a gale that uprooted a section of forest. A shadow is not a display of power. A shadow is a guardian of others. What has the village become? Spreading malicious rumors that led to the Honorable White Fang's suicide, Lord Orochimaru being falsely accused of treachery, leading all 3 legendary ninjas to abandon the village. Bowing to the Cloud Village, surrendering Hokage Hisashi, envying talent, secretly plotting against Uchiha Shisui, wishing to kill and seize his eyes, the 4th Hokage and his wife sacrificed, their offspring branded as a demon fox. Uchiha Huan's words sent shockwaves through the audience. What? The esteemed Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was too young at the time to ascertain whether those rumors were indeed the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals. Those rumors were deliberately fabricated. Lord Orochimaru was also a victim of deceit. I always thought that as a candidate for the 4th Hokage, Lord Orochimaru could never commit such acts. So it was. Hokage Niji, upon hearing such revelations, unconsciously activated his Byakugan. His father was indeed wronged by the village. But the most shocking revelation was that the 4th Hokage's son was labeled as a demon fox. Countless gazes turned towards Naruto, who was mingling among the Uchiha clan. While even Sasuke, standing beside him, was taken aback. He had always assumed Naruto was merely a war orphan, only to discover that he was the son of the 4th Hokage. What? He is the son of the 4th Hokage? For the sake of saving the village, the 4th Hokage sacrificed his life? What have we done all these years? I am sorry. Some expressed remorse, others wept, while many harbored deep-seated fears. Uchiha Huan paid no mind to the commotion. Look at the plight of the common ninjas. Do you know how much a single ninjutsu scroll costs now? Countless individuals with talent, yet their entire lives amount to nothing more than being ordinary ninjas. They cannot afford the healing ointments needed by taijutsu practitioners. They cannot buy the ninjutsu scrolls required by ninjutsu users. They cannot even guarantee an abundance of ninja tools, fighting for Konoha their entire lives. They are left with wounds and ailments in old age. Where are the village's authorities now? They perish on the battlefield, leaving behind children as war orphans. Where are the village's authorities then? Uchiha Huan's voice brimmed with fury, resonating with countless commoners. Which strong individual had ever spoken such words for them? Which lofty aristocrat had ever treated them with such regard? Take a look at the orphanage in Konoha. Financially strained, yet the so-called root leader, Shimura Danzo, conducts human experimentation underground, using the village's funds, consuming the village's resources, persecuting the village's ninjas, all while spouting nonsense about doing it for Konoha. Yet truly, he has appropriated everything for himself, persecuting the loyal, embezzling, and conspiring against fellow villagers. Should such a person live? Should such a person die? Answer me. They should die? They should perish. From somewhere within the audience, a voice cried out, igniting the entire assembly. Kill Shimura Danzo. Kill Shimura Danzo. Eliminate the sinner. In a corner of the viewing area, Yakushi Nan's eyes sparkled with determination. This Uchiha with the Manjiki was even concerned about the orphanage, perhaps after he takes the stage. Tsunade's expression darkened. The village founded by her grandfather had devolved into such a dismal state. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the crowd, his complexion shifting dramatically. He began to grasp Juan's intentions. Not only did he intend to display his power, but he also sought to rally the hearts of the people. The ninja class is sustained by the commoners, and their importance is self-evident. Unless one can create an entire world single-handedly, every link in a functioning system is indispensable. Save for parasites, Uchiha Juan's maneuver was undeniably aimed at uniting the hearts of the Uchiha clan, something they had long lacked. Lord Jiraiya, do you believe Shimura Danzo deserves to die? Uchiha Juan looked down from his elevated position, surveying all. Jiraiya felt despondent. Upon hearing revelations he had previously been unaware of, he suddenly lost the will to combat Uchiha Juan. This sentiment was particularly pronounced when he learned that Orochimaru had also been ensnared by the adversary. The villagers clamored, debating whether Shimura Danzo deserved to die. He must die? They shouted. Lord Juan, we stand with you. Eliminate Danzo, avenge us all. Their voices echoed with fervor, proclaiming their unwavering support for the fifth Hokage. Upon hearing the villagers' chants, a subtle smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Juan's mouth. Itachi, bring Danzo forth. With a swift command, Itachi, who had been prepared, promptly brought Danzo to the battlefield. Strangely, Danzo's limbs had been reattached, and his tongue restored through medical ninjutsu, an arrangement meticulously orchestrated by Uchiha Juan for this very moment. Danzo, do you acknowledge your crimes? Juan inquired. In the struggle for supremacy. What crime is there for an old man like me? Danzo retorted defiantly, gazing up at Juan. My only crime is failing to eradicate your Uchiha clan sooner, allowing you to linger and ultimately face this fate today. His voice resonated loudly, and with Juan's deliberate intent, it reached the ears of all present. Such a villain, utterly unrepentant. He deserves no mercy. The audacity of this scoundrel, seeking to annihilate our Uchiha clan. Thankfully, we have Lord Juan to protect us. Execute him, fifth Hokage. Humph. A group of ungrateful commoners. Everything I have done is for the protection of Konoha. Grant me power, and I shall unify you insects under the shinobi world. Danzo sneered, dismissing the gravity of human experimentation as merely a necessary sacrifice. In the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, astonished that Danzo would utter such words. Ha ha, Uchiha Juan. Do as you will, for I, as the root of Konoha, discerned your intentions the night Hiruzen pleaded for my life. I knew then you would never allow me to survive. Danzo's laughter was jarring, his words striking like thunder, accusing the third Hokage of shielding a villain. What? The third Hokage interceded for such a rogue? The shock rippled through the crowd. Hiruzen's complexion paled, realization dawning upon him. Juan sought not only the hearts of the people, but also aimed to tarnish his reputation. Though retired, his stature remained influential within the village, a reputation he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Juan's maneuver, however, threatened to undermine it all. Damn that Danzo, revealing everything. He should have perished on the night of the coup. Hiruzen thought ruefully. If only he had possessed the resolve to eliminate Uchiha Kagami back then, he would not now find himself in this predicament. Pathetic, how he could turn on his comrades yet hesitate against the Uchiha. My demise is not in vain. Danzo's words cast a heavy shadow over Hiruzen, and as black flames ignited around him, he was consumed by Amaterasu, reduced to mere ash. Yet, his final proclamation left the crowd in stunned silence. All eyes fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, the usually kind and approachable embodiment of the will of fire, the pillar of Konoha, now revealed as a man who had betrayed his comrades and shielded a villain. Under the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes, Hiruzen could no longer remain seated. He rose, trembling with indignation. Danzo's earlier statements rang true, yet in the end, it was a blatant attempt to tarnish his own reputation, a despicable act of slander. Chapter 29. A new era approaches. The Susanoo of Uchiha Juan dissipated, yet he remained aloft, surveying all beneath him. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, pale and beset by skeptical gazes. He offered a faint smile. He was not surprised by the words uttered by Danzo before his demise. After all, Danzo had orchestrated the blame placed upon Sarutobi. If a person's utterances are entirely false, few would trust their truths. Conversely, when a person speaks solely truths, any singular falsehood may often be regarded as genuine, especially if it is the last testament of the deceased. Danzo's words, 9 truths mingled with 1 falsehood, plunged Sarutobi into a profound crisis of reputation. His plea for Danzo's clemency had been witnessed by countless onlookers on the night of the Uchiha coup, an undeniable fact. The conspiracy against Uchiha Kagami was a matter known only to him and a select few from decades past. The truth was obscured, yet once suspicion arose, the accusation was already established. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly fled the scene, hastening homeward. Then, someone shouted 5th Hokage, and soon the entire crowd echoed the call. Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced. Juan had truly achieved the impossible, and Uchiha was to become Hokage. Excellent. Then I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall become the 6th Hokage, he proclaimed, gazing at the divine figure hovering above. Humph, do not be so presumptuous. The 6th Hokage shall undoubtedly be me, Sasuke countered, still at odds with Naruto. 5th Hokage, 5th Hokage. The crowd descended into fervor, for this 5th Hokage would wield unparalleled strength and possess a compassionate heart for the villagers. As Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the gates of Konoha in disarray, the chants of 5th Hokage resonated behind him, signaling that he could no longer impede Uchiha Juan's advance. In the deep of night, lanterns illuminated the streets of Konoha, as the Uchiha clan members unexpectedly displayed smiles while on duty. The proprietor of the izakaya laid out bottles of fine sake, the crisp aroma mingling with joyous cheers in the autumn night. Tonight, all drinks are on the house. To the 5th Hokage. Within the Uchiha compound, clan members returned from the South Hikawa Shrine after attending Shisui's funeral. For the Uchiha, Shisui was held in reverence. His sacrifice birthed 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. The clan leader's residence shone brightly, and as Uchiha Fugaku beheld the fireworks illuminating the night sky in crimson hues, he smiled at the reveling youth outside his window. The atmosphere in the village was lively. The villagers gradually began to accept the Uchiha clan, a positive development. The Uchiha clan would soon relocate, as Fugaku envisioned moving back to the heart of Konoha, the original territory of the Uchiha clan, which one would surely appreciate. The next day, the booming sound of cannon fire resounded in Konoha, uninterrupted since midnight. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the glass, the owner of the ninja tool shop polished a shuriken dusted with grime. He recalled the words of the 5th Hokage and suddenly slammed the shuriken down on the counter. Today, all ninja tools are half price. In honor of the 5th Hokage, the entire commercial street ignited with fervor. The elderly woman selling dango trembled as she hung a sign proclaiming a 30% discount. The izakaya owner shared his 20-year-old sake with friends, and the ramen shop proudly displayed a 50% off sign. Children fashioned crooked figures from branches, joyously chasing each other in the streets, emulating the skeletal structure of Susanoo. At the Nara clan residence, Shikaku was engaged in a fierce match of shogi with his son, Shikamaru. After placing the finest deer antlers on the board, Shikaku dropped the last black piece into the bowl, instructing Ino and Choji to prepare congratulatory gifts, largest bouquets, and finest sake. The Nara clan had long been a pillar of Konoha's medical support, known for their deer farming. Much of the deer blood and antler products supplied the Konoha hospital. Should we alert Lord Huan to the remnants of the route? A servant hesitated, holding the list of gifts. Shikaku suddenly captured Shikamaru's king, his 40 pieces landing precisely within the wooden shogi box. The moment you utter the word alert, you have already interfered with the Hokage's will, he stated, his gaze drifting toward the sky, as if observing someone. The Inazuka and Aburame clans had historically aligned themselves with the Hokage lineage, a tradition dating back to the Warring States period, shifting allegiance from the Senju clan to the Hokage. As for the Uchiha clan, he sighed inwardly, hoping Huan would be a leader who could accept them. Otherwise, the expansive Nara clan might soon find themselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi was engaged in discussions with the elders, deliberating on suitable gifts. The situation for the Shimura and Sarutobi clans was rather awkward. The Shimura clan members now scarcely dared to leave their territory, while the Sarutobi clan, though not as restricted, saw their leader remain withdrawn. They were uncertain how to navigate the future. At the Hokage Rock in Konoha, work had already commenced. The fifth stone was being etched, with the sculptor excitedly proclaiming that it would bear the likeness of the fifth Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke trained by the lakeside, the two disciples of the fifth Hokage striving to uphold Huan's honor. Today, Naruto felt unusually elated. No one cast him sidelong glances anymore, for all now recognized him as the son of a hero, not as a mere fox demon. Uchiha Huan observed all from the clouds, knowing that a new era for Konoha was on the horizon. Next, it was time for the ninja world to embrace this new epic. Chapter 30, Uchiha Huan, the fifth Hokage. The autumn morning of the 58th year of Konoha bore a metallic chill, the newly carved visage on Hokage Rock still glimmering with a stone blue hue. Uchiha Huan stepped over the fallen leaves atop the Hokage building, coming into view of the assembled crowd. Uchiha Fugaku, filled with excitement, lightly tapped the wooden railing of the viewing platform, flanked by the equally exhilarated Uchiha clan. The Hokage's ceremonial robe, adorned with fan motifs for the first time since the village's inception, fluttered in the morning breeze, mingling with the voice of Tsukin Koharu. Mito Gaidon, observing the small fan on Uchiha Huan's shoulder, realized he was about to be ousted from the center of power. His lips pressed tight. He noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen ascending to the rooftop of the Hokage building. The nature of their arrangement remained a mystery. Huan's fingers grazed the handrail, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirling in the morning mist, seemingly revealing the 38-year-old version of himself. Having spent 2 decades here, countless life and death experiences had shaped the Uchiha Huan of today. In the 51st year of Konoha, at the age of 13, he had gazed upon the rampaging Nine Tails, thoughts of his battle with Minato swirling in his mind, his eyes reflecting a bitter unwillingness. By the 53rd year, aged 15, amidst overwhelming odds, his eyes ignited with the crimson blaze of the kaleidoscopic technique. The haunting scenes of the underworld etched vividly in his memory, while his vision began to fade. On this day in the 58th year of Konoha, he achieved the position of Hokage. Huan, Sarutobi Hiruzen began, his voice amplified for all to hear. I have been an inadequate third Hokage, allowing the village to suffer undue calamities, blinded by the sins of others. The crowd regarded the former Hokage, once beloved but now infamous. The third Hokage speaks too harshly. Danzo's last words were mere slander, came the response, urging Hiruzen not to belittle himself. The elder stared intently at the young man before him, a serene smile gracing Huan's face. Hiruzen understood that Danzo had likely been manipulated by Genjutsu on that fateful day, yet he felt powerless. This young man aimed to forge a new Konoha, and as a hindrance, Hiruzen had been thoroughly overwhelmed, both in strength and strategy. For the sake of the Sarutobi clan, he was compelled to personally elevate Huan to Hokage. Huan, my era has passed. Henceforth, I entrust you to lead our village into a new age. As the third Hokage trembled, extending the Hokage hat, Uchiha Huan deliberately slowed his movements, allowing the fiery patterns along the brim to be clearly visible to all. An excited, suppressed gasp echoed from the crowd below. The moment Huan donned the hat, a wave of cheers erupted, with countless voices chanting the name of the fifth Hokage. Nara Shikaku led the applause, the thunderous claps resonating. The major clans had accepted this Hokage, hoping to preserve their interest during the forthcoming division of power. From this day forth, Huan's voice resonated with an almost enchanting quality. The flames of Konoha shall eradicate all shadows. Together, we shall stride towards a new era amidst the crucible of genuine transformation. Fifth Hokage! Fifth Hokage! The crowd surged with fervor, their chants echoing through the air. Jiraiya perched atop a rooftop, gazing at the ceremonial robe adorned with flame motifs that mirrored Minato's, sighed softly, contemplating whether he should have interfered. Uchiha Huan was indeed a fitting choice for Hokage in the hearts of the villagers. The fifth Hokage is that individual. On Hokage Rock, Obito, clad in a vortex mask, stood alongside the strange creature Zetsu. Oh, it seems your clan is not entirely pleased, Zetsu chuckled. That fellow Obito murmured, recalling the transfer student from the Ninja Academy. Hello, I am Uchiha Huan, also of the Uchiha clan. I heard he advanced a grade. A genius? Quite different from me, hey. You can call me Big Brother from now on. I, the future Hokage, will take care of you. Hello, Brother Obito. My dream is also to become Hokage. It appears we are rivals now, the boy replied, his expression gentle, a demeanor unchanged since childhood. Brother Obito, how come your grades are the lowest? Shut up. I was helping an old lady cross the street during the exams, Brother Obito. If your grades continue to lag behind mine, the Hokage position will be mine. Obito exhaled sharply, seemingly dispelling the memories. I am contemplating whether to recruit Uchiha Huan into the Eye of the Moon plan. Zetsu appeared somewhat taken aback. Isn't that a bit too risky? If it fails, our entire scheme will be exposed. That is precisely why I have yet to act. I shall observe a while longer. What of Orochimaru? Has he not arrived in Konoha? Why has there been no news from him lately? Orochimaru had since joined the Akatsuki organization. It was likely that after witnessing the might of the current Hokage, most would refrain from challenging him. Zetsu's words held merit. In Black Zetsu's view, Uchiha Huan's strength was now comparable to that of the young Madara. However, lacking siblings, he would find it difficult to activate the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan unless he fathered a child to stimulate the awakening of the eye. Yet, judging by Uchiha Huan's current demeanor, he was akin to Obito, a gentle Uchiha. How could he perceive the darkness of the ninja world? How could he be led into despair? Black Zetsu pondered. If he could draw this individual to his side, the Eye of the Moon plan would swiftly come to fruition, especially with the Nine Tails now under his control. Each harbored ulterior motives. Obito, surely you recognize the immense strength of a complete Mangekyou. Perhaps you should, Zetsu urged, noting that Obito's current prowess seemed insufficient. Yet he remained a pivotal figure in their plan. No need to elaborate. Even if I recover my other eye, it would merely be a 3-tomo. My heart has been frozen since Rin's death. I can no longer awaken the Mangekyou, Obito retorted, fully aware of Zetsu's intentions. Let Kakashi take that eye. Let him witness how I will dismantle this world and recreate one with Rin. Zetsu fell silent, recognizing he could not sway the man before him. When Obito inevitably recognized the threat, he would retrieve it on his own. At the Hokage building, Uchiha Huan had taken residence in the Hokage's office. In the 58th year of Konoha, Uchiha Huan triumphed over all rivals to ascend to the Hokage position, initiating profound reforms within the village. Thus, Konoha emerged from 50 years of internal strife and factional chaos. The once decaying great tree of Konoha blossomed anew, embarking on a vigorous resurgence. A period known as the Spring of Konoha. Chapter 31. Bold reforms. Time swiftly passes, and it has been over a month since Uchiha Huan ascended to power. Other ninja villages have become aware of this news and have sent congratulatory gifts. Within this month, the landscape of Konoha has undergone a dramatic transformation, with the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans being ousted from the center of power. Despite the 5th Hokage's earnest attempts to retain them, the former 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has resigned from his advisory role, along with his colleagues, Nara Shikaku and Mito Kurenai, citing their previous tolerance of the rogue Danzo as justification for their departures. Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, and Jiraiya have now assumed the roles of new advisors to the Hokage. Meanwhile, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans have pledged their loyalty to the newly appointed Hokage under Shikaku's leadership. The Umbu ninjas have undergone a significant reshuffle, with several Uchiha clan members joining their ranks. Huan has prepared new assessments to select new Umbu ninjas, while the Root organization has been disbanded entirely. Itachi has led the effort to cleanse the remnants of Root, dealing with the blindly loyal individuals through elimination or imprisonment. The remaining ninjas have followed suit, but are unlikely to return to the center of Konoha. Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma have temporarily been assigned to Huan's shadow guard. In the Hokage office, Nara Shikaku appeared troubled as he addressed Huan. Lord Hokage, regarding this policy of yours, is there an issue, Shikaku? Uchiha Huan inquired, setting aside his documents with his customary gentle smile. You proposed increasing the allowances for ninjas, particularly for the civilian ninjas. While this is commendable and will bolster the cohesion among the ninjas, there is a concern. Shikaku hesitated. The village's finances are a pressing matter. Such an increase would lead to excessive expenditures. What about the funds recovered from Danzo and the wealth extracted from the Uchiha clan? Huan replied. Since taking office, he has reclaimed a substantial amount of wealth accumulated by Danzo and significant funds from the Uchiha clan. Even Saratobi Hiruzen voluntarily contributed a sum, claiming it was his last act of service to the village. With the allocations to the Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital, and the orphanage, the remaining funds will only suffice for 2 years' worth of ninja allowances, Shikaku said cautiously. Alternatively, we could consider reducing some of the allowances. After all, the current subsidies for civilian ninjas are already threefold of what they used to be, which seems excessive. Indeed, Fugaku concurred, expressing concern over the lavish spending. Juan, as Hokage, you are not merely spending money, you are incinerating it. Jiraiya remained silent, initially staying to observe Naruto. Upon learning of Naruto's past, he felt a pang of guilt for not having cared for Minato and Naruto adequately. However, during these recent days spent with Juan, he unexpectedly discovered that Juan, despite his noble lineage, exhibited a remarkable concern for the welfare of civilian ninjas. Let us proceed with this plan. By this time next year, we shall acquire the necessary funds, Juan declared, already formulating a strategy. But there can be no but, Shikaku. Providing funds and jutsu to higher-ranked ninjas is bribery, while directly distributing funds and jutsu to lower-ranked ninjas is an allowance. Juan asserted with a sweeping gesture. Lacking funds, what are ninjas but a treasury? Even if the treasury is depleted, what are the daimyo? What? The ninjas are rebelling? This is no ordinary rebellion. We must strike decisively. What? The daimyo refuses? Itachi. Ensure he sees reason. As for turning hostile, Juan planned to emulate Tobi's methods against the 4th Mizukage using Genjutsu to control the daimyo. Seeing Juan's steadfastness, Shikaku ultimately acquiesced. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Listen to Juan. His words are truly profound. Though I was trained by the 3rd Hokage, I have never forgotten my roots as a child of the common folk. I wholeheartedly support the enhancement of the treatment for lower-ranked ninjas. Now, esteemed advisors, what are your thoughts on my recent proposal? Juan inquired, alluding to the ninja technique sharing plan. He proposed lowering the barriers to accessing jutsu, allowing ninjas to accumulate credits within the Ninja Academy that could be exchanged for jutsu. For official ninjas, he suggested reducing the contributions required for exchanging jutsu, enabling them to learn techniques they need more readily. However, the jutsu available for direct exchange would be capped at A rank, while S-rank techniques would necessitate rigorous scrutiny before being exchanged. Additionally, taijutsu practitioners would receive other benefits, such as being able to exchange contribution points for medicinal substances necessary for their physical training, with prices regulated by the village to prevent private profiteering. To the advisors, this was an undoubtedly advantageous policy, enhancing the village's overall combat capability while fostering gratitude among its ninjas. I agree, Fugaku stated, raising his hands in approval. I have nothing to lose. I concur. Jiraiya expressed satisfaction with Juan's approach. Shikaku contemplated for a moment before ultimately refraining from opposition, aware that this would result in some loss of village profits. Then let this decree be issued forthwith. Shikaku, I appreciate your assistance. Not a bother. It is my duty to alleviate the Hokage's burdens. The agreed-upon decree swiftly disseminated throughout the village, causing a stir among the populace. Before the Konoha bulletin board, a crowd surged like a tide. Threefold, a weathered middle-aged ninja suddenly fell to his knees, his mission scroll slipping from his grasp. His voice trembled, barely audible. My daughter, she will no longer need to gather herbs. A gasp rippled through the crowd as a female ninja with a ponytail clutched the allowance details tightly, her knuckles whitening as her lips quivered. Is this true? Is this truly happening? She repeated, as if unable to believe her own eyes. Around her, the civilian ninjas were overcome with emotion, some with tears brimming in their eyes. Many bore scars from past missions, while others had tattered sleeves or pant legs. In that moment, years of pent-up grievances and hardships found an outlet. Long live the Hokage! Someone shouted, igniting a chorus of voices. Long live the Hokage! Echoed the crowd, the cheers swelling in waves and stirring the leaves from the trees. Some leaped in joy. Others wept openly, while others knelt in reverence towards the Hokage building. The younger ninjas cheered, tossing their ninja tools into the air. In this moment, they were no longer expendable pawns, but valued members of Konoha. Credits for jutsu. A boy with goggles suddenly cried out, I can finally learn the great fireball technique. His exclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a still pond, inciting further cheers among the younger ninjas, many of whom had been unable to afford the jutsu scrolls and had been limited to the most basic techniques. The reforms at Konoha Hospital have also increased medical allowances. A female ninja with her arm bandaged exclaimed, waving the announcement. Now we need not worry about injuries. Cheers, cries, and shouts intertwined, resonating through the skies of Konoha. In this moment, the civilian ninjas finally felt the warmth of being valued. They were no longer mere pawns but the true masters of the village. At the window of the Hokage building, Uchiha Huan quietly observed the scene below. The throng of jubilant villagers reflected in his eyes as the corners of his mouth turned upward slightly. This is the embodiment of the will of fire. Jiraiya gazed upon the village's scenes, then turned to observe Uchiha Huan standing with his hands clasped behind his back. However, within a certain establishment, a middle-aged man took up his pen and inscribed that the finances of Konoha would inevitably collapse within 3 years, and that the newly appointed Hokage was merely a brute. As a covert agent lurking within Konoha, he was naturally pleased to witness such an outcome, yet the newfound Hokage's strength was indeed fearsome. Amidst the throng, a woman blended into the crowd, observing the fervent assembly, instinctively licking her lips. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was the very woman who had exchanged greetings with the third Hokage. And there are new directives as well. Another member of the Umbu had affixed a fresh notice. Is it truly wise to commence with such disorder? The woman pondered inwardly, her tongue still tracing her lips. However, her composure was soon shattered as she realized that the newly posted notice was not a directive at all, but rather a rescission of a bounty. The notice proclaimed the withdrawal of the pursuit of Lord Orochimaru. It sought to exonerate Lord Orochimaru from his unjust accusations and beseeched him to return to the village. Chapter 32. Orochimaru. To his astonishment, Orochimaru, disguised as a woman, did not anticipate that Uchiha Huan, a Hokage with whom he had only a subordinate relationship in the past, would invite him back to the village. Uchiha Huan had temporarily served as Orochimaru's subordinate on the battlefield. Read what it says up there. Someone anxiously urged the person in the front rows to announce the news. The announcement stated that after thorough investigation and deliberation by the higher-ups of Konoha and the 5th Hokage, it has been officially declared that the numerous accusations against Orochimaru were, in fact, malicious slanders orchestrated by Danzo and his cohorts to conceal their own crimes. Danzo, a man of heinous deeds, not only plotted against his comrades and their descendants, but also forced Orochimaru to leave Konoha. He seized this opportunity to amass wealth and persecute ordinary ninjas, severely damaging the interests and reputation of the village. Following a meticulous collection and examination of evidence, Orochimaru's innocence has been confirmed. The 5th Hokage, upholding justice and fairness, has decided to exonerate Orochimaru and sincerely invites him to return to the Hidden Leaf Village to contribute once again to its prosperity and development. As an integral member of Konoha, Orochimaru's remarkable talents and contributions cannot be overlooked. We believe that with his return, the Hidden Leaf Village will usher in an even more glorious future. A villager read the announcement aloud, while nearby, Orochimaru lowered his head in contemplation. Truly, the 5th Hokage demonstrates foresight, considering the welfare of the village. Not only has he improved the conditions for ordinary ninjas, but he also seeks to bring back the esteemed Orochimaru to rebuild Konoha. The 5th Hokage embodies the spirit of altruism, with the entirety of the village in his heart. Orochimaru paid no heed to the clamor around him and prepared to turn away, but at that moment, a female ninja caught his attention. It was Mitarashi Anko, his disciple, whose expression fluctuated with uncertainty, lost in thought. Orochimaru did not pause, brushing past Anko. His return to Konoha was initially motivated by news of a coup within the Uchiha clan, intending to gather Sharingan for his experiments and possibly obtain additional funding from Danzo. However, upon his return, he learned of the Uchiha clan's overwhelming power, initiating the election for the 5th Hokage, while Danzo had been imprisoned. Orochimaru had slipped into the Konoha prison to see Danzo, but even upon revealing his identity, Danzo remained unresponsive, like a lifeless husk, showing no desire for rescue. Thus, he chose to lie low, hoping to exploit the chaos to capture some of Danzo's loyalists or acquire research materials from the root base. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's team was cleansing the root, leaving him no opportunity. He did not fear Itachi, but the 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan posed a significant threat. If he were exposed in the village, escape would be nearly impossible. After lingering in the village for some time, he felt it was time to leave when he unexpectedly encountered the announcement. He was momentarily perplexed about Uchiha Huan's intentions, while Danzo had indeed sullied his name. His own past was hardly pristine. What were his true thoughts? What was Uchiha Juan contemplating? He believed that technology was the primary productive force, and within the ninja world, it was Orochimaru who held the key to core technology. As someone without siblings, Uchiha Juan had already reached the limits of his eyes with the Manjiki Sharingan. As for fathering children, the 68 years of Konoha coincided with Kagaya's escape from her seal. He could not afford to wait for a child in these 10 years. The most suitable course of action would be to transplant Hashirama's cells. Not only the Senju cells, but he could also anticipate the possibility of Uzumaki's cells. However, he did not wish to replicate Uchiha Madara's methods of transplantation. He sought a more suitable and scientific approach, and in this world, only Orochimaru was the most fitting researcher. As for himself, he chuckled inwardly. His biological knowledge was no better than that of a stray dog. Orochimaru, filled with doubt, returned to the inn he had reserved in Konoha. After thoughtful consideration, he decided to depart the village within the next 2 days. Since his initial objectives were no longer attainable, it was wiser to leave early. After all, Jiraiya, that infamous underachiever, had already discovered his presence during the Hokage election. Although Jiraiya's dullness prevented him from discerning Orochimaru's true identity, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to exposure. It was better to return to his base and resume his research. Oh, perhaps tonight would be the perfect time to leave. Hokage-sama. Fifth Hokage, you are truly benevolent. Fifth Hokage, you are the most compassionate Hokage. Long live the fifth Hokage. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Uchiha Juan exited the Hokage building and headed to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner, greeted warmly by the villagers along the way. I'll have the usual, a bowl of your signature ramen, Uncle Ichiraku. Ah, Hokage-sama, this bowl is on me. Uncle Ichiraku said with a smile as he placed the noodles in the boiling water. Watching the skilled preparation of ramen, Uchiha Juan recalled his past suspicion that this ramen master might be the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku, but it was evident that he was merely an exceptionally talented chef. Juan engaged in friendly conversation with the villagers around him, inquiring about their hardships, whether they needed assistance, and if their children were attending the ninja academy, and so forth. Only a woman in the distant corner remained silent, quietly savoring her bowl of ramen. Soon, Uchiha Juan's ramen was served. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. He devoured the noodles with great enthusiasm, finishing a bowl within minutes, leaving behind a note of thanks and a few bills as he departed the ramen shop. Watched by the others. Moments later, the woman in the corner finished her final sip of broth, paid her bill, and turned to leave. This was, of course, Orochimaru in disguise. Outside Konoha, at a considerable distance from the village, the woman's mouth suddenly widened to an impossible size for a human, hands stretching from within, followed by the emergence of a figure, Orochimaru. No matter how many times one witnesses this, it always feels strange, wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? As the sun set blood-red, Uchiha Juan, donned in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, stepped out from the shadows of the nearby forest with a faint smile. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He had been discovered. It appeared that Orochimaru was quite taken aback by the revelation of his whereabouts. Uchiha Juan smiled and said, "But ever since you encountered Danzo, I knew you were in the village. I've been searching for you for a week now. I never imagined you would disguise yourself as a woman, which caused me to waste a great deal of time." Danzo. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Had that fool betrayed him? Indeed, but when Danzo met you, he was under the influence of Jinjutsu. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he abandon all hope for survival? Especially in front of someone as skilled in medical techniques as you, Orochimaru? Jinjutsu? I see. No wonder Danzo reacted that way. However, as the fifth Hokage, is it truly appropriate for you to personally apprehend a rogue ninja, Juan? After the initial shock, Orochimaru quickly suppressed his rising emotions, cursing himself for being careless. You jest. Orochimaru. The village is already aware that those accusations were merely Danzo's slanders, falsehoods. We will not allow a war hero to suffer such injustice. All past accusations are hereby nullified, and I now extend a sincere invitation for you to return as the chief researcher in my capacity as the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Juan spoke with genuine sincerity, yet Orochimaru remained skeptical. I apologize, but my abilities are insufficient to serve the fifth Hokage. Farewell. Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands and struck the ground, invoking the summoning technique. With a thunderous explosion of smoke, a colossal purple serpent manifested before him. The summoned beast, Manda. Seizing the moment while the smoke lingered, Orochimaru swiftly made his escape. Orochimaru. This time I shall summon 100. Before he could complete his thought, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Manda, the serpent, was not particularly resistant to Jinjutsu. Even Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan could exert control over it, let alone the kaleidoscopic prowess of Uchiha Itachi. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan was far superior to that of mere 3 tomos, and in an instant, Manda fell into a Jinjutsu. Orochimaru, who had not fled far, was taken aback. Manda had been subdued by a mere glance. It seemed that today, shedding a few layers of skin would be inevitable. Chapter 33. The return of Orochimaru. Having witnessed the battle of Uchiha Huan, Orochimaru did not believe he could contend with such a formidable opponent. The power within those eyes was indeed terrifying. However, as a master of escape, he was confident that death would not claim him. Uchiha Huan's speed was akin to a thunderbolt, reaching him in mere seconds. A fist crackling with lightning aimed directly at Orochimaru's head. Lord Orochimaru, if you refuse to return, I shall be forced to take action. Huan, you may find it challenging to detain me. Orochimaru's body contorted at impossible angles, evading the strike effortlessly. Hidden shadow snake hands. From his sleeves erupted a multitude of venomous serpents, lunging towards Uchiha Huan, yet they could not breach his lightning armor. Instead, Huan's powerful kick sent Orochimaru hurtling against a tree, yet such damage was trivial to him, as he had long since transformed his body into something extraordinary. The true harm stemmed from the lightning chakra. Snake assault formation. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of serpents from his mouth, creating a writhing sea of snakes that was enough to send chills down one's spine. However, before the serpents could spread, they were met with a wall of flames expelled by Uchiha Huan, the scent of charred snake meat wafting through the air, rendering Orochimaru's technique futile. Yet, he had anticipated this, remaining undeterred as he continued to weave hand signs. Earth release, earth spear, earth release, earth pillar explosion, earth release, rock spike. In rapid succession, 3 earth-based jutsu were unleashed, sending multiple earthen spears towards Uchiha Huan, bristling with sharp points, while the ground trembled violently as an explosive line surged forward, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Several techniques passed through Uchiha Huan's form, yet he remained unscathed. Lord Orochimaru, fleeing is not the way of the legendary 3 ninjas. Have you forgotten I possess the Manjiki Sharingan? A glance from Uchiha Huan revealed Orochimaru attempting to escape amidst the swirling dust. Damn, the perceptive power of the Manjiki. Orochimaru suddenly felt a sharp pain. Water release, water severing wave. Uchiha Huan expelled a straight stream of water, slicing through the air like a finely honed blade, cleaving through trees and rocks alike. The water-severing wave struck Orochimaru at the waist, threatening to bisect him. In a desperate move, he opened his mouth and produced a clone of himself, allowing the form to be sliced in 2. The remains were coated in a viscous slime, appearing somewhat repugnant. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. This unique technique, though highly demanding on chakra, was exceptionally effective, allowing even the use of Amaterasu to be evaded. Orochimaru-senpai, why must you flee? Wouldn't returning to the village be preferable? Uchiha Huan's figure drew near. Raikiri, this technique, which Uchiha Huan had developed in his youth but had not perfected until recently, was now employed for the first time in battle after learning from Kakashi. Such speed. Orochimaru twisted his upper body to evade, realizing firsthand just how swift Huan was. Had it not been for his uniquely flexible joints, he would have sustained severe injury. Is it time to resort to that technique? Remembering an incomplete jutsu, Orochimaru steeled himself. 8-headed serpent technique. Multiple colossal serpent heads erupted from Orochimaru's body, adorned with barbed scales, overwhelming the surrounding forest. Uchiha Huan was momentarily ensnared by the flailing heads, yet emerged unscathed, gradually ascending into the air, observing the massive 8-headed serpent that was wreaking havoc upon the woods below. The remaining sliver of the setting sun bathed Uchiha Huan in crimson hues, while the enormous white serpent lurked in shadows, gazing up at him. Have you devised this technique just now? The land of Yomi. The shadows surrounding the 8-headed serpent grew darker, its once white body now tinged with gray. The corrosive effects of the land of Yomi dissolved its flesh, leaving behind a haunting black-red hue. Its rapid regeneration could not keep pace with the erosion. The 8-headed serpent hissed, attempting to bite at Uchiha Huan, yet its jaws merely grasped at air. Orochimaru felt an ominous premonition. Should he remain within the confines of the land of Yomi for too long, he might indeed perish. Soon, pools of putrid flesh fell to the ground, heads devoid of blood and flesh, leaving only rapidly dissolving skeletal remains. I cannot transform into a small snake, or I shall be entirely eroded. Damn it! This technique counters me too effectively. Orochimaru's mind raced. I concede. In this predicament, he saw no path to victory, and Uchiha Juan exhaled in relief. Should he eliminate Orochimaru now? Even if the latter could be resurrected through cursed seals, the duration of his return remained uncertain, potentially delaying vital research. Furthermore, he was unaware if Shin or the others had been located or cursed. If only the cursed seal on Akamatsu remained, Orochimaru's chances of revival would diminish further. With the land of Yomi dispelled, Orochimaru crawled from a mass of decaying flesh, reeking yet miraculously clean after utilizing his body replacement technique, save for the remnants of slime. Speak, fifth Hokage, what research results do you desire from me? Cursed seals, or human experimentation? Orochimaru spread his arms, resigned to his circumstances, opting to showcase some sincerity. Neither. Neither? Then what does Juan desire? After the reckoning of Danzo, a ninja known as Tenzu was discovered within the root, possessing the ability of would release bloodline limit. Uchiha Juan began to articulate. You seek would release as well? Orochimaru comprehended. This new fifth Hokage was yet another power-seeking hypocrite. His public demeanor and decrees merely tools to achieve his own goals. I do not desire that form of wood release. I require you to resume research on the cells of Hashirama Senju. You shall receive nearly all the support you seek, equipment, funds, save for using the village's comrades for human experimentation. Uchiha Juan's words astounded Orochimaru. Returning to the village was, after all, about securing research materials and funding. Scientific inquiry is an endeavor that demands substantial financial resources and energy. Otherwise, he would not have previously collaborated with Danzo, whose techniques seemed childishly simplistic to him. You wish to transplant Hashirama's cells? Orochimaru began to piece together the implications. Consider it as such, yet I must assert that your pursuit of immortality can significantly benefit from Hashirama's cells. They are undoubtedly more suitable than any form of reanimation. The method of reanimation through shifting vessels cannot achieve true immortality. The soul has its limits, and when your spirit weakens to the point of being unable to undergo reanimation, that will be your true demise. Uchiha Juan's words stirred a tempest within Orochimaru. How could you possibly know? Allow me to introduce myself. My left eye's ocular technique. Takamagara not only renders me immune to earthly attacks, but also grants me glimpses into the trajectory of the future. This I perceives all. Uchiha Juan uttered a slight falsehood. I see, the Uchiha's eyes are indeed formidable. Then, Juan, would you be willing to support my research by providing me with some Sharingan? Certainly, Orochimaru-senpai. I can even bestow upon you a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan at the opportune moment, though alas, the Manjiki is not available. Juan-kun, your generosity is truly commendable. Given this, what reason do I, as a researcher, have to decline? In Orochimaru's hand, a seal of reconciliation materialized. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Juan also manifested a seal of reconciliation. Welcome back to Konoha, Orochimaru-senpai. Chapter 34. Gaining prestige not long after the two departed. The hurriedly arriving patrolmen of Konoha were met with nothing but remnants of ninjutsu and heaps of putrid flesh. They chose to report the incident, yet it ultimately sank without a trace. In the Konoha village, at the root base, the Umbu guards were taken aback by the presence of Orochimaru behind Uchiha Juan, though none dared to voice their inquiries. To them, it was as if the Hokage was merely bringing home the legendary Kaguya tomorrow, and they remained steadfast at their posts. Surely, Orochimaru was well acquainted with this place. Naturally, from now on, the root base shall serve as your laboratory, Uchiha Juan declared, sweeping his hand dramatically, bestowing upon Orochimaru all the property that Danzo had acquired, embodying the imposing aura of an authoritative Hokage. However, Orochimaru understood that it was high time for Uchiha Juan to impose some restrictions on him. Apart from funding and materials, the recruitment of research personnel would be your responsibility, and the internal affairs of the laboratory were to be managed by you. For human experiments, feel free to capture mountain bandits or spies from other villages. Of course, you may also summon any serious offenders from Konoha prison, but you must still find your own manpower. The Umbu will merely guard the laboratory's perimeter. Orochimaru believed he had misheard. Even his own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the old dog Danzo had imposed numerous restrictions upon him, yet Uchiha Juan placed none. In that moment, Orochimaru felt an unexpected sense of regret for not having met Uchiha Juan sooner. Should you require any experimental equipment, communicate directly with me, and I shall send someone to procure it. If it cannot be bought, I will arrange for it to be taken. Rest assured, our goals are largely aligned, and I shall provide you with my utmost support, Uchiha Juan remarked, striding forward without a care for the gaze of Orochimaru behind him. After a tour of the root base, Orochimaru ultimately penned a note detailing the necessary equipment, including cell separators, culture media, and various other items that were beyond Uchiha Juan's comprehension. Very well, no problem. I shall procure everything in a few days. Uchiha Juan mused about the financial expenditure, contemplating a visit from Itachi to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. News of Orochimaru's return to the village did not spread widely. Besides the Umbu ninjas who had seen him at the root base, now known as Konoha's first laboratory, at night, no one was aware, which was precisely Orochimaru's intention. He did not wish, or rather, did not want to be disturbed by Jiraiya and others just yet. Uchiha Juan naturally complied with Orochimaru's wishes, but still dispatched individuals to send a substantial quantity of experimental supplies and sealed Hashirama cells to him. As the morning's duties continued, Uchiha Juan found the Hokage's responsibilities overly tedious. Even trivial matters like squabbles demanded his attention. He contemplated altering the approach to Hokage's administrative affairs, yearning for more time to hone his skills rather than sitting at a desk dealing with insignificant issues daily. By midday, Juan grew weary of his seat and decided to visit the Konoha orphanage. Clad in a grand Hokage robe, Uchiha Juan greeted the villagers of Konoha. Guy, dressed in a green bodysuit, was running and also acknowledged Uchiha Juan. Thanks to Juan's subsidy program, common ninja could now afford health supplements at a significantly reduced price, which filled his heart with gratitude. Though he was a member of Juan's shadow guard, it was well understood among them that, as Konoha's strongest, Juan did not require their protection. Thus, the shadow guard seemed almost redundant. Everyone busied themselves, rarely gathering to safeguard the fifth Hokage. As Uchiha Juan strolled through the commercial street, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of shouts and the sounds of a scuffle. You dare to bump into me. Wait, I know I was wrong. Help. Ninja, please spare him. It was an accident. Ninja, the security team will be here soon. It is not worth risking your reputation over a mere commoner. Humph, the security team? No one can touch me today. I am of the noble Uchiha clan. With bloodshot eyes and reeking of alcohol, a man in a Jounin vest brandished his Sharingan, each eye gleaming with a tomo. He held a commoner by the collar, who was bleeding profusely. Oh, no one can touch you? Well, how about me? A cold voice emanated from behind, irking the inebriated man as he turned to shout. Who do you think you are? Even if the Hokage himself were here, I would still. The moment he turned, his drunken haze cleared, and he trembled, dropping the commoner with a cry of pain. Before him stood the imposing figure of Uchiha Juan, garbed in a flame-patterned Hokage robe. Who else could it be? Uchiha Juan. Cold sweat drenched him, a chill running down his spine. Being part of the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of the incident years ago when Uchiha Juan had clashed with the security team over a commoner's matter, ultimately apologizing in person. His current actions were far more egregious, and with Juan now elevated to Hokage, he feared for his fate. In the next moment, a gust of wind struck him, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was kicked several meters away. Bending down, Uchiha Juan assisted the beaten commoner, gently wiping the blood and dirt from his body, speaking softly. Do not fear. Tell me what happened. Tears welled in the commoner's eyes as he trembled, recounting the tale. It was a simple story of an honest little vendor who crossed paths with a drunken bully. As a seller of grilled chicken, he accidentally blocked the Uchiha's path while serving customers. The intoxicated Uchiha perceived it as a provocation and, in his drunken state, assaulted the vendor mercilessly. Upon hearing the account, Uchiha Juan patted the man's shoulder. Do not worry, I shall take care of this. The sound of Uchiha Juan's boots echoed against the cobblestones as he approached the writhing Uchiha. Towering above the curled figure, the warmth that usually graced Juan's face vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. You are Uchiha Fonwen, correct? Juan's voice was soft, yet silenced the entire street. Ah, your Mangeki is quite unique. With each word spoken, Fonwen trembled more violently. Lord Juan. I am but a tomo. Oh, so merely a tomo, is it? I had thought you possessed a full Mangeki, seeing as you still dared to strike him. Uchiha Fonwen quivered. My lord, I was drunk and causing trouble. I accept any punishment. Please, spare me. 6 members of the security team, adorned with fan insignias, rushed in, stunned by the scene before them. The leading captain opened his mouth to speak, but Huan raised his hand. Silence. Few had witnessed Uchiha Huan in such a fury. None dared to provoke his ire at that moment. Any punishment? Very well. I hereby strip you of your status as special jounin, demoting you to chunin. Furthermore, you shall kneel at the shrine in Nange River for a day and a night, reflecting on how you have enhanced the glory of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Huan refrained from delivering further blows. Another kick, and this man would truly require confinement. Turning to face the gathered villagers, his robe billowed in the wind. From this day forth, the security team shall establish a supervisory group. Any abuse of ninja power to bully commoners. Huan's gaze swept over the pale faces of the security team, shall face severe consequences. As Uchiha Huan's words echoed, the surrounding villagers fell into a moment of silence, soon erupting into fervent applause and cheers. Long live the Hokage! The Hokage is fair and just. We revere you, Hokage. Uchiha Huan approached the villager who had just been reprimanded, asking, Are you satisfied with this resolution? The villager, trembling with fear, yet filled with emotion, nearly wept as he replied, I am satisfied. Thank you, Hokage. It is my failure and oversight that caused you this unwarranted distress, and I owe you an apology. Uchiha Huan bowed slightly, acknowledging, It is my actions that fell short. The villagers were astonished. The Hokage, much like in the past, once again extended an apology to the common folk, this time not as a prodigy from a prestigious clan, but as their Hokage. Hokage, the villager stammered, uncertain of what to say, but Uchiha Huan seemed to sense his discomfort. With a gentle tone, he remarked, I am a bit hungry. Could you provide me with a skewer of grilled chicken? Of course. The villager dashed back, swiftly presenting 2 not-so-hot skewers, watching as Uchiha Huan savored every bite. Afterwards, Uchiha Huan patted his shoulder, saying, The grilled chicken is delightful. I hope you continue to create more delicious offerings for Konoha. Nearby, small vendors gathered around, some presenting freshly grilled chicken, others displaying homemade pastries, and even a shy child timidly offering a wildflower. As Huan gazed upon these earnest villagers, an inexplicable warmth surged within him. The ordinary people of the ninja world remained so genuine. I understand everyone's intentions, he spoke softly yet resolutely. As Hokage, it is my duty to protect each villager. From this moment forth, whether ninja or commoner, all are members of Konoha and deserve equal treatment. Cheers erupted once more, with some shouting Long live the Hokage, and others waving their arms in excitement. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from the crowd, asking, Hokage, can I become a ninja like you when I grow up? Huan looked down to find a boy of about 7 or 8 gazing up with eyes full of aspiration. Huan crouched down, gently patting the boy's shoulder. Of course, as long as you train diligently and harbor justice in your heart, you will surely become an exceptional ninja. The boy nodded enthusiastically, clenching his small fist. I will work hard. Standing upright, Huan surveyed the crowd, declaring, Everyone, the future of Konoha requires our collective effort. Regardless of our status, if we unite as one, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Long live the Hokage. For the Hokage, we will dedicate our hearts to the Hokage. The villagers' rallying cries filled the air. Amidst their cheers, Uchiha Huan cast a glance at Uchiha Fonwen, lying on the ground, and commanded the security team, take him away and dispose of him as I instructed. Yes, Hokage. The security personnel promptly moved in, lifting Fonwen and escorting him away. Huan watched them depart before turning to the villagers. You may disperse now and attend to your affairs. Remember, Konoha is our home, and we must protect it together. Reluctantly, the villagers began to leave, yet smiles adorned their faces, as if they glimpsed a brighter future ahead. Huan stood still, taking a deep breath, basking in the wave of admiration. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him, tinged with an oddly mocking tone. Hokage, you truly are gentle, aren't you? Chapter 35. The orphanage. As Do turned to glance back, who else could it be but Tsunade? Beside her was the ever-loyal Shizun. Ah, Lady Tsunade, Miss Shizun. Uchiha Huan greeted with a smile. Ever since the Hokage inauguration ceremony, Huan had not seen Tsunade and had assumed she had departed from Konoha to indulge in her gambling escapades once more. The Hokage was indeed unyielding, even to her own clan members. When a clansman errs, they must face consequences. if favoritism were to be shown merely because of their Uchiha lineage? How could the village prosper? Juan pondered if Tsunade harbored any resentment towards him. After all, the position of Hokage had always been passed down through generations. The first Hokage, Hashirama, and the second, Tobirama, were brothers. The third, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was a disciple of Tobirama, while the fourth, Minato Namikaze, was a student of Hiruzen. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was the granddaughter of Hashirama and a disciple of Hiruzen. The sixth, Kakashi, was a pupil of Minato, and the seventh, Naruto, was Kakashi's student and Minato's son, with ties of reincarnation to Hashirama. It was evident that the position had always circulated within the same faction, be it through blood relations or mentorship. Now, with the fifth Hokage, the sudden shift to Uchiha Juan, who bore no familial or mentorship ties to the Hokage lineage, made Tsunade's cold demeanor towards him somewhat understandable. Lady Tsunade, if you do not mind, I must take my leave, Juan stated, choosing not to linger in the conversation. However, Tsunade seemed persistent, trailing behind him, while Shizun hesitated. Caught between words, Juan found her behavior curious but refrained from commenting, suddenly reminded of a recent incident. A few days prior, Konoha had received an invoice from an outside gambling establishment, which he had promptly passed to Tsunade, asserting that the village would no longer bear the costs of personal gambling activities. He hoped Tsunade did not harbor a grudge against him for this. Regardless, he intended to visit the Konoha orphanage. If memory served him right, the director, known as the Wandering Priestess, Yakushi Nanyu, had passed away 58 years into Konoha's history. However, with Danzo now disposed of by his own hand, it seemed she was living well and should be safe. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Juan found numerous workers busy with repairs and renovations. They greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a smile. The director, Yakushi Nanoyu, soon appeared to personally guide Juan and Tsunade through the premises. The expansion and renovations are still ongoing, she explained. The funds allocated by the Hokage have significantly improved the living conditions for the children. This is the new dormitory, she continued, pointing out that the older children were busy washing the old bedding. They have never had so many new blankets before. Seeing the worn clothing on the children, Tsunade inquired, was there a shortage of funds previously? Having spent so long away from Konoha, she was unaware of the orphanage's circumstances. Well, it wasn't particularly abundant, Lady Tsunade, Nanoyu replied. The village had numerous financial demands, so the orphanage's funding was naturally less. However, with the generous allocation from Lord Juan, the quality of life for the children can be significantly improved. Tsunade was taken aback, realizing that Juan had deliberately brought her here to showcase how village funds were being utilized. Nanoyu, unaware of Tsunade's silence, continued the tour. The war orphans were bustling about, and upon seeing Uchiha Juan, they eagerly approached him, greeting the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Hooray, the Hokage has come. Is the Hokage here to see us? Director Mama said to thank the Hokage for the blankets and new clothes. Surrounded by the children, Juan felt no annoyance, gently patting their little heads. You should thank your director Mama. She has worked hard for you. Nanoyu stood by, beaming with joy. The new Hokage's concern for the children endeared him to her immensely. Meanwhile, several little girls had gathered around Tsunade and Shizun, with Shizun playing the role of a dependable older sister, embracing a few of the little ones. Eventually, the children reluctantly returned to their task of washing the old bedding. Continuing the tour, Nanoyu led Juan to the backyard, where he encountered someone he had anticipated meeting, Yakushi Kabuto, the renowned master of dreams in the ninja world, an expert in excavation, and a prodigy of sage arts. At that moment, however, he was not the half-human, half-snake figure known later. Instead, he appeared as a youthful man with a refined demeanor, wearing glasses. Mother and Hokage-sama, Kabuto exclaimed, somewhat surprised by the Hokage's presence. Little Kabuto, Nanoyu smiled. Hokage-sama, this is Kabuto, who recently returned from the disbanded route. He has been assisting me at the orphanage. When Kabuto returned, I did not recognize him. Danzo had always used fake photos to deceive me. Ah, Kabuto, I am aware. He is a talented ninja of the village. Juan remarked with a smile. Kabuto's previous missions were executed with great excellence. Your praise is excessive, Hokage-sama, Kabuto replied, lowering his head. Not at all, Juan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Are you willing to serve the village? Of course, I do not mean as a spy, he added, sensing Nanoyu's surprise at the proposition. After all, Kabuto had emerged from route, and it was not uncommon for someone of his background to be sidelined or dispatched to the borders of the Fire Country on dangerous missions. However, he was undoubtedly gifted, and if he was willing, Juan welcomed the prospect of having such talent under his wing. This statement astonished even Tsunade, who could hardly believe Juan would consider employing someone from Root. However, she realized that most of the Root members had been accounted for, and Juan might be seeking information from Kabuto, who had been a spy. Quickly, accept Hokage-sama's offer, Kabuto, Nanoyu urged excitedly. To her, Kabuto was like her own child. And with Danzo's downfall, he would likely remain stuck in the lower echelons of the ninja community, risking dangerous assignments despite his past achievements. What mother would wish for her child to struggle on the brink of death? I am willing to serve Hokage-sama, Kabuto said, kneeling on one knee. At that moment, he was not yet the Kabuto who would later kill Nanoyu and fall under Orochimaru's influence. For him, this was an opportunity. Excellent. Report to the Umbu class and find Itachi tomorrow, Juan instructed, intending to recommend him to the 3 great sage regions for sage training. After all, Kabuto had successfully mastered sage arts even after absorbing Orochimaru's flesh and blood, indicating his considerable talent. In truth, Juan had been aware of Kabuto's return ever since the completion of the Root Sweep. His espionage activities in the Rock Village had been uncovered in the original narrative. This was a sinister scheme orchestrated by Danzo, who had sent Nanoyu to her demise, ultimately leading to Kabuto's tragic fate. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had collaborated with Danzo, took Kabuto under his wing, setting the stage for his future. In the current fabric of time and space, the wings of the butterfly have begun to flutter. The emergence of Uchiha Juan has influenced various events. For instance, Danzo is deceased, Orochimaru has returned to embark on new research, and Kabuto's life trajectory has veered far off course. Nevertheless, Uchiha Juan remains unperturbed. Kabuto's Achilles heel is Yakushi Nanoyu, while the orphanage of Konoha serves as Nanoyu's vulnerability. Thus, controlling Kabuto is not a formidable challenge. After sharing lunch at the orphanage, Uchiha Juan, along with Tsunade and Shizune, prepared to depart. Should any difficulties arise, report them to the higher-ups. The village will ensure that you and these children are not wronged. At the entrance of the orphanage, Uchiha Juan bid farewell to the reluctant orphans and conveyed his intentions to Nanoyu, assuring that funding would no longer be a scarcity. Thank you, Hokage-sama. However, the most challenging times are behind us. Under the governance of the 5th Hokage, I believe the number of orphans will gradually diminish. In fact, I hope the orphanage will eventually fade away. Under Nanoyu's watchful gaze, Uchiha Juan and Tsunade gradually disappeared around the corner. Chapter 36. The Witch of the Land of Demons seeks aid. Uchiha Juan was making his way back to the Hokage building when Tsunade suddenly called out to him. Aren't you going anywhere else? What? Uchiha Juan was perplexed by Tsunade's inquiry. Are you not going to show me where you've allocated the funding? Tsunade replied, somewhat displeased, feeling that he was feigning ignorance. What does that have to do with the funding? Why should I take you to see how I utilize the budget? Uchiha Juan continued walking, stating, I was actually en route to the Konoha orphanage. I didn't expect to encounter you on the way. As for the funding, I have no obligation or necessity to explain it to you. I am the Hokage. Not wanting to linger on the matter, Uchiha Juan had pressing issues within the village to address. Once Konoha was running smoothly again, he would focus on more significant endeavors. Without even a sage body, he found it hard to sleep peacefully. How dare he disregard me? Tsunade thought, poised to say more, but was interrupted by distant shouts. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! A breathless Umbu, wearing an animal mask, approached him. Oh, do not rush. What is the matter? Uchiha Juan wondered what could be so urgent, suspecting it might involve Orochimaru attempting to defect again. Ha. The Witch of the Land of Demons has personally come to Konoha seeking assistance. The Land of Demons? Uchiha Juan paused, recalling that it was a nation featured in a certain movie. All right, understood. I shall return immediately. As fragments of the plot began to resurface, he remembered that the witch was effectively the queen of the Land of Demons, and that a creature called Wio had been defeated by Naruto in the original storyline. But beyond that, his memory faltered. Wait, Hokage-sama, the witch is currently at the Konoha hospital. The Umbu quickly added. Injured? Yes, and the witch is in critical condition. Jiraiya-sama suggested seeking Tsunade-sama's assistance, but we did not anticipate finding her here. Understood. Uchiha Juan turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, your medical skills are unparalleled. As a medical ninja, could you assist the village in this critical moment? Tsunade shot him a glare, but as a healer, she chose not to engage with Uchiha Huan. Instead, she grabbed the nearby Shizun, saying, "Shizun, we are going to Konoha Hospital." Uchiha Huan remained calm, knowing that doctors should attend to the injured first. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, he found that Shizun was nearing the conclusion of her treatment for the witch while Tsunade lingered outside, a clear indication that her blood phobia had yet to subside. He also noticed a small girl huddled in a corner, her gaze fixed on Shizun performing surgery on the witch, her face displaying fear yet remaining eerily silent, resembling a life-size doll. "What is the situation? The injuries are not as severe as they seem. We merely need to remove the foreign objects from her body. She fainted due to a lack of timely treatment, leading to inflammation of the wounds caused by the long journey and some complications," Shizun explained, wiping the blood from her hands as she pointed to the iron sand on the surgical tray. This iron sand remained in her body, causing the wounds to worsen. Shizun utilized the palm healing technique to expedite the witch's recovery. Iron sand. Uchiha Huan pondered, recognizing that only the third Kazekage, a user of magnet release, employed such a technique in the ninja world. However, the third Kazekage had long since become a puppet of Shisui, who at this point had already joined the Akatsuki. Thus, he mused, did the events in the land of demons hint at the involvement of the Akatsuki? Had they begun to take action? Since capturing a white Zetsu clone in the village, Uchiha Huan suspected that the Akatsuki's intelligence operations surpassed those of the current Konoha. It was possible they had been observing him throughout the Hokage election. Kuro Zetsu, Obito, and Nagato were not fools. Having witnessed his strength, they would undoubtedly alter their original plans. What about her guards? Did they flee to Konoha alone? Uchiha Huan inquired of the Umbu who had brought him the news. No, her guard is also gravely injured and is receiving treatment next door. However, that guard is a ninja and has regained consciousness. It was only after he awoke that we learned of their identities, the Umbu promptly replied. Oh, I see. Take me to see him. This matter seems rather intricate. Upon entering the adjacent room, Uchiha Huan found the injured ninja in a pitiful state, bandaged from head to toe, one eye blinded. Upon seeing Uchiha Huan enter, he excitedly attempted to rise and kneel, only to be restrained by two Umbu by his side. Hokage-sama, please, save the witch. Do not be agitated. The witch has undergone surgery by our medical ninjas and is no longer in grave danger. That is a relief, a relief. Now, recount what transpired. And remember, do not leave anything out. Uchiha Huan's words calmed the guard, who began to narrate the events. Approximately half a month ago, the guard steadied himself and slowly began to recall. In the land of demons, there exists a group of lunatics known as the HJ sect. Long ago, they summoned a foreign demon named Wuyo, the previous witch sacrificed her life to seal Wuyo. The current leader of the HJ sect, HJ, released this demon, which sought to devour the witch. Consequently, HJ's puppets launched an assault on the witch's palace, intending to capture the current witch for Wuyo to consume. However, that was where everything went awry. While HJ can create an immortal puppet army to surround the witch's palace, the witch managed to escape. To protect her, nearly all the ninjas under her command fell during their breakout, leaving only 8 to protect the witch and her daughter. In a desperate attempt to evade HJ and Wuyo's pursuit, they fought fiercely to flee the borders of the land of demons. Upon nearing Konoha, they encountered HJ and 2 other ninjas in ambush. Those 2 wore cloaks of black with red clouds, and one of them rode a peculiar puppet, capable of using magnet release. The witch's guard continued, his voice trembling. If HJ hadn't stated that the witch must be captured alive, we might have perished under that magnet release ninja's hands. Even so, we lost 5 comrades, leaving only a few of us along with the witch and Princess Shine. Black cloak with red clouds, puppet, magnet release. Uchiha Huan quickly deduced the identity of the assailants, confirming his suspicions of the Akatsuki's involvement. Strangely, Sasori chose to deploy his human puppets at that moment. At that time, the witch, despite her injuries, used a sealing technique to hinder our pursuers, allowing us to escape. However, on the way, 2 of our companions succumbed to their injuries. By the time we reached Konoha, the witch had also fainted, and I was not in much better condition. I collapsed at the gates of the village without revealing my identity. Understood. I will discuss the specifics of assistance with the witch later. You may rest easy now. Hokage-sama, the witch has awakened and requests your presence. Chapter 37. The Phantom Sister. Who do you question? In the land of the dead, within the witch's palace, stone figures were dragging corpses out, leaving trails of blood across the floor. These bodies belonged to the witch's retainers and guards who once occupied the palace. One day, I shall turn this creature into a puppet. The marred puppet, Fugaku, squinted as he observed the middle-aged man seated upon the witch's throne. In his pursuit of this individual, his own puppet had suffered damage, and now he found himself compelled to assist in capturing others. The man was Huang Quan, and he was fuming. Damn it, the enemy has fled to who knows where. What shall we do? Didn't you claim we could easily capture her? Silence. Were it not for your sluggishness impeding our progress, we would not have fallen behind. If you continue your insolence, I shall turn you into eternal art. Scorpion's tone was harsh. Relying on his dark medical arts, he possessed an astonishing recovery speed. And it was due to a moment of carelessness that he had allowed the damage to Fugaku. Transforming the enemy into a human puppet was the only way to alleviate his frustration. After all, they could have captured the target earlier had it not been for this man's procrastination, leading them to pursue the witch all the way to the land of fire. If not for him, how could he and Biwa have failed? Even if obstructed by sealing techniques, they would still have had time to catch up after breaking free. But now, the information acquired from Absolute was crystal clear. The enemy had already entered Konoha. He did not believe that merely he and Biwa could contend against the entirety of Konoha. What did you say? Do you wish to fight me? If it were not for you, I would not have launched an offensive now. Once we are adequately prepared, we shall undoubtedly seize the opponent. Huang Quan declared fiercely, as the surrounding stone figures closed in on Scorpion. Had the phantoms devoured the witch, he would have already begun his campaign to unify the ninja world, rather than squabble with them here. Now that the enemy has retreated to Konoha, if they refuse to emerge, do you think you can confront the entirety of Konoha? Fool, Konoha is but a mere village. What cannot be dealt with? Let the phantoms rise, and amidst the chaos, we shall abduct the witch and offer her to the phantoms to consume. Konoha shall kneel at my feet. Huang Quan scoffed, dismissing Konoha as insignificant, viewing these ninjas as lacking experience. Such grandiloquence you exhibit, Scorpion retorted. Enough, both of you. Your quarrels serve no purpose. We are all part of the same organization and should avoid internal strife. The mediator, wielding a beheading sword behind him, was Biwa, one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. No, turning him into a puppet bears significance. Boy, do not be so arrogant. Huang Quan was unfazed by Scorpion. In his eyes, the phantoms were the most potent entities in existence. If he could reclaim the witch and merge her with the phantoms, nothing in this world could hinder him. At this moment, he regarded these individuals merely as tools to be utilized. If they proved ineffective, he would not hesitate to destroy them. Biwa felt a headache coming on. The people he encountered were increasingly difficult to deal with. Boom, boom. The sound of collapsing structures outside the palace interrupted their discourse, and soon a massive figure exuding a chilling chakra appeared before the palace, even causing parts of it to collapse. Huang Quan's face lit up. The phantoms had arrived. He would be invincible. As for these two, he could kill or mutilate them at will, but for now, they could still serve him well. After all, he had no suitable subordinates at present. If they were wise, perhaps he could spare their lives. What is this? Biwa gasped. Was this the phantoms? No wonder the enemy was so audacious. The chakra fluctuations, akin to that of a tailed beast, left him awestruck, recalling the destruction he had witnessed on the battlefield. It was no wonder the organization sought to recruit him. Damn it, this creature can manipulate such power? The amount of chakra Scorpion's expression darkened, realizing that Absolute had failed to inform him that the enemy could control such a monstrous entity akin to a tailed beast. Haha, do you still believe Konoha is invulnerable? Huang Quan laughed heartily, reveling in the shock evident on their faces. Simultaneously, Biwa and Scorpion exchanged glances, with such combat prowess. It seemed that breaking through Konoha was not impossible. They were aware that the 4th Hokage had perished during the Nine Tails incident. The destructive capacity of a tailed beast was not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was rumored that should this entity consume the witch, it could evolve, which implied. None noticed a flicker of humanity pass through the phantom's inconspicuous eyes. Hokage-sama, Cheyenne, do not forget to show your respect. The witch's face was devoid of color, her lips pale, appearing exceedingly frail. Beside her stood Cheyenne, clutching her fingers tightly, unwilling to move. For this young girl, nearly the same age as Naruto, the past half-month had been a nightmarish ordeal. Sieges, breaches, and escapes. She had never witnessed so many deaths, some occurring right before her eyes. Now, she was terrified. desiring nothing more than to be with her mother. Uchiha Huan paid little mind to such trivialities. It's all right. No need for excessive formalities. She appears to have been traumatized. Let us discuss your request for aid from Konoha. What assistance do you require? I have already heard from your retainer regarding the previous events. Uchiha Huan's demeanor was gentle, allowing Moreau to breathe a sigh of relief. She feared that Konoha would refuse to assist her upon learning of her status as a fugitive, especially since she was unable to offer any form of compensation. Her mother, the current witch, is named Moreau. Readers unfamiliar with the films might find this puzzling. Hokage-sama, we require a period of recuperation in Konoha, after which we request that you dispatch ninjas to escort us to the land of soup. I can seal that monster. As for the commission fee, please allow us to pay after sealing it, and we promise to compensate Konoha double. Of course, that is not an issue. You may rest assured. As for the matter of sealing the creature in the land of soup, we will send our elite ninjas. Regarding the commission fee, we can discuss it further. Uchiha Huan contemplated more. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to gain control over the land of the dead? Please, Konoha ninjas, remain vigilant regarding the movements of that creature. I know that both you and Konoha are powerful, but trust me, that monster possesses the capability to annihilate the world, and I fear it may pursue us to Konoha. With its destructive power, even someone of your caliber must tread carefully. The witch's words hinted at a degree of distrust. Uchiha Huan raised an eyebrow. Sister, who do you question? Chapter 38. The Organization in Action. Maidens of the Shrine, you may rest easy in Konoha. As for the matter of the demons, Konoha will undoubtedly remain vigilant. Since you have sought assistance from Konoha, does it not signify your faith in its strength? Uchiha Huan refrained from elaborating further, for the maiden had never encountered a tailed beast. To her, the demons were undoubtedly harbingers of destruction in the ninja world. Yet, to Uchiha Huan, these entities might not even rival the Nine Tails, nor could they match even half of the beast residing within Naruto. Lord Hokage, very well. I shall ask the ninjas of Konoha to remain attentive. The target is me, and in crucial moments, I can serve as bait. The maiden hesitated to advise further, but ultimately acquiesced. All right. Uchiha Huan was somewhat surprised by the maiden's willingness to sacrifice herself. Her heart was not unkind. Please rest for now. You need not worry about the commission fees during this time. Thank you, Lord Hokage. A faint expression of gratitude appeared on her pale face. There is no need for thanks. Rest now. I have matters to attend to. Zetsu, are you certain this is the location? A man donned in a whirlpool mask and a black cloak adorned with red clouds surveyed the desolate valley before him, doubting Zetsu's information. Do you question the validity of my intelligence? Zetsu's tone was somewhat haughty. He had traversed the ninja world, and his information was undoubtedly top tier. After all, with his abilities, most places in the ninja realm were under his watchful gaze. Who knows? You have yet to locate Orochimaru, have you? Obito stepped into the valley. That fellow is like a serpent, burrowing into the earth and devouring the soil. I suspect Orochimaru has either defected or has been captured by Konoha. Zetsu's tone reflected his displeasure. This matter weighed heavily on him. My clone previously encountered numerous snake corpses outside Konoha. With his escape abilities, do you truly believe he could be captured by Konoha? Obito mused, internally convinced that Orochimaru had betrayed the organization. If the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan were to intervene, it would not be impossible. Do not forget, they possess 4 pairs of Manjiki. Wait, something stirs in the forest. As they spoke, a creature resembling a tiger emerged from the nearby thicket. It was only a resemblance, for this creature boasted enormous wings, and a tail that had transformed into a venomous serpent coiling around its leg. Its gills were prominently displayed, and Obito even caught a glimpse of thin webbing between its paws. A stitched monstrosity. It seems we have found our quarry. Obito's tone was nonchalant as a pointed wooden stick extended from his palm beneath his voluminous cloak. You dare call my creation a monster? Perhaps I should make you a part of my creations. From the shadows of the forest emerged a ghastly figure, pale-skinned and entirely wrapped in bandages. Those eyes, oh, what splendid experimental material. Have they come to me willingly? Indeed, they had found their recruitment target, the rogue ninja of Konoha, Obito. Obito regarded the being coldly, his Sharingan slowly spinning beneath his mask, betraying a hint of disdain. He was not in haste to strike. Rather, he seemed intrigued by the peculiar figure before him. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength of his kin, Uchiha Itachi, who had been designated as a target and had risen to prominence within Konoha, he would not have been compelled to seek others to bolster the strength of the Akatsuki. Are you Obito? Obito's voice was low, laced with mockery. I have heard you have long pursued the so-called perfect ninja, only to produce these abominable creatures? Obito's countenance darkened instantly. He despised any questioning of his research. With a cold chuckle, he waved his fingers, and the stitched monstrosity emitted a low growl, its wings unfurling as it lunged toward Obito. Humph, a mere beast. Obito stood his ground, showing no intent to evade. Just as the creature was about to pounce upon him, his form suddenly became ethereal, the creature's claws merely slicing through the air. What? Zetsu's pupils dilated, clearly unprepared for the strangeness of Obito's ability. Your monster seems to lack perfection. Obito's voice resonated from behind Zetsu, followed by a sharp wooden stick piercing through Zetsu's back, aimed directly at his heart. Zetsu reacted swiftly, leaning forward to evade the mortal blow. Yet the stick still carved a deep wound into his shoulder. He retreated a few steps, casting a dark glare at Obito. Truly, a Uchiha possesses remarkable prowess. Zetsu licked his lips, a glint of greed in his eyes. I shall claim your Sharingan. Is that so? Obito scoffed, the wooden stick in his hand fracturing and flying towards Zetsu's vital points. Zetsu did not dare to underestimate this threat, and quickly formed hand seals. Water shield, water barrier. A thick layer of water shield enveloped Zetsu's body, blocking Obito's assault. Simultaneously, the stitched monstrosity lunged at Obito once more, seeking to flank him. Zetsu, how long do you intend to watch this play unfold? Obito coldly remarked as he defended against Zetsu's and the monster's attacks. Oh dear, do not be in such a hurry. Zetsu's voice emerged from the ground, followed by countless vines shooting up to ensnare the stitched monstrosity. The creature let out a cry of agony, struggling to free itself from the tightening binds, but the vines only constricted further, ultimately pinning it to the ground. Would release. Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. You possess would release. No, that wouldn't stick in your hand. Zetsu, who had been eager to collect special bloodlines, could hardly fathom encountering two would-release users in a single day. Now, we can converse properly. Obito retracted his would-release, crossing his arms as he coldly scrutinized Zetsu. Zetsu's expression soured considerably. He had not anticipated that his prideful creation could be subdued so effortlessly, and with his own strength lacking. He had yet to complete the technique of Jigero. Clenching his teeth, a trace of resolve flickered in his eyes, yet he ultimately bowed to Obito. What do you desire from me? Zetsu inquired in a hushed tone. Join us, or perish. Obito's voice was frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. Zetsu fell silent for a moment. His own weakness was undeniable, and with the Jigero technique still incomplete, he pondered the prospect of leveraging their strength. To join you? Very well, but I have one condition. Oh, what condition? Obito raised an eyebrow. Assist me in completing the Jigero technique. Zetsu's eyes gleamed with avarice. If you can help me complete it, I shall join your ranks. Obito contemplated for a moment before chuckling lightly. To assist you in completing your technique? Very well, but you must first prove your worth. A flicker of excitement ignited in Zetsu's gaze. Good, I shall demonstrate my value. Follow me to my laboratory. In the depths of the mountainous region, Zetsu led Obito and Zetsu through a dimly lit corridor within his laboratory. The walls were adorned with various experimental specimens, some even twitching slightly. The air was thick with the stench of chemicals and decay, inducing nausea. Your laboratory is truly unique, Obito remarked coldly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Zetsu paid no heed to the mockery, striding directly to a heavy iron door. After pressing a few buttons on the mechanism beside the door, it slowly creaked open, revealing a vast experimental chamber within. This is my latest creation, Zetsu proclaimed proudly, presenting a specimen that fused the bloodlines of others. Obito and Zetsu entered the laboratory, where they beheld a frail figure secured at the center of the experimental table, his body punctured with an array of tubes and instruments. The man's skin exhibited an eerie pallor, and his eyes remained tightly shut, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. However, what drew attention was the abnormal swelling of part of his body, which appeared to writhe slightly, as if imbued with some form of consciousness. Are you merging with others' bloodline limits? Zetsu inquired with curiosity. With a self-satisfied smile, Obito replied, through my Kinyume technique, I can amalgamate different bloodline limits, creating ninjas that transcend conventional understanding. This living specimen serves as evidence that the path of merging bloodlines is indeed feasible. He was originally just a common ninja, yet he has successfully integrated an ice-release bloodline and survived. Obito's gaze swept across the experimental subject, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. How did you acquire the ice release bloodline? He noted that the individual was currently orchestrating the blood mist policy, yet he had managed to obtain such a rare bloodline. Perhaps he wasn't entirely inept. I once captured a mother and daughter from the Yuki clan. I encountered them while they were fleeing. And how could I possibly let such prime experimental material slip away? Thankfully, their presence has significantly accelerated my research. Given enough time, I will surely perfect the Kinyume technique. Obito exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as the technique held immense significance for him. Obito sneered coldly, "Time? We do not have the luxury to wait for your gradual adjustments." Gritting his teeth, Obito replied, "Once the Kinyume technique is completed, I can share it with you. I merely require your assistance in capturing test subjects and sacrifices." "Very well. I suppose that constitutes a deal. I hope your technique is worth this price." Chapter 39. The Ambitions of the Shinobi World's Foremost Scientist. Within the Hokage's office, Uchiha Juan stood by the window, gazing out at Konoha. It had become increasingly apparent that the Akatsuki organization was entangled in the events of the Land of Demons. Had my ostentatious entrance instilled a sense of threat in these individuals? Uchiha Juan was acutely aware that the wings of his colossal butterfly had already stirred up a tempest. Nonetheless, his paramount objective now was to enhance his strength. At this juncture in his journey, he had three personal aspirations: to either cultivate the transformation of chakra nature and create his own bloodline limit, to delve into sage arts and amplify his abilities with natural energy, or he turned to exit, intending to visit the original root base and tour Konoha's foremost laboratory. Orochimaru's laboratory had been meticulously arranged, substantial funds having been invested. This was Orochimaru's new stronghold and currently Konoha's most crucial research center. Since Orochimaru's reconciliation, Uchiha Juan had devoted vast resources to transform the once foreboding root base into a well-equipped, technologically advanced laboratory. At the entrance of the laboratory, several Umbu ninjas bowed respectfully to Uchiha Juan. He nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly into the laboratory's interior. After traversing several long corridors, Uchiha Juan arrived at Orochimaru's core experimental area. Inside the lab, rows of tanks filled with nutrient solutions housed experimental subjects exhibiting arboreal characteristics, some having nearly fully transformed into tree-like forms. Orochimaru stood before a colossal machine, a research report in hand, excitement flickering in his golden snake-like eyes. "Lord Orochimaru, how goes the progress?" Uchiha Juan inquired straightforwardly. Orochimaru lifted his gaze, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth upon recognizing Uchiha Juan. "Ah, Juan-kun, your timing is impeccable. The experiment is advancing far more smoothly than anticipated, especially with your generous financial and material support. I have thoroughly examined Tenzo's, Yamato's cells, and with this successful experimental material, coupled with subsequent data, I have transcended several technical bottlenecks. Could you elaborate?" Uchiha Juan's eyes swept over the array of instruments and samples on the experimental table, his tone laced with anticipation. Orochimaru handed the report to Uchiha Juan, speaking slowly. "In accordance with your request, I am in the process of transplanting the most basic version of Hashirama's cells into the experimental subjects. However, as you can see, these subjects exhibit the strongest adaptability." He gestured towards the tree-like experimental subjects. Uchiha Juan understood that those with lesser adaptability had transformed into actual trees. As Orochimaru had previously mentioned, Uchiha Juan nodded. "What do you mean by overcoming technical bottlenecks?" Orochimaru's smile deepened. "Juan-kun, after meticulously studying these bodies, I discovered a peculiar type of chakra within them, particularly among illusion practitioners. Their adaptability surpasses that of most taijutsu users." Uchiha Juan was taken aback. Truly, the foremost scientist of the shinobi world had swiftly discerned the presence of in-type chakra. But there was more, Orochimaru continued. "Thus, I pondered whether the Uchiha and Kurama clans might possess an even stronger adaptability to Hashirama's cells, especially since your clan is inherently adept at illusion techniques." Uchiha Juan fell into a brief silence. "Your hypothesis is quite constructive. I shall consider procuring some tissues from the Uchiha clan." "Ah, that would be splendid. I feared Juan-kun would not permit me to engage with Uchiha cells," Orochimaru replied. "How could that be? By the way, do you still require the Sharingan that was sent over a few days ago?" "That will not be necessary. I have utilized one Sharingan as experimental material." "Oh, did you not always desire to possess a Sharingan?" Uchiha Juan inquired, surprised, assuming that Orochimaru would be obsessively infatuated with eyes during this period. After witnessing your eyes, I find myself uninterested in the ordinary Sharingan, Orochimaru stated, producing a container. I have named the weakened cells Tenzo cells, and this Sharingan, immersed in the Tenzo cell solution, appears to be in a superior state compared to the other one. Hence, I propose the hypothesis that the Uchiha clan would exhibit greater adaptability when transplanting Hashirama's cells. No wonder Huan urged me to study Hashirama's cells. They must aid you significantly. A fervent smile adorned Orochimaru's face, his excitement palpable. At this moment, he sought not merely to acquire a pair of eyes, but to transform his own body into a fusion of Uchiha and Senju powers. How astonishing, Uchiha Huan marveled, reflecting on the rapid progress Orochimaru had made in his research after directing him to abandon the study of cursed seals in favor of Hashirama's cells. Your praise is unwarranted. Huan, you are correct. I should indeed suspend my research on cursed seals. Hashirama's cells are unexpectedly fascinating. Rest assured, I will assist you in mastering the highest purity of Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru replied, his excitement tempered as he spoke seriously. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Uchiha Huan. Was it a mere illusion? No, that could not be. Unbeknownst to Huan, Orochimaru's internal conflict went unnoticed as he promised to assist him. The only admonition he imparted was, "Oh, and absolutely, unequivocally do not use our comrades from the village as experimental subjects." Having received Orochimaru's response, he exited the laboratory. At the threshold, he encountered an Umbu ninja delivering urgent news. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan has matters of great importance to report. Chapter 40, Seeking Refuge. Obito's schemes, what is it? Uchiha Huan inquired curiously. What matter could possibly concern the Hyuga clan? Could it be that the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya has descended from the heavens? Indeed, that would pose a significant threat. The report from the Hyuga clan revealed that the Kagaya clan from Kirigakure has come seeking refuge in Konoha. An Umbu ninja, head bowed, responded that they are currently waiting for you outside the village. Oh, I shall go and see. Uchiha Huan raised an eyebrow. If memory serves, the Kagaya clan is associated with Kimimaro. Why would they seek asylum in Konoha? Outside the village, Hyuga Hayashi was conversing with a man marked by a red dot on his forehead, accompanied by 2 guards. Tension coursed through the numerous ninjas stationed atop the village walls, ready for battle. Although the Kagaya clan was merely seeking refuge, they were not to be underestimated. Hayashi, I implore you. The remaining members of the branch family are all here. We can no longer escape the pursuit of Kirigakure. Please, intercede with Lord Hokage. The man with the red dot spoke with a tone of near desperation, softening Hayashi's resolve. The Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan have maintained amicable relations for generations, making it difficult for him to refuse. However, Konoha is not solely his decision. Ultimately, it rests with the Hokage. After all, even if Kirigakure is pursuing them, it is an internal matter for Kirigakure. Should Konoha become involved, it would escalate into a dispute between 2 villages. Although the 5th Hokage is formidable, would he truly engage in such matters, given his foresight? Hayashi held little hope for the branch family's acceptance of the Kagaya clan. The Hokage has arrived. The Hokage has arrived. A commotion arose atop the walls. The silhouette of Uchiha Huan appeared at the entrance of Konoha, prompting Hayashi and the Kagaya clan's representative to cease their conversation and await his approach respectfully. Uchiha Huan's gaze swept over the Kagaya clan members. Many bore injuries. Some lay on stretchers. Ultimately, his attention settled upon the man adorned with the red dot. You are the representative of the Kagaya clan? Uchiha Huan's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Yes, Lord Hokage. The man slightly bowed, his tone tinged with tension and supplication. I am Kagaya Kimimaro, the last clan leader. Our clan has suffered persecution in Kirigakure, with heavy casualties among our members. The remaining survivors can no longer endure life in Kirigakure. We have heard that Konoha is the most powerful and accommodating village in the ninja world, and thus we seek refuge, earnestly requesting your protection. Uchiha Huan remained silent for a moment, his gaze profound as he weighed the pros and cons. The Kagaya clan's powerful bloodline is indeed significant, but their arrival would directly place Konoha in opposition to Kirigakure. However, Uchiha Huan was primarily concerned with their lineage. Why are you being pursued by Kirigakure? Uchiha Huan inquired. Knowing full well that Obito harbored resentment against Kirigakure due to Rin's death, implementing the bloody mist policy. A flicker of pain and anger crossed Kagaya Kimamaro's face. The higher-ups in Kirigakure regard the Kagaya clan's power as perilous, seeking to eradicate us entirely. The main family launched a surprise attack on Kirigakure recently, but suffered total annihilation, leaving only a child. The branch family does not reside within Kirigakure, and upon learning of these events, we weighed our options and chose to flee. However, we were pursued by the 4th Mizukage's hunting party. In our escape, we paid a steep price, and now we are but a handful. We have no choice but to flee Kirigakure and seek the protection of Konohagakure. Oh, you also have a distinction between the main and branch families? Uchiha Huan asked with curiosity. Indeed, the main family of the Kagaya clan possesses great strength, but frequently suffers from clan-related ailments. The branch family exists to preserve the bloodline and, at times, provides blood to ensure the survival of certain main family members. However, now only one child from the main family remains, encountered fortuitously by our clan on the road. Kagaya Kimamaro revealed details unknown to Uchiha Huan, showcasing the long-standing amicable ties with the Hyuga clan and their own system of main and branch families. It appeared that the branch members possessed sharper intellect than their main family counterparts. Uchiha Huan nodded, having deduced who the child from the main family might be. He turned to Hyuga Hayashi and asked, "Hayashi, what is your perspective?" Hyuga Hayashi was momentarily taken aback before respectfully replying, "Lord Hokage, the Kagaya clan has been an ally of our Hyuga clan for generations. Their bloodline is indeed formidable. Should they join Konohagakure, it would undoubtedly bolster the village's strength. However, should we proceed, this matter transitions from a private issue of Kirigakure to a conflict between Konohagakure and Kirigakure, making my decision difficult. This is a matter of great significance and requires your judgment, Lord Hokage." Uchiha Huan smiled slightly, turning his gaze back to Kagaya Kimamaro. "I have heard of the Kagaya clan's power. Since you wish to join Konohagakure, we shall accept you. However, you must abide by Konohagakure's rules and refrain from any acts of betrayal against the village. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences." Gratitude illuminated Kagaya Kimamaro's countenance as he deeply bowed. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. We will certainly adhere to Konohagakure's regulations and pledge our unwavering loyalty." Such eloquent words. Yet when under the eaves, one must lower their head. Uchiha Huan regarded him with mild surprise. Was this man truly the current leader of the Kagaya clan? He differed greatly from the brutish figures described in the original tales. Uchiha Huan nodded, and then instructed the nearby Umbu ninja. "Arrange for the Kagaya clan members to temporarily camp outside the village. I will send someone shortly to provide them with accommodations. Additionally, inform the medical team to attend to the injured members." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Umbu ninja promptly acknowledged the command. Kagaya Kimamaro bowed once more, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he proclaimed, "We shall never forget your kindness, Lord Hokage. We are eternally loyal to you." "Loyal, loyal." Many Kagaya clan members echoed loudly. Uchiha Huan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for excessive courtesy. Since you have joined Konohagakure, you are now one of us. I will do my utmost to protect your clan, but you must also contribute to Konohagakure. Yes, we will exhaust all efforts for Konohagakure." Kagaya Kimamaro pledged earnestly. Uchiha Huan nodded and then turned to Hyuga Hayashi, saying, "Hayashi, you are responsible for arranging the subsequent matters for the Kagaya clan, ensuring they integrate into Konohagakure swiftly." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hyuga Hayashi responded respectfully. The acceptance of the Kagaya clan by the Hokage signified a new ally for the Hyuga clan, undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Uchiha Huan said nothing further, turning to leave the village entrance, allowing Hayashi to handle the arrangements without further instruction. Meanwhile, new plans began to form in his mind. Given that Obito was executing a bloody mist policy in Kirigakure, why not leverage this to draw more bloodline clans into Konohagakure? The Kagaya clan seeking refuge was merely the beginning. Furthermore, as a descendant of the Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Kagaya clan cells surely held significant research value. If he could gather the bloodlines of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, could he not achieve the grand vision of a bloodline network? Uchiha Huan was unaware, yet such ignorance did not hinder his ambitions. In the Mizukage's office far away in Kirigakure, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, glared coldly at the intelligence report in his hand, his expression dark with fury. "The Kagaya clan has actually sought refuge in Konohagakure?" Yagura's voice trembled with anger and unease. "Indeed, Lord Mizukage. A kneeling Kirigakure ninja reported respectfully, according to our information. The remnants of the Kagaya clan have arrived at Konoha and have been accepted by Uchiha Juan. Yagura's fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Juan, this fellow is indeed a nuisance. He understood that the defection of the Kagaya clan would significantly bolster Konoha's strength, while Kirigakure would lose a formidable clan with a powerful bloodline limit. More importantly, Uchiha Juan's demeanor suggested that many clans would likely gravitate towards Konoha in the future. Convey the order to strengthen border defenses and closely monitor the movements of other bloodline clans, Yagura coldly commanded. Yes, Lord Mizukichi. The ninja departed to carry out the orders. Yagura rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance as if a colossal tempest was brewing. Uchiha Juan, what exactly do you intend to do? Behind him, the space rippled open, and Obito, masked in a whirlpool motif, stepped forth. As a fellow clansman and classmate, this individual obstructed his path. It seemed necessary to enlist Zetsu's assistance in probing into Uchiha Juan's vulnerabilities. He intended for Uchiha Juan to experience the anguish he once felt, to witness the darkness of the ninja world. Surely, the opponent possessing the Manjiki Sharingan had glimpsed the steel at the Nanha River Shrine. This feeble individual was still confined to the confines of Konoha. However, once he recognized the world's mistakes and felt the pain, he would undoubtedly embark on the path of infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 41. Cultivation, the Reaction of the Mist. Lord Hokage, how did you receive the shinobi of the Mist Village? As Uchiha Juan arrived at the Hokage building, Shikaku anxiously approached him. Oh, is there a problem? Uchiha Juan replied nonchalantly. Observing Juan's cheerful demeanor, Shikaku felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the fourth Hokage. However, the difference was that the fourth would not take such a significant risk. By doing so, doesn't that provide the mist with justification to condemn us? Shikaku expressed his concern. So what? If they condemn us, they condemn us. Do they dare to declare war? Uchiha Juan countered. Suddenly, Shikaku realized that this Hokage could be considered the strongest in history. With him in power, could the other shinobi villages truly dare to threaten Konoha? Had he forgotten how the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the demon of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, quelled the chaos of their time? With Uchiha Juan's ascent, alongside the presence of 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan in the village, Konoha had seemingly emerged from its period of decline, gradually regaining the might reminiscent of the first Hokage's era. The consolidation of the remnants of the Kagaya clan was likely the first step in this Hokage's grand design. With this realization, he ceased his opposition but cautioned Uchiha Juan. Lord Hokage, you must keep a close watch on the Kagaya clan. Be wary that they may be feigning surrender. I will be careful, Uchiha Juan nodded, understanding that this was for his benefit. By the way, why haven't I seen Jiraiya for a few days? Well, Shikaka hesitated for a moment. Lord Jiraiya, he went to gather materials. Uchiha Juan chuckled. Gather materials? I almost forgot he is the author of the tale of the gutsy ninja. He would remind Jiraiya to be mindful of his influence now that he held the position of advisor. Hey, I'll leave today's affairs in your hands, Shikaku. I'm off to train. If something significant arises, you can find me in the usual spot. Uchiha Juan proficiently delegated the duties to Shikaku. Lord Hokage, this has been the case for several consecutive days. Shikaku felt a bit troubled. Having assisted the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Hokages, he found this one to be entirely different from the previous 2, as he appeared largely unconcerned with administrative matters. While his strength was formidable and his policies beneficial to the village, the majority of affairs were essentially managed by him and advisor Fugaku. Lord Jiraiya is also rather idle. With great power comes great responsibility. Shikaku, you are quite intelligent, so please handle the administrative matters. Uchiha Juan's voice echoed from the corridor as he departed. Resigned, Shikaku sat down at his desk, cluttered with documents. In the depths of the Death Forest, Uchiha Juan sat poised upon a tree branch. He was determined to develop his own Kekkai Genkai. A Kekkai Genkai is a technique that can typically only be inherited through blood relations. Apart from those of the same clan, it is exceedingly difficult for others to master, even with the Sharingan. Users of Kekkai Genkai possess unique abilities, which are highly valued by various nations and ninja villages. They strive to protect their clan's secrets while seeking to uncover or sabotage those of their enemies. Due to the hereditary nature of Kekkai Genkai, it often brings about warfare, and in unfortunate cases, the annihilation of clans, with some Kekkai Genkai bearing adverse effects. such as the Mangeki Sharingan. Within a ninja's body, the typical chakra natures consist of 5 types: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. A small number of ninjas may possess 2 special chakra types, yin and yang. When 2 chakra natures blend, they create new elemental techniques known as Kekkei Genkai. For instance, wind release combined with water release produces ice release, while lightning release combined with water release results in storm release. The resultant properties from merging 2 similar attributes may vary, as seen with the 3rd and 4th Kazekage's magnet release, one controlling iron sand, the other manipulating gold sand. Usually, only a select few ninjas can independently develop such new techniques, and once successful, these techniques are recorded in their genes to be passed on to their descendants. While Kekkei Genkai can be learned, the difficulty is exceptionally high, and creation is even more challenging. Nevertheless, it remains a viable means to enhance one's strength. Uchiha Huan possessed 6 chakra natures: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and yin. Among these, he excelled in lightning, fire, and water, with a particular affinity for lightning. Thus, in his current plans, he aimed to cultivate a lightning-related Kekkei Genkai, weighing the options between explosion release, lightning plus earth, and storm release, lightning plus water. Ultimately deciding to attempt storm release. Seated atop a massive tree branch in the death forest, Uchiha Huan closed his eyes, focusing on the flow of chakra within him. His thoughts gradually quieted as images of storm release filled his mind. Storm release, a fusion of lightning and water, possesses the swiftness and destructive power of lightning along with the flexibility and adaptability of water. The difficulty of developing this Kekkei Genkai is immense, but once achieved, its might would surpass that of ordinary techniques. He slowly raised his hands, manifesting a sphere of blue lightning chakra in his left palm, while a clear sphere of water chakra materialized in his right. Under his control, the 2 spheres began to converge, attempting to merge. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. Uchiha Huan bore scars, and even his Hokage robes were tattered, a common occurrence during rigorous training. Indeed, it is not so simple. Uchiha Huan furrowed his brow, yet he felt no discouragement. He had anticipated that this stage would not be smooth. The development of Kekkei Genkai has never been an instantaneous process. Taking a deep breath, he concluded today's training. The next day unfolded similarly. After several consecutive days, Uchiha Huan sensed he had grasped a fleeting insight, yet success eluded him. The fusion of chakra seemed to harbor some underlying issue. He pondered silently when, suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached from the distance. Uchiha Huan retracted his chakra and turned to see an Anbu ninja swiftly closing in, kneeling respectfully as he reported, "Lord Hokage, Lord Shikaku has urgent matters that require your attention." Uchiha Huan nodded, feeling a hint of resignation. He understood that as Hokage, he could not entirely evade his responsibilities. "Let us go," he instructed the Anbu ninja, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Inside the Hokage's office, Shikaku awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Uchiha Huan, he quickly approached, stating, "Lord Hokage, the Mist Village has sent a formal diplomatic letter condemning our actions in harboring the Kagaya clan and demanding their immediate repatriation." Uchiha Huan took the document and casually scanned it, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, they are quite responsive." Shikaku frowned, his tone laced with concern. "Lord Hokage, although we currently possess the strength to face the Mist, if they conspire with other ninja villages to exert pressure, it may lead to significant trouble for us." Uchiha Huan waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed. "Do not worry, Shikaku. According to the Kagaya clan's intel, the Mist Village is currently embroiled in internal conflicts and lacks the capacity to wage war against us. As for the other ninja villages, they would not easily align against us for the sake of the Mist's interests." Seeing Uchiha Huan's confidence, Shikaku felt somewhat reassured. Yet as an advisor, he remained skeptical. "Be cautious of the Kagaya clan's words, Lord Hokage. They may be deceiving you, feigning surrender." "I will remain vigilant. I will instruct our spies within the land of water to be especially alert." Uchiha Huan nodded, refusing to place blind trust in the narrative of his memories. After all, the butterfly wings of fate had already begun to flutter. In the hidden Mist Village, a corpulent ninja entered the office of the Mizukage. "Mizukage-sama," he began, Puffer Ghost. The 4th Mizukage, Kajitsun Yagura, gazed vacantly, contemplating the defection of the branch of the Kagaya clan to Konoha. They must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Traitors must face the consequences. Puffer Ghost, go and eliminate Kagaya Kimizuru. The rotund Suigetsu Puffer Ghost visibly exhaled in relief. If he were to pressure Konoha to surrender the Kagaya clan, he would surely face dire repercussions. Perhaps it was time to contemplate defection himself. After all, was it merely a matter of taking a life? Thankfully, it appeared manageable. Chapter 42. Feast and Contradiction as Dusk Descended. The Uchiha clan's territory was enveloped in a golden glow. Although Uchiha Juan had ascended to the position of Hokage, he had yet to relocate from the clan grounds. Hokage-sama, a white-haired elder approached, halting in front of him with a tone both respectful and humble. Might I inquire if you have the time today to grace my humble abode for a discussion? I have arranged for food and drink, and the elders are eager to share a cup with you. Uchiha Juan recognized this elder, Uchiha Shana, the former leader of the radical faction, with whom he had always been at odds. Previously, Shana had sent invitations that Juan had declined. Today, however, he found himself unoccupied and curious about the elder's intentions. Oh, it is Elder Shana, Uchiha Juan remarked with a slight smile, his tone calm. Since I have no pressing matters today, I shall indulge your invitation. A wrinkled smile appeared on Shana's aged face, a flicker of subtle brilliance shining in his eyes. The residence of Uchiha Shana was brightly lit, and several elders awaited at the entrance, most of whom belonged to the former radical faction. Among them was Uchiha Yunhua, who had been roused to consciousness by Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing Uchiha Juan, they all approached with beaming smiles and words of flattery. Juan-sama, your presence is a source of pride for the Uchiha. Your ascension to the role of Hokage is an unparalleled honor for our clan. The tireless efforts you pour into Konoha are a blessing for the villagers. The common folk are singing praises of your benevolence and wisdom. Listening to their insincere praises, Uchiha Juan remained unfazed internally, though he maintained a warm smile on his face as he reciprocated their sentiments. His gaze swept over the assembly, eventually resting on a woman clad in Uchiha clan-patterned kimono, a hint of confusion crossing his features. This is my granddaughter, Mingmei, Uchiha Shana introduced at an opportune moment. Mingmei, do greet Hokage-sama. Greetings, Hokage-sama, the young woman said softly, her demeanor poised. Uchiha Juan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Noticing this, Uchiha Shana's brow momentarily furrowed before he quickly composed himself, ushering Uchiha Juan into the reception room. Juan-sama, please take a seat. The once mocking radical elders now wore smiling faces, yielding the main seat to Uchiha Juan, while Uchiha Shana had to settle for a subordinate position. Notably, Uchiha Mingmei's seat was placed right next to Uchiha Juan, close enough to feel the warmth of each other's presence. The banquet commenced in an atmosphere of apparent harmony. Uchiha Juan observed with a cool demeanor, already discerning the intentions of those around him. He quietly savored the food and drink, occasionally engaging in conversation with Uchiha Yunhua or responding to Mingmei's gentle inquiries. Ever since Juan-sama took on the role of Hokage, the Uchiha clan's standing in the village has undoubtedly risen. Uchiha Shana raised his cup, attempting to steer the conversation. Your words are too heavy, Elder Shana. Uchiha Juan replied with a calm lift of his cup. This is the result of our collective efforts. Juan-sama is truly humble. At such a young age, you have already become unrivaled in the shinobi world, yet you remain so modest. What a blessing for the Uchiha. Amidst the flattery, as the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere, while seemingly cordial, held an undercurrent of strangeness. Uchiha Mingmei frequently poured wine for Uchiha Juan. Their interactions laced with intentional and unintentional physical touches. Uchiha Juan was all too aware of the implications. However, he was not the naive boy that Obito had once been. His approach was one of neither rejection nor pursuit, maintaining a detached sense of responsibility. Thus, he did not refuse the advances that came his way, which caused Uchiha Mingmei's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Uchiha Shana observed this exchange with a sigh of relief. Uchiha Juan was not only the strongest of the Uchiha clan, but also the Hokage of Konoha. Even Uchiha Itachi, the clan leader's son, willingly followed him. Those who had once underestimated him now realized that if they did not seize this opportunity to align themselves, they might never have another chance. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Let me go? I have urgent matters to report to Hokage-sama. The crowd furrowed their brows, questioning who would dare to disrupt their gathering. The door swung open, and a clan member clad in Uchiha Jounin attire rushed in, breathless. Rei, what is the matter? Uchiha Shana inquired, his expression stern. This Uchiha Rei was one of his own, generally composed. Today, however, he seemed reckless. Hokage-sama, there has been a conflict between the Sarutobi clan and our people in the commercial district. It has escalated into a fight. Uchiha Rei reported, panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Huan's expression darkened, his gaze turning steely. I shall investigate. 3 hours earlier, at the Sarutobi clan's territory, since Uchiha Huan's rise to power, Konoha had been thriving, teeming with vitality, except for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Both clans had not faced such indignities since the third Hokage's administration. The Sarutobi clan's members had become increasingly reclusive, hardly venturing outside their territory. Another cup, Asuma. Sarutobi Huitai exclaimed, his face flushed. Sitting across from Sarutobi Asuma, as they drank heartily. Empty sake jars piled around them, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Can you handle any more, Huitai? Asuma asked, a note of concern in his voice. Don't underestimate me. Sarutobi Huitai slammed the table, sending the remnants of their meal scattering. Another round, please. Asuma reluctantly picked up the jar, only to find it empty, and had to reach for another. They continued their drinking, the effects of the alcohol becoming more pronounced. Damn Uchiha, they've even taken over our shops. Sarutobi Huitai grumbled in frustration. Asuma understood he was referring to the shops in the commercial district, the most bustling area of Konoha where villagers gathered to shop and dine. The Sarutobi clan had previously held numerous shops, but with the fall of the third Hokage and the rise of the Uchiha, many had been seized by the Uchiha clan. The Shimura clan fared worse, barely managing to hold on to 2 or 3 stores. Enough of that, Asuma interrupted Huitai, raising a large bowl. Sake spilled over, soaking his attire. Let us drink. Sarutobi Huitai guzzled down the sake. The third Hokage even resigned from his advisory role. Otherwise, our clan would still have a voice in the village. I wouldn't have had to leave the Umbu. Asuma sighed inwardly at his cousin's naivety, while they remained unaware. He had spent time with the old man and knew that the elder had never been invited to serve as an advisor. Uchiha Huan had likely appointed someone who appeared to be aligned with the Hokage merely to project an image of magnanimity to the villagers. From what I heard, Jiraiya was the one who got sent away by Tsunade. Huitai lamented drunkenly. Damn Uchiha, they should have been wiped out long ago, otherwise. How could we end up in this predicament? Sarutobi Huitai ranted. Huitai, watch your words. Asuma warned in a low tone. Watch what you say. Trouble can arise from careless talk. He understood that his cousin, once a captain in the Umbu, was understandably upset after being dismissed from his position. But such topics were strictly off-limits. Are you afraid to, Asuma? Sarutobi Huitai sneered. After all, you are a Sarutobi who bows to the Uchiha. Those words struck Asuma like a dagger to the heart. His expression darkened as he downed the remaining sake in his bowl, slamming it back onto the table. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Asuma declared, standing up and departing without a backward glance. Coward. Sarutobi Huitai muttered as he watched Asuma walk away, pouring himself another jar of sake and drinking deeply, unaware of how much he had consumed. The fury within him remained undiminished, instead intensifying with each passing moment. Reflecting on the shop that had been unjustly taken from him, he abruptly shattered the window with a fierce kick and strode defiantly towards the outskirts of the clan's territory. Chapter 43. The support of the commoners in the dawn of governance. Uchiha Huan departed from the residence of Shana, his figure gliding through the streets of Konoha like a whisper of wind. The night had deepened, yet raucous sounds of commotion and conflict emanated from the direction of the commercial district. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within him. The clash between the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha was no mere coincidence. Simultaneously, at the heart of the commercial street, 2 factions stood poised in confrontation. A throng of villagers gathered nearby, curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. Do not be so arrogant, Sarutobi. This is Uchiha's establishment, and you have no right to meddle. A young Uchiha, eyes ablaze with fury, brandished a kunai, clearly prepared for battle. Uchiha's establishment? Huh. Merely a privilege born of the Hokage's influence. Sarutobi Huitai's face flushed red, the effects of alcohol still evident. A few ninjas from the Sarutobi clan stood behind him, ready to support. Huitai, do not act recklessly. One Sarutobi attempted to restrain him, only to be cast aside. Step aside. Today, I shall see what makes the Uchiha so formidable. Huitai roared, hands forming seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged forth, hurtling towards the Uchiha clansmen. Taken aback by the sudden attack, the young Uchiha could only narrowly evade, yet was still scorched by the fiery aftermath. "You dare lay a hand on us?" The Uchiha warriors, incensed, drew their weapons, tension thickening as combat loomed. Just as chaos threatened to erupt, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Cease at once." Uchiha Huan appeared like a specter between the two factions, delivering a swift kick that sent Sarutobi Huitai sprawling. His gaze, sharp as a blade, scanned each individual present, ultimately fixing upon Huitai. "Hokage-sama." The Uchiha lowered their weapons, bowing in reverence. The alcohol-induced bravado in Huitai began to fade, panic flickering in his eyes upon meeting Uchiha Huan's steady gaze, quickly replaced by stubborn defiance as he struggled to rise, aided by a fellow Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, your timing is impeccable. The Uchiha have provoked us without cause and even inflicted injury," a young Uchiha exclaimed, clutching his injured arm in indignation. "Provoked without cause?" Huitai scoffed. "It is you Uchiha who have seized our shops and now twist the narrative." Uchiha Huan refrained from immediate retort, instead surveying the surrounding establishments, once the property of the Sarutobi clan. With the resignation of the third Hokage, the Sarutobi had indeed lost many privileges and resources. Yet this was not a deliberate act of suppression by Uchiha Huan. A significant portion had been voluntarily relinquished by Sarutobi Hizashi. These resources were redistributed, including these very shops. "You are intoxicated." Uchiha Huan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "The allocation of the commercial district is a village decision, one you cannot frivolously contest." "A village decision?" Huitai derided. "It is merely your unchecked power as Hokage. The Sarutobi clan has contributed immensely to Konoha, yet we cannot even retain a single shop. How absurd." Uchiha Huan's demeanor grew colder. He disliked being publicly disrespected. "Huitai, watch your words." Uchiha Huan's voice lowered. "If you have grievances regarding the village's decisions, address them through appropriate channels, not through drunken outbursts." "Appropriate channels?" Huitai laughed derisively. "Hokage-sama, do you believe the Sarutobi clan has any voice left? Ever since your ascension, we have been marginalized, even stripped of positions in the Umbu. Is this your version of fairness? How did you marginalize the Uchiha?" Scoffed the Uchiha with the burned arm. "Back then, the Uchiha had not a single shop on this street." This retort rendered Huitai momentarily speechless. The onlookers were acutely aware of the severity with which the Uchiha had been oppressed in the past. "I can understand your emotions." Uchiha Huan's tone was frigid, "but tonight, you have harmed a fellow villager, and you must account for your actions." "Account?" Huitai's laughter was tinged with mania. "Hokage-sama, what sort of accounting do you seek? Imprisonment or execution?" Uchiha Huan's brow furrowed deeper. He could see that Huitai's emotions had spiraled out of control. If this continued, the situation would only escalate. "Enough!" A voice rang out from the gathered crowd, startling all. A ninja of common birth stepped forward, boldly chastising Huitai. "What Hokage-sama has accomplished since his ascension is clear to all. He has granted us commoners dignity, ensured our livelihoods, elevated our subsidies beyond what they once were, and provided respect for aging commoner ninjas. He has ensured that injured ninjas receive better care, rectified past injustices, and restored greatness to the village. Why do you slander Hokage-sama? What is your intent?" With fervor, the commoner ninja's voice rose, his eyes ablaze, even charging forth to tackle the recently risen Huitai, unleashing a flurry of punches as Huitai attempted to resist. He suddenly met the gaze of an Uchiha with blood-red Sharingan nearby, and his body went limp, unable to move, let alone retaliate. The commoner ninja struck with relentless force, each blow landing with precision, leaving Huitai bloodied and battered. The Sarutobi clan ninjas, taken aback, rushed to intervene, but more commoner ninjas surged forth, surrounding the Sarutobi. "Long live Hokage-sama! Slander Hokage-sama! You shall pay! For Hokage-sama, punish them!" "Loyalty!" The chorus of commoner ninjas surged forth, their numbers overwhelming the Sarutobi, who hesitated to employ ninjutsu. Soon, several were left bloodied and bruised. "Hokage-sama possesses the Sharingan. My fists, no matter how swift, shall be seen," one commoner ninja mused, striking with increasing fervor. Another commoner wielded a stick, swinging with gusto. Several Uchiha with but a single tomo in their Sharingan could hardly comprehend. "What? A common chunin can strike 6 times in a second? This fellow." The Uchiha were left dumbfounded. When had they witnessed commoners rallying to their side, let alone rising against the Sarutobi in defense of an Uchiha? Seeing that the situation had escalated sufficiently, Uchiha Huan ordered the arriving security team to separate the combatants. Tonight's events cease here. Uchiha Huan's gaze swept across the crowd. Uchiha, return to tend to your wounds. Sarutobi, aside from Huitai, depart at once. Should such incidents recur, I will show no mercy, regardless of who is involved. The Uchiha nodded in agreement, retreating swiftly. The Sarutobi, too, dared not linger, hastily departing. The commoners, relieved that Uchiha Huan imposed no punishment upon them, chanted slogans of loyalty as they gradually withdrew. Left behind was Huitai, bloodied and wailing on the ground. As the security team escorted him away, within the original office of Uchiha Huan, the atmosphere shifted. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Uchiha Itachi's voice came from behind. Uchiha Huan turned to see Itachi standing at the doorway, his expression serene. Yes, are you aware of the happenings in the commercial district? Uchiha Huan inquired. I have heard. I was training at the time. Itachi entered the room, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it has been temporarily resolved. Uchiha Huan let out a sigh, yet the issue remained unresolved. Itachi nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Lord Hokage, the discontent of the Sarutobi clan may merely be the beginning. We must prepare for the storm ahead. Indeed, your insight is commendable, Uchiha Huan acknowledged. Then articulated his request to Itachi. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for investigating the movements of all ninja clans and factions within the village. Any signs of unrest must be reported immediately. Understood, Itachi replied respectfully. Uchiha Huan approached the desk and picked up a document. A glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Konoha must not crumble due to internal strife. Should anyone dare to challenge my authority, I will not hesitate to ensure they face the consequences. Itachi observed Uchiha Huan's figure, aware that this Hokage possessed a breadth of vision unmatched by his predecessors, and he vowed to become Lord Huan's most loyal follower. As the night deepened, the lights of Konoha continued to shine brightly, yet beneath this calm facade, turbulent currents were brewing, and Uchiha Huan's reign was only just beginning. Chapter 44. The plan of Sarutobi father and son. Meanwhile, within the Sarutobi clan's grounds, the night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, and a gentle breeze rustled through the courtyard, casting dancing shadows from the trees. Sarutobi Asuma sat alone on the porch, a cup of tea in hand, the fragrant steam wafting upwards, yet failing to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, his expression grave. His companion, Hisashi, had ventured to the commercial district that evening, and an uneasy feeling gripped Asuma, as if foreboding misfortune. Asuma, what are you doing here? A voice, aged yet steady, broke the silence from behind him. Turning, Asuma found his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing at the porch, his eyes deep and reflective, as if they could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. Father, I am worried about Hisashi, Asuma replied softly, a hint of anxiety lacing his tone. He has consumed quite a bit of alcohol tonight, and I fear he may cause a disturbance. Hiruzen sighed deeply, taking a seat beside Asuma. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, illuminating his weary visage. Hisashi is too impulsive, Hiruzen remarked, shaking his head with a touch of resignation. The current state of Konoha is beyond the influence of our Sarutobi clan. Father, must we simply sit back and await our fate? Asuma's voice carried a note of defiance, his fists clenched tightly. Sit back and await our fate? Hiruzen chuckled bitterly, his gaze still fixed on the distance. Asuma, you must understand that Uchiha Huan's strength and cunning far exceed our own, rather than opposing him. We should seek a path of coexistence. Coexistence? Asuma furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. But the Uchiha clan is currently at the pinnacle of power. What leverage do we possess? After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen spoke slowly. Leverage, perhaps it still exists. What leverage? Asuma pressed, urgency evident in his tone. Hiruzen took a deep breath, a complex expression flitting across his features. Asuma, that leverage is you. Me? Asuma was taken aback, clearly unprepared for his father's assertion. Indeed, Hiruzen affirmed, nodding with conviction. You must offer your loyalty to Uchiha Huan. What? Asuma's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom his father's words. You want me to pledge my loyalty to Uchiha Huan? Indeed, Hiruzen reiterated, his tone calm and steady. Aligning ourselves with Uchiha Huan is currently our best course of action. You must realize that not every Uchiha can awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Throughout the annals of shinobi history, only a handful of Uchiha have possessed the Manjiki, and this generation boasts 4: Uchiha Huan, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Shisui. If our Sarutobi clan can endure this generation, the future will present us with opportunities. The Uchiha without Manjiki will not be insurmountable. At that time, we and other clans may once again reclaim our place on the stage of Konoha. Hiruzen's reasoning was lucid and composed. He understood that no matter how formidable Uchiha Huan might be, he too would ultimately succumb to the passage of time, much like Uchiha Madara. When the Uchiha clan re-entered an era devoid of Manjiki, it would signal their reckoning. But will he trust me? Asuma hesitated, doubt still lingering in his heart. After all, given his identity as the son of the former Hokage, how could Uchiha Huan easily place his trust in him? It is not difficult. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze penetrating. Uchiha Huan is not an extremist. He understands the balance of interests. Moreover, he has asked me to recommend a Hokage advisor from our clan, which in itself is a gesture of goodwill. Whether he seeks to establish an image among the villagers or genuinely desires harmonious coexistence, he will not make things difficult for you. Look at Shinji's situation. Even if Uchiha Huan harbors distrust, he will still put on a fade. And we merely need to ensure that the villagers and other shinobi clans perceive that fade, allowing them to see that the Sarutobi clan has not fallen from grace. Asuma fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowed as he processed his father's words. Your previous absence from village affairs has, in fact, proven beneficial, Hiruzen continued, a note of relief in his voice. By pledging your loyalty to Uchiha Huan upon your first entry into the village's structure, you set a precedent. Shinji has been a long-standing member of the Umbu. Uchiha Huan would not allow the other clans to witness a former Hokage's Umbu being favored under his command. Asuma seemed to grasp the implications, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. He recalled that his elder brother, Shinji, still served in the Umbu, albeit in a lesser capacity. He began to understand that he might indeed have some opportunities. Was Jiraiya-sama also recommended by you for the Hokage advisor position? Certainly not. I recommended Tsunade, as she aligns more closely with Uchiha Huan's intentions. After all, she is the princess of Konoha. Should Tsunade support Uchiha Huan, it would bolster his rule significantly. However, it is evident that she is unwilling. As the two conversed, a clan member rushed in, breathless and pale. Lord Third, Hizashi, he gasped, repeating Hizashi's name multiple times without managing to convey further details. Hiruzen rose to his feet, gently patting the clan member's back. Do not rush. Take your time. Hizashi was taken away by the security team. The clan member finally managed, his voice tinged with panic. Hiruzen and Asuma exchanged a grave glance, their expressions immediately shifting to one of seriousness. Elaborate. What transpired? Hiruzen inquired, his voice low and commanding, as the clan member recounted the events. Hiruzen's face underwent a series of expressions, at times furrowing his brow, at others sighing deeply. Upon completion, he turned to Asuma, his gaze laden with significance. Asuma, you will handle this matter tomorrow, Hiruzen stated slowly, a note of expectation in his voice. Remember, this is also an opportunity for you. Asuma was momentarily stunned, clearly still processing the gravity of the situation. Hiruzen said nothing further, merely placing a reassuring hand on Asuma's shoulder, his eyes imbued with profound meaning. The night breeze rustled through the courtyard, the leaves whispering as if foretelling the uncertainties of the future. Chapter 45. The Movements of the Apparitions, Developing the Bloodline Limit. The following day, Asuma was beset by conflicting thoughts, his steps heavy with uncertainty. The old man's insistence on pledging loyalty to Uchiha Huan lingered in his mind, an unwelcome specter that refused to dissipate. However, his turmoil did not last long. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The ninjas moved with haste, and an almost palpable tension hung in the air, as if the embers of conflict were about to ignite. What has transpired, Jukyu? Asuma inquired as he approached. Noticing Jukyu standing before the Hokage building, casting glances towards the forest of death. We received intelligence from the border. A colossal demon has appeared within the land of fire. It is likely the same one mentioned by the priestess from the land of demons, Jukyu began, but abruptly fell silent, recalling that, although Asuma was the son of the Hokage, he was not the current Hokage's offspring. What? The land of demons? What kind of demon? Asuma questioned. Confusion etched across his face, though he quickly recognized the shift in his own status. Well, the Lord Hokage, he hasn't arrived yet. Jukyu admitted with a hint of exasperation. What? He hasn't come yet? Asuma exclaimed in disbelief. His father, though sometimes lax, had never exhibited such negligence, especially since he had not arrived particularly late. Yes, the fifth Hokage has generally been this way, Jukyu replied, prompting Asuma to doubt whether Uchiha Huan was truly fit to lead. His management of affairs seemed lackadaisical, often enacting peculiar policies, relying solely on his formidable power to garner respect among the villagers. The recent policies in Konoha, including significant increases in ninja subsidies and upgrades to Konoha Hospital and Orphanage, made Asuma wonder if Huan intended to squander resources recklessly, leading the village to financial ruin before igniting a war. Asuma's thoughts spiraled deeper into analysis when a familiar yet unusually harsh voice interrupted him from behind. Jukyu, what is so urgent that it disrupts my training? Asuma whirled around to find Uchiha Huan in a disheveled state, his garments torn and damp, marked with charred remnants. How had he come to be in such a disarray? Who could have bested him so thoroughly? Was he training with another Sharingan wielder? Lord Hokage, it's... Jukyu glanced at Asuma. Let him listen. There's no need for secrecy. He is part of the village, Huan gestured, allowing Asuma to accompany them into the Hokage office, a space that now required formal approval for entry. Inside the office, Huan cast aside his tattered clothing and listened intently as Jukyu reported, Lord Hokage. We received word from the border. A demon is en route to Konoha, likely the apparition referred to by the priestess of the land of demons. Reports indicate that its chakra fluctuations are at the level of a tailed beast. It is estimated that, at its current speed, it will arrive within 5 days, accompanied by a legion of undead soldiers. I propose we immediately enter a state of war readiness, reinforcing Konoha's barriers and seals. Jukyu's anxiety was palpable. His memories of the chaos during the Ninetales incident haunted him. The tailed beasts are indeed grave matters, Jiraiya remarked, his expression grave, recalling how his disciple Minato perished during the Ninetales turmoil. The presence of undead soldiers only exacerbated the situation. Indeed, we must exercise caution, Uchiha Fugaku agreed, though he did not wish to resort to the use of the Manjiki Sharingan, mindful of their limited ocular power. 5 days, Huan murmured, contemplating the time frame. That should suffice. Indeed, it is more than sufficient, Lord Hokage. In reality, 3 days would be ample. With your strength, Elder Fugaku-s, and the prowess of the Uchiha clan's young leader, we face no imminent danger. Jukyu breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Huan would heed his counsel. 5 days will afford me enough time to make preliminary advancements in my development of the wind release. I intend to have Itachi assist me in the field, where I will experiment with the new bloodline limit I am creating, Huan declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. I shall notify the sealing unit at once. Jukyu stepped forward but abruptly halted. Wait, did you say? I intend to experiment with the demon for my newly developed bloodline limit, Huan replied calmly, as if suggesting a casual lunch of ramen. Lord Hokage, Jukyu fretted, concerned that Huan's unilateral approach was perilously reckless. Let the sealing unit reinforce the barriers and seals. Huan's command brought Jukyu some relief, as he feared Huan might insist on testing his new bloodline limit recklessly. Bloodline limit. You have developed a bloodline limit, Jukyu exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. At that moment, Asuma, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and even the 2 guards at the entrance stood aghast, stunned into silence. The notion of developing a new bloodline limit was akin to mastering a B-rank ninjutsu, in Huan's casual tone. Well, I have made some progress. Success is near. However, the umbu you dispatched disrupted my focus, so it may take a few more days to truly finalize my initial development, Huan stated, the weight of his words reverberating through the room. The revelation of a new bloodline limit sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered individuals. The implications of developing such a limit were clear to all present. A single bloodline limit or secret technique could elevate a clan's status for generations. If the Hokage succeeded, his descendants would inherit 2 bloodline limits at birth, and as time passed, the Uchiha clan would see an increasing number of bloodline limit bearers. Even if they lost a few Manjiki users in the future, the Uchiha would remain a formidable bloodline family within the shinobi world. Jiraiya understood all too well. As a common ninja without a bloodline limit, his path was far more arduous compared to those born with such powerful abilities. He couldn't help but recall a former companion. Bairuhu, that man had fled Konoha after being discovered for attempting to develop the forbidden technique of the plundering bloodline limit. One could only imagine how enticing the prospect of a bloodline limit was for an ordinary person. Asuma's mind buzzed. A maelstrom of emotions swirled within him. It became clear that Uchiha Huan was not neglecting his duties, but was engaged in a pursuit of monumental importance. If he truly succeeded, how formidable would the Uchiha clan become? Should he not then pledge his loyalty to Uchiha Huan? Chapter 46. The approach of the malevolent spirits and the sorceress's anxiety at the foot of a mountain in the land of fire, a colossal malevolent spirit loomed. With Huan Quan seated cross-legged atop its head. Behind him trailed a multitude of stone figurines, intermingled with several ninjas of the Huan Quan sect. Scorpion and Pipa Shirzong followed at a distance, reluctant to confront the beast-like entity, especially given Huan Chuan's overt hostility towards them. Why do I get the impression he has no intention of joining the organization? Pipa Shirzong, burdened with a decapitation sword, felt an unease about the expedition. Perhaps we should let him go ahead alone when we reach Konoha, and we can gauge the situation then? Came Scorpion's voice from the repaired Hiryu. Huan Quan had been courteous when they assisted him in capturing the sorceress, but as the malevolent spirits drew near, his demeanor grew increasingly contemptuous, treating them as mere subordinates. This incited a wave of disdain within Scorpion. While Huang Chuan's strength was not formidable enough to match either of them in a direct confrontation, his ability to control the malevolent spirit was perplexing. How had he managed such a feat? The followers of the Huan Quan sect held a simple belief. Their leader was the chosen one, destined to wield the power of the malevolent spirit to dominate the ninja world, elevating them to the status of nobility in the new order. As they contemplated their ambitions, none noticed the fleeting glimmers of humanity in the malevolent spirit's eyes. For it, the being atop its head was a nuisance, yet it refrained from acting impulsively, aware that its counterpart, the sorceress, might possess the means to counter or seal its power. Thus, it resolved to endure for the time being, yearning for the day it could reunite with the sorceress to consume the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, the emergence of the malevolent spirit within the land of fire had left Asuma without an appropriate moment to address the issue regarding Sarutobi Kyotai. Uchiha Huan, indifferent to Asuma's intentions, was focused on developing his wind release techniques, with a series of plans to achieve the coveted bloodline limit. The cultivation of his bloodline limit was merely one facet of his grand design. Dukyu collaborated with Jiraiya to organize the sealing squad and bolster Konoha's defenses. Uchiha Huan continued his training, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Where has Brother Huan gone? He promised to guide our training, but we haven't seen him for several days. Naruto exclaimed, practicing taijutsu with Sasuke by their familiar lakeside, where he seemed to gain the upper hand. As disciples of the Hokage, the Uchiha clan held nothing back. Naruto and Sasuke practiced Uchiha-style taijutsu, with Naruto demonstrating considerable prowess, surpassing many of his peers from the clan. Fool! Brother Huan is now the Hokage. He has to manage all village affairs. He can't possibly train us every day? Sasuke panted, unleashing a flurry of punches, forcing Naruto back. Seizing the moment while Naruto was momentarily distracted, he swept Naruto's legs, sending him tumbling into the water, thoroughly soaked. Huh, I win, you foolish straggler, Sasuke proclaimed, extending a hand to help Naruto up, his tone dripping with pride. Ah, Sasuke, you're amazing. Truly the genius of the Uchiha clan, Naruto replied, unabashedly praising him as he grasped Sasuke's hand. Sasuke's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You're not so bad yourself. Only he knew that he had been at a disadvantage moments earlier. Naruto may have been oblivious, but Sasuke recognized his strength. Gurgle, Naruto's stomach protested. The sun hung high in the sky, and after training all morning, it was time for a meal. However, upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, they found a long queue, prompting them to settle for some dango instead. As they ate, they headed towards the Hokage building, hoping to find Uchiha Huan. Let go of me. I must speak with the Hokage. This is a matter of great importance for Konoha, a striking woman exclaimed, her urgency palpable. You treat this as a jest? What? The Hokage is not here. Surely he cannot be in the forests of Konoha every day. The Hokage is powerful, but even he is just a ninja. How can he contend with malevolent spirits? What I say is the truth. If we allow these spirits to invade, the entire ninja world will be at risk. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged curious glances, wondering who the beautiful woman was. Overhearing snippets of her conversation. Brother Huan is not here, they thought, their expressions mirroring concern. The sorceress Moreau was stopped at the entrance of the Hokage building, her frustration mounting. The once gentle Hokage, who had assured her she could rest in Konoha, now seemed utterly arrogant. How can he be strong enough to face world-ending malevolent spirits? To toy with the lives of an entire village is beyond reckoning. Dukyu soon appeared at the door. Lady Sorceress, I am an advisor to the Hokage. I have heard what transpired, but the Hokage is truly not here. You may come in, and we can discuss this matter in detail. He had just received a report from the Umbu and wished to converse with the sorceress to gather information about the malevolent spirits, but she appeared unwilling to engage. There's no need, Moreau replied, visibly disheartened. If the Hokage is absent, I shall not impose. With that, she turned and made her way towards the Konoha hospital, where she had been staying recently. Naruto moved to follow her, but Sasuke pulled him back. What are you doing? I need to find out more, Naruto declared resolutely. She says a malevolent spirit intends to destroy Konoha, and even Brother Huan cannot resist it. As the future Hokage, I must protect Konoha. Fool, what can you do? Sasuke retorted. I don't know, but I will stand before Konoha. Naruto insisted, tugging Sasuke along behind Moreau's departing figure. Idiot, don't pull me. I can walk on my own. At the Konoha hospital, the sorceress Moreau adjusted the blanket covering the sleeping Ziyuan, her hands trembling as she gently caressed the girl's face. She turned to her guard, Jean, her expression filled with complexity. Jean, I leave Ziyuan in your care. Ensure she grows up safely. If we cannot restore our homeland, do not undertake any dangerous missions. She must not be left alone. Jean, tears streaming down his face, spoke in a hushed tone. Lady Sorceress, rest assured, I will take good care of Lady Ziyuan. I will never allow her to be placed in peril. I will allocate 1/3 of my funds to hire Konoha ninjas to escort me to the land of water. You will have to endure some hardship. Your words are too kind, Lady Sorceress. Please, be careful on your journey. Jean knelt before her, feeling utterly inadequate as a protector while she prepared to travel alone. Yet for Ziyuan's sake, he knew he must survive. He could not let her wander Konoha alone at such a tender age. In his heart, he seethed with dissatisfaction towards the current Hokage, who had made grand promises yet offered no tangible support, relying solely on words. How could such a person truly be a leader of the village? Pity for oneself and others who believed in the deceptions of one another. Now, even Lord Mithridates must. Yet, the funds at hand are insufficient to procure a suitably skilled ninja for escort. After numerous attempts to reach out, only a handful are willing to assist me. In their flight, they had no time to gather their belongings. And now she must also reserve a portion for her daughter. The memory of those few clad in green spandex, skilled in the art of taijutsu, leaves Mithridates questioning the likelihood of a successful journey. I do not require payment. I come to aid you. Fool, what are you doing? A diminutive figure pushed open the door. Chapter 47. The Despairing Priestess. The Arrival of the Malevolent Spirit. Sasuke grasped Naruto's hand, while Naruto stood boldly at the entrance. The priestess inquired, Who are you? I am the man destined to become Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. He proclaimed loudly, yet the slumbering Ziyuan on the bed remained undisturbed. Big sister, I am willing to escort you. I do not require any payment. I simply wish to protect Konoha. Thank you for your willingness to assist, young one. But children should not meddle in the affairs of adults, all right? The priestess regarded the exuberant child before her, not with disdain, but with a sense of warmth. He exuded a commendable sense of justice, and perhaps it would be beneficial for him to befriend Ziyuan. I am no child. I am a ninja. Huan and Isan told me so. Naruto protested loudly, declaring that he was no longer the underachiever he once was, but a ninja recognized by the Hokage. Huan and Isan, you mean Uchiha Huan? The priestess keenly noted the information hidden in Naruto's words. Indeed, I am Huan and Isan's foremost disciple. Uzumaki Naruto. You brat, I am the first disciple. Sasuke shouted furiously from behind, asserting his superiority in both time and strength. The two 7- or 8-year-old children remained oblivious to the impact their words had on the priestess. You are disciples of the Hokage? Jian asked instinctively. Indeed, Sasuke replied, his expression serious and proud. Can you help me locate Lord Hokage? The priestess was eager to meet Uchiha Huan, as she required stronger ninjas to escort her to the land of hot water. As for that watermelon-headed man in a green jumpsuit, She preferred to avoid him. In fact, we have not seen Huan and Ai-san for several days. Her words sank the priestess's heart into despair. It appeared she would have to take a gamble on her own. You too. Why are you disturbing the priestess here? A gentle voice echoed from the hospital corridor, brightening the priestess's eyes momentarily before they dimmed again. This Hokage was notoriously obstinate. Huan and Ai-san. Huan and Ai-san. The two little ones rushed to Uchiha Huan's side. Priestess, I heard you have been searching for me? Uchiha Huan appeared disheveled. His ceremonial robe charred, and evidently having just endured a fierce battle. What has happened? The priestess asked, puzzled. I've been developing new jutsus. It has been like this for the past few days, which is why I have not been at the Hokage building. Uchiha Huan offered a brief explanation. Do you wish to travel to the land of hot water to seal the malevolent spirit? The priestess pressed her lips together. Yes. I intend to seal the malevolent spirit within the temple there to ensure the safety of the ninja world. Is there no other location? What do you mean? The priestess was confused. I have other uses for the malevolent spirit, Uchiha Huan stated, causing the priestess's expression to change. What do you intend to do? That thing cannot be controlled. It is a world-destroying monster. It cannot be used for battle. Her tone turned icy. In her eyes, that creature was solely a harbinger of war. She had initially thought this Hokage merely obstinate, but now she realized he intended to exploit the malevolent spirit. Reflecting on the rumors she had heard in the village over the past few days about the citizens extolling Uchiha Huan's benevolence, the priestess felt a chilling realization. This Hokage harbored profound depths and malice that were truly alarming. Is this how you perceive me? Uchiha Huan's smile remained gentle. You misunderstand. I merely wish for the malevolent spirit to make a modest contribution to Konoha and the ninja world. Lord Hokage, you must not be so stubborn. Suddenly interjected Jien. You have never encountered the malevolent spirit, nor do you comprehend the terror it embodies. Your strength is indeed formidable, but no matter how powerful a ninja may be, they cannot confront a legendary world-destroying monster. Please, order the ninjas of Konoha to escort the priestess to the land of hot water to seal the malevolent spirit. It is the only path for the ninja world. He was unafraid of offending the Hokage, acting solely for the sake of the ninja realm. Baka, how dare you speak to Huan and Ai-san like that? The might of our Uchiha clan is beyond your comprehension. Sasuke could no longer contain himself, angrily rebuking. Hold your horses, SAS. Do not be angry. There are lessons to be learned, Uchiha Huan said softly. Ignorance is frightening, especially when it is coupled with arrogance. Uchiha Huan turned to Jien, priestess. Jien-kun, I do not blame you. Just observe. Witness the ninja world you have yet to see. He remained gentle, refusing to be provoked by the two, especially considering the merits of the priestess's sealing techniques. He turned to leave with the two youngsters, leaving the despairing priestess and Jien behind. At the doorway, two Umbu stood rigidly. It's over, the ninja world is doomed. All because of that damned Uchiha Huan. The priestess lamented. My lady, let me flee with you, and Lady Zun. Jien rambled on, seemingly envisioning a hellish scene in the ninja world. The priestess Mithreya slumped beside her daughter, wishing to accompany Zun through her final moments. Now trapped in Konoha, was she not merely preparing a feast for the malevolent spirit, awaiting its arrival? Thus, the hospital room fell into a despairing atmosphere, while Konoha, despite the sealing team's exceptional busyness these past few days, remained peaceful and serene. The faint scent of smoke dissipated by the warmth of daily life, until a colossal purple-black beast appeared in the distant forest. The malevolent spirit had arrived. Chapter 48, Wind Release. The death of Huan Quan. Uchiha Huan received the news promptly. Standing behind him was Itachi, his expression as cold as ice. Lord Hokage, Dakuju reported anxiously. The wraith is drawing near, accompanied by a vast army of undead stone golems, clearly intent on surrounding Konoha. I understand, Uchiha Huan replied. Standing at the window of the Hokage's office, his gaze slightly upward, the low-hanging clouds darkened the sky, casting an ominous shadow over the city, while flashes of lightning hinted at an impending tempest. With a smile, Uchiha Huan remarked, What splendid weather we have, Itachi. Let us go and greet our adversary. Indeed. Itachi responded succinctly. Up ahead lies Konoha, and yet this fellow shows no sign of slowing down. Does he intend to invade in one fell swoop? Came a voice from Hiryu. Regardless, as the foremost ninja village in the world, Konoha shall not be easily breached by Huan Quan. Are we adhering to our previous agreement? Asked Pipa Juzu, alluding to their plan for Huan Chuan's forces to enter first, allowing them to infiltrate the village once it had been breached. Naturally, should all go well, I might procure a few more trophies. Even if things do not proceed smoothly. Scorpion's voice dripped with malice. Pipajuzu was well aware of Scorpion's unrelenting thirst for vengeance against Huang Quan. Perched atop the wraith, Huang Quan opened his eyes, rose, and pointed towards Konoha with a commanding shout. Charge in. Seize the priestess. Dominate the shinobi world. Behind him, the Huang Quan cultists roared with excitement, their fervor palpable. Kill into Konoha. Kill. Kill. As the wraith surged forward, the golems quickened their pace, and the Huang Quan followers rushed towards Konoha. The massive, purplish-black creature plowed through the earth, while countless Konoha ninjas anxiously watched from the village walls. Nearby, members of the Kagaya clan had gathered, their faces pale with dread as they beheld the looming monstrosity. Kagaya Kanjuro felt sweat bead in his palms, fearing that Konoha might not shield his clan from harm. As remnants of his clan sought refuge in Konoha, he could only hope that the Hokage would show mercy and spare the children. He could accept death, but the lineage must endure. On the wall, Shingetsu Izumi swallowed hard, memories of the Nine-Tails incident flashing through his mind. Are you frightened? Came a voice from behind, belonging to his friend Tetsu. And no, you are the one who is scared. Shingetsu Izumi inhaled deeply, striving to steady his nerves. Truly not afraid. A gentle voice interjected suddenly. Of course not. We will defend Konoha without fear. Shingetsu Izumi declared, only to notice that his colleagues were staring behind him. That voice was not Tetsu's. It must belong to. He turned around. Lord Hokage. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Huan had approached them, offering a soft smile as he proclaimed, "This is the spirit of Konoha's valiant men and ninjas. For Lord Hokage, I shall be the first to charge into battle." Shingetsu Izumi cried out fervently. Excellent. But there is no need for you to confront this creature in a life-or-death struggle. Leave it to me. You have other tasks. Uchiha Huan patted Shingetsu Izumi's shoulder, evoking envy from Tetsu. Long live Lord Hokage. Shingetsu Izumi shouted, his blood racing with fervor, his face flushed with excitement. Long live Lord Hokage. Long live Konoha. The priestess Myra and her guard Ken felt uneasy as they witnessed this fervor. They feared that today, these individuals might be led to their demise by Uchiha Huan. Yet they continued to rally in support of him. Myra's gaze towards Uchiha Huan was filled with a mixture of anger and dread. In that moment, Uchiha Huan met her gaze and then leaped down. Upon landing, a man with a red dot on his forehead appeared beside him, accompanied by a group of Kagaya clan members. Kagaya clan leader, what brings you here? Uchiha Huan inquired, puzzled. Lord Hokage, our Kagaya clan members volunteer to fight and protect Konoha. We only ask that you allow the children to enter the village. Kagaya Kanjuro bowed deeply, preferring dignity over being coerced by Konoha. Oh, I see. No need for that. Today, I shall test my new technique against this creature. You should focus on safeguarding your own kin. With so few of you left, there is no need for you to engage in battle, Uchiha Huan replied nonchalantly. After all, what could this faction of the Kagaya clan accomplish? With so few remnants, they would likely perish before even facing the enemy, falling victim to my own powerful techniques. I need to preserve these individuals for Orochimaru's research on the Kagaya clan's bloodline. However, Uchiha Huan's words caused Kagaya Kanjuro to tremble with shock. Could it be that the Hokage was genuinely this merciful? Thank you, Lord Hokage. My Kagaya clan shall remain loyal to the Hokage and Konoha for generations. Kagaya Kanjuro declared eagerly, his followers echoing, loyal, faithful. As cheers erupted from the walls of Konoha, the Huang Quan cultists outside were left bewildered. Instead of fear upon seeing the wraith, the Konoha ninjas had rallied with fervor. Have these Konoha ninjas lost their minds? Huang Quan pondered, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, he spotted two figures leaping down from the walls. After exchanging words, the ninjas began to shout, and the two figures approached the battlefield. Though still distant, their identities became apparent, as the Hokage's distinctive robes marked one of them. Konoha's Hokage. Is the Hokage coming to surrender to me? Huang Quan laughed boastfully. As the distance between them diminished, he gestured for the Huang Quan cultists and the golems to halt. Huh. Instead of fleeing, you approach me. Hokage, I am willing to grant you a chance to live. Huang Quan declared arrogantly, igniting a cold fury within Uchiha Itachi. Oh, and how do you propose to grant us the chance to live? Uchiha Huan laughed uncontrollably. Huang Quan frowned, perplexed by Uchiha Huan's unexpected mirth at his proposition. However, feeling the power of the wraith beneath him, Huang Quan cleared his throat and continued, "Have the Konoha ninjas deliver the priestess to me, and I shall take over Konoha. You may continue to serve me." Upon hearing this, the priestess turned pale, fearing that Uchiha Huan might actually hand her over. She did not fear death, but she dreaded the thought of the wraith consuming her and subsequently wreaking havoc upon the shinobi world. Ha ha! Uchiha Huan's laughter interrupted Huang Chuan's brazen demands. Noticing Huang Chuan's discontented glare, Uchiha Huan suppressed his laughter. What manner of fool believes he can instill change? Upon hearing Uchiha Huan's words, the priestess was taken aback. It seemed he possessed a certain spirit, yet what difference would that make against the wraith? Realization dawned upon Huang Quan. This man was toying with him. You dare challenge the great Lord Huang Quan? I will have your head. Wraith, charge! Huang Quan commanded, and the wraith, along with countless golems, surged toward Uchiha Huan. Such foolishness! I have no time to waste on you. You are unworthy of my words. Wind release, thundercloud burst. Uchiha Huan formed hand seals, and a thick, dark thundercloud spread across the sky, lightning flashing and enveloping the vast stone golems within its grasp. Damn it, what technique is this? Lightning. There's lightning in the clouds. Amidst the thunderous storm, the anguished cries of the followers of the underworld reverberated alongside the crackling of electricity and the shattering of stone statues. It was then that the expression of Huang Quan shifted dramatically. Could this individual truly be a ninja, wielding such formidable power with but a single technique? Lord Huan, magnificent! Long live the Hokage! The Hokage is the greatest in the world. Konoha's thunderclouds. The chants echoed through the air, resonating from the walls and gates of Konoha. With a single strike, Uchiha Huan had felled the so-called immortal army, lifting the spirits of his comrades. In the eyes of the priestess Moreau, a glimmer of hope sparked. With such prowess, Uchiha Huan might indeed be capable of countering the onslaught of the malevolent spirits. Witnessing his followers and the puppet army collapse, Huang Quan bellowed furiously, "Mari! Attack!" A flicker of annoyance crossed Mari's gaze. Had it not been for the fear of the priestess's sealing techniques, he would not have tolerated this foolishness for so long. Mari writhed, sending several tendrils hurtling towards Uchiha Huan. Raging storm, radiant fong. Uchiha Huan unleashed a beam of light akin to a water jet, formed by the raging storm technique, which possessed the destructive force of lightning while maintaining the control of water. The radiant fong sliced through the air, severing the tendrils mid-flight, eliciting a pained howl from Mari. Huang Quan's pupils dilated in horror as the beam hurtled towards his defenses. Like a laser, the raging storm tore through the atmosphere. Before Huang Quan could react, he was cleaved in two. "Mari, run!" Huang Quan cried in despair, desperately calling for aid from his companions in the Akatsuki. "Save me. If I perish, no one will control Mari." As the two Akatsuki members prepared to rescue this arrogant fool, they suddenly felt a chilling presence. In the distance, Uchiha Huan's scarlet Sharingan was fixed upon them, and in that fleeting moment, Huang Quan's innards and blood rained down, mostly splattering upon Mari's head. With a violent shake, Mari sent Huang Quan soaring into the dense thunderclouds, and after a flash of lightning and thunder, silence ensued. "Fool," Mari declared, drawing the attention of those present. They had expected the creature under Huang Quan's control to speak. "Now that this fool is dead, my concealment holds no further purpose. Priestess, I have seen you. Accept your fate and be devoured." The chakra emanating from Mari surged, astounding the onlookers, while Uchiha Huan's smile vanished. This entity could serve as an excellent chakra battery. "Human, you are strong. Thus, become my plaything, to be driven by the great Mari." Dark secret technique, manifestation of the heart's demon. Mari erupted into maniacal laughter. For this technique allowed him to manipulate the hearts of men. Those ensnared would become mere puppets, obeying his every command. This dark sorcery could control the human spirit. "Hokage, flee!" The priestess on the wall shouted anxiously. If Uchiha Huan fell under control, the consequences would be dire. "What?" The Konoha ninjas gasped in horror. "Go! Destroy your village!" Mari commanded Uchiha Huan. All eyes were locked onto Uchiha Huan, filled with trepidation. Chapter 49. Gale Release. Gale Demon Dragon. "Are you jesting?" Uchiha Huan raised his head, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra while conjuring illusions before the kaleidoscope. "What? Impossible." The wraith was taken aback. This human could actually resist its secret techniques. The Leaf Village members collectively sighed in relief. How could the Hokage be controlled by such a thing? Indeed, The Hokage is a kaleidoscope. The Hokage is invincible. The Wraith, both astonished and enraged, lashed out with its tentacles, aiming to strike Uchiha Juan. "You bastard, then perish." The pitch-black tentacles writhed in the air, exuding a suffocating aura of malevolent chakra, as the air thickened with the scent of blood and charred remains, as if even the heavens trembled at this battle. However, there was not a trace of fear on Uchiha Juan's face. Instead, a hint of disdain graced his lips. "A mere monster dares to be audacious before me?" His voice was deep and cold, resonating like an echo from the depths of the underworld. Imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, the Wraith erupted into a shrill, maniacal laughter, its voice grating like metal on metal. "Foolish human. Do you think your meager power can contend with the greatness of the Wraith?" Gale release, binding technique. Uchiha Juan formed hand seals. This was a modified version of the water prison technique, a sphere of Gale chakra ensnaring the unruly Wraith, currents of electricity coursing through its form, causing it to scream and convulse in agony. As expected of a beast-level monster, the binding technique was soon torn apart by the Wraith, which struggled free, its violet-black body still crackling with electricity. Secret technique, dark flame wave. The Wraith's tentacles lashed out violently, sending waves of pitch-black energy hurtling toward Uchiha Juan. With each wave, the ground shattered, and the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a hissing sound. Trees and rocks were instantly reduced to dust under this force, as if even space itself was warped. Uchiha Juan snorted coldly, swiftly forming hand seals, and declared, "Gale release, Gale Dragon Thunder Strike." In an instant, the dark clouds above thickened, heavy storm clouds gathering above Uchiha Juan, lightning flickering within, resembling countless silver serpents weaving through the skies. As Uchiha Juan illuminated with lightning, he struck the ground. The lightning surged furiously, creating a silver wave that devoured the Wraith's dark energy waves entirely. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted from the storm clouds, the lightning striking down with torrential rain, directly hitting the Wraith's body. It let out a pained roar as its tentacles were struck by the lightning, instantly severed. Violet-black chakra bursting forth from the severed ends, the air filled with a foul, charred odor. "Damn human!" The Wraith bellowed in rage, its body swelling as more tentacles erupted from within, furiously lunging at Uchiha Juan. The tentacles writhed in the air like giant serpents, wielding destructive power, intent on utterly crushing Uchiha Juan. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Uchiha Juan's eyes as he formed hand seals once again, murmuring, "Gale release, light fong." A dazzling beam of light erupted from his mouth, as sharp as a laser, instantly piercing through several of the Wraith's tentacles, which were severed. Dark smoke billowing from the stumps, emitting an ear-piercing sizzling sound. The light fong surged onward, aiming for the Wraith's core. Having suffered from this move before, the Wraith desperately attempted to evade, its massive violet-black form thrashing on the ground, resembling a hapless creature being lashed in a cotton field. This guy? Is he really a ninja? Pai Pa Shirzong and Scorpion had retreated hundreds of meters, watching the figure mercilessly ravaging the Wraith, recalling the earlier cataclysmic lightning that cast a shadow over their hearts. Impossible. How could this be achievable by a mere human? Scorpion's voice was tinged with frenzied excitement. With a human body, he could achieve this level. That disaster-like ninjutsu was wielded by the opponent with such ease. Once a mere leaf village thundercloud, it had now grown to such an extent. Pai Pa Shirzong, a veteran of the mist-hidden battlefield, had heard of Uchiha Juan's name, but never anticipated that he would possess such formidable strength. Unbeknownst to them, as they gazed at the world-shattering lightning, the expression on Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon's face twisted. Could he truly complete the mission and return unscathed? Perhaps I should simply defect. The thought of defection surged in his mind. After all, failing the mission meant death, and succeeding didn't guarantee survival. What was he still working for the mist-hidden village? While he was lost in thought, the battlefield trembled. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. For massive earthen walls enveloped the Wraith completely, leaving the onlookers astonished and puzzled about Uchiha Juan's intentions. Yet, he swiftly formed hand seals. "It's over," Uchiha Juan stated coldly, chakra surging violently within him, his lightning chakra growing increasingly wild, the surrounding air trembling under his power. Behind Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, shark-faced Kisame wore an expression of horror. What in the heavens? What in the heavens? Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon's words caught in his throat. At this moment, The dark clouds above began to swirl, resembling a massive vortex. Amidst the tempest, flashes of lightning and thunder roared. Something began to churn within the stormy clouds. It is coming, it is coming. It is the Hokage's ninjutsu, Kirin. Must we witness the technique once more? A cataclysmic ninjutsu. That is no mere ninjutsu. It is a miracle. Priestess Moroku, listening to the surrounding murmurs, fell into deep self-doubt. Does Uchiha Juan commonly wield such high-level ninjutsu? The Leaf Village ninjas were no longer surprised, but were instead eager to witness the technique. Within the roiling clouds, some could see a creature devouring lightning, stirring the storm clouds. No, that's not right. It didn't look like that last time, did it? I remember, it wasn't. Lightning has no fixed shape. Perhaps the Hokage's Kirin looks different each time he uses it. No. I have been to the mist-hidden battlefield and was fortunate to witness. A deep-seated fear burgeoned within the wraith. For some reason, it sensed a lethal threat descending from the heavens. It pounded against the earthen walls in a frenzy, and in that moment, the area within the walls erupted in a chaos of mud and shattered rocks, especially when it caught a glimpse of the monstrous figure emerging from the clouds. Its fear surged uncontrollably. Disregarding its injuries, it rammed against the earthen walls, intent on breaking through. The doubts of the Leaf Village members swiftly dissipated. For a voice like thunder echoed across the heavens. Gale release. Gale, demon dragon. In an instant, a colossal lightning dragon emerged from the storm clouds, its head protruding, its body woven from countless strands of lightning, shimmering with blinding brilliance. The dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, as if the universe trembled beneath its might. Roar. Uchiha Juan beckoned with electric sparks dancing on his hands. The lightning dragon dove down with ferocity, aiming directly at the wraith. A glimmer of despair flickered in the wraith's eyes as it attempted to defend with its tentacles, yet the dragon's power far exceeded its expectations. The malleable gale chakra lightning pierced through its body, tearing it asunder. The area encircled by the earth walls was illuminated by a blinding flash of lightning. Yet mere moments later, the walls shattered and crumbled, the dazzling electric light serving as a beacon in the realm, prompting nearly everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. No. The wraith let out a desperate scream, its form engulfed by the lightning. Chapter 50. The conclusion, the bewildered Kisame, the illusory world. Is this humanity? The shrine maiden guard, Ken, felt a surge of horror within. The magnitude of such a technique, wielding a calamity-like power. Could this be the strength of that Hokage? The shrine maiden too was astounded, as in her eyes, a creature capable of annihilating the ninja world had been vanquished by Uchiha Juan. Am I truly not dreaming? Humph. How could it be a dream? You people simply fail to comprehend the might of Lord Hokage. He has yet to reveal his true strength, a god among men. Lord Hokage. On the walls of Konoha, the voices of the Konoha ninjas erupted in exhilaration. Is this truly the Hokage of Konoha? Kagaya Kunjuru was taken aback. He had yet to witness Uchiha Juan in action, having only heard whispers before joining Konoha. Now witnessing him, it seemed this Hokage could rival the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. He harbored no further ambitious thoughts, merely wishing to live quietly in Konoha and ensure the survival of his clan. As long as this great man offered them protection, the Kagaya clan could thrive once more, even if it meant serving him like a dog. However, on the battlefield, Uchiha Juan had yet to fully relax. The specter struck by the storm demon dragon, its purple-black chakra nearly depleted, lay feebly on the ground, its form diminished. This creature. Retreat. We must retreat quickly. Paipa Shirzong wasted no time, bolting away. Remaining here could spell doom for both of them. Nanny, was this creature ever this formidable? Suigetsu Hashigaki recalled the past, realizing this being was now utterly transformed. Although he had learned of Konoha's Raikage's decisive ascent to the Hokage position, he dismissed the rumors claiming Uchiha Juan was like a divine being. He was aware of the Raikage's formidable lightning techniques, capable of securing the Hokage title, yet he had not anticipated that Uchiha Juan would effortlessly unleash even more terrifying techniques, seemingly not limited to lightning alone. Moreover, he possessed a new bloodline limit. No, we must withdraw. Kisame. Suigetsu Hashigaki twisted his corpulent form, preparing to flee when an icy chill gripped him, followed by a piercing pain. Kisame you. Suigetsu Hashigaki turned back unwillingly, astonished by Uchiha Juan's might. He failed to notice Kisame's sudden movement, allowing Kisame to strike with precision. It's not over yet. Uchiha Huan's voice was as frigid as frost, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, unleashing an illusion. The specter's movements abruptly froze, its consciousness ensnared by Uchiha Huan's Jinjutsu, plunging it into an endless abyss of darkness. Within this void, the specter beheld countless reflections of itself, each ensnared by lightning, writhing in agony. Deep within its essence, the souls it had devoured seemed to awaken, emitting chilling wails of despair. What is happening? The specter's voice quivered with fear. It had never anticipated being cornered by a mere human. You thought only you could manipulate hearts? Uchiha Huan's voice echoed in the darkness, laced with endless mockery and coldness. Within my illusion, you shall never escape. The specter writhed in a frenzy, attempting to break free from the shackles of the illusion. Yet Uchiha Huan's Jinjutsu bound its consciousness like iron chains. In the external realm, Uchiha Huan observed the motionless specter and called out to Itachi, who was sweeping the area, "Bring the Shrine Maiden here." Uchiha Huan contemplated the usefulness of this entity, and Itachi swiftly returned with the Shrine Maiden, who hesitated at the sight of the immobile specter. "Do not fear. This creature is gravely injured, and I have ensnared it in an illusion. Can you seal it?" "Yes, I can." "Those immortal stone figures?" The Shrine Maiden nodded. Having realized that this Hokage was no longer the arrogant tyrant she once perceived, but a true powerhouse with a gentle disposition, despite her and Kin's previous affronts, he had not shown anger nor expelled them, instead defeating the specter's assault. After all, she and Kin could not withstand the specter, yet this Hokage was unafraid of it. Those were merely remnants of the specter's chakra. What immortality? They are merely lifeless entities controlled by chakra. I can seal the specter, but it will take time to arrange the sealing formation. The Shrine Maiden sighed in relief, promptly asserting her usefulness. Well then, let us seal it within the death forest of Konoha to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from coveting it. Uchiha Huan nodded. Near my training grounds. Itachi, you know the location? Take her there. Yes, I shall prepare the formation at once. The Shrine Maiden, as a ruler, felt no humiliation in being directed, only relief at resolving a significant threat. Originally, the specter was to be sealed within the volcano of the Land of Water, where the high temperatures could suppress its malevolent chakra, but at this moment, it seemed unnecessary to take such measures. Itachi, keep watch over this creature. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. The chosen worker, Uchiha Itachi, dutifully complied. Meanwhile, Suigetsu Hoshigaki gazed at his once loyal shark face, exerting all his strength to command, "You dare betray me." Kisame. Alas, Kisame had abandoned his back, rolling to the feet of Kisame. "Ah, Kisame is such a good child." Kisame lamented, clutching Kisame, bidding farewell to Mr. Suigetsu. He silently added in his heart, "This is the order of Lord Mizukichi." Just as Kisame grasped Kisame, a light laughter echoed from behind. "Oh, what a scene of mutual destruction I have witnessed." Humph. Kisame tensed, slowly turning around to find Uchiha Huan, who had just summoned the heavenly thunder to subdue the specter. "Just as I acquire Kisame, am I to meet my demise? So be it. Perhaps it is for the best." Kisame's tone held no fear of death, rather a sense of relief. "Listening to your words, I find myself anticipating death." Uchiha Huan stood there, his smile gentle, his tone calm, yet to Kisame, it felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. In countless instances of betrayal for the sake of missions, in the initial act of slaying comrades, in being a mist ninja yet forced to kill fellow mist ninjas, I came to realize that this world is but an illusion. What am I truly? An enemy or a friend? What is my purpose, my stance? Where can I find true peace? The only tangible experience was my own falsehood. The rugged and bizarre Kisame, despite his coarse exterior, bore a delicate heart, lost in the bewilderment of this world. Perhaps it is true that those facing death speak kindly. He found himself confiding in this calamity like fifth Hokage. Perhaps I share her sentiments. I am weary. Kisame pondered, recalling a girl who, after his betrayal, had neither hurled insults nor curses, nor begged for mercy in tears. "Mr. Kisame, your life must be quite arduous." The girl's words plunged him into deeper confusion. Uchiha Huan listened intently to Kisame's recounting, gently responding, "So it seems, your life must indeed be quite difficult." Kisame fixed his gaze on the individual before him. Those words. Uchiha Huan, inadvertently perceiving Kisame's expression, continued, "You see, I shall liberate this illusory world, bring an end to this chaotic ninja realm. Since you have endured suffering and confusion, why not seek refuge in my new world? Having betrayed your comrades for so long, are you willing to follow me and create a new world devoid of illusion, devoid of pain, devoid of chaos? Kisame's expression wavered. Chapter 51. The submission of Kisame and Orochimaru's message. Kisame's expression wavered. He epitomized the archetype of a ninja, unconditionally obeying the directives of his superiors and diligently executing his tasks. At the mere command of his higher-ups, he would not hesitate to turn against his comrades, rendering him a nearly perfect instrument. Yet, this very ninja found himself in a state of perpetual confusion, relentlessly seeking a purpose. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for Uchiha Juan before him, he would soon encounter the man who had slaughtered his entire clan, striving to extract the answers he sought from that very individual. Kisame's grip on the Samehada tightened, the knuckles turning pale as the weapon wriggled in discontent. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, his sharp teeth glinting. I wish to try, to behold the new world you speak of that is no longer a facade. Excellent. Welcome to Konoha, but you must start from the Umbu. Uchiha Juan replied, extending his hand, their pale and blue-gray palms clasping firmly. What? Kisame was taken aback. How could a rogue ninja from the mist directly join the Umbu of Konoha? Was Uchiha Juan a fool? No, that was implausible. How could such a powerful individual be foolish? The trust he extended to Kisame, a freshly turned traitor, was staggering. Mr. Juan, do you truly have such faith in me? Kisame's heart was a tumult of emotions. Uchiha Juan did not allow Kisame to return to the mist, but instead welcomed him into the Akatsuki organization. After all, Kisame had grown weary of betraying his comrades, and assigning him as a spy seemed inappropriate, given that, even in the original narrative, his loyalty to the Akatsuki was genuine. He could be considered one of the few honest individuals in the world of Hokage, and in the later parts of the story, he even performed hand seals with utmost sincerity before his demise. Rather than consigning this honest soul to Obito, it would be more beneficial for him to contribute to the development of Konoha. Little did Obito know that the Akatsuki member he so ardently desired was now under the command of Uchiha Juan. Yet he could do nothing but watch as Juan ascended to the position of Hokage, reminiscent of certain films where one can only stand by helplessly. At the gates of Konoha, the onlookers regarded the blue-skinned shark-faced figure following the Hokage with curiosity, yet no one dared to question the Hokage's decision. Instead, they cheered for Uchiha Juan, who had triumphed over the Morio. The fifth Hokage is truly the strongest. Fifth Hokage, the unrivaled master of lightning release. Exclamations of this nature filled the air. As they entered the village, the villagers surrounded Uchiha Juan, showering him with praise. Hokage-sama, you are incredible. I aspire to be a ninja like you, exclaimed a civilian ninja with excitement. Keep it up, Yute, I believe in you. Train hard, and you will grow stronger. Uchiha Juan encouraged, his demeanor warm and reassuring. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, creating an almost awkward atmosphere. You recognize me, Hokage-sama? Yute gaped in astonishment. Of course, there's no need to be so surprised, Uchiha Juan replied. Hokage-sama. Yute's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Excuse me, Shuhan, Kosho, please allow me to pass. I still need to attend to that creature, Uchiha Juan said, gently patting the two young men in front of him. Predictably, their faces flushed with excitement. Hokage-sama remembers us. Long live Hokage-sama. The crowd erupted in jubilation, thrilled that the Hokage had recognized them, the common folk. Observing this scene, Kisame marveled, especially as he experienced the stark contrast between Konoha and the mist. The villagers of Konoha were exceedingly warm, and by the time he and Uchiha Juan traversed the streets, he found his hands filled with an assortment of snacks, yakitori, dango, thrust upon him by enthusiastic civilians. Curiously, he asked a woman, Annie, do you know who I am? I don't. But anyone following Hokage-sama must be a good person, she replied. Her words stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Kisame. Could someone like him, a betrayer of his village and slayer of comrades, truly be considered a good person? Gazing at the back of the Hokage clad in his ceremonial robes, entrusting his safety to a traitorous rogue ninja, Kisame recognized that the character and magnanimity of this Hokage far surpassed that of any previous Mizukage. Only the legendary first Hokage, the god of shinobi, could stand as an equal in such regard. As for the current fourth Mizukage, Kisame could not help but let out a quiet scoff. Observing Uchiha Huan, beloved by the villagers, Kisame felt he had glimpsed the nascent form of a new world. In the forest of death, Uchiha Huan strolled alongside the blue-gray shark-faced Kisame, nodding at Itachi's station nearby, then turning his attention to the shrine maiden who had just completed her sealing work. Hokage-sama. The shrine maiden panted, beads of sweat dotting her pale face. Her injuries had yet to heal, and the exertion of sealing the Morio had drained her considerably. She was currently being supported by her attendant. How did it go? The sealing is complete. The Morio did not resist. It went smoothly, the shrine maiden replied, a smile breaking through her pallor. With Hokage-sama overseeing, this entity should not escape the seal in this generation. I will have the sealing team reinforce it further. You should rest now, as you appear quite unwell. Thank you for your assistance. We will cover our expenses upon returning to the land of demons, she responded. Let us set aside the expenses for now. You and Ken should focus on recovery. Once you're well, I will arrange for your return to the land of demons. Uchiha Huan said gently, exuding a refreshing warmth. Ken shot him a peculiar glance, and once the shrine maiden had walked away, he muttered, The Hokage's demeanor towards you is rather exceptional. The shrine maiden shot a glare at her attendant. Do not speak nonsense. Hokage-sama is kind to everyone. Not just me. Yet, despite her words, Uchiha Huan's handsome appearance, gentle character, and formidable reputation, combined with his strength, left her pondering. They had been pursued by the underworld, and even Cheyenne struggled to protect them. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Huan, the thoughts of the two were far from his mind. Even if he knew, he would merely smile faintly, for he was not a man driven by desperation. Regarding the shrine maiden, his intentions leaned more towards indirectly manipulating the land of demons through her. Kisame, how do you feel? Very different, both in terms of you and the atmosphere of Konoha. Ha ha ha. Embrace this life here. Konoha is merely the precursor to a new world. A ninja crow flew in, bringing a message from Orochimaru, its leg bound with a note. Urgent. Progress has broken through. Chapter 52. The solution of Hashirama cells in the laboratory. Orochimaru, clad in a white coat, let his long tongue glide across his lips. The sound of footsteps behind him snapped him back to reality, and he turned to face the newcomer, Uchiha Huan. Has any of your technology made significant progress, Orochimaru-senpai? Uchiha Huan inquired, his anticipation palpable. The foremost scientist of the shinobi world had finally begun to make strides. This was precisely what Huan desired. It must be the Hashirama cells, Uchiha Huan thought, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, Orochimaru replied, nodding excitedly. Follow me. The two ventured into the shadowy depths of the laboratory, which, despite being outfitted with an abundance of electric lights, Orochimaru preferred to keep dim. They delved deeper until they reached the innermost chamber dedicated to human experimentation. Row upon row of experimental tables held jars of nutrient solutions, each containing subjects that had undergone transformation at Orochimaru's hands. I have created 3 types of Hashirama cell solutions, each varying in concentration and vitality, Orochimaru explained, gesturing for Uchiha Huan to observe the state of the subjects. Some appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans, while others were ghostly pale, and some, despite exhibiting certain transformations, such as partial woodification, retained a humanoid form. The first solution, of low concentration, yielded a 16 survival rate among these ordinary shinobi and bandits after injection, with some individuals showing enhancements in physical fitness and chakra levels. As they looked further, they encountered subjects whose bodies had swollen grotesquely, limbs sprouting branches and roots, emitting mournful wails. The second solution, of medium concentration, resulted in a mere 3.7 survival rate, with the majority of survivors exhibiting alarming transformations. Many were covered in grayish-brown scales, their limbs unrecognizable as half-tree men, groaning weakly, while some had their eyes obscured by bark riddled with cracks. One such half-tree man, still retaining a semblance of consciousness, gazed at Uchiha Huan with murky eyes, emitting muffled sounds from a mouth stuffed with roots. He could scarcely fathom that this gentle Uchiha, hailed as the most benevolent leader in the village, was clandestinely supporting Orochimaru's research. The man who once prophesied the impending collapse of Konoha's finances within 3 years, deeming the new Hokage merely a brute, now felt an inexplicable chill seep into his withered heart. The newly appointed Hokage, Uchiha Huan, was robust and vigorous internally. He wielded both kindness and authority to reform Konoha, earning unparalleled prestige among the villagers. Externally, he was ruthless and cunning, a veritable demon. Even engaging in this kind of research, how would a Wagakure contend with a Hokage of such caliber? This subject possesses remarkable vitality, Orochimaru mused, furrowing his brow. Despite nearing death, he exhibits such tenacity. Could it be due to Huan? Noticing Uchiha Huan's silence, Orochimaru took the initiative to clarify. Rest assured, Huan. All subjects here are prisoners and spies extracted from Konoha's prison or bandits captured by the Umbu from outside. It is not out of fear of you, but rather, your profound respect for technology and technicians that has prevented you from selecting an assistant. This research is too critical to entrust to someone clumsy. No need for further words. Orochimaru-senpai, I have faith in you. Uchiha Huan's trust eased Orochimaru's tension, for he had never experienced such unwavering support. Though he had conducted numerous experiments externally, none could compare to the abundant resources afforded by Konoha, one of the 5 great villages. The Umbu stationed at the entrance were not merely on guard. Bandits had nearly been eradicated within the Land of Fire. Without such an overwhelming accumulation of experiments, how could they have surmounted challenges at such a rapid pace? Huan, what follows are these? Orochimaru pulled away the fabric covering a row of nutrient jars. A line of surviving subjects lay unconscious, one of whom had had their eyelids removed, revealing a pair of Sharingan. They are all Jinjutsu-type shinobi, and the last one. Orochimaru's tone grew increasingly animated. This individual, despite being an ordinary shinobi, managed to suppress the effects of the Hashirama cell solution using the Sharingan. Huan, I deduce that your Uchiha clan possesses a natural affinity for accommodating Hashirama cells. Orochimaru produced a syringe. This is the highest concentration of Hashirama cell solution, which I have modified to be half as potent as the original. I believe only you can harness its power. Is this the latest advancement? Uchiha Huan inquired, accepting the syringe and scrutinizing the swirling solution within. Indeed, but those injected with this concentrated Hashirama cell solution. Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze shifted to the small forest at the farthest end of the laboratory. Exercise utmost caution. This solution cannot be administered directly. I have prepared an injection plan for you, beginning with the medium concentration. Orochimaru observed Uchiha Huan's nervous gestures, realizing the gravity of the situation, should this man perish. Konoha would not extend such robust support again. That is unnecessary, Uchiha Huan replied nonchalantly. Find me an empty laboratory. Chapter 53. The Fusion of Hashirama's Cells. Obito's Conspiracy. Orochimaru paced in the laboratory, observing the restlessness of Uchiha Huan. According to his plan, incrementally increasing the concentration of Hashirama cell solution would enable Uchiha Huan to safely acquire the cells, potentially even mastering would release. However, Uchiha Huan had hastily injected the solution at its highest concentration. Despite possessing the Sharingan, Orochimaru could not ascertain whether Uchiha Huan would succeed. For an ordinary individual, such a concentration of Hashirama cells was nearly lethal. Even a single drop could transform a person into wood. Such impulsiveness. He sought experimental data, not the demise of his supporter. Yet, he could not restrain Uchiha Huan and could only hope that the solution he had calibrated would be gentle enough for him to withstand. In the sealed underground laboratory, Uchiha Huan inserted the syringe into his flesh. Pain. Excruciating agony. The moment Hashirama's cell solution coursed through his body, his veins swelled as if something within him were growing incessantly, tearing him apart with a pain that radiated from his core, soaking his garments in cold sweat. This torment was unlike any injury he had ever endured. It stemmed from a genetic level, the most harrowing anguish every being struggles to withstand. Cells divided, perished, fused, and were reborn. Uchiha Huan felt a sense of trepidation. He did not desire an imperfect fusion, akin to Uchiha Madara or Obito. Whether it was the face growing on his chest or Obito's dissimilar half-body, neither sufficed in his eyes. True perfection lay in a cellular-level amalgamation. One that would not alter his external appearance, but would reflect changes internally. He let out a muffled groan as the Hashirama cell solution was fully injected. Uchiha Huan felt as if molten lava flowed through him. His skin flushed red, and the searing pain became almost unbearable. As time passed, swelling appeared on his body, accompanied by grotesquely distorted flesh, reminiscent of saplings growing wildly. His body temperature soared, sweat evaporating into steam, leaving conspicuous white traces on his reddened skin. His flesh was undergoing a grotesque transformation, catalyzed by Hashirama's cells, teetering on the edge of life and death. Uchiha Huan grinned, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. He had navigated the ninja world for 2 decades, dancing on the edge of a blade, flirting with death. How could this pain deter him? His goal was the ultimate bloodline limit. The crimson patterns of his Sharingan spun rapidly, the ocular power permeating, mingling with the dark chakra, coursing through his body, bringing a refreshing coolness akin to an icy river amidst molten rock. With the use of his ocular power, the pain began to subside, the searing agony within gradually lessening. Yet, as time dragged on, Uchiha Huan's frown deepened. Although the encroachment of Hashirama's cells had been suppressed, he could feel that the fusion process was alarmingly slow. The intense heat still present. This was undeniably not the sensation of a successful fusion. The need to constantly suppress it, with the threat of a backlash upon withdrawing his ocular power, reminded him of Danzo from the original Naruto, Shippuden. Danzo's inferior level of fusion required an entire arm's worth of Sharingan to contain. Even Obito's fusion was more refined than his current state. Fusion. The flesh growths on Uchiha Huan's body had dissipated, replaced by patches of pallid skin. Suddenly, he seemed to come to a realization and chose to relinquish his suppression of Hashirama's cells. The intense pain returned, yet this time, without the restraint of his ocular power. He welcomed it, adapting to the sensation, the cooling ocular power and dark chakra safeguarding him. Active fusion, acceptance. The scorching heat intertwined with the chilling cold, the yang and yin chakra melding together, causing the pallor on Uchiha Huan's skin to fade. The warm chakra filled his eye sockets, nurturing his Sharingan. Within him, the chakra surged once more, steadily increasing. While he had yet to master would release, he remained unperturbed. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, his power had ascended to a new echelon. Unbeknownst to anyone, the patterns of his Sharingan subtly distorted and thickened. Even he remained unaware. Suddenly, rumble. A tree burst forth from the dark, muddy ground, breaking through the surface, broken branches and clumps of mud cascading down, turning the laboratory into a mire. Damn it! Bairu cursed under his breath, forming hand seals, earth release, steel pillar. A massive rock column propped up the breach as he grumbled while exiting the laboratory, paying little mind to the giant tree sprouting from the torso of the experimental subject, its head obscured by mud. I say, can't you build the lab above ground? This was the 4th incident this week, remarked the carnivorous plant man, holding a large umbrella. Bairu paid no heed to the rain. The soil in the land of rain was too soft. He had grown accustomed to constructing laboratories within caves. Why not just abandon wood release altogether? Zetsu suggested. Your success rate seems dreadfully low. I have my own plans, Bairu replied darkly, detesting any form of denial. Besides, the next celestial event would not occur anytime soon. Without such an event, he could not conduct the ritual, so he aimed to cultivate the wood release experimental subject before the next celestial phenomenon. Fine, I'm merely reminding you. Funds are not limitless, so be frugal. Zetsu's words deepened Bairu's scowl. The man claiming to be Uchiha Madara had promised only to assist in capturing sacrifices, offering negligible financial support. These individuals had no comprehension of the tribulations faced by researchers, especially that antiquated Uchiha Madara, who had repeatedly questioned his capabilities, even failing to grasp the complexities of Hashirama's cells. If it were you, you might not succeed even after 100 transplants. Bairu fumed, contemplating how to secure further research funding. Zetsu remained silent, genuinely believing that this fellow had considerable ideas. A person capable of creating techniques to plunder others' bloodline limits could hardly be deemed a fool. Unlike Obito, Zetsu recognized the uniqueness of Obito's lineage. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito's adaptability and innate talent were exceptionally high, making the successful incorporation of Hashirama's cells a trivial matter. This was also one of the reasons Obito questioned Bairu. He lacked understanding of the technical difficulties involved. If Bairu were to collide with Orochimaru, Zetsu pondered, also questioning Orochimaru's whereabouts. That guy hadn't been lingering in Konoha much lately. Adhering to the plan he devised with Obito to avoid drawing Uchiha Huan's attention. Furthermore, according to Obito, he had already formulated preliminary plans to plunge Uchiha Huan into darkness. Chapter 54. Orochimaru was deep in thought when a thunderous crash echoed from the door, where Uchiha Huan had sealed it shut. The surrounding Umbu and Orochimaru's gaze were instantly fixed on the door. Had it succeeded? Orochimaru murmured. As the door splintered, a figure emerged. Their eyes adorned with the mesmerizing patterns of the Sharingan, none other than the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Huan. Ah, it has indeed succeeded. The modified solution crafted by my esteemed predecessor, Orochimaru, proved invaluable. The chakra emanating from Uchiha Huan sent a jolt of surprise through Orochimaru. What a formidable level of chakra. It seems the Uchiha clan is indeed suited for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. This led Orochimaru to ponder the transformation of these two clans from adversaries to allies in the founding of Konoha. Relax, you need not be so tense. Please, step back. I have matters to discuss with Orochimaru. Uchiha Huan gestured for the Umbu to withdraw. With their departure, Uchiha Huan approached Orochimaru. The research for this phase is complete. It is time to proceed with our next plan. The study of Hashirama's cells is far from complete, Huan-kun, Orochimaru cautioned. I am aware, but the focus must shift. Uchiha Huan replied as they both entered a laboratory cluttered with failed experiments. Orochimaru-senpai, the research on Hashirama's cells must continue. They hold significant value for both our plans. I will not interfere too much in the short term, but in due time, I will assign you a new research project that is of great importance to me. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru acquiesced. Very well, but I have a few questions. Please, go ahead. I wish to understand your experience during the fusion of Hashirama's cells and why the Uchiha clan exhibits a superior compatibility with them. Furthermore, how do Hashirama's cells nurture the Sharingan? This is crucial for my research. Orochimaru's scientific spirit shone through. Certainly, at that moment, Uchiha Huan began to recount his experience but then deflected with a question of his own. Orochimaru-senpai, do you know how many chakra natures exist? 5. Wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. The unique bloodlines are variations upon these 5 chakra types. Orochimaru was puzzled by Huan's inquiry, as even a newly graduated ninja would know this. No, there are 7 types. Uchiha Huan's assertion brought a skeptical look from Orochimaru. 7. Indeed. Excluding wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, there are also yin and yang chakra. Certain secret techniques, such as the Nara clan shadow techniques, utilize yin chakra. The Akimichi clan's expansion techniques harness yang chakra. Hence, these secrets are not easily mastered by the average person. Yin chakra enhances mental prowess. Thus, ninjas possessing yin chakra naturally excel in genjutsu, such as the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru quickly grasped Huan's implication and pondered the significance of yang chakra. Correct. The Senju clan inherently possesses yang chakra, which amplifies physical capabilities. Contributing to their prominence during the Warring States period, Uchiha Huan confirmed Orochimaru's insight. Moreover, the quality of yang chakra within Hashirama's cells is exceptionally high, if not properly restrained. It could alter the body of the recipient. The Uchiha clan's transplantation of Hashirama's cells represents a fusion of yin and yang chakra. I suppress, guide, and ultimately merge the yang chakra from Hashirama's cells with yin chakra. My remarkable enhancement stems not only from Hashirama's cells, but also from possessing 7 chakra natures, achieving a basic stability. Therefore, Orochimaru-senpai, if you wish to explore the path to immortality, do not allow mere techniques to confine you. Delve into the essence behind those techniques. An hour later, Uchiha Huan exited the laboratory, leaving Orochimaru deep in contemplation at the experiment table, pondering the profound shift in his understanding of the world and the new avenues Uchiha Huan had opened before him. As night fell, Uchiha Huan was oblivious to how much time had passed while he walked the path to his clan's territory, mulling over the next steps of his plan and the relocation of the Uchiha clan. The fusion of Hashirama's cells had been successful. Should the next target be Kaguya, or the Hyuga clan, or perhaps the Uzumaki? As Uchiha Huan understood, the remnants of the Uzumaki clan now consisted of only Naruto, Nagato, and Karen. Naruto. Minato's genes are still overwhelmingly potent. Naruto has even lost his red hair, yet his cells could certainly be worth studying. As for Nagato, Uchiha Huan had no desire to engage him in a life-or-death struggle now. Karen was likely still in the land of grass. Lost in thought, he returned to his home, a modest house on the outskirts of the former clan territory. The old house left by Uchiha Huan's parents lay in the abandoned clan grounds. After the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan relocated to a new territory. At 13, he had not received a favorable dwelling. Often regarded as a representative of the pacifist faction and consequently marginalized by the more radical clansmen. even facing scorn for apologizing to civilians while serving as the captain of the guard. However, time had altered perceptions. With the revelation of his Manjiki Sharingan and demonstration of strength, alongside his ascension to Hokage, the Uchiha clansman would now voluntarily clean the pathway to his door and dust the walls and bricks. Huankuen. This night was unusual. A woman stood at his doorstep. Ms. Akemi, it is quite late. What brings you here? Uchiha Huan furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency in Akemi's demeanor. I was concerned after hearing that you battled a terrifying creature today and then disappeared. I feared you might not have eaten, so I prepared some late-night snacks, Akemi said, lifting the food container and smiling warmly. I must have kept you waiting for quite a while. No, I just arrived a moment ago, he replied. But he had noted her subtle shivering. Autumn had come, yet it was not cold enough to chill a ninja's soul. Nevertheless, Uchiha Huan chose not to expose her pretense. His stomach did indeed grumble. Please, come in, Ms. Akemi. He opened the door, which was unlocked, but no one would dare enter without his permission. This brought Akemi joy as she entered his courtyard with a radiant smile. Inside, she opened the food container, only to find the snacks had grown cold. She chuckled awkwardly, recalling her grandfather's insistence that Uchiha Huan preferred warm food, making her feel somewhat restless. It has cooled, hasn't it? Next time, try not to linger outside for so long, Uchiha Huan said gently, his words carrying a dual meaning, encouraging her to come inside, while also suggesting she refrain from visiting altogether. Uchiha Huan was indifferent to her interpretation. His arrogance was deeply ingrained, yet his kind smile allowed Akemi to derive her own understanding. I'll prepare some warm food for you. Forgive me for the trouble, she said, her cheeks flushing as she stepped into Uchiha Huan's kitchen. Uchiha Huan then made his way to the bathroom. Chapter 55. Akemi, Izumi, Obito. The rain mingled with the scent of dust, permeating the air with the acrid aroma of post-battle smoke. A residue left in the wake of the fierce confrontation between Uchiha Huan and the Spectre. The copious perspiration resulting from the injection of Hashirama's cellular solution mingled with sweat and earth, creating an indescribable odor. He cast a glance at himself, his brows furrowing slightly. Though not one to fuss excessively over appearances, he indeed felt the pressing need for a cleansing bath. Stepping into the bathroom, the warm water cascaded over him, washing away fatigue and grime. When he emerged, his bare torso was adorned with a web of scars, evidence of both blade and ninjutsu. Testaments to his brushes with death, gifts left by his adversaries. He casually grasped a towel to dry his damp hair and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. Inside, the ambience was reminiscent of a bygone era. Bright lights, chilled drinks, and news reports filled the space. Outside, the cold wind swept through, accompanied by the cries of ninja crows. A constant reminder of his current reality. Akemi Uchiha busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dishes from ingredients just delivered. Uchiha Shana, that old rascal, intended to bind himself to her in the throes of battle, a thought he understood all too well. The television narrated his clash with the Spectre, featuring only a few fleeting glimpses of the stormy dragon, which he regarded with indifference, his mind preoccupied with plans for the future. Beyond the pursuit of the Otsutsuki Kagaya's bloodline, there was the matter of the Akatsuki organization, still in its formative stage, presenting itself as mere mercenaries rather than the notorious entity it would later become. It was imperative to act swiftly, instilling a sense of caution within the various ninja villages and nations. Uchiha Huan had a plan, lost in thought. He was interrupted as Akemi entered with a steaming platter of food, her cheeks tinged with a gentle flush upon seeing his bare torso. Huankuen, please enjoy, she offered, her expression softening as she presented the aromatic beef dish. Thank you, Huan replied, his appetite piqued. Akemi continued to serve, bringing forth another dish and a jar of sake. Naturally taking a seat beside him, filling his cup with care, her movements were tender and delicate, her gaze laced with anticipation. The taste of a late-night meal was delightful, especially as it marked the first time in 20 years that someone had prepared a meal for him. Huankuen, please, she said softly, extending the cup towards him. Her cheeks faintly flushed, clearly hopeful for the evening's progression. Yet, Huan's demeanor remained tinged with an underlying aloofness. His smile was warm, yet it emanated an unapproachable air. Unbeknownst to Akemi, this distance was not mere politeness, but a deep-seated arrogance. Huan's touch, while seemingly inviting, led her to misinterpret his intentions. Poor Akemi, unwittingly caught in his subtle manipulation. He consumed his meal rapidly, a habit forged through years on the battlefield. He sipped only a few mouthfuls of the sake, while the food before him vanished in an instant, leaving Akemi to nibble at her share, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. "Huan-kun, how does it taste?" she inquired softly, her eyes shimmering with expectation. "Delicious, thank you, Miss Akemi," he replied with a hint of formality. "Just call me Akemi," she murmured, her voice gentle, laced with shyness. She believed the atmosphere was already laden with intimacy, and the ensuing developments seemed inevitable. Perhaps, intoxicated, unaware of the world around, drifting through a sea of dreams beneath the stars. As Akemi's thoughts wandered, Huan donned a light coat and summoned a ninja crow, which soon rapped gently at the gate. A member of the Umbu appeared at Huan's door. "Akemi, Akemi?" Huan's voice pulled the distracted woman back to reality. "Ah, Huan-kun, I apologize, I zoned out," Akemi stammered. Her cheeks flushed as if caught in a reverie. "See Akemi home," Huan instructed the Umbu. Akemi's smile froze instantly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure, rising to follow the Umbu out of the room. "It has truly been too long since we've walked together, Itachi," Izumi remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she held a sweet trio of dango. "Yes, Huan and I has entrusted me with some matters," Itachi replied, his expression neutral. But Izumi understood him well. Much like when he had rescued her during the Nine-Tails incident, he appeared distant yet possessed a gentle heart. Furthermore, after all, he was merely a teenager, even with the Manjiki Sharingan, still the same boy who delighted in sweet dango. She recalled how, in their childhood, he would speak in enigmatic phrases about life and death. Izumi watched Itachi pop a dango into his mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. A faint blush crept onto Itachi's face as he turned away, seeming a bit shy. Her laughter echoed through the night, reminiscent of silver bells ringing. "Speaking of which, Huan and I is truly a remarkable person," Izumi mused, gazing up at the starry sky. A chilly breeze swept past, prompting her to cling a bit closer to Itachi's arm. Her voice filled with admiration. "His character is entirely different from that of our clan. He always brings a sense of reassurance." She felt genuinely pleased that Itachi worked under Huan and I. Itachi turned to look at Izumi, revealing a rare smile. "You know, Huan and I is the most suitable person to become Hokage." Izumi's attention was captivated entirely by his smile. "Oh my, Itachi, you actually smiled. How rare that is. Uncle Fugaku even says you seldom smile." Her vivacity and cheerfulness stood in stark contrast to most Uchiha clan members. Perhaps it was because she hadn't been raised within the clan's confines, allowing her spirit to flourish freely. However, a pair of cold eyes observed this scene from a distance. Obito remained hidden in the shadows, his gaze beneath the mask filled with displeasure. Izumi's laughter only served to further irritate him. He huffed softly, his form gradually distorting before vanishing into thin air. Moments later, he materialized outside Uchiha Huan's residence, catching sight of the Umbu escorting Akemi away. Taking a deep breath, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. "It is time for these two weaklings to witness the true darkness of the ninja world," he murmured to himself, quietly concocting a nefarious plan. Chapter 56. Bringing Obito to the village of Grass. Uchiha Akemi returned to the Uchiha Shana residence, her expression grim. "Has the Hokage rejected you?" Uchiha Shana, seated calmly with a cup of tea, inquired. "No," Akemi replied, walking past her grandfather, her disappointment palpable. "But considering the time, he must have finished his late-night meal, right?" "Yes, my dear grandfather," she said. "That is acceptable. It is normal for the Hokage not to accept you outright. The absence of a clear rejection indicates he may grant you the opportunity to approach him," Uchiha Shana analyzed. "Why?" Akemi questioned, perplexed, as she had never sought to please others since childhood. "The Manjiki Sharingan reflects the soul." Uchiha Shana's words left Akemi in a state of confusion. However, sensing her doubts, Uchiha Shana continued, "The Hokage's Manjiki technique is known as Takamagara, the dwelling of the deities. How could he easily accept a mere mortal? But Huan-kun is so gentle. How could that be?" Akemi struggled to comprehend. "That is the love of the divine for humanity. Have you ever seen him not act with kindness?" Uchiha Shana recalled that boy who had always been distinct from the other arrogant Uchihas since he first captured his attention. He had noticed Uchiha Huan when he had skipped grades at the Ninja Academy and later shown in battle. He had contemplated recruiting him. However, Uchiha Huan had always exhibited the demeanor of a pacifist. In hindsight, it was likely that his thoughts had always been that so-called gentleness was not genuine kindness, but merely another form of unimaginable arrogance. How could that be? Akemi found it hard to accept. Uchiha Shana shook his head. Realizing he had sheltered her too well, a boy of Uchiha Huan's age had been on the battlefield for years while Akemi had only just become a genin. Perhaps I was mistaken. The clan leader's flames are called Amaterasu. Could he aspire to become the deity Amaterasu? Uchiha Shana consoled Akemi, chiding himself for being so foolish as to say such things to her. Indeed, they all possessed Susanoo, Akemi thought, convinced that her grandfather, who wore a perpetual frown, had misjudged things. After all, how could a mere mortal become a deity? Even if Huan Kuan were immensely powerful, he was still human. At the Uchiha Huan residence, after returning Akemi, the Umbu reported for duty. Uchiha Huan handed a piece of paper to the young Umbu. What is this? The young Umbu asked, holding the paper filled with materials needed for sealing techniques. I need these materials. Find them as soon as possible. I intend to practice sealing techniques, Huan instructed. Yes. The Umbu nodded, thoughts swirling. The Hokage was practicing sealing techniques late into the night, truly dedicated. By the way, bring the class leader of the sealing class here. I wish to consult him. Yes. The Umbu was filled with admiration upon hearing Uchiha Huan's humility and eagerness to learn. Half an hour later, the class leader of the sealing class, Hirata Takashi, arrived at the Uchiha Huan residence. Hokage-sama. Hirata Takashi of the sealing class reporting for duty. Takashi's face flushed. The Hokage had sought his guidance on sealing techniques. He could boast about it to others, though he had intended to rest. Upon hearing the Umbu mention that the Hokage had questions for him, he rushed to the Uchiha clan's grounds. This was an opportunity to receive insights from the strongest Hokage. Oh, Takashi, there is no need to be so formal. I called you here to. Before Uchiha Huan could finish, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. As dawn broke, Takashi left the Uchiha Huan residence, invigorated after discussing sealing techniques with the Hokage all night. After a brief nap at home, he could hardly wait to share this thrilling news with his colleagues. However, in reality, Uchiha Huan awoke, leisurely exiting his room. On the living room table lay a swirling mask, orange and yellow, with the whirlpool centered around the right eye. The sealing technique engraved upon the mask granted it a certain degree of protection against prying eyes. Ordinary Byakugan and Sharingan could not penetrate it. This was the result of Hirata Takashi's busy night. He had not discussed sealing techniques with Uchiha Huan. He had merely been working here in the shadows. Even the workers there feasted on watermelons and whips while he had only indulged in an illusion. At the gates of Konoha. Hey Izumi. Can you keep an eye on things for a moment? I need a break. Steel Iron lounged against the wall, utterly bored. During peacetime, who would dare disturb Konoha? Especially with the current Hokage's formidable strength? I can't be bothered, Kamizuki Izumi replied, unwilling to engage with this fellow. You'll see what happens when the Hokage arrives. Don't joke. The Hokage wouldn't wander around here for no reason. I've guarded this gate for years and have never seen any Hokage loitering at the entrance, Izumi continued. But just as he was about to say more, someone shouted, The Hokage is here. Don't fool me. I won't believe it. Steel Iron squinted. No need to be so enthusiastic. I know everyone here is a fine ninja of Konoha. Uchiha Huan's voice rang clear. Nanny. Steel Iron's eyes widened, but fortunately, the Hokage paid him no mind. The Hokage has gone to the Kagaya clan's residence. Are they joining us? Perhaps. I've heard the Mist Village is persecuting bloodline clans. Can we trust them? The Hokage should know better than to misjudge. Are you doubting the Hokage? As the crowd conversed, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha Huan before them was merely a shadow clone. The real Uchiha Huan was sprinting through the forest. At this moment, Uchiha Huan donned the swirling mask, cloaked in a black robe adorned with red clouds, an acquisition from Orochimaru, and wore Orochimaru's empty ring. Heading swiftly toward the village of grass, he intended to find Karen, a crucial element of his plan, while simultaneously aiming to tarnish Obito's reputation. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's talent was indisputable. She had never undergone any formal ninja training and had suffered abuse in the village of grass, growing up in a harsh environment. Yet, relying solely on her bloodline's innate abilities, she had unlocked secret techniques like the Kagaya's Heart Eye and the Diamond Lock. And due to her unique constitution, she could even serve as a medical ninja. In Uchiha Huan's view, Karen's bloodline was likely quite pure, which was why he had included her in his plans. Only after recruiting Orochimaru could Uchiha Huan set this plan in motion. However, putting all that aside, Karen remained an exceptional ninja. Did the village of grass truly deserve such a talent? It was as laughable as their claims of possessing a box that could rule the world. Chapter 57. The Dawn Organization's rampage in the village of grass. The country of grass shares borders with the country of fire and the country of earth. During the Third Great Ninja War, this area was one of the battlegrounds between Konoha and Iwa. Uchiha Huan spent some time on his journey, taking nearly 2 weeks to arrive at the village of grass. However, he did not travel at full speed, as he remained vigilant against potential threats. The strength of grass ninja is relatively weak, falling far short of the 5 great ninja villages, let alone Konoha. Hence, Uchiha Huan entered the village of grass with a swagger. The village of grass, being a small nation, is plagued by various malevolent entities. It accepts a wide range of missions, particularly from rogue ninjas or those with dubious intentions who prefer to avoid the major nations. Additionally, their fees are considerably lower. Not only are they much cheaper than the fees of the 5 great ninja villages, but they are also higher than those of other small nations. One night, in the hospital of the village of grass, a red-haired girl curled in a corner wore a vacant expression, her exposed arms covered in bite marks. It's time to eat. A grass ninja threw a bowl of porridge beside her, leaving the room without a glance. His task was merely to guard the medical supplies. The lives of others were of no concern to him. Hey, the medical supplies looks a bit weak lately. It better not die, said another ninja holding a card, frowning. I heard the Kazekage plans to take advantage of the situation to breed her. Damn it, did you swap my card? The girl, named Shikurin, listened to the voices outside without reaction, trembling as she lifted the bowl of porridge, sipping the watery concoction devoid of rice grains. Since her mother's death, she had descended into a living hell. What could her life possibly be now? The bite marks on her arms oozed blood, a pain she had grown accustomed to. Fleeing the ravages of war, she had sought refuge with her mother here, believing they could live peacefully. However, her mother was soon turned into a mere medical supply by the grass ninjas. During the Third Great Ninja War, Shikurin witnessed her mother, covered in bite marks and weak, resembling a victim being devoured by a swarm of locusts. Yet, no matter how frail she became, her mother would gently stroke her head. If we can just survive the war, Mama won't be bitten anymore. I can blend into the grass ninja and become one of them. That was the last glimmer of hope for Shikurin before darkness descended upon her. However, just before the war's end, her mother fell unconscious after a treatment and never awoke again. The integration her mother spoke of never materialized for Shikurin, perhaps for them. Integration merely meant that her chakra mingled with that of the wounded. To them, providing refuge was a favor, one that required her life in return. How she longed for the days spent wandering with her mother. In her reverie, her mother's shadow seemed to emerge from the bland porridge. A single bitter tear falling into the bowl, but soon, sounds from outside heralded impending danger. Ah, you've been hurt again? Damn it, this mission is too difficult. That bastard concealed the level of danger. Tanmu is on the brink of death. Move aside. I need to hurry and bite the medical supplies. Amidst the chaos outside, 2 ninjas burst into the room, carrying a stretcher. One of them seized Shikurin, spilling porridge everywhere, and thrust her arm before the mouth of a severely injured man. She understood all too well that after he bit her, she would feel immense pain and exhaustion. Yet, as a tool, she could not resist. I doubt there's any need for treatment. After all, you'll all be dead soon. At that moment, she heard a voice she would never forget. Who goes there? The grass ninja holding Shikurin, terrified, released her and reached for his kunai. But in that instant, he only saw a fist hurtling toward him. Bang! The grass ninja was sent flying, crashing into the wall and leaving a large hole. Another ninja, attempting to react, was swiftly incapacitated, his neck snapped by a single hand. Dying instantly, the stretcher with the severely injured man fell to the ground, and the next moment, a foot crushed down upon his back, leaving a deep imprint. The sounds from outside had faded, leaving only the trickle of blood flowing into the room. Shikurin looked up to see a man smiling gently at her. Who are you? She rasped, having not spoken in so long that she struggled to find her voice. I am your savior. Would you like to come with me? Uchiha Huan extended his blood-stained hand, paired with a warm smile, and Shikurin gazed at him in a daze. She nodded heavily, yes. Her small, bite-marked hand clasped onto his bloodied one. At that moment, the alarms of the village of grass blared, and Shikurin panicked. Hurry, we must go. There are so many of them. Uchiha Huan gently stroked her hair with his untainted hand. Wait here for me. I'll be right back, all right? Though reluctant to stay, She ultimately nodded obediently. As Uchiha Juan stepped out, he donned his whirlpool mask once more. Outside the dilapidated hospital, a middle-aged man led a throng of grass ninjas, surrounding the building. Who are you? Why have you invaded our village of grass without reason? This man was the leader of the village. Nothing much. I just need you to assist me with a little task. Uchiha Juan's voice was icy, and an ominous premonition surged within the heart of the grass village leader. I'm not sure what sort of assistance you require, but to approach us with such an attitude is rather excessive. Ha ha. Uchiha Juan laughed heartily, as if he had heard something amusing. Madness. Since you seek death, then so be it. Everyone attack. The grass leader, seething at the disrespectful laughter, realized the man was deliberately provoking him. If so, he would oblige. Earth style, tearing lance. Lightning style, lightning strike. Earth style, rockfall. A multitude of grass ninjas unleashed their jutsu upon Uchiha Juan, causing him mild irritation. Earth style, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted before him, causing the grass leader's complexion to pale. This level of jutsu was something easily conjured, suggesting he was well versed in chakra control. Countless jutsu dissipated against the giant earthen wall, and as it sank into the ground, the grass ninjas felt the earth tremble violently. Fire style, multiple great dragons of fire. Just as the earth wall sank, several enormous fire dragons soared into the sky, painting the night in hues of orange and red. The air turned dry and scorching. The night sky over the village of grass engulfed in fiery flames. Uchiha Juan stood at the hospital entrance, his eyes behind the mask gleaming with a chilling light, chakras surging within him as if boundless. The fire dragons charged toward the grass ninjas, ripping through the air as the ground burned beneath them. The grass ninjas recoiled in terror, witnessing the horrifying spectacle. Water style, water prison technique. The grass leader's pupils dilated. Who was this person? Could a B-rank jutsu wield such power? He sought refuge within his water prison technique, initially feeling fortunate to have cast a defensive jutsu in time. However, he quickly realized his grave error. While the water prison could shield him from flames, the temperature inside was rapidly rising, causing the water to boil. He emitted a piercing scream as the temperature of the boiling water surged, instantly scalding him and leaving his body covered in blisters, an agony too excruciating to bear. In desperation, he hastily dispelled the water prison technique and awkwardly rolled aside, steam rising from his skin, which had been severely burned. What manner of monster is this? The grass ninja leader gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with fear and fury as he gazed at Uchiha Juan. He had never encountered such a formidable ninja, capable of executing such terrifying jutsu with ease. Uchiha Juan regarded the grass shadow with an icy stare, his voice echoing through the mask. It appears your water prison technique is rather ineffective. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? The grass ninja leader found himself grasped by the throat by Uchiha Juan, clad in the ominous black cloak adorned with crimson clouds. His breath nearly stifled. The other grass ninjas looked on, their hearts gripped by an unspoken terror, wondering who this person could be, exhibiting such ferocity. Remember this attire. Should you dare to provoke our organization again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Uchiha Juan's voice resonated powerfully, and then he forcefully hurled the severely burned grass shadow aside. The blisters burst as they scraped against the ground, and in the throes of excruciating pain, the leader's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 58. The reappearance of the mysterious masked man. The village of grass ninja would forever remember this day, when the man in the crimson cloud robe with a vortex face stood triumphantly amidst the flames, trampling upon the village and bringing forth humiliation. This disgrace would be etched in their hearts. Uchiha Juan, however, departed quietly, concealing his achievements and name. He left with Shanfeng amidst the chaos, while his shadow clone soon vanished into the inferno. Outside the village, Shanfeng gazed at the burning ruins of Grass Ninja, a faint smile gracing her face as she finally escaped from this hellish place. "Thank you," she whispered. "I would willingly be bitten by you." Uchiha Juan heard her clearly and affectionately ruffled her hair. "No one will bite you again. You can live a normal life now." Shanfeng felt an unsettling sensation in his words. Am I not dreaming? She dared not turn away, fearing that realization would awaken her from this dream. Of course not. Now let us go. Where to? To your new home. But before that, we have a few matters to attend to. Uchiha Juan led Shanfeng away from Grass Ninja, embarking on their journey to the hidden mist. And it took 2 days for Shanfeng to gradually realize that this was indeed reality. A cart traversed the winding mountain paths, procured by Uchiha Huan. Gurgle, Shanfeng's stomach protested, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. He glanced at her, retrieved the fish and meat he had bought in the last town, and prepared their lunch. The air in the mountains was fresh, sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled shadows on the ground. Uchiha Huan walked steadily and composedly, while Shanfeng carefully followed in his footsteps. As Uchiha Huan ignited a fire and set up a pot, Shanfeng sat opposite him. She occasionally scanned their surroundings, vigilant for any potential threats. In the past 2 days, no matter what Uchiha Huan did, Shanfeng remained closely behind him. Although they had left Grass Ninja behind, her body and spirit remained in a state of tension, as if poised to confront any sudden danger. Even the iron chain Uchiha Huan brought made her tremble slightly. Uchiha Huan understood that this was a psychological aftermath of prolonged abuse. He would not rush her to change in a short time. There was still ample time ahead. And with Naruto and the others in Konoha, Shanfeng would gradually heal in a better environment. There's no need to be so tense. Uchiha Huan suddenly halted, turning to look at Shanfeng with a gentle voice. This place is safe. No one will pursue us. Shanfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon lowered her head and softly said, I'm sorry. I'm just used to it. Uchiha Huan gazed at her, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. He knew Shanfeng had endured too much suffering in her past, and the vigilance and fear were deeply ingrained in her being. He extended his hand and gently ruffled her hair. Take your time. You will adapt to this new life. Shanfeng lifted her head and met Uchiha Huan's reassuring smile. She nodded, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly to reveal a faint smile. Uchiha Huan offered her the provisions, and she accepted them, savoring the meat soup in small bites. Her movements were delicate, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. Uchiha Huan observed her and suddenly asked, Shanfeng, have you ever considered what you want to do in the future? Shanfeng was momentarily stunned, raising her gaze to meet Uchiha Huan's. A flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. I don't know. In the past, I only thought about surviving. Now Uchiha Huan smiled gently. It's all right. Take your time to ponder. You have ample time to contemplate this matter. Perhaps you could become an exceptional ninja, assisting those in need, or you could live freely. Shanfeng lowered her head, silent for a moment, then softly replied, I want to become strong. As strong as you. That way, I can protect myself and others. Uchiha Huan nodded. Excellent. That is a commendable goal. However, becoming strong is not an overnight endeavor. It requires considerable effort and perseverance. Are you willing? Shanfeng resolutely nodded. I am willing. Uchiha Huan smiled, ruffling her hair once more. Very well. Once we reach Konoha, you can attend the Ninja Academy, where they will teach you the fundamentals of ninjutsu and physical techniques, helping you build a solid foundation. Shanfeng nodded vigorously. Thank you. Uchiha Huan acknowledged her with a nod, saying little more. Given her talent, he did not intend to cultivate her as a medical ninja or sensory ninja. Such support roles were not suited for her. Her aptitude for sealing techniques was noteworthy, and perhaps she should explore that path. Moreover, Shanfeng's lineage was crucial, being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. On the evening of the 5th day, Uchiha Huan arrived at the seaside. In the distance, the ominous silhouette of the hidden mist loomed on an island surrounded by water, its towering walls evoking a sense of oppression. That is the hidden mist. My target this time. Uchiha Huan pointed towards the fortress. Shanfeng looked at the foreboding structure, unease creeping into her heart. Are we going there? Uchiha Huan nodded. No, that is where I must go. You only need to wait for me here. Shanfeng felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of being left behind, but inhaled deeply and nodded. All right, I will wait for you. That night, Uchiha Huan disguised himself as Toby and ascended the hidden mist. Though referred to as a castle, it was essentially a prison established by various nations in collaboration with the Grass Village, designed to detain rogue ninjas. Surrounded by treacherous waters and perilous terrain, escape was nearly impossible for the inmates. The name Hidden Mist derived from the abundance of a fruit called the Ghost Lantern Berry. Ninjas guilty of severe breaches of the ninja code were sent to the Hidden Mist, where the warden employed a technique known as the Heaven's Prison. This technique embedded chakra-binding chains into the bodies of the offenders, restricting their chakra flow to subdue them. It was said that once subjected to the Heaven's Prison, the offenders could no longer utilize ninjutsu. Any escape attempts would ignite the chains into fiery bindings, consuming the offenders' bodies. However, Observations of Naruto's experience with this technique suggested that the claims were exaggerated. Most prisoners had already succumbed to slumber when the current warden, Wu Wei, emerged from the basement with several elder guards, having just completed their sacrificial rites. Woof, woof. The incessant barking of dogs drew Wu Wei and the elders' attention. Such noise was unusual at this hour. Has someone escaped? Wu Wei squinted his eyes. Hey, you lot, are you ninjas? Uchiha Huan stood atop a rooftop, looking down at them. Wu Wei was startled, raising his head to meet the cold gaze of the vortex beneath the mask. Uchiha Huan refrained from using his Sharingan, not wishing to draw attention to the Uchiha clan. Such a slow response. I truly question how you became ninjas. I hear you possess something called the Bliss Box. For your own safety, you ought to hand it over to me. Arrogant. You dare seek the Bliss Box? An elder clad in a bull-headed mask bellowed, but the next moment, with a thunderous crash, Uchiha Huan descended, an iron chain rattling through the air. And before anyone could react, the elder's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white splattering in every direction. The prison guards hurriedly rushed over, awakening a group of inmates who grumbled and stirred at the commotion. Upon discovering that a confrontation was taking place with the prison guards, a cacophony erupted within the prison's confines. Uchiha Huan swung a chain defiantly, declaring that surrender meant death. Fire release, heavenly prison. Wu Wei formed seals, launching an attack towards Uchiha Huan. Too slow. Huan effortlessly evaded, the chain lashing out towards Wu Wei's back, and with a single strike, blood spewed from Wu Wei's mouth. He staggered and rolled forward, narrowly avoiding a second strike. Fire release, pillar of fire technique. Uchiha Huan, disinterested in using ninjutsu to defend himself, skillfully sidestepped the flames and advanced, delivering a kick that sent Wu Wei crashing through a wall and into a cell. The inmates inside, in a frenzy to flee, were met with a chain that shattered a skull. Whoever escapes shall perish. Uchiha Huan's voice was frigid, and none dared to approach. He walked steadily towards Wu Wei. Truly the most useless of the useless, his voice cold. I am out of patience. Will you not surrender the box of ultimate bliss and await your demise? Please, do not be so agitated. I shall retrieve it immediately. An elder donned in a horse-faced mask conceded. Silence. It cannot be surrendered. Wu Wei's son, his melon-like head, was obliterated by a chain, bits of red and white splattering across the faces of the inmates, who remained motionless in fear. Uchiha Huan, wearied by Wu Wei's attachment to his son, questioned, if you cherish your son so dearly, why sacrifice him to the box of ultimate bliss only to wish for his return? Meanwhile, the elder in the horse mask approached to obtain the box. None dared to act recklessly, silently committing the figure's appearance to memory, a mysterious masked man clad in a crimson cloud-patterned robe against a black background. In the grass ninja village, the leader slowly awakened, his body swathed in bandages, with only his eyes and mouth visible. Pain seared through him. The last memory he held was of being hurled by the man in the crimson cloud robe, after which he remembered nothing. You are awake, leader. A grass ninja exclaimed with excitement. What? What has happened? His mind was hazy. How long have I been unconscious? You have been out for 2 days and nights. My lord, you suffered severe burns, and these bandages are to protect your wounds from the ruptured blisters. Damn it. Where is that Uzumaki? Bring her to me. I need to bite her. The agony coursing through the grass ninja leader's nerves incited his fury. Well, the hospital has collapsed, and the Uzumaki child has long since vanished. The grass ninja, bracing himself, had not finished speaking before the enraged leader spat in his face. Go, go, go to Konoha. Issue a bounty for that mysterious masked man. Chapter 59, Divine Love for Humanity. The Shepherd and the Lamb. The scene reverts to the day Uchiha Huan departed from the village. Lord Hokage, Asuma requests an audience. Unlike his usual fleeting presence in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Huan, shadow clone, found himself lingering in the office for an extended period. In this rare moment of relaxation, Shikaku reported to Uchiha Huan. Asuma, let him in. Uchiha Huan was aware of Asuma's return. Sarutobi Hiruzen still held a sliver of value. Thus he had subtly hinted to the Sarutobi clan, merely a suggestion. Lord Hokage. Asuma bowed to Uchiha Huan. I apologize for the intrusion. I am aware, Shikaku, Fugaku. Please excuse us. I have matters to discuss with Asuma. Shikaku nodded, unhesitatingly leaving, while Fugaku cast a puzzled glance at Uchiha Huan before following suit. Asuma, filled with suspicion, pondered, is this about Sarutobi Hiruzen? No, I have returned to pledge my loyalty to you. Asuma's voice was subdued. He had witnessed the treachery within the village, which had driven him away, yet now he found himself embroiled in it. Contemplating the plight of the Sarutobi clan and recognizing Uchiha Juan as a compassionate leader, he realized he could no longer act with the same impetuosity as the son of the Hokage. Ultimately, compromise was reached. Uchiha Juan's benevolence was reserved for his own people, a fact Asuma had long since recognized. Oh, I assumed you had already sworn fealty to me, given your status as a member of the Shadow Guard. Uchiha Juan feigned surprise. This revelation startled Asuma, who had nearly forgotten this responsibility. Indeed, not only he, but Kakashi and Guy had also grown oblivious to the existence of the current Shadow Guard. Ah, it was your father who sent you, wasn't it? Uchiha Juan's words caught Asuma off guard. Do not deceive me. With your character, how could you take such initiative? Yes. Asuma lowered his head, feeling the weight of his clan's inevitable decline. You wish to safeguard the Sarutobi clan, do you not? You desire for your clan to thrive steadily. This matter, I can acquiesce to. Yes, I understand. Wait, what did you say? Asuma had braced himself for rejection, yet Uchiha Juan unexpectedly agreed, even while aware of their intentions. What is it to me? I can assure you in the name of Uchiha that after my era concludes, your clan may once again ascend. Uchiha Juan's words left Asuma momentarily dazed, though he understood these promises came at a cost. What is the price? He inquired, skeptical of such an offer without consequence. Become my vassals, much like the Senju clan of old. Then, have the third Hokage assist me in promoting certain matters. What matters? Uchiha Juan's request sent chills down Asuma's spine. He seemed to finally grasp that the Uchiha Juan before him was not the gentle Hokage perceived by all. In the end, Asuma exited the Hokage's office, drenched in cold sweat, disappearing down the corridor under the peculiar gazes of Shikaku and Fugaku. Uchiha Juan knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly comply. Although the old man was of average strength, he possessed a certain skill in promotion, manipulation, and indoctrination. It was precisely this ability that Uchiha Juan intended to exploit, his final value. As for the reason, it was to harvest chakra. What is chakra? Chakra is the amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy. However, considering the Akatsuki clan's practice of cultivating trees to consume chakra fruits, it follows that the energy of the planet can also be transformed into chakra. Uchiha Juan speculated that chakra represents a form of energy transformation, manifesting in this world as chakra, and that this energy possesses high quality. Uchiha Juan harbored a lingering question. Does chakra adhere to the law of conservation of energy? He was uncertain, yet on the surface, it appeared to do so. Otherwise, the Akatsuki clan would not need to cultivate trees across the universe to obtain chakra fruits. Thus, to transcend the Six Paths model and create a bloodline network, the cloning project alone would not suffice. Prudently, he needed to harvest chakra from the ninja world. And where is the majority of the chakra in the ninja world? The answer is ninjas. Divine love extends to humanity, yet it requires humanity to offer certain essential gifts to the divine. In Western mythology, humans are likened to lost lambs, needing guidance from the divine, while the shepherd's purpose? To compel the ninjas to willingly pledge their loyalty and offer their chakra. This task is neither overly complex nor excessively simple. When faced with an adversary akin to the Sage of Six Paths, two choices present themselves. 1. To be forcibly plunged into eternal slumber, ensnared in the world of illusions, gradually perishing within that realm, be it their kin or friends. 2. To place their faith in the heroes of the ninja world, the compassionate saints, the leaders whose name is celebrated for their benevolence. To trust in the words of one who claims that with just a final push, they can attain that realm. Now requiring the chakra of the ninjas to vanquish formidable foes and rescue the ninja world. What choice will those ninjas, each with loved ones, friends, and families, make? There is hardly any hesitation, is there? What? Did he truly say that? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished, as he bit down on his pipe. Uchiha Juan, that fellow, was willing to restore the Sarutobi clan to the political forefront after his era? Indeed, Uchiha Juan said precisely that. He was not incorrect. Was it not his era now? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe, and after a prolonged pause, released a plume of smoke. He resolved to seize this era firmly within his grasp, even if it meant resorting to methods akin to brainwashing. Father, should we agree to this? Asuma expressed his concerns. Agree? Why not? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied decisively. Even figures like the first and second Hokage would see their influence fade swiftly after death. Uchiha Huan is ultimately a mere mortal, and his era will inevitably come to a close. We merely need to lay low. Since he is willing to allow our clan to ascend once more in the next era, we must accept his offer, regardless of the cost. As the successor to the Hokage from Tobarama's hands, he understood all too well the reality of death extinguishing one's light. Since Uchiha Huan has presented this opportunity, the Sarutobi clan must seize it, even if it means he personally steps forward to bolster Uchiha Huan's renown. Chapter 60. Prelude to the Below Ritual at noon. Under the perfect sunlight, a carriage came to a halt. Uchiha Huan pointed towards the distant towering walls and addressed the girl beside him. Xianglin, this is Konoha. Will I be living here from now on? What do you think? Are you willing? His tone was gentle, yet Xianglin lowered her head. A sob broke the silence, and her tears soaked her garments. I don't want to be abandoned. Let me stay by your side. I am willing for you to bite me. Just don't cast me away. How could I ever abandon you? I will be living right here. Uchiha Huan reassured her softly, gently wiping away her tears. You will be living here? Xianglin lifted her head, her face alight with surprise. Indeed, and I mentioned before that you can call me Brother Huan. Uchiha Huan replied with a resigned smile. Look, someone has come to greet us. The newcomer donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe, with black hair and dark eyes, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Huan. Who is this? Xianglin questioned, bewildered, as Huan's shadow clone handed over the robe before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. This is my shadow clone, Uchiha Huan explained, putting on the ceremonial robe. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Huan. The sun cast a radiant glow upon Uchiha Huan, and from Xianglin's perspective, he appeared as a luminous figure. Huan, Brother Huan, you are the Hokage? Xianglin exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting that her savior would be the esteemed Hokage himself. Yes, so do you wish to live in Konoha? Yes, I do. Xianglin nodded earnestly. Come with me. Uchiha Huan beckoned as he led Xianglin towards Konoha, processing the information conveyed by his shadow clone along the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed agreed to his terms, tirelessly promoting him, even suggesting that Asuma hint at the Uchiha clan's relocation back to their ancestral land. It seemed the old man was quite eager for the Sarutobi clan to reclaim their central position in Konoha once he stepped down. Uchiha Huan couldn't help but chuckle. The expectations he had set were being devoured eagerly by the Sarutobi clan. In the land of rain. Boom. A resounding noise echoed within a cave. What is happening? Questioned the orange-haired man with a grim expression, pausing to glance at Ju. Beluhuo's experiment has likely failed again. You might soon witness a tree sprouting. Ju explained to Pain and Conan. A tree? Conan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, he is conducting experiments with Hashirama's cells. The power of the first Hokage is simply too formidable, rendering Beluhuo's success rate quite low. In my opinion, it will be difficult to achieve. Best we avoid entering for now, as it is probably a chaotic scene inside. Agreed. Pain nodded. However, after a lengthy wait, no tree emerged as Ju had predicted. Does it usually take this long? Pain asked, and Ju felt a bit embarrassed. It shouldn't. Could it be he succeeded? But why is there such commotion in the lab? Ju's voice dwindled as he suddenly jolted. Could Beluhuo have perished in there? Let us go inside and take a look, Pain declared, leading the way. The three entered the laboratory, and the initial area appeared normal. However, in the innermost chamber, a pale man wrapped in bandages stood excitedly beside a laboratory table, where a half-corrupted corpse lay, one side transformed into a lush tree that pressed against the ceiling. Beluhuo? Ju questioned, perplexed. Have you succeeded? Beluhuo, initially oblivious, finally turned around after several inquiries, his face brimming with excitement. No, not yet. I'm almost there. Noticing the two individuals beside Ju, he felt a tinge of confusion, especially from Pain's piercing gaze that instilled a sense of pressure. This is the leader. This is Conan, who oversees finances. Recently, most of your experimental funding has been approved by the leader, Ju introduced. Upon realizing that his funding came from the two before him, Beluhuo immediately relaxed his guard. The financial support this time far exceeded what Uchiha Madara had provided. The laboratory ceiling was intact after all. Thank you for the funding and the space. My research will yield results very soon. Once the ritual is complete, I will become an almost perfect ninja, serving you faithfully. Beluhuo's words were shrewd, expressing gratitude while withholding full trust in the Akatsuki, for he had joined under duress. I must caution you. The next celestial event will occur in a few months, and you have expended considerable funds during this time. I hope you can present satisfactory experimental results, Conan stated coldly. Yet her words did not dampen Beluhuo's enthusiasm. Fear not, it will take but a few months. My research is progressing swiftly. I merely need to capture suitable bloodline ninjas during this period. Have you identified your targets? Pain inquired. Certainly. I am seeking wood release, ice release, steel release, storm release, nether release, swift release, and the Sharingan. These 7 bloodline abilities. 7. I thought there were 4. Conan expressed her displeasure. Aside from his own cultivated wood and ice releases, he sought to capture 5 more, which would prove quite troublesome and likely lead to conflicts with various nations. This man was indeed a source of trouble for the organization. Not to worry, Conan, let him capture them. Pain interjected, much to Beluhuo's surprise, providing him with a sense of validation. Having drifted through life without meeting a worthy leader, he did not expect the first organization he joined after his defection to show such concern for him. This resolved him to demonstrate his worth. By the way, I have several summoning beasts. Could you assist me in their modification? Pain suggested, as his summoning beasts were originally corpses, making modification feasible. It would also provide insight into Beluhuo's capabilities. Yes. Shortly thereafter, are we going to capture people? Haydn scratched his head, bewildered. It must be alive. What does the leader mean? I only know how to kill. Hey, Kakuzu, why are you silent? Be quiet. The leader must have his reasons. Kakuzu was unwilling to engage in further conversation, having recently fought fiercely with Haydn, losing 2 hearts in the process, yet ultimately allowing Haydn to join the Akatsuki. Oh, a new mission? Pipa Shirzong announced, while Scorpion was busy maintaining HK Rikao. What mission? Capture someone, a bloodline ninja. Shouldn't we go recruit that Shinnome? HK Rikao's joints moved fluidly under Scorpion's care. First, we need to find someone. The capture mission must be completed within a few months, Pipa Shirzong replied, hefting his decapitation sword. This is quite tiresome. In the land of water. What? We are to capture that guy? A white Setsu clone appeared beside Obito. No. I am currently devising a plan to deal with Uchiha Huan. This relates to the Nine Tails and the collapse of Konoha. He adamantly refused. Let Uchiha Huan and Uchiha Itachi join the organization. Our plan can then proceed more smoothly. Besides, doesn't Beluhuo's fusion ritual take place in a few months? I will complete my plan before then. The white Setsu clone relayed the message back to the Akatsuki. Obito had been feeling increasingly agitated lately. As the Kusanagi village had inexplicably issued a bounty on him in Konoha, he had no time to concern himself with this small ninja village. However, the wanted poster and the accompanying news were all too real, heightening his anxiety. This indicated that he had been exposed. Yet how many in the ninja world truly recognized him? Apart from the Akatsuki, almost no one had seen him in this guise. Could there be a traitor within? Who could it be? Within the village of Konoha, Uchiha Huan was diligently searching through documents, seeking information on the whereabouts of Byakuren. The technique of the ghost buds was crucial to Huan's plans. At that moment, he remained unaware that Byakuren had already joined the Akatsuki organization. Despite scouring both past records and recent news, he could not find any trace of Byakuren. Pondering this, he recalled that Orochimaru was acquainted with him. Thus, he set off towards the Konoha laboratory. Oh, Byakuren. Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, seemed to recollect something. After his defection, I have not received any news of him. However, I have always held a keen interest in his technique. I once contemplated utilizing the ghost buds technique to seize another's body, yet I could never locate him. Is that so? I shall pay closer attention, Huan remarked, his brow furrowing. Are you also intrigued by the ghost buds technique, Huan-kun? To some extent. Although the ghost buds technique possesses a fatal flaw, it can be circumvented with proper precautions. Huan's insight piqued Orochimaru's interest further. Huan-kun seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge, all remarkably precise. Curiously, he inquired, what do you mean by a fatal flaw? On one hand, it is the inherent frailty of his body combined with the chaotic nature of the bloodline he has chosen. With such a myriad of disordered bloodlines forced into his feeble physique, can he truly endure it? Orochimaru-senpai, you are well acquainted with the concept of rejection. If the rejection between two individuals is so severe, how much more intense would it be when he absorbs differing bloodlines? A single cup can never contain an ocean, especially when that ocean is composed of diverse fluids. Who can predict the consequences within his body? Indeed, that makes a great deal of sense. So, Huan-kun, Your transplantation of Hashirama's cells is to better accommodate other bloodlines? Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Juan with intrigue, finding him increasingly appealing. No, my objectives differ from his. Yet they bear a striking resemblance to yours, Orochimaru-senpai. Chapter 61. The Heart of Mingmei. The Hooked-Obito Uchiha Juan departed from Orochimaru's laboratory, taking with him a vial of low-concentration cell solution from Hashirama. As dusk fell, he returned home, where Uchiha Mingmei had prepared dinner for him. You've worked hard, Mingmei, Juan acknowledged, aware that for some time now, it had been his shadow clone managing his interactions with her, delivering clumsy romantic lines. Not at all. Juan-kun, as Hokage, you bear the greatest burdens, Mingmei replied, her smile radiant. Lately, Juan had been increasingly kind to her. As they strolled under the night sky, Juan no longer carried an air of polite detachment, but instead spoke many romantic words. To Mingmei, this man before her was the most perfect she had ever encountered. Even if it wasn't what her grandfather desired, she was more than willing to join Juan in witnessing the beauty of life, skiing in the land of snow, gazing at the sea in the land of water, walking in the rain in the land of rain, and visiting the land of hot springs. Had Juan known Mingmei's thoughts, he would surely have regretted allowing his shadow clone to dictate the pace of their relationship. He had unwittingly transformed what should have been bait into a fish in a pond. Who is the girl you brought back today? Mingmei asked casually. In the afternoon, Juan had arranged for Kagaya to reside next to Naruto's home, considering it inappropriate for a young girl to stay at the Hokage's residence. The girl, named Kagaya, was a member of the Uzumaki clan who had been displaced by war. I found her outside the village today. Seeing her plight, I brought her to Konoha. Juan had already coordinated a backstory with Kagaya before returning. She was obedient and intelligent. Is she from the same clan as Naruto? Mingmei inquired. Indeed. She fled from the village hidden in the grass, though I am uncertain how she arrived in Konoha. Juan's tone was tinged with lament as he recounted how the grass village had nearly been wiped out by a single individual. The little girl had suffered abuse and longed to escape, taking advantage of the chaos to flee. That must have been incredibly difficult for her. I've heard about the grass village as well. They even came to Konoha to issue a bounty for a mysterious masked man in a red cloud cloak. Juan found this somewhat amusing, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Yes, Konoha has a good relationship with the Uzumaki clan. And since Kagaya has endured so much to reach here, I decided to let her stay in the village. That would be wonderful. She can befriend Naruto. After dinner, Juan suggested a walk, which Mingmei eagerly accepted, her face aglow with happiness. They strolled down the streets of the clan's territory, settling by the banks of the South He River as the sunset cast a golden hue over them, elongating their shadows. Mingmei gently linked her arm with Juan's, resting her head on his shoulder. Juan-kun, you've changed so much lately, she murmured, her tone sweet. Have I? Juan replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as his gaze softened upon her. Yes, you used to be so busy, rarely having time for me. Even when we were together, you seemed somewhat distant. But recently, you've grown kinder, engaging in conversation and showing concern for me. It makes me really happy. Mingmei's voice softened, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Juan felt a stir within him, realizing that the exaggerated affections of his shadow clone might have led Mingmei to misunderstand his feelings. He had intended merely to maintain their relationship without raising her suspicions, but it seemed things had spiraled beyond his control. In just over half a month away, his shadow clone had managed to win her heart. Mingmei, actually Juan hesitated, carefully choosing his words. Mingmei looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What is it? Gazing into her clear eyes, Juan recognized the sincerity of her feelings. Yet, what did it matter? I am also very happy, he finally admitted, having long been aware of her sentiments. Mingmei's smile blossomed even brighter as she grasped Juan's hand tightly. Juan-kun, do you know? I have always felt that being with you is the happiest thing in my life. No matter what the future holds, I wish to stand by your side and face it together. Juan fell silent for a moment, then nodded gently. All right. Mingmei leaned in closer, her voice a soft whisper. Juan-kun, can we continue like this forever? Juan did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the distant sunset. He was acutely aware that someone was watching him from afar, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mingmei, he began slowly. The road ahead may not be smooth, but I am willing to accept you. A flicker of emotion passed through Mingmei's eyes as she nodded softly. Yes, I trust you. Juan-kun. They continued their walk beneath the setting sun, their shadows stretching longer as if pulling their future into an endless horizon. Yet, Huan's mind was occupied with other thoughts. For instance, it seemed the fish had taken the bait. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the village, the lights of Konoha twinkled into life. Huan and Mingmei walked home side by side, their figures appearing particularly warm in the glow of the lamps. In the darkened distance, a swirling vortex stirred ominously, and the Sharingan beneath the orange-masked visage glinted with a chilling intent. It was time to begin the planning. Chapter 62. The bait of Obito Sarutobi Keitai carried a pungent odor that was both foul and offensive. During his time in Konoha prison, he had not experienced any maltreatment. Yet the opportunity for a bath had eluded him entirely. Uchiha Huan, he muttered bitterly under his breath, swearing that one day he would exact revenge on the Uchiha clan. As he wandered through the territory of the Sarutobi clan, he was perplexed by the incessant chatter among his kin, which left him utterly bewildered. Is this truly how the fifth Hokage is perceived? I always believed that the third lord was coerced into stepping down. Did not the third lord clarify this yesterday? He mentioned his health issues. After all, he is an elder, and such circumstances are understandable. What he said was indeed reasonable. It appears we have unjustly maligned the fifth Hokage. Alas, we have underestimated his character. To his astonishment, the fifth Hokage was indeed an admirable individual, one who even won the respect of the third lord. Hey, what are you all discussing? What do you mean the third lord is impressed? Sarutobi Keitai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. However, his unkempt appearance and the stench emanating from him caused the Sarutobi clansmen to recoil in disgust. One among them squinted, seemingly recognizing him. Is that Keitai? Yes, it is I. What? Do you not recognize me? His heart seethed with resentment. Once, as the third lord's cousin, he had been well regarded within the clan, with everyone eager to curry favor with him. Yet now, he was hardly recognizable to his own kin. It was not entirely the fault of the Sarutobi clan. His unshorn beard and the grime accumulated over his month-long imprisonment made it nearly impossible for anyone to connect him to the once-regarded Sarutobi Keitai. Oh, what is it? Why the cold shoulder upon recognizing me? The clansman's demeanor shifted to one of icy indifference, for Keitai was a well-known figure criticized by the third lord. They were aware that the villagers had recently turned against the Sarutobi clan due to Keitai's drunken antics that had embroiled several clan members. Do you even know what my uncle said? What do you mean he is impressed by Uchiha Huan? Keitai's indignation simmered, but he refrained from engaging further with the two. Oh, the third lord held a clan meeting yesterday, urging the clan members to cast aside their prejudices against the fifth Hokage and to hold him in high esteem. Stating that we must, what? Impossible. Absolutely not. Keitai interrupted, his fury erupting as he could not fathom his uncle speaking favorably of Uchiha Huan. Am I under a genjutsu? What is impossible? If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire yourself. There were numerous clan members present at the meeting. Why would I lie to you? Seething with rage, Keitai turned abruptly and dashed toward the residence of Sarutobi Hisashi. Uncle. Keitai rushed into Hisashi's home, where Hisashi sat in a rocking chair, smoking a pipe and sipping tea. The unpleasant odor wafting from Keitai prompted Hisashi to grimace, and his subsequent inquiry was met with displeasure. What do you mean speaking highly of Uchiha Huan? How dare you even utter his name? Hisashi slammed his pipe down onto the table, his eyes wide with fury. This display startled Keitai. But you were forced to resign by him. He had witnessed the events clearly as a member of the Hokage Zanbu. What do you mean forced to resign? Listen closely, Sarutobi Keitai. I acknowledge that I may have faltered in my duties, but it was Danzo who instigated discord. My resignation was warranted. After Minato's death, I was merely acting as a temporary Hokage. Hisashi spoke each word with clarity, leaving Keitai's heart heavy with despair. He had believed he was advocating for the interests of the Sarutobi clan, only to discover that his uncle, the third Hokage and current clan leader, had defected. Return home and reflect upon your actions. If you had not engaged in a brawl with the Uchiha clan in the commercial district, how could the reputation of the Sarutobi clan have deteriorated so? Under Hisashi's scolding, Keitai departed from his uncle's residence, his face drawn and weary. The uncle he had once revered now appeared to be a weather vane, bending to the winds of fortune, even fawning over Uchiha Huan. He could not recall how he exited Hisashi's home, nor how he faced the scrutinizing gazes of his clan members, nor how he eventually returned home. Ultimately, he encountered a mysterious figure wearing a vortex mask, his final memory being a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. Huan-kun, lunch is ready. Akemi appeared at Uchiha Huan's training ground. bearing a bento box. Akemi, did I not request that you refrain from bringing lunch? The clan grounds are quite distant. Huan leapt down from a tree to accept the meal. It's fine, Huan-kun. Otherwise, you will neglect your meals. Akemi smiled sweetly, believing Huan was concerned for her well-being. Then I must thank you, Akemi, for your vigilant oversight. Huan smiled as he opened the bento. After finishing lunch, Akemi cheerfully departed the death forest with their containers. Recalling that her grandfather had invited Huan over that evening, she chuckled at the thought of Uchiha Shana, who had been grinning endlessly lately, thanks to his granddaughter's budding rapport with Uchiha Huan. Humming a tune, Uchiha Akemi remained oblivious to the lurking figure in the nearby thicket, a bearded man lying in wait. As she passed by, he sprang forth, brandishing a sharp blade. Die! Akemi, taken completely by surprise, saw the deadly edge nearly graze her, and she could only let out a frightened scream, instinctively bracing for the end. Ah! The scream echoed loudly, and Obito knew that Uchiha Huan would surely hear it. Suddenly, Sarutobi Keitai froze in place, as if something had gone awry. Though merely a low-ranking shinobi, Akemi was not entirely defenseless. She retrieved a shuriken and launched it with the Uchiha clan's throwing technique. Admittedly, she lacked combat experience, as she opted for a shuriken at such close range. However, to everyone's astonishment, Akemi's shuriken struck true, piercing Keitai's chest, blood spraying forth. What a useless fool, Obito observed from a distance. Incredulous that this Sarutobi Keitai could be ambushed by a female genin and still be bested. Obito, Uchiha Huan is on his way. The white Zetsu clone that emerged from the ground immediately reported to him. It appeared that I must intervene personally. Obito was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, for Uchiha Huan would undoubtedly enhance his protection of Akemi thereafter. He dashed forth, his foot leaving a crater in the ground, a long blade appearing in his hand, aimed straight for Akemi's chest. Wait, Akemi's eye caught something odd. One of her eyes did not possess the typical Tomo shape, but was instead a kaleidoscope. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Ah, at last, I have you. At that moment, a voice filled with dread reached his ears as a small tree beside him extended an arm. The hand firmly grasped his arm, and the tree had transformed into a person, Uchiha Huan. Chapter 63. Is that so, Obito? A sense of alarm surged within Obito, prompting him to dissipate his form and retreat. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Huan, his tone laced with astonishment. You? How could you possibly be here? Is that truly of great consequence? Uchiha Huan nonchalantly seized the terrified Mingmei, forming a single-handed seal, and Shadow Clone emerged, taking Mingmei away from the scene. That woman's eyes. You actually bestowed the Manjiki upon her. Obito realized he was correct. Uchiha Mingmei held significant importance for Uchiha Huan. With a scoff, Uchiha Huan chuckled, his eyes now gleaming with the Manjiki. Do not tell me you are ignorant of the rewriting seal. I merely sealed a portion of my ocular power within her eyes. As for this worthless fool, Uchiha Huan delivered a kick to the still-breathing Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, the sealing technique on him will activate the moment my ocular power manifests, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Obito's mind churned with disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly know whom I would choose? At that moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground, realizing that the Uchiha Huan before him was merely a shadow clone. Before he could articulate further, he caught sight of Uchiha Huan not far away, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uchiha Huan cast a glance at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, continuing his taunt. Oh, did you believe yourself to be concealed? How many times have you been fixated on this worthless creature in Konoha prison? Did you think I was unaware? Furthermore, why do you consistently lurk in the shadows, spying on the lives of others? Is it the jealousy of a loveless rat that drives you? With a disdainful tone, Uchiha Huan remarked on Zetsu's clumsy attempts at concealment, likening him to a firefly in the night. Did you truly think I would not notice? Zetsu felt a chill run down his spine. This individual had evidently been privy to Obito's actions and had discerned his plans with unsettling clarity. If only Madara had heeded his counsel and chosen Uchiha Huan to execute the plan. Wait, why was Uchiha Huan not selected back then? Zetsu suddenly sensed something amiss, recalling the words of a long-haired, decrepit elder, Uchiha Huan. That boy could not easily succumb to darkness. Even unlocking the Manjiki would be a challenge for him. The deeper the love of an Uchiha, the more susceptible they become to provocation, more prone to darkness, and easier to control. Uchiha Obito is the perfect candidate. The figure before him. No, wait. Observing the fury in his eyes, It seems I have struck a nerve. Haven Ti? Uchiha Huan swiftly formed seals. Storm release. Black lightning. A massive black lightning leopard lunged towards Obito, but it missed its target, streaking past him without inflicting harm. Uchiha Huan had anticipated this. The black leopard veered towards Zetsu, who narrowly evaded by burrowing underground. The black leopard's assault left a substantial crater, sending dirt flying. In Obito's hand, a wooden staff emerged. Since matters have reached this point, I must eliminate you here. He realized that what he deemed a flawless plan appeared as nothing more than the antics of a fool in Uchiha Huan's eyes, igniting Obito's fury as he transformed into Madara. Roar, you dare approach me instead of fleeing? It seems this elusive creature has genuinely become enraged. Uchiha Huan evaded Obito's thrusting technique with a tilt of his head, electric currents crackling around him. The distance between them had diminished, and Uchiha Huan's form vanished, leaving only a trace of electric light in his wake. So swift. Obito's pupils constricted as Uchiha Huan reappeared before him. Lightning flash. Uchiha Huan's elbow crackled with electricity, and propelled by speed, he delivered a powerful blow directly to Obito's chest. Obito evaded by dissipating his form, continuously thrusting with the wooden staff aimed at Uchiha Huan's chest. A layer of white skeletal structure intercepted the blow, prompting Uchiha Huan to transform his elbow into a fist, striking fiercely at Obito's neck. The elbow strike was merely a feint to draw out Obito's dissipation. This punch was Uchiha Huan's true intention. Not good. Zetsu observed Obito's distress and emerged from the ground behind Uchiha Huan, ready to employ ninjutsu, only to find the surrounding space enveloped in a gray-black shroud. The land of Yomi. The corrosive pain emanated from all directions, causing Zetsu's expression to shift dramatically. Had his movements been so easily perceived? Madara should have indeed chosen Uchiha Huan. Obito was knocked to the ground by Uchiha Huan's punch. Had he not been infused with Hashirama's cells, he would have surely sustained severe injury. Both Obito and Zetsu were taken aback in their initial encounter. Uchiha Huan had already discerned Obito's weaknesses, something even the fourth Hokage had not accomplished with such swiftness. Beneath the mask, Obito's expression grew increasingly grim, the Manjiki patterns already surfacing in his eyes. Fire release. Explosive wind dance. The god of time distorted space as a swirling inferno surged towards Uchiha Huan, igniting the surrounding trees in flames. Storm release. Lightning waterfall. Uchiha Huan formed seals, unleashing a torrent of electrified water that extinguished the flames. As the water flowed, Uchiha Huan slammed his hands onto the ground. Storm release. Storm dragon strangulation. Two electrified water dragons erupted from the earth, aiming to ensnare Obito. Useless. You know I can evade it. The storm dragons passed through Obito's form as he remarked apathetically. Oh, what does evasion matter? You are merely a coward seeking to escape the world. Uchiha Huan advanced. The Manjiki serves as a reflection of the soul. Your ocular techniques unveil your innermost thoughts. Coward. Regardless of the circumstances that compel you to evade reality, considering your recent attempt to kill Uchiha Mingmei, could it be that someone you loved has perished? Silence. Upon hearing Uchiha Huan's words, blood surged to Obito's eyes, igniting a furious blaze within him, prompting him to strike back. His hands thrust the wooden staff toward Uchiha Huan. Die. With a rustle of fabric, Uchiha Huan firmly grasped both wooden staffs, casting them aside. It seems I have struck a chord. Be silent. If you continue, I shall put an end to your woman. Obito's voice was frigid as he engaged in a relentless exchange of blows with Uchiha Huan. I do not believe you would be constantly by her side. Uchiha Huan deflected Obito's strike, following through with a downward chop, which Obito deftly evaded. Uchiha Huan's tone dripped with mockery and indifference. You cannot truly believe I would fall in love with a woman I have known for less than 2 months? If you wish to kill her, then do so now. Watch and see if I care. Impossible. If you did not care, why would you have impeded me earlier? Obito refused to accept that his plan was flawed. To draw you in. Of course, Uchiha Huan sidestepped Obito's direct kick. Your value far exceeds that of that woman. Does it not, Obito? Chapter 64. Kurizetsu. I am your brother. Obito's movements suddenly halted. Raikiri. The lightning surged around Uchiha Huan's hand, piercing through Obito's chest. What? Kurizetsu, having just freed himself, was astonished that Obito's identity had been unveiled. Uchiha Huan withdrew his hand, the blood having been seared dry by the swirling lightning. Obito staggered backward, leaning against a tree. You. How could you possibly know? Oh, Obito, you have grown considerably stronger since the past. How are you still alive after this? Uchiha Juan spoke with an air of nonchalance, aware that striking Obito's heart had inadvertently freed him from the curse planted by Madara. Do not be surprised. Was your identity not rather easy to deduce? The Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, a deceased woman, and a missing eye. Do these conditions not lead you to understand who you are? Impossible. How did you know about my missing eye? Blood began to seep from beneath Obito's mask, the result of his own spitting blood. Uchiha Juan continued with a calm tone. Fool, if you possess 2 Sharingan, how could I not see your Susanoo? He formed hand seals, sending several shadow clones towards Kurizetsu's direction. Damn it! Kurizetsu was bewildered as to why Uchiha Juan pursued him. Yet he swiftly made his escape. The figures dashed deeper into the death forest, and when they reached a sufficiently secluded spot, Uchiha Juan spoke. Enough running. Did you truly think I was unaware of your identity? The 4th child of Kaguya, Kurizetsu. What? Kurizetsu spun around, staring incredulously at Uchiha Juan's shadow clone. How do you know I am my mother's child? However, what unsettled Kurizetsu was the designation of 4th child. Uchiha Juan did not respond directly, but instead spoke slowly, in ancient times. When our mother descended into the ninja world and consumed the chakra fruit, ultimately, H-Ki and H-Mura, her 2 rebellious sons, sealed her away. Before her sealing, she divided a portion of her chakra and a fragment of her consciousness. That fragment later assumed the name Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu stared at Uchiha Juan in disbelief. These matters were privy only to him, Otsutsuki H-Ki and Otsutsuki H-Mura. This man claimed to be the 4th child, implying. Uchiha Juan continued, and the 3rd child, the essence of our mother's chakra, has been reincarnating through endless ages, awaiting the right moment. Until this generation. What? Although Kurizetsu had his suspicions, he was still left speechless upon hearing this revelation. How could you possibly be a child of our mother? In my 1,000 years in the ninja world, how have I never encountered you? Kurizetsu, though half convinced, was filled with myriad thoughts. He felt wronged, having inherited no power, merely lying low for a millennium, enduring countless hardships. Do you know how I have lived these 1,000 years? You foolish Obito. Have you not considered that with H-Ki as that rebellious son, how could I reveal myself? For a millennium, I have evaded capture. Hunted by H-Ki for years. Do you have any idea? In the most challenging times, I was even forced to reincarnate on the moon. Only in recent years, as H-Ki's power and surveillance have weakened, did I finally have an opportunity to emerge. With your scant intellect, ponder why I am called Juan. Uchiha Juan exclaimed, his tone laced with anger and grievance, even surpassing Kurizetsu's, causing a flutter of anxiety within Kurizetsu. He couldn't help but admire their mother, despite being sealed. She had managed to separate a portion of her chakra and consciousness in a moment of crisis. Truly, she was the progenitor of chakra. Juan, representing light, and Kurizetsu, embodying darkness. One light and one dark, they were destined to save their mother. How could he not believe that the man before him was not the reincarnation of their mother's chakra? No wonder he had subconsciously urged Madara to select Uchiha Juan as the executor of his plan. This man was indeed his blood brother. Juan, I am sorry. I should not have blamed you. Kurizetsu felt a pang of guilt, for Uchiha Juan was also contributing to their mother's liberation. Yet he had never been able to assist this brother of his. Nevertheless, what use is there in discussing this now? In the future, let us maintain private contact and collaboratively devise a plan to rescue our mother. Uchiha Juan feigned weariness with a sigh. As for now, you must help me proclaim my name to the ninja world. Proclaim your name? Kurizetsu was perplexed. Why you? You foolish Obito. Do you intend to directly proclaim our mother's name? As one who has reincarnated multiple times, I am acutely aware that H-Ki is still observing the ninja world from the Pure Land, albeit with diminished power compared to before. If you dare to announce our mother, what do you think you would do? Kurizetsu nearly broke into a cold sweat. He had no strength to confront H-Ki, even if he was already dead. He nodded, acknowledging, you have a point. Proclaiming my name would be different. Gaining the acknowledgement of the entire ninja world would facilitate our harvesting of chakra to revive our mother. Once she is liberated, I will openly reveal my identity as the 3rd child, an incarnation of her chakra, at which point we brothers can return to our mother's embrace. Uchiha Juan's expression was sincere, nearly moving Kurizetsu to tears. After a millennium of hardship in the ninja world, he finally found someone who understood his plight. I have now firmly grasped the nine tails. The most elusive of tailed beasts is in my possession. Henceforth, we shall proceed cautiously. Together, as brothers, one light and one dark. We shall undoubtedly harvest the ninja world and rescue our mother. Brother. Kurizetsu was deeply moved. Brother. Uchiha Huan chuckled internally. Knowing well that the ninja world had no predetermined path, by traversing it repeatedly, they forged their own way. Upon returning, do not expose our secret. Act as we must. Maintaining our covert communication. I understand, brother. Otsutsuki Ka wore a foolish grin, yet within him lingered a slight anxiety. What exactly was I anxious about? I will deal with Ibito. For now, you should depart. Understood. As they parted ways, Uchiha Huan suddenly called out to Kurizetsu. Wait. Kurizetsu, puzzled, asked, what is it? With a single statement, Uchiha Huan dispelled Kurizetsu's doubts entirely. We are short on time. I have calculated the hours. The Otsutsuki clan will soon arrive. If we do not rescue our mother before they come, all our efforts will be in vain. Kurizetsu's pupils dilated. Indeed, he had momentarily forgotten about the clan. His earlier anxiety was his sixth sense warning him. Time was running out. Simultaneously, he had completely placed his trust in Huan. This matter concerning the clan was unknown to anyone else in the ninja world, not even H-Ki or H-Mura. The only ones who knew were their mother and himself. Only the reincarnation of their mother's chakra could be aware of it. Chapter 65, Izanagi H. coughs. Blood seeping from beneath his mask. Do not worry, my shadow clone has kept everyone outside the forest of death. Discarding your mask would not matter. Uchiha Huan strides toward H. H raises his hand slowly, and Uchiha Huan easily dodges, nearly causing H to stumble. Uchiha Huan gazes at H with a hint of confusion. In the original narrative, he did not exhibit such weakness after being pierced through the heart by Kakashi, even engaging in a fierce battle immediately afterward. Now, however, he appears nearly incapacitated. Is it due to the insufficient integration of Hashirama's cells, or has he yet to devise a way to remove the curse from his heart? Uchiha Huan contemplates as he approaches H, a smile gracing his face. H, I am quite comfortable in the position of Hokage. Your Sharingan is quite impressive. I shall claim it. He deliberately provokes H with his words, unwilling to leave him here. After all, without sufficient antagonists to contrast with, how would a hero seem truly great? Uchiha Huan extends his hand, but it merely passes through H's eye socket, grasping only air. Ha! Huan. You may sit in the position of Hokage, but let us see how long you can remain there. As for my eyes, do you truly believe you can possess them? Blood trickles anew from beneath H's mask as his Manjikyu spins wildly. The air warps in a vortex, and he swiftly vanishes from Uchiha Huan's sight. In Kamui's realm, H collapses to the ground upon his return, trembling as he removes his mask, blood splattering onto the floor. Within his eye sockets, two eyes rotate slowly, one Manjikyu, one Thritomo. Gasping for breath, he struggles to rise but suddenly weakens, collapsing as he gradually loses consciousness. Outside the smoky forest of death, numerous ninjas are halted by Uchiha Huan's shadow clones. The recently ignited forest of death is strikingly conspicuous. The tumult of Uchiha Huan's and H's confrontation has attracted many umbu. Uchiha Akemi is cradled in Uchiha Huan's shadow clone. The clones have just intercepted these ninjas, and Huan's primary form must attend to something critical, ensuring that no one disrupts him. The attempt on Uchiha Akemi by Sarutobi Kaitatsu has already reached the higher echelons of both clans. As Uchiha Huan emerges from the forest of death, the clan leaders arrive just in time, along with other high-ranking officials. Huan, Akemi, Uchiha Shana, once a jounin, now aged and weary, struggles to catch his breath after running. Inquiring about Akemi's condition. Upon learning she is unharmed, he finally relaxes. Uchiha Fugaku stands beside him, glaring at the tardy Sarutobi Kaitatsu. Kaitatsu, arriving a moment later, is alarmed to discover that Sarutobi Kaitatsu had audaciously attempted to assassinate Uchiha Akemi. His heart races at the thought of the Sarutobi clan nearly being destroyed by that individual. Facing Uchiha Shana's fierce gaze, Kaitatsu for the first time refrains from meeting his eyes. This man had once been imprisoned by the second Hokage and had never shown warmth toward Kaitatsu, especially since Uchiha Akemi is his granddaughter. Sarutobi Kaitatsu has truly skirted disaster. Several high-ranking members of the Sarutobi clan glance at Uchiha Huan, fearful of provoking him into rash action. Ah, you have all arrived? Uchiha Huan speaks, drawing everyone's attention. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as if the very wind has stilled. Sarutobi Kaitatsu conspired with foreign enemies during the Nine-Tails assault to incite chaos within Konoha. He has been eliminated. His tone is devoid of emotion. What? Kaitatsu colluded with foreign enemies? The invaders from the Nine-Tails incident. They are all dead? Uchiha Huan gestures dismissively. This matter is settled. The Sarutobi clan must provide me with an explanation. Everyone may disperse now. Akemi has been somewhat startled, and I wish to speak with her privately. Seeing no smile on Uchiha Huan's face, the assembly dares not linger. Although Sarutobi Kaitatsu wishes to say something, he ultimately departs the Forest of Death with several members of his clan. In Kamui's realm, H, with his face pressed against the cold ground, suddenly quivers. A breath he thought long lost re-enters his body. Moments later, he opens his eyes, forcing himself to rise. The gaping wound in his chest begins to heal slowly, and the 3 tomo in his left eye has turned ashen. He has employed his Anaji. It is not easy, but now, the curse planted by Madara has been lifted. H has set the time of his Anaji to just after he was pierced through the heart, allowing him to break free from Madara's control. After all, he still has Zetsu watching him, and achieving his plan is no simple feat. To his surprise, Uchiha Huan has inadvertently aided him in escaping this predicament. Reflecting on this, he marvels at the formidable power of Hashirama's cells, capable of gradually mending even a shattered heart. Thus, there is no need to revive Uchiha Madara. I can accomplish the infinite Tsukuyomi on my own. Rin, wait for me. H gazes upward, as if he can discern Rin's visage in the pitch-black Kamui realm. However, before that, I must inflict a brief injury upon Kakashi. Rin, do not hold it against me. Resolute, he decides to reclaim his other eye. Only with sufficient strength can he sustain himself in executing his plan. In a certain valley, Kurizetsu gazes impassively at the shattered remains of White Zetsu, the very vessel he originally inhabited, having overheard the plan he devised with Uchiha Huan. He cannot allow any life to learn of his scheme with Huan. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over Uchiha Akemi's smile, Uchiha Huan's departure does not leave her feeling anxious. Upon returning home, Uchiha Huan retrieves 2 boxes from the sealing scroll, containers crafted by Orochimaru for holding eyes. He had previously seen Orochimaru place the Sharingan he gifted into such boxes and procured 2 for himself. Opening one box reveals 3 eyes. He pours the nurturing liquid made from Hashirama cells into it, ensuring Shisui's eye retains its vitality. Uchiha Huan gazes at the other eye, the 3 tomo pattern distinctly visible, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 66. The Resurgence of Kagaya's New Plan. Time: half a day ago. In a secluded forest, Obito sat in silence, donned in a new attire. This was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Black Zetsu. After a considerable time, the tattered Black Zetsu finally arrived. Obito, did you utilize his Anaji? Obito coldly responded, I activated it at the moment we first clashed. After all, I still have some eyes collected from the Third Great Ninja War. Do I not? He deliberately emphasized the timing of their initial confrontation as a ruse to prevent Black Zetsu from suspecting his intentions regarding the will of Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu should remain unaware that he had detected the seals. Yes, there are still some left. I can transplant another for you. Black Zetsu no longer cared whether this individual could be controlled. With Huan present, he was the key to resurrecting their mother. Obito, in terms of both power and influence, was vastly inferior to Huan. No, that will not be necessary, Obito refused. I have a better option. Black Zetsu grew somewhat anxious. Are you planning to reclaim your own eye? Indeed, I require that power. Obito recalled Uchiha Huan's Susanoo. Moreover, just a single eye's ocular technique was insufficient for him to flawlessly execute the infinite Tsukuyomi in the current shinobi world. Had it been some time ago, Black Zetsu would have rejoiced at this revelation, thinking that Obito had finally come to his senses. However, now that Black Zetsu was aware of Huan's true identity, he felt that Obito's approach might disrupt his plans. It seems I must inform Huan. Obito was yet unaware that Black Zetsu was already contemplating how to betray him. Black Zetsu, you need to investigate Kakashi's movements. I am too easily exposed. Understanding that Uchiha Huan had a thorough grasp of his actions in Konoha, Obito wished to avoid entering the village to prevent alarming the enemy and allowing Kakashi to be safeguarded. Do not worry, leave it to me. Black Zetsu sank underground, anxious to relay the news to Uchiha Huan. Time returned to the present. Huan. In the darkness, a sticky black shadow emerged. Ah, Black Zetsu, you have arrived. Uchiha Huan had already stored away Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan and pushed a bowl of clear sake across the table. Have you eaten anything in the past millennium? Care for a drink? Forget it, I cannot digest it. A blob of black Zetsu climbed onto the table. Huan, Obito wishes to reclaim his eye, the one belonging to Kakashi. He sent me to scout Kakashi's whereabouts. Let him take it, it is of no consequence. Huan, Black Zetsu became agitated. You have activated your Manjiki. As you know, the power of a pair of Manjiki far exceeds that of a single one. Even if you are the reincarnation of our mother's chakra, you must not be so careless. Oh, do you think he can gather a pair of Manjiki? Uchiha Huan opened a box on the table, revealing a Manjiki Sharingan suspended in a pale green nurturing liquid. Upon seeing the hooked pattern, Black Zetsu gasped. What is this? Indeed, this is Obito's other eye. Kakashi, that outsider, has awakened the Manjiki? Even with his vast experience, Black Zetsu was astonished. An outsider with no Kagaya bloodline could achieve this? You may perceive it that way. Uchiha Huan nodded. He had anticipated this development. I was also quite surprised upon discovering that this eye is a Manjiki. In that case, what about the one in his eye socket? Black Zetsu observed Uchiha Huan's smiling face, feeling a chill run down his spine, although he did not turn away. He had a newfound understanding of this older brother. With Huan present, their mother's liberation was imminent. Correct, that eye does not belong to Obito. Consider it a gift to him. Uchiha Huan paused. Kakashi will soon leave the village on a mission. You can inform Obito upon your return, advising him to prepare early. Excellent. Black Zetsu was elated. Huan's foresight was truly commendable, and he immediately thought to relay this good news to Obito. Wait, Uchiha Huan interjected. I have another task. Oh, what is it? Black Zetsu was perplexed as to what further plans his seemingly omniscient brother could have. A trivial matter. Help me locate someone. One, just tell me the name. Obito. Obito? What do you need him for? I am currently utilizing him. You are using him? Uchiha Huan frowned. Was Obito entangled with the Akatsuki? Had he not deceived Black Zetsu, he would never have guessed this. Yes, he just joined the Akatsuki recently. Uchiha Huan nodded. That is fortunate. Assist me in acquiring the Gyamura technique. The Gyamura technique? Black Zetsu was taken aback, quickly interjecting, you cannot use that technique. It poses significant risks. It must not taint your body. Otherwise, how will you bear our mother? My foolish Black Zetsu, I have devised my own plan. I will purify and clone the bloodlines of the talented clans possessing our mother's lineage, the Uzumaki, Hyuga, Kagaya, and Senju, combined with my current form. Then, using the Gyamura technique, I will absorb the purified bloodline clones. With the nine-tailed beasts and the chakra of the shinobi world, I can restore our mother to her prime. This time, she will not need to sever her connection with the likes of Yui and her village, but rather fully embrace the power of the chakra fruit. As for your plan, the vessel should be Uchiha Madara, correct? Uchiha Huan's tone was flat. Black Zetsu trembled. Could it be that his brother had effortlessly deduced all this? Even if Madara absorbed the 10 tails, it was merely a hasty product. It lacked perfection. How could an imperfect vessel face the Akatsuki clan? Your plan is flawed, while mine is the epitome of perfection. Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed brighter as he listened to Uchiha Huan's plan. Indeed, it was far superior to his own. He had merely intended to use the descendants of Yui as vessels, just as Huan had suggested. Under his plan, Madara would become the ultimate vessel. However, no matter how one looked at it, Madara bore only half the bloodline, whereas Huan's plan aimed for their mother's true resurrection. It might even reach unprecedented heights. After all, their mother had once fragmented into Yui and her village due to the overwhelming power of the divine tree's fruit. However, if Huan's plan could be fulfilled, their mother would possess strength rivaling that of the Akatsuki clan. I understand now. The Gyamura technique. I will find a way to deliver it to you. Do not rush. Remember to observe Biju's situation during the Gyamura ritual. The limitations of mortals are always present. We must eliminate the flaws of that technique. Rest assured, I will observe carefully. With your plan in place, we will undoubtedly restore our mother to her celestial throne. Black Zetsu excitedly sank underground. After his departure, Uchiha Huan finally revealed a smile. Whether Kagaya would ascend once more remained uncertain, but when the bloodline gathering plan materialized, Uchiha Huan would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Chapter 67, Obito's Anxiety. Blood test in a certain cave, the half-black, half-white Zetsu entered. It has been confirmed that Kakashi seems to have taken on a mission that requires him to leave the village of Konoha. Is that so? Obito sat by the fire, his injuries still not healed. When will he return? I haven't ascertained the exact timing yet. I didn't dare let White enter and only used my main body to infiltrate. Zetsu explained. However, I will verify the timing again soon. How is the search for the Akatsuki members progressing? Obito asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The emergence of Uchiha Juan has left him feeling distressed, as the opponent's combat strength far surpassed his expectations, and he was aware of Obito's true identity. You know the situation. Orochimaru has gone missing, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame have joined Uchiha Juan, and that Yomi was eliminated by him. Even the spirit known as Mori has been lost. Nagato, Konan, Haiden, who recently joined, and Pain, plus the two of us, make a total of only 9. Zetsu's words caused Obito to frown. It seemed that Uchiha Juan was intentionally opposing him. That bastard, from the Ninja Academy days until now, has always been my enemy. A flame of inexplicable anger ignited within Obito as he spoke. Find more suitable candidates. The plan to collapse Konoha must be expedited. Otherwise, if Uchiha Juan continues to grow stronger, even Nagato may not be able to handle him. I understand, Black Zetsu replied, while contemplating that this matter should also be reported to Juan. Even if Nagato's eyes aren't his own, they are still Rinnegan, and we cannot afford to be careless. By the way, when does the ritual of the Berry H begin? Obito inquired. It will commence in 1.5 months, during a celestial event known as the Star Ring Convergence within the Land of Birds. Berry H hopes to conduct the bloodline limit fusion ritual there. Has his Hashirama cell experiment succeeded? Yes, according to him. He has already surpassed the critical stage and will surely succeed within 2 months. Black Zetsu replied earnestly. Juan desires the GD Maru technique. He must acquire it. To be frank, I truly do not wish to assist him in completing that ritual. Obito stood, lamenting that Uchiha Juan's emergence had disrupted their plans. Are you worried about Berry H slipping out of control? Yes, we have all witnessed the power of bloodline limits. The top-tier bloodline limits can sway the ninja world, and the Uchiha clan serves as the best proof of that. Moreover, that man is audacious enough to want to fuse 7 bloodlines. 7, which include Wood Release and Sharingan. If he succeeds, no one can predict the extent of his power. The combined strength of Senju and Uchiha, the myriad of possibilities, along with the other 5. Obito's words trailed off, but Black Zetsu understood his concerns were not unfounded. There is no need to be overly worried, Obito. Black Zetsu analyzed. No matter how powerful he becomes, he cannot surpass you, who houses the 10 tails. Our infinite Tsukiyami plan will proceed as intended. Under its influence, all beings cannot escape, and even if he completes the ritual, he will be unable to resist. In truth, Black Zetsu harbored some worries as well, yet if Berry H, a practitioner of mediocre talent, can master the GD Maru technique, then Juan's plan will be optimal. Once he has absorbed all of his mother's bloodline descendants, retrieving the 10 tails with my assistance will be effortless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Juan was observing Sasuke's training in the training ground. Nearby, the Umbu reported to him about the handling of the Sarutobi clan, removing Sarutobi Hizashi from the roster, donating a substantial amount of the Sarutobi clan's land to the village, and vigorously supporting the relocation of the Uchiha clan's territory. Brother Juan. In the distance, Rin and Naruto greeted Uchiha Juan warmly. The two had grown remarkably close. Upon discovering that his neighbor was an orphan of his own clan, Naruto quickly showcased the little son talent inherited from Minato. They soon became inseparable companions. For Rin, who had grown up in a different environment, life in Konoha was a dream come true. She had even made friends. Of course, Rin felt that Naruto was a wonderful person primarily because he often spoke highly of Uchiha Juan. Brother Juan tells me. My mother asked me to listen to Brother Juan. Brother Juan. The 2 children, one red and one yellow, approached Uchiha Juan, who always wore a gentle smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. Welcome. Sasuke has been waiting for you for quite some time. Oh. We helped an old lady cross the street today, Naruto said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Very sorry for being late. No worries, you both did well. Uchiha Juan encouraged Naruto. This kid is strikingly similar to Obito from back in the day. It seems they are but 2 individuals who have embarked on different paths. The old lady gave us this. Rin handed Uchiha Juan a trio of dango. Have you been adjusting well these days? Uchiha Juan accepted the dumplings, showing concern. Yes, I'm getting used to it. Konoha is truly wonderful. Everyone is so friendly. During my time as a grass ninja, I had never encountered so many kind-hearted people. Whenever they mention Brother Huan, they are always filled with smiles, their words overflowing with praise for him. The fifth Hokage seems quite busy lately, having no time to stroll around the village. Of course, the esteemed fifth Hokage has a mountain of responsibilities. How could he have time for leisurely walks every day? He truly is a dedicated Hokage. Even the third Hokage has spoken highly of the fifth Hokage. The fifth is indeed remarkable. Not only does he provide us with subsidies, but he also ensures that the Konoha hospital offers free health checkups for the children of the ninja school. I already know, the child from next door has health issues. And after the tests, the treatment from Konoha hospital was quite affordable. What was it called again? Medical insurance? This was her experience on the way here today. That's good. If you encounter any issues, you can come directly to me or bring Naruto along. Sure. As they conversed, shouts from Naruto and Sasuke's area echoed. Hey, dead last. What's wrong with you today? You barely lasted a few moves. Naruto exclaimed, confused as to why he had faltered so quickly. Of course, Uchiha Huan was aware that this was the result of Sasuke's recent private training. Nonsense. I was drained from the blood test. My body is weak. Just give me a moment to recover. And I am not dead last. Naruto retorted, somewhat irritated, as today Sasuke's techniques seemed different than usual. Had he learned something new? Didn't you lose to that outsider during the last school competition? The one named Kinshiki? Sasuke felt a twinge of seriousness. That guy was indeed strong. He hadn't been grouped with him for practice, but just by observing Naruto's exchanges with him, he knew he would fall behind. After all, Naruto was no longer the dead last. Under Uchiha Huan's guidance, coupled with investments from the Uchiha clan and the Nine Tails no longer causing trouble, Naruto had become Sasuke's equal, and at times, his superior due to his better stamina. However, just a few days ago, during the school competition, the Kinshiki from the mist had made Sasuke feel a sense of threat. As for the other Kagaya clan children, they were rather average. Indeed, the Kagaya clan children can now enroll in the ninja school. In fact, the recent preparations for the Uchiha clan's relocation back to their ancestral home are underway. Once the Uchiha clan departs, the Kagaya clan will take residence, although it is certain that numerous ninjas will be stationed with sealing barriers for surveillance. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi has indeed arranged for the Konoha hospital to conduct physical examinations and blood tests for the children of the Ninja Academy. As for the rationale, Orochimaru's ongoing research into the Uzumaki bloodline provides a sufficient explanation. Any healing of other children's hidden ailments is merely a secondary benefit. Chapter 68. Why don't you raise some mosquitoes? The morning hours passed swiftly as Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their usual training session. This was their customary method of practice. Despite Sasuke's private training, Naruto's progress was not to be underestimated. Uchiha Huan continuously provided guidance, and by noon, Naruto could hold his own against Sasuke. As for Shikurin, her foundation was too weak, so Uchiha Huan refrained from allowing her to spar with the two boys, instead focusing on her fundamental training. After all, she had no special abilities and was foolish to think she could surpass the likes of Ashura and Indra. Uchiha Huan himself had not achieved the same feats by the age of 20 as these two had by 16. As noon approached, a white-haired ninja appeared in the training ground. It was Kakashi. Lord Hokage. Oh, Kakashi, you have arrived. Uchiha Huan instructed Shikurin to train on her own for a while and began discussing the mission with Kakashi. Kakashi, I assume you are already aware of the mission details? Indeed, we are to head to the land of demons to assess the current situation there. Kakashi replied calmly. This level of mission was nothing new to him, although he was uncertain as to what Uchiha Huan required of him. Be sure to create an accurate map of the land of demons, along with the strength and distribution of the ninja there. Uchiha Huan lowered his voice. Kakashi felt a hint of confusion, but soon realized that such tasks were not particularly secretive. Many ninjas from various nations had undertaken similar missions. Understood. Kakashi still appeared somewhat lethargic. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Kakashi departed with his affectionate companion, leaving Uchiha Huan pondering. Is this what it means to submit in the ninja world? Behind him, Mingmei approached, carrying a lunchbox. The ninja world shares the same sun overhead. Under the sun, Uchiha Huan, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikurin enjoyed the lunch that Mingmei had brought. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization was busily preparing for the sacrificial ceremony of one of its members. Do you think you can capture me? You'll be eating my dust. In the forest, Kakuzu and Haiden bore grim expressions as they faced a swift bloodline ninja who seemed to toy with them. This swift ninja, lacking in formidable strength, relied solely on his speed to evade the two, and continuously harassed them with ninjutsu. As an immortal duo, such attacks were merely akin to a tickle for them. Yet the ninja's taunts grated on their nerves. Two snails think they can catch me? I wonder where you found your confidence. Hey, you with the green eyes. You look like a zombie, truly hideous. Furious, Haiden shouted, you bastard. I'll kill you 1,000 times over, and it's still 1 TB enough. Kakuzu, think of something. I want him dead. Kakuzu, growing impatient, retorted, shut up. You're making it unbearable. That fly is precisely what you need. I'm not listening. I want him dead. I want him. Haiden, consumed by rage, brandished his scythe, nearly swinging it at Kakuzu, but his words were abruptly cut off. Kakuzu had appeared behind Haiden, thrusting his hand through Haiden's chest, blood splattering everywhere, even causing the distant swift ninja to freeze in shock. Had the two turned on each other? I told you to be quiet. Kakuzu flung Haiden's body aside, causing it to crash against a tree trunk, his wide-open eyes seemingly filled with disbelief. Are they both mad? The swift ninja swallowed hard, astonished that one would so easily eliminate their comrade. Now is my chance. At that moment, a glint of delight flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. From beneath the ground, a masked monster surged forth. Not good. The swift ninja, hearing the commotion, quickly dodged, narrowly escaping a fatal blow but losing a significant chunk of flesh in the process. Damn it. Is this lunatic still calculating my moves? The swift ninja leapt into the trees, preparing to unleash a jutsu, only to witness a disconcerting scene. A masked monster tossed the severed flesh into the air. Hey, Haiden, catch. Revived Haiden sprang to his feet, catching the bloodied flesh midair. This tactic isn't half bad. Now then, his agile feet traced a formation as he extended his crimson tongue, licking the blood from his hands. Haiden's skin transformed to a stark black and white, intricate patterns emerging. It's time for you to learn the consequences of insulting the Lord of Evil. A sense of foreboding surged within the swift ninja. Haiden, don't kill him. Kakuzu interjected, recalling Conan's warning that if he were to die, they would miss out on their reward. Have no fear. In the next moment, Haiden swung his scythe, severing his own legs. Minutes later, Kakuzu carried the swiftly bleeding unconscious ninja on his back, while Haiden's limbs were stitched together by black tendrils. I almost died. Yet you're still alive. Haiden grumbled. Why does it feel like your sewing skills are deteriorating? Be quiet. You always need to be injured for you to be useful. What can I do? This is how my training is. Haiden protested, tugging at the black tendrils on his arm. By the way, you still don't have a summoning beast, right? Kakuzu suddenly changed the subject. Indeed. Haiden scratched his head, puzzled by Kakuzu's intent. Why not raise some summoning mosquitoes? Haiden fell silent. Chapter 69. The Hinata Conflict. Hey, Kakashi. Let's have a youthful contest. The man clad in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon head was hanging upside down from a tree. It was Guy? No. I have a mission, Kakashi declined, as he was set to depart for the land of demons today, leaving no time for a contest with Guy. All right then, I shall run 10 laps around Konoha by myself. Guy flashed a bright, toothy grin and dropped from the tree. If I don't finish the 10 laps by this morning, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. The green-clad figure transformed into a green blur as Guy shouted and dashed towards the village outskirts. The villagers had grown accustomed to such antics. This fellow, truly brimming with vitality. Kakashi reopened his beloved paradise and strolled leisurely towards the gates of Konoha. The streets were bustling with life, children frolicking and playing. Ever since Uchiha Juan ascended to power, most ninjas in the village no longer fretted about their livelihoods. Even Guy felt less pressure. As a martial arts ninja, not belonging to a prominent clan, the expenses for bodily enhancement medications were indeed quite exorbitant. On the roadside, several members of the Hyuga clan maintained their stoic expressions. Kakashi paid little heed to them, as the Hyuga had always been a clan of stern countenances, seemingly unyielding to change, rigidly adhering to their traditions. Even in this era of the fifth Hokage, they remained as such, almost lifeless. What he was unaware of was that the atmosphere within the Hyuga clan had recently become quite tense. This situation stemmed from the recent physical examinations conducted at the Ninja Academy. What? A physical examination at the Ninja Academy, and they draw blood? Hyuga Hayashi had not received the news immediately and was somewhat astonished upon learning it. Yes, esteemed clan leader, and I heard that students with hidden ailments receive free treatment. Niji replied, his face serious, enunciating each word carefully. Hayashi furrowed his brow, pondering what Uchiha Juan was attempting to achieve. It seemed nothing more than a reckless expenditure. And if Konoha's finances continued to be mishandled in such a manner, chaos would surely ensue. Humph. Even the young lady was subjected to bloodletting? An elder from the main family, present at the time, spoke with barely concealed anger. Indeed, Niji nodded. With a loud bang, the elder slammed his hand on the table. Hyuga Niji, how could you protect the young lady like this? Elder do not be angry. Niji did nothing wrong. Hayashi waved his hand dismissively. What could Niji possibly do about the academy's physical exams? Let us not forget, the principal of the academy is the Hokage. Hayashi, as the heir of the main family. How can we allow her blood to be drawn? In my opinion, there must be something amiss at the academy. This matter cannot be brushed aside. Elder exclaimed angrily, believing this to be an affront to the dignity of the Hyuga clan. After all, the third Hokage had always treated them with respect. Enough. Elder times have changed. Let us not dwell on this matter. The situation concerning Hinata should be left as it is, Hayashi said, feeling a headache coming on. The elders of the main family seemed unable to grasp the current circumstances. When the third Hokage rose to power, one of the reasons for allying with the Hyuga clan was their indispensable presence on the battlefield, where the Byakugan's abilities proved exceptionally useful. Yet, there was another reason. Without the assistance of Lord Mito, could he have secured his position so seamlessly? To safeguard his own status, he had allied with the Hyuga clan, maintaining a courteous demeanor at the time. However, years had passed, and the third's disposition had shifted significantly. The elders were still clinging to the past, their eyes closed to the present. Not to mention the current fifth Hokage, who possessed immense strength and hailed from the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan had long since dwindled to the margins of Konoha. Even the Sarutobi clan had experienced a resurgence due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's emergence to promote Uchiha Huan. Yet, what about their own clan? As the new shinobi world emerged, would there even be war in this era? Hayashi contemplated allowing Hinata to draw closer to Naruto. If the two were to unite in matrimony in the future, the Hyuga clan would regain some political leverage. He had considered Sasuke, but had subtly encouraged Hinata to connect with Naruto years prior, orchestrating an opportunity for Naruto to rescue Hinata by ensuring her maid conveniently disappeared. Such matters might escape the notice of children, but he doubted they could be concealed from everyone. Hayashi, it is time for our Hyuga clan to claim our rightful place. Even the Sarutobi clan has been reinstated. We Hyuga are surely far more valuable. Elder still unaware of the shifting tides, pressed on. Moreover, we have ties to the Kagaya clan. Konoha's connection to them relies upon us. Enough. We shall discuss this matter another time, Elder Please, reflect on the current situation in Konoha. Hayashi, now increasingly agitated, felt that Elder had lost his clarity. After witnessing Uchiha Huan's prowess, the Kagaya clan had already begun to lean toward Uchiha Huan for survival. Kagaya Kanjuro had even approached him multiple times, eager to offer the clan's young and beautiful women to Uchiha Huan. I have other matters to attend to. Please take your leave, Elder Hayashi issued a dismissal. Sensing the intent to send him away, Elder felt displeased but dared not express his anger before the clan leader. With a flick of his robe, he exited Hayashi's residence. Already simmering with resentment, Elder soon encountered several members of the Hyuga branch family, who were discussing Konoha's new policies and Uchiha Huan. Zekin, care for a drink at the izakaya tonight? Ah, certainly. Today is free, and the 5th Hokage's subsidies are quite generous. I have plenty of money to indulge. Ha ha. Ever since the 5th Hokage took office, everyone has become prosperous. Though the subsidies for ninja clans had not reached the former threefold abundance enjoyed by civilians, it was still a significant sum for them, and the ninjas of Konoha found themselves in a much more comfortable position. Who would disagree? Those days of tight finances are long gone. Ha ha ha, you two must have spent all your savings at the izakaya. Nonsense. We still save up for the izakaya. It was simply a matter of insufficient funds from the higher-ups. That's right. The 5th Hokage is truly great, the most empathetic to the people's plight. Indeed, the 5th Hokage is unlike any other. The group laughed and chatted merrily, which only soured Elder Sh's mood further. Such individuals existed in this world who could not bear to see others happy, as if their joy somehow diminished their own. You lot, he shouted hoarsely. Has the clan supported you only for you to betray us? Have you forgotten the family's kindness to praise an outsider? Disloyal to the family. And yet you speak well of others. What a wretched bunch of parasites you are. It is you who have hollowed out our family. Elder SH's furious voice drew the attention of several clan members, yet rather than tempering his anger, he continued to berate them, his face flushed. What are you looking at? Have you forgotten what you are? Are you really this loyal to the main family? It is our family that provides for you, feeds you, and clothes you, ungrateful wolves. The more he scolded, the more agitated he became, and among those who had been discussing drinks, a young branch member, his face icy, tore off his forehead protector. Main family, kindness. Is this all we are to you, mere caged birds? You expect us to give our lives to protect you old fossils for a meager meal? Where were you when my parents perished? Where were you when I fought on missions? Where were you when I was injured on the battlefield? Just the other day? When I was injured on a mission, where were you? It was Konoha Hospital that saved me. It was the increased subsidy from Lord Hokage that saved me. My parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield to protect the clan, yet you did not utter a single word of inquiry, as if it were a matter of course. Meanwhile, the fifth Hokage mentioned in the ramen shop that my parents were heroes defending the village and hoped to visit their graves, yet you treat them like filthy rags. Carelessly discarded. Is this what it means to be part of the main family? If this is what Hugo embodies, I would rather be an ordinary person. Very well. I shall return this pair of Byakugan to you. His tone was frigid, stirring the emotions of the branch family members around him. Hyuga Toku sensed the gravity of the situation, forming hand seals to activate the caged bird technique. The branch family member clutched his head in agony. But the chilling malice in his eyes sent shivers down Toku's spine, almost compelling him to take lethal action. Several branch family members surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that left the old man disoriented. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Niji arrived, witnessing the scene unfold. The branch family members were filled with righteous indignation, while the main family was seething with rage. The discontent within the Hyuga clan rapidly escalated. Chapter 70. Kakashi without the Sharingan. Setting aside the internal issues of the Hyuga clan, Kakashi has spent several days braving the elements. His speed remarkable as he approaches the borders of the Land of Fire. As dusk falls, painting the sky with hues of crimson, Kakashi seeks refuge in a cave after his arduous journey. The early winter chill bites fiercely at the air. Even Kakashi cannot endure it without protection. Given that he is within the peaceful territory of the Land of Fire, he kindles a fire and prepares a wild rabbit he caught along the way. As the flames dance around the rabbit, Kakashi occasionally turns it over, the warmth gradually dispelling the cave's coldness, creating an unexpectedly cozy atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure adorned in a swirling mask enters the cave, his presence subdued. Kakashi's instincts flare, and he swiftly replaces his cooking tool with a kunai. The firelight flickers upon the masked man, heightening Kakashi's alertness. How had this individual approached so silently, without his notice? While the rabbit cooks to a charred crisp, a faint, oppressive scent of smoke fills the air. Kakashi grips the kunai tightly, his gaze fixed warily on the masked man. His Sharingan begins to whirl, the three tomo glowing with a vibrant crimson. Who are you? He demands, poised for confrontation. The masked figure remains silent, his single visible eye mirroring the three tomo of the Uchiha clan. Confusion envelopes Kakashi. What business could an Uchiha have with him? Did Hokage summon you? He inquires. The man's voice is hoarse. You ask too many questions. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierces the air as Kakashi's kunai flies toward the man. Yet it passes through him as if striking nothing but air. Kakashi gasps, realizing the truth. This is not Uchiha Obito. Who are you? He whispers, his voice echoing ominously in the cave. The masked man's eye gleams with a chilling detachment as he responds in a low, gravelly tone, just a dead man. Kakashi feels an unsettling familiarity in the man's aura, yet it is laced with an alien coldness. Furrowing his brow, his confusion deepens. Reacting swiftly, he forms hand signs, gathering lightning in his hand, illuminating the cave with electric brilliance. If you refuse to speak, then I shall force you. As the lightning crackles, the masked man chuckles softly, his form suddenly becoming insubstantial. Kakashi's attack passes through him, striking only empty space. Anticipating this, Kakashi lunges, hearing the rush of wind behind him. Chidori. A burst of lightning erupts as Kakashi connects with the masked man, landing a solid blow. Damn you, Obito. The masked man curses inwardly, realizing that if it were not for Obito, no one would have thought to employ such an otherworldly evasion. Stunned by the shock, he falters, blocking Kakashi's punch and retreating. Kakashi, having missed his initial strike, relentlessly follows up with successive punches, Yet it seems the masked man has preemptively predicted his every move. It becomes apparent that he is intimately familiar with the techniques of the leaf. The masked man feigns an attack, and as Kakashi dodges, he is caught off guard and sent tumbling to the ground. The shadow of the masked man looms over him, and as a foot descends toward him, Kakashi rolls to evade, the ground beneath him cracking with the force of the blow. Rising swiftly, he retaliates with a flurry of kicks, pushing the masked man back. Seizing the moment, Kakashi draws a kunai, striking in midair, but the masked man deftly evades, vanishing once more. Kakashi descends from the air, but as he does, a fist rapidly approaches, landing squarely and forcefully against him, slamming him into the cave wall. The masked man advances, brandishing a kunai of his own. Kakashi, ignoring the pain radiating from his back, quickly forms more hand signs, summoning a nearly charred rabbit to serve as a substitution. As he sweeps the ground, embers scatter toward the masked man, only to pass through him without effect. With two kunai in hand, their blades clash in a shower of sparks, both combatants twisting their weapons in a moment of stalemate. In that brief instant, a thought flashes through their minds. Opportunity. Kakashi, observing the masked man's sudden movement to form hand signs, is taken aback. No, he exclaims, but it is too late. The masked man completes his jutsu, launching a volley of kicks that sends Kakashi flying. In midair, Kakashi instinctively realizes the impending technique. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball illuminates the cave in a fiery glow, but Kakashi swiftly forms his own hand signs. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. A wall of earth rises to block the approaching inferno. Heat engulfs the cave, and beads of sweat trickle down Kakashi's brow as he grapples with an unsettling realization. The sequence of events transpired almost instinctively. Suddenly, a shift in air behind him catches his attention, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Your Sharingan is insufficient. The masked man's voice resonates ominously. Kakashi spins around, but it is too late. The masked man's hand reaches for his left eye. Ah! Kakashi cries out as his Sharingan is wrenched from its socket, blood streaming down his cheek. He stumbles backward, clutching his empty eye socket, disbelief flooding his mind. Why, who are you? His voice trembles with agony and fury. The masked man holds the Sharingan, his expression concealed beneath the mask. This I never belonged to you. He pauses, his voice chillingly cold. Carry your questions with you, and continue to live. As his words fade, the masked man's figure dissipates into the darkness, as if he had never been there. Kakashi collapses to the ground, the pain in his eye overshadowed by the shock in his heart. He mutters to himself, "Who are you? Could it be you?" In the cave, only Kakashi remains, his solitary figure amidst the haunting uncertainty of his thoughts. Chapter 71. The Offerings of the Ghost Buds, all collected. In the northern territories of the Iron Country, the silvery moonlight illuminated the canyon. Exposed iron ores pierced through the rock walls, struck by countless projectiles that sent sparks flying, with shadows dancing amidst the chaos. The steel-release ninja, Sho, leaned against the rocky facade, gasping for breath. His right hand pressed against a gaping wound in his left shoulder, where a shard of sand iron had pierced through. Dark purple poison flowed along the lines of his hardened skin, an exquisite toxin crafted by the scorpion of the red sand. What does the poison taste like? A hoarse mechanical voice echoed from 20 meters above, as the third Kazekage puppet hovered in the moonlight, with a red-haired scorpion standing atop it, his amber eyes reflecting the grim fate of his prey below. In 3 minutes, the toxin will reach your heart. The crimson flow had already been absorbed into his scroll, but now it was broken. Sho's defenses were remarkably resilient, had it not been for the third Kazekage puppet's unique ability to counter him. The two of them would have been in dire straits. Sho spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with metallic fragments, his right hand suddenly plunging into the rock face. Steel release, iron scale armor. The surface iron ore bubbled in response, as countless iron sands coalesced into a grayish armor upon his body. The terrain was exceedingly favorable to him, and he had confidence in facing these two. But when the red-haired boy summoned that puppet, he began to waver. Gazing up at the puppet, he was astonished. It was well known that the magnetic release ninjas hailed from the Kazekage lineage, and the one manipulating the iron sands should have been the third Kazekage. Yet, it was this fellow who had turned it into a puppet. Sho bit down on a pre-prepared antidote pill, temporarily staving off the spread of the toxin. But in that instant, a brilliant blade swung towards his neck. He leaped aside just as the rock wall behind him erupted in a thunderous blast, the wind swirling, carrying the moonlight along with the lethal blade that tore through the dust. Hidden mist technique, bone-severing slash. The fierce glint in Pai Pa Shizong's eyes flared as the blade accurately struck the seam of Shou's steel armor. The sound of metal tearing and bones cracking resonated simultaneously as Shou barely evaded a fatal blow. But his left arm was stripped of both armor and flesh, purple blood mingling with iron scales, shimmering like magic beneath the moonlight. Steel release. Steel scale flying blades. With a series of hand seals, Shou unleashed the scales, which shot forth at high speed towards Pai Pa Shizong, their sharp edges glinting brilliantly in the moonlight. Clang, clang, clang. Pai Pa Shizong used the thick blade of his decapitating sword to shield his face, as sparks flew from the collisions, illuminating his sinister grin. Now this is more like it. The blade swept horizontally, and as Shou leaped back, he released a flurry of tiny steel needles. Pai Pa Shizong couldn't completely block the attack, with the needles embedding themselves into his body, leaving only tiny puncture wounds. He grunted softly, retreating, as Shou completed his hand seals, bringing his palms together forcefully. Steel release. Thousand bone coffin. A massive metallic coffin erupted from the ground, countless metal projectiles shooting forth. Pai Pa Shizong's heart raced, but in the next moment, the torrent of iron sand intercepted the onslaught. High in the air, Scorpion manipulated the chakra threads with his 10 fingers, as a wave of black iron sand surged downwards. Retreat. Die. The roar of Shou broke through the iron sand wall. His metallic-hued hands pressed together, spinning like a top at incredible speed, breaking through the iron sand's barrier. Steel release, steel blade hands. Shou's arms hardened once more, the edges of his hand blades becoming razor-thin and sharp, clashing fiercely against Pai Pa Shizong's decapitating sword. Sparks flew, and iron shattered. The edge of the decapitating sword chipped away, as Pai Pa Shizong poured his own blood onto the blade, enhancing its unique ability to absorb his blood for repair, taking his self-harming technique to the extreme in battle against Shou. Shou continuously drained his chakra, mending his hand blades, but ultimately, his hands were shorter than Pai Pa Shizong's sword. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck down. Furthermore, he felt his body growing heavier with every movement. The tainted blood likely coursed throughout his entire being. Steel release. Steel. Shou retreated, intending to force Pai Pa Shizong back with ninjutsu, but in the next moment, hidden mist technique. Blood offering slash. A torrent of blood splattered onto the decapitating sword, causing its length to suddenly extend. Shou's pupils contracted. His hardened arm raised defensively as he quickly withdrew. Pai Pa Shizong, having failed his strike, caught sight of the smile on his face. Magnetic release. Iron sand torrent. A sound echoed overhead as the brilliant moonlight was obscured by a shroud of darkness. Shou looked up to see an expanse of iron sand blotting out the sky. Pai Pa Shizong had swiftly vanished, and the next moment, a storm of iron sand rained down upon him. Even Shou, transformed by the steel release, was overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of iron sand. After a considerable time, the third Kazekage puppet manipulated the iron sand, revealing the form of a man who had long since lost consciousness. Surely he isn't dead? Pai Pa Shizong stared at the motionless Shou. Is your poison not yet resolved? Ah, that is not poison at all, merely an anesthetic. Scorpion leapt down from the puppet. The organization requires him alive. Bailuhu has a keen eye. Such excellent puppet material should not be wasted. Is that so? Pai Pa Shizong disregarded the latter part of the statement, as he had no interest in puppets. How are your mosquitoes faring? In a certain forest, 2 figures moved ahead and behind, as Kakazu curiously inquired of Haiden. I have no idea how to communicate with such things. I cannot rear them. They do not listen to me at all. Haiden replied irritably. I only know how to kill for sacrifices, not to tend to these. Forget it. We'll take our time. Kakazu did not wish to fret over Haiden's concerns. How annoying. Why must we capture 2 ninjas? Haiden expressed his displeasure, feeling that capturing these 2 bloodline ninjas had wasted a significant amount of his time, encroaching upon the hours designated for sacrifices to the evil god. Your strength requires honing, and I originally intended for you to try out the mosquito tactics. Just the other day, I saw you fiddling with them and thought there had been progress. Kakuzu refrained from mentioning the issue of funding, knowing Haiden would not care. Oh, we've arrived. Gazing at the distant small town, Kakuzu recognized that their target was within this very city. In the hidden mist, a certain forbidden area. The wind-release ninja. Nakaguchi, knelt before the childlike figure of Hiruzen Yatsukura. "Fourth Lord, you summoned me?" He felt a sense of unease. It was no secret that this water shadow had little regard for the bloodline clans within the village, though he was not a member of a bloodline clan. As the wielder of the Reaper Release bloodline, he remained cautiously alert. "Ah, indeed, I have a task for you. Please, Water Shadow, command me." Nakaguchi lowered his posture. "I require you to offer up your body." As Hiruzen Yatsukura's words fell, Nakaguchi, already tense, heard this decree and immediately began to form hand seals. Leaping away, wind release, only to be met with a pair of crimson eyes, plunging him into a world of illusion. Obito stepped forth from behind Hiruzen Yatsukura, gently brushing his left eye, feeling a strange sense of discomfort. Is Kakashi really this incompetent? Obito thought little of it, attributing the issue solely to Kakashi, but ultimately dismissed it, lacking Uchiha blood. He took the controlled Nakaguchi away. Securing the final offering for Beluga's ritual, Chapter 72, Kakashi's refusal of new eyes as the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings. The border of the Land of Fire was guarded by a few ninjas from Konoha, whose vigilance had begun to wane. In this era of peace, incidents at the border had become rare. "Yonji, please regale us with tales of the fifth Hokage," requested several of the border guards, gathered around the newly assigned ninja. Their curiosity about the fifth Hokage was piqued. During the transition of power in Konoha, they had remained stationed at the border and knew little of the new Hokage. However, seeing their allowances quadruple suggested that the fifth Hokage must indeed be a commendable leader. Yonji, the newcomer, often shared stories of the Hokage's exploits as a means to pass the time. On this particular night, with sleep eluding them, they roasted fish and listened intently. The fifth Hokage transformed into a colossal white figure. Yonji was narrating when they heard clear footsteps approaching from the nearby woods. "Someone is coming. Who could it be?" The guards tensed, instinctively dispersing as rehearsed. Yonji leaped onto a branch, fixated on the ground below. The footsteps grew louder, reverberating like a drumbeat in their hearts. When a figure emerged from the thicket, they were startled to recognize him, dressed in the Konoha J-nin vest, adorned with the village forehead protector, and covered in blood, none other than Kakashi Hatake. Upon seeing the Konoha ninjas jump down from the tree, he was engulfed by darkness and fainted. Kakashi returned to Konoha 5 days later. The first to learn of his lost eye were Uchiha Obito and several advisors. Uchiha Obito had anticipated such an outcome. He expressed satisfaction that the eye was being put to good use. How could this happen to Kakashi? In the hospital, the green-clad guy offered Kakashi an apple. Kakashi, with his left eye bandaged, shook his head. "It was my carelessness." He was reluctant to speak. The answer he feared loomed in his mind, yet he avoided confronting it. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Guy assumed he felt guilty for losing his friend's eye and refrained from probing further. Just then, the door swung open. "Kakashi, Guy Hokage-sama." The figure entering was Uchiha Obito, draped in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. Upon seeing him, the two quickly bowed. Kakashi, his face a mask of shame, said, "I failed to complete the mission. Please punish me, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Obito waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities, Kakashi. You are injured, and the failure of this mission is not your fault. I have reviewed your report. The enemy's strength far exceeded yours. Moreover, judging by their techniques, they are likely the same adversary who invaded Konoha during the Ninetales incident. I encountered this formidable foe in the Forest of Death a few days ago." Kakashi's heart raced at the implication. Could this mean that the one responsible for Minato-sensei's death was? "I am aware of your situation, Kakashi." Uchiha Obito sat beside Kakashi's bed. "After our recent discussions, I, along with advisor Fugaku, have decided to grant you another 3-tomo Sharingan in the name of the Uchiha clan." Both Kakashi and Guy were taken aback. The Uchiha clan had historically held a dismal view of Kakashi, with several individuals previously attempting to reclaim the eye, only for Fugaku to ultimately decide that Kakashi could keep Obito's. Kakashi fell into a prolonged silence, his masked expression inscrutable. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I must respectfully decline, Hokage-sama." "Ah, that is entirely your choice. We would not impose upon you," Uchiha Obito replied gently. "You have been a great asset to Konoha. We merely wish to offer you compensation, considering your extensive experience with the Sharingan." "Thank you, Obito." Kakashi refrained from addressing him as Hokage, recognizing him as a former classmate. Kakashi was engulfed by a torrent of emotions. Retaining the Sharingan was more about allowing Obito to witness the world through his eyes, a final act of friendship for his unfortunate comrade. Moreover, while the Sharingan was undoubtedly useful, it also weighed heavily upon him. Lacking Uchiha blood, the chakra expenditure required to wield it was substantial, exacerbating his already limited stamina as a ninja. Uchiha Obito understood this. Kakashi's successes and failures were intertwined with the Sharingan. It had been pivotal in transforming his fighting style from that of his father, the Leaf's White Fang, a practitioner of sword techniques, into one focused on ninjutsu. Perhaps, without the Sharingan, Kakashi might once again tread the path of his father. No need for thanks, Uchiha Obito said, shaking his head. I should instead express my gratitude to you, Kakashi. Meanwhile, on another front, the face of Jiraiya was alight with ecstasy. His wood-release experiment had finally borne fruit. Oh, it seems you have succeeded, said Pain, his expression as cold and impassive as ever. Yes, my leader. I have successfully created my own wood-release specimen. Jiraiya was covered in goosebumps, thrilled by the breakthrough in his research. Within the nutrient solution floated a naked child's body, pale and resembling Jiraiya himself. This was his latest method. He had combined cells from a successful fusion of Hashirama Senju's cells with his own, and then added more of Hashirama's cells to clone a brand new life. Remarkably, this child had withstood the Hashirama cells. Excellent. The bloodline ninja you requested has also been captured. Your ritual can commence soon, Konan announced as she entered, having received the news. Thank you, leader, Jiraiya exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The frail life he had led was about to culminate in his transformation into the ultimate ninja. He envisioned a future where he could exact revenge on Konoha, proving to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sannin just how correct his research had been. In truth, it was not only Jiraiya. Nagato and Obito were also scheming an assault on Konoha, ready to initiate their plan to collapse the village and seize the Nine Tails. They intended to inflict pain upon Konoha. Following this, they would formally declare war on the entire ninja world, seeking to capture all the tailed beasts. Chapter 73. The Art of Gamaro Acquired Wood Release. Ranking Technique. Wood Release. Cutting Technique. Deep within the Death Forest, Uchiha Juan was diligently practicing wood release. It had been quite some time since he transplanted the cells of Hashirama. His physical constitution had significantly improved, and his Manjiki Sharingan was gradually recovering its vision through careful nurturing. The development of wood release was proceeding in an orderly manner. Black Zetsu relayed that the offerings for Obito had been fully gathered, and even wood release clones had been created. Obito had indeed provided him with a pair of Sharingan. What is the situation? Black Zetsu emerged. This was the rendezvous point agreed upon by Uchiha Juan. He handed a scroll to Uchiha Juan. This contains the art of Gamaro. The training in wood release has been quite fruitful, and the fusion of Hashirama cells with the Uchiha bloodline is remarkably close. I can distinctly sense my own growth, Uchiha Juan remarked as he received the scroll. With this body as the foundation, my actions should proceed smoothly. Indeed, after all, you are the highest quality descendant of the feathered robe. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. Back in the day, Uchiha Madara only ventured a step further than you. That step took decades, didn't it? Uchiha Juan understood that Black Zetsu referred to the awakening of the Rinnegan. Yes, he only reached that point in his twilight years. It forces me to wait for the next era. Fortunately, this era has you, Juan. How is your plan progressing? Orochimaru has recently been researching the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Subsequently, I will also integrate the Uzumaki bloodline to achieve a more complete feathered robe constitution. As for the bloodline of the feathered robe village, that can wait. By the way, is there truly no surviving member of the feathered robe clan? Uchiha Juan was aware that in the original narrative, a background clan known as the feathered robe had appeared. He had found records indicating that they had allied with the Uchiha clan to combat the Senju clan. There are none. Throughout the entire ninja world, no members of the feathered robe clan survive. Among the clans that once intermarried, their bloodline has long since thinned to near extinction, Black Zetsu asserted, his intelligence network no laughing matter. Well, with the Uzumaki clan and Senju clan's bloodlines, they are somewhat akin to that wayward child of Tsutsuki Yui. Uchiha Juan performed hand seals, wood release, 4 pillars house technique. A wooden cottage emerged from the ground. Not bad, indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of my mother's chakra. In such a short time, you have mastered wood release to this extent. Oh, this amount of chakra is still insufficient. If I possessed even 1/10 of my mother's chakra, I would not be so beleaguered. Alas, apart from memories and a modicum of chakra, I have nothing. Uchiha Huan clasped his hands together, causing a tree to burst through the cottage and grow wildly. I must witness the Gamaro ritual of Obito. This is not advisable. The entire Akatsuki organization will likely be present, including Nagato and Obito. The power of the Rinnegan remains formidable. Huan, you cannot take risks. Furthermore, I have already shared the art of Gamaro with you. There is no need for you to witness his ritual. Black Zetsu quickly dissuaded him. I am not seeking the original to be present at the scene, Uchiha Huan responded. Clasping his hands again, would release, would clone. The wood clone rapidly formed hand seals, transforming into a figure clad in white, none other than Black Zetsu. He can substitute for me. Black Zetsu instantly understood and ceased to oppose. Uchiha Huan's plan was quite meticulous. By the way, Huan, you must prepare early. Nagato and Obito are ready to attack Konoha to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu reminded Uchiha Huan. The matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can be set aside for now, but Huan's safety must be ensured. What is the timeline? The completion of Obito's ritual is still uncertain. He wants to observe the effects of the ritual before deciding. Understood. I will remain vigilant. Uchiha Huan had not anticipated that the Akatsuki's actions had advanced so much compared to the original timeline. If it becomes necessary, I will provide cover for your retreat. Black Zetsu genuinely cared for the safety of his brother. In his view, Madara was certainly not a suitable vessel. Never mind. Let me test their mettle and see what prowess lies within Madara's Rinnegan, Black Zetsu sighed. But upon considering Uchiha Huan's Sharingan abilities, he refrained from further objections. After their close exchange of plans, Black Zetsu vanished into the shadows, while Uchiha Huan left the training grounds in disarray, ensuring no one could discern what he had truly practiced. Orochimaru Senpai. Huan maintained his respect for Orochimaru, recognizing him as a technician in many ways. Orochimaru was a pure researcher, albeit with unconventional methods. Huan, you have arrived. The white-robed Orochimaru greeted without surprise, having noted Huan's recent attention to his progress. How goes it? The fusion of Hashirama's cells with the Uzumaki cells is exceedingly tight, and the activity of the combined cell samples is remarkably high. There are subtle differences in the yang release chakra of both cell types, and their combination yields a significant enhancement in quality. I will continue to observe for a while longer. If it proves suitable, I will proceed with your transplantation, Orochimaru expressed with great enthusiasm. Excellent, Orochimaru-senpai. Remember our discussion regarding Obito? Of course, why do you ask? Orochimaru inquired, uncertain of Huan's intent. I recently acquired the art of Gamaro, Uchiha Huan stated plainly, causing Orochimaru's heart to leap. He refrained from questioning Huan, knowing that someone of Huan's caliber would possess their own network of information. Uchiha Huan handed him a scroll. I know you will find this intriguing. Orochimaru took the scroll, his breath noticeably quickening. Orochimaru-senpai, do not forget our objective. Do not rush for short-term gains, Uchiha Huan cautioned, believing Orochimaru to be capable of restraint. The raspy voice could not conceal Orochimaru's excitement. I understand Huan. He was not short-sighted. His pursuit was of eternal life, and with the current goal within reach, he would not let it cloud his judgment. Have the previous blood samples been catalogued? Uchiha Huan inquired, including not only Kagaya's child, but also those from Naruto, Hinata, and Kinshiki. Yes, however, there is an issue with Kinshiki's blood sample, Orochimaru reported back to Uchiha Huan. I know, he has a bloodline disease. We can address this later. For now, the priority is my transplantation of the Uzumaki cells. Uchiha Huan did not linger, having other matters to attend to in the coming days. In the dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru caressed the scroll containing the art of Gamaro, exhaling deeply to regain his composure. Thank you, Huan. A true companion sacrifices themselves for their confidant. He is not a genuine serpent, devoid of warmth. Returning to his laboratory, he gazed at the pale body within the culture dish, a clone based on his cells, combined with Hashirama's. He pressed the destruction key. Since Huan had mentioned the need to transplant Uzumaki cells, his own clone could not afford to be so rudimentary. Chapter 74. The beginning of the strike on the Hyuga clan having departed from the underground laboratory, Uchiha Huan summoned Uchiha Itachi. Senior Huan. Uchiha Itachi greeted with a solemn expression, nodding in respect. Yes, Itachi, what is the current status within the Hyuga clan? Uchiha Huan was already aware of the recent disputes occurring within the clan. The main branch of the Hyuga family had completely suppressed the branch family. rendering any resistance futile in the face of the caged bird curse seal. The branch family possessed no capability to oppose the main house. Itachi reported candidly, noting that he no longer oversaw the guard team, which was now under the command of Asuma Sarutobi as the deputy captain, comprising ninjas from various clans. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and his subordinates were tasked with covertly monitoring the entirety of Konoha. "What a decaying clan," Uchiha Juan remarked with a tone of lament. "And what of the instigator among the branch family?" The instigator, Fugaku, had been imprisoned by the main branch, which seemed to be considering imposing the death penalty on him. The Hyuga clan has no right to enact such measures within Konoha, creating a village within a village. Uchiha Juan's tone remained calm, yet Itachi sensed his senior's growing dissatisfaction with the Hyuga clan. It was understandable, for Senior Juan harbored a profound affection for the village, and the actions of the Hyuga clan were undoubtedly a blemish in his eyes. When will the caged bird take flight? Uchiha Juan mused, gazing upwards, reflecting on the immense waste of sealing away the Byakugan. Was not the colossal Rinnegan on the moon formed from the fusion of countless Byakugan? "Have Fugaku come to see me this afternoon. I have a task for him." Understood. At the Hyuga estate, Fugaku gazed at the sky, where birds soared freely. His own wounds could not conceal the pain in his heart. He would never spread his wings to fly, forever trapped in the cage known as Hyuga. Unbeknownst to him, the main branch was in an uproar on his behalf. In the grand residence of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Itachi sat quietly, having conveyed Uchiha Juan's orders, sipping tea in silence. The elders present reacted vehemently. "What? The Hokage wishes to see Fugaku? No. He is a criminal of the Hyuga clan. How can he leave the prison? Such a disgraceful individual cannot be allowed to walk free." Upon hearing Uchiha Juan's command, the elders of the Hyuga clan erupted in protest, particularly the elder who had been assaulted that day. "Itachi, we cannot permit this criminal to leave the prison. Please convey this to the Hokage." Itachi cast a sidelong glance at him, already prepared with his response. "What crime has he committed against Konoha?" He has offended the main branch. That is a grave sin." The elder, still bearing bruises, gritted his teeth, insisting that no provocateur of the main branch's authority could be allowed to leave. "Is there a law in Konoha regarding the offense of the main branch?" Itachi's gaze remained steady, his expression calm, yet his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. The elder recalled the moment when Itachi had decisively overpowered Hyuga Hisashi, a trickle of sweat forming on his brow. "Ultimately, this is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan. I implore you to inform the Hokage to refrain from intervening." Another elder rose to support his kin, incredulous that the Hokage would dare to intervene in Hyuga affairs. "Humph, with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Isn't that village clamoring for our clan?" He shot an annoyed glance at the silent Hyuga Hisashi, questioning the leadership's failure to stand against such bullying. "Internal matters? Does the Hyuga clan possess the authority to detain Konoha's ninjas? I was unaware that the guard team had transformed into the Hyuga clan's own." Itachi's tone was flat, yet to the ears of the Hyuga elders, it was a blatant provocation. "You Uchiha brat, do not overstep your bounds. Our Hyuga clan's rules are not for you to dictate." One elder slammed the table, exclaiming that even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had not been so domineering. He glared at Uchiha Itachi, the bruising on his face causing him pain. Yet Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted, a hint of anger flickering across his face. As he rose, "I am not concerned with your Hyuga rules. I only know that there cannot be two suns in the sky. In Konoha, only the Hokage's orders hold the utmost authority. I shall repeat myself. The Hokage wishes to see Fugaku. Do not push your luck. Enough." Finally, Hyuga Hisashi spoke, exuding a semblance of the clan leader's authority as he called to the guards at the door, "Bring Fugaku here." "Hisashi, how could you bow to the Uchiha?" "Silence." Hyuga Hisashi waved his hand impatiently. "Open your eyes and observe this world. Do not pretend you are unaware of the Hokage's strength. Do you truly believe this Hokage is as easy to deal with as the third Hokage? Otherwise, why would the third Hokage have become Uchiha Juan's herald?" In the Hokage's office, Fugaku shuffled forward, encountering the sun-like presence of the fifth Hokage. Chapter 75. The Calm Before the Storm Fire, Lord Hokage. Hinata Chuan gazed at the gentle smile, and even the pain from his wounds seemed to vanish. "There's no need for such formality, Chuan. Just be as you were at the ramen shop. From your appearance, it seems you have endured quite a bit," Uchiha Juan said as he pulled a chair for him. He then instructed Itachi, "Itachi, please fetch a medical ninja." Lord Hokage, Hinata Chuan stammered. Although Uchiha Huan remained as approachable as before, he could scarcely contain his excitement, astonished that the Hokage remembered him. Chuan, do not be anxious. I merely learned of your situation and had Itachi rescue you. You are a ninja of Konoha. How could I allow you to perish over such matters? The judgment from the Hyuga clan towards you seems rather harsh. Uchiha Huan reassured him, patting Chuan's shoulder. Lord Hokage, you need not jeopardize relations with the Hyuga clan for my sake. I am willing to dedicate everything for you. Hinata Chuan was aware that the Hokage's actions could offend the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Was it necessary to go to such lengths for a mere branch family Chunin? No, Chuan, do you not understand? You are not only a member of the Hyuga clan, but also a ninja of Konoha. As Hokage, I must consider everyone. I have said it before, your parents are heroes of Konoha. I cannot allow the child of a hero to suffer such treatment. These words struck Hinata Chuan like a heavy blow, hitting his heart deeply. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Father, mother, did you hear that? Lord Hokage said you are heroes. Lord Hokage. Hinata Chuan suddenly knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground in a solemn bow. Enough, do not do that. Focus on healing first. Uchiha Huan extended a hand to help him up, the strength just right, neither painful nor allowing him to remain kneeling. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the door. The medical ninja had arrived. All right, you have heard. You need to stay at the Konoha hospital for a while to recuperate. Rest well, and if there are any issues, come directly to me. If your caged bird presents a problem, I will have a serious discussion with the Hyuga main family. Uchiha Huan said, observing Hinata Chuan, now bandaged by the medical ninja, with a tone that, while gentle, revealed his displeasure. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Your kindness will be remembered eternally. Enough, go recuperate. I am counting on you to recover and fulfill your duties for me. Uchiha Huan instructed the medical ninja to assist Hinata Chuan to the hospital. Yes, Hinata Chuan wiped the warm tears from his eyes, longing to pledge his loyalty to Uchiha Huan immediately. As Uchiha Huan watched Hinata Chuan leave, he called Itachi in. In the coming days, there will be war drills in Konoha. You must investigate the Hyuga clan's refuge thoroughly. Understood, Itachi nodded solemnly, realizing that Huan intended to take action against the Hyuga clan. Within the Hyuga clan, the elders were still embroiled in heated arguments regarding Itachi's abduction of Hinata Chuan. Yatsuki, how can you be so weak? You seem to be intimidated by that Uchiha boy. One elder exclaimed. You are the clan leader of the Hyuga. How can you bow down to the Uchiha? Yatsuki. The elders exchanged sharp remarks, vehemently criticizing Hinata Yatsuki. In their eyes, his actions had undoubtedly brought shame to the Hyuga clan. A blatant affront to the main family's authority. Enough. An elder stood up, his voice resonant and powerful. The current Hokage is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have all witnessed Uchiha Huan's methods. What more can Yatsuki do? The elders' onslaught softened as they began to recognize the complexity of the situation. Uchiha Huan's strength and cunning were no longer something they could easily confront. Regardless, we cannot allow Hinata Chuan to escape punishment so easily. I propose we activate the caged bird, one elder suggested. No. Yatsuki interrupted sternly. Hinata Chuan is likely meeting with the Hokage right now. If we act rashly, you will face grave repercussions due to the fifth Hokage's temperament. His voice was calm and resolute, clearly not swayed by the elder's fury. While killing him is out of the question, a mild punishment could still be imposed, another elder remarked sinisterly, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. I refuse to believe that Hinata Chuan can continue to sleep soundly after this. Although the Hokage may temporarily shelter him, can he protect him for a lifetime? The elders of the main family exchanged devious smiles, as if they had already foreseen the tragic fate that awaited Hinata Chuan. Only Yatsuki furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. Why was the Hokage suppressing the Hyuga clan at this moment? Was there a deeper meaning behind it? The incident of Itachi taking Hinata Chuan soon began to stir within the Hyuga clan. After all, Itachi had taken Chuan in broad daylight, witnessed by numerous clan members. This led some branch family members to contemplate. The fifth Hokage's attitude towards the branch family seemed distinct from that of previous Hokages. Is he intervening? Many began to harbor unusual thoughts, especially those who had participated in the assault against the main family elder. However, the undercurrents within the Hyuga clan remained confined to their internal affairs, as the rest of Konoha showed little concern for the happenings within the high walls of the Hyuga clan. Recently, Konoha's focus was entirely on the relocation of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku and Kakashi were tirelessly occupied with this matter, scarcely able to remain in the Hokage's office. Fugaku was preoccupied with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, while Kakashi primarily handled the Kagaya clan's relocation into the village. Thankfully, administrative matters were minimal lately, and the Kagaya clan had been cooperative. Otherwise, Kakashi would hardly have gotten any rest. Meanwhile, Uchiha Huan, as Hokage, stood leisurely by the window of his office, observing the bustling crowd in the distance. Soon, the Hokage Tower would have a direct view of the Uchiha clan's estate, located near the heart of Konoha. Uchiha Huan felt a sense of satisfaction, as Itachi informed him that Fugaku had reserved the finest residence for him, signaling a release from Fugaku. As he gazed at his future home, still under renovation, Uchiha Huan felt that Konoha was currently in the calm before the storm. Regarding the relocation of the Uchiha estate, he could only hope that Nagato wouldn't unleash a Shinra Tensei and flatten everything, and that they could intercept him outside of Konoha. Chapter 76. The prophecy of the Toad Sage. Jiraiya stood in a clearing on Mount Myaboku, surrounded by a gentle mist. The river that flowed nearby was not water, but yellow toad oil, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of flowers, mingled with the unique aroma of toad oil. He gazed up at the towering stone statue that pierced the clouds, feeling a wave of emotions swell within him. It had been a considerable time since he last departed from Mount Myaboku, and now, unexpectedly summoned by the Toad Sage, he felt a tinge of unease deep in his heart. Young Jiraiya, you have arrived. The sage Fukasaku emerged slowly from the fog, his expression solemn. Fukasaku, what business does the Toad Sage have with me? Jiraiya scratched his head, his tone casual, yet his eyes betrayed a seriousness. The sage would not summon him without reason. The last time, he had foretold that one of Jiraiya's students would alter the course of the ninja world. The great Toad Sage appears to have made a significant prophecy. The specifics remain unclear to me, but it seems he requires your presence to divulge it. Fukasaku sighed, indicating that the matter was not simple. A feeling of apprehension washed over Jiraiya. After all, the Toad Sage had previously informed him that his future disciple would bring monumental change to the ninja world. Now, with this urgent summons, he was left to ponder the implications. Nonetheless, Jiraiya nodded in agreement and followed Fukasaku along the winding mountain path, leading deeper into Mount Myaboku. Before them stood the colossal statue of the toad, beneath which the great Toad Sage, known as Gamamaru, sat upon an enormous seat inscribed with the character for sage. His eyes closed as if in slumber. Beside him stood the vigilant figure of Shima. The great Toad Sage, Gamamaru, was the founder of Mount Myaboku and had survived for over a millennium since the time of Kagaya, possessing extraordinary prophetic abilities. In his youth, he guided Kagaya's son, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, in mastering sage arts to combat Kagaya. He had even provided Hagoromo with a talisman capable of reviving the near-dead, which ultimately aided in sealing Kagaya. Furthermore, Hagoromo had consulted Gamamaru regarding the conflict between Indra and Ashura, making Gamamaru a significant factor in their eternal reincarnation and rivalry. Thus, Gamamaru could be considered the chronicler of the entire ninja world's history. Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya has arrived, Fukasaku softly announced. The great Toad Sage's breathing remained steady, seemingly unaware of their presence. Hey, old toad, wake up, Shima called out, more direct than Fukasaku. Jiraiya, accustomed to Shima's straightforwardness, recognized its occasional effectiveness, especially in this moment. The great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of profundity shining through his murky gaze. Who approaches? He inquired. Shima interjected, Hey, old toad. Is this routine of yours amusing? Did you not summon young Jiraiya here? Gamamaru regarded Jiraiya, his voice deep and measured. Ah, young Jiraiya, you have come. What is it that you wish to discuss, great Toad Sage? Jiraiya stepped forward, striving for a tone of calm, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the sage. After a moment of silence, Gamamaru seemed to gather his thoughts. Having lived for such an extended period, he occasionally struggled with recollection. At last, he spoke. Jiraiya, I have seen a prophecy concerning the future. A prophecy? Again with the prophecies? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. He understood that the great Toad Sage's prophecies had never been incorrect. Each one was tied to the fate of the ninja world. Indeed, Gamamaru's voice was slow and heavy, each word laden with significance. The future of the ninja world will be confronted with a cataclysmic disaster, and amidst it, there emerges a most conspicuous figure, a man who will bring destruction to the ninja realm. A man who brings destruction? Jiraiya's brow furrowed even tighter, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Gamamaru's gaze deepened, as if penetrating the fabric of time to glimpse a distant future. This man, he descends from the heavens, devouring the chakra of the entire ninja world, claiming the powers of all shinobi for himself. His might will surpass all. Jiraiya's expression grew grave, his fists clenching unconsciously. Who is he? What are his intentions? Gamamaru slowly shook his head. His appearance, I can scarcely discern. I can only see his eyes, a pair of ripple-patterned eyes adorned with tomo. This man will alter the fate of the ninja world. Gamamaru's gaze remained profound, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. Jiraiya, you must locate this man and thwart his plans. Otherwise, the ninja world shall face its true end. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. What do you mean by descending from the heavens, these ripple-patterned eyes, and consuming the chakra of the ninja world? It all sounds rather ominous. Yet, despite the peril it implies, I cannot refuse. Gamamaru gradually closed his eyes, his voice growing softer. Go now, Jiraiya. Time is of the essence. Jiraiya wished to inquire further, but the great toad sage's breathing had steadied, as if he had slipped back into slumber. Shima and Fukasaku wore somber expressions, unprepared for the gravity of the toad sage's prophecy. Fukasaku and Jiraiya departed from the great toad sage's abode, strolling through Mount Miyaboku. Despite the beauty surrounding them, neither the man nor the frog possessed the heart to appreciate it. The great toad sage's prophecies were invariably accurate. Upon hearing about the ripple-patterned eyes, Jiraiya's immediate thought was of Nagato, who wielded the Rinnegan, yet lacked the tomo described by Gamamaru. Could it be that the Rinnegan could evolve, akin to the Sharingan, developing tomo? Jiraiya harbored doubts, yet he felt certain it was not Nagato. After all, Nagato was his pupil and a resident of the ninja world, not to mention he could not fly. What enemy could possibly descend from the heavens? Surely not extraterrestrials as depicted in the films of the ninja world? Perhaps he should consult the old man. He might possess some insights. Jiraiya conversed with Fukasaku, enveloped in confusion. I shall wait until the great toad sage awakens to inquire further. For now, there seems to be no better course of action. Fukasaku mirrored Jiraiya's concern, uncertain of what the future held. Chapter 77. Relocation of the Uchiha clan. The relocation of the Uchiha clan proceeded remarkably smoothly, essentially returning to their original territory. Many clan members were exceptionally elated, considering it had been less than a decade since their departure. Most were eager to come back. Particularly, Fugaku had long expressed his yearning. Having been driven to the village's outskirts by Danzo, he had harbored resentment for quite some time. Now, upon returning, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Uchiha Huan, on the other hand, felt indifferent. He lamented the loss of the old house left by his parents. But he had outgrown the need to reside on the periphery of the clan's territory. The new abode, though not particularly large, boasted a vintage and immaculate design, a style reportedly chosen by Uchiha Shana and Fugaku together. The two-story house featured a courtyard, with Fugaku's family and Shana's residence situated within 500 meters. The only notable difference was that the Uchiha clan's boundary wall now stood less than a person's height, almost as if it were non-existent. The sounds of fireworks resonated throughout the night, enveloping Konoha in a festive atmosphere. The Kagaya clan was also thrilled to be welcomed into Konoha, marking the village's formal acceptance of them. As night fell, an array of fireworks illuminated the sky, crackling continuously, enhancing the vibrant beauty of Konoha. Within the Uchiha territory, an irate Uchiha Izumi confronted her recently arrived brother, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, were we not supposed to spend today together? She pouted, frustration evident in her tone. She had only seen Itachi by evening. He always seemed to break his promises, especially on such a significant day as the clan's relocation. I'm sorry, Izumi. I had some matters to attend to, Itachi replied, presenting her with a box of dango he had purchased. Izumi was taken aback, her anger dissipating momentarily. Could it be that you've been replaced? Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Karen sat atop Sasuke's roof. From now on, we are neighbors, Karen exclaimed, stuffing her mouth with grilled meat. Since arriving in Konoha, she had developed a fondness for various foods, indulging from the renowned Ichiraku ramen to a plethora of local dishes, almost as if compensating for her past deprivations. Brother Juan mentioned he plans to renovate the lakeside area into a training ground, Sasuke remarked, feigning seriousness. You two better not be late again. Ah, don't worry. Naruto Uzumaki, always keep my promises. Naruto declared confidently. Me too, Karen echoed after swallowing her food. Idiot, don't shout here. Sasuke scolded, a vein throbbing on his forehead, reminding them that they were on his roof. Ah, the Uchiha have returned, Tsunade mused, seated across from Jiraiya, both displaying signs of inebriation. Indeed. Though the village appears quite stable, Jiraiya commented, gazing out the window, the fireworks casting colorful reflections upon his face. The Uchiha seemed to be thriving, but alas, Shinosuke. Tsunade took long swigs of her drink, the rich liquid cascading over her skin. Jiraiya, however, was uncharacteristically solemn. Dark clouds loomed in his mind as the words of the great sage of the toads echoed persistently. He refrained from responding to Tsunade. Discussing matters of this nature would only invite complications. Shinosuke was likely a source of pain for Orochimaru as well. Asuma, this is for you. A teammate tossed a box towards Asuma. Ah, thank you, Kenichi, he replied, discovering it contained potent cigarettes. While patrolling, he and Kenichi politely declined various treats offered by vendors in the bustling marketplace. The villagers are exceedingly warm today, Kenichi remarked. Indeed, Asuma conceded, despite harboring some doubts. He could not deny that Uchiha Juan, as Hokage, was performing admirably. The village was stable, the populace prosperous, and the ninjas loyal. One could even say that Juan had surpassed his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in effectiveness during his tenure. This realization was particularly poignant after learning of Danzo's recent actions. On the opposite side of the marketplace, a bespectacled youth led a group of children through the streets. Brother Do, look at that, it's so cute. Brother Do, would you like some candy? Brother Do. In the back of the group, Yakushi no Nai observed Do's joyful interactions with his younger siblings, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Shikaku relished a rare day of rest, seated with Choji and Ino at a barbecue restaurant. A favorite of Choji's, Shikaku, you've lost quite a bit of weight, Choji remarked, tearing into his meat. It seems the duties of Hokage advisor are quite demanding. Ino teased, though her heart felt reassured seeing Shikaku entrusted with significant responsibilities. After all, the interests of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans were closely intertwined. Oh, don't mention it. Shikaku remained silent, merely sipping his drink infused with deer antler. Brother Juan, the fireworks are stunning. Uchiha Juan enjoyed dinner with Uchiha Mei in his new home. While Juan had not explicitly expressed his feelings, Mei believed that his recent heroic act had stirred something within him. Indeed, but nothing compares to the meal, Juan replied with a light chuckle. Then eat more. Mei beamed, continuously serving him dishes, feeling pleased with her efforts. This night, Konoha thrived in celebration, even as the days of turmoil seemed distant. However, unbeknownst to the jubilant villagers, the Akatsuki organization was preoccupied with their own affairs. A large contingent of mid-level ninjas was busy transporting ritual materials into the land of birds, preparing for the impending ritual of pain. The overseers were the immortal duo. Interestingly, Haiden had voluntarily requested to supervise, leaving Kakazu curious about this change in demeanor. Don't mention it. Those mosquitoes, aside from biting me, are utterly useless, Haiden proclaimed, displaying his wounds to Kaku, slices of flesh that had been cut away. What is this? The itching is unbearable, so I simply cut it off. A little pain is preferable to constant irritation, Haiden said nonchalantly, adhering to his peculiar habits. His recent attempts to train mosquitoes as summoning beasts had failed miserably, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Curse it! Is there no ninjutsu for taming insects in the ninja world? Haiden lamented, gazing skyward. I recall that Konoha has a clan that specializes in insects. I believe it's called the Aburame clan, Kakuzu pondered. Oh, really? But how do we acquire their techniques? At this moment, Haiden and Kakuzu were oblivious to Obito and Nagato's grand scheme. Chapter 78, Obito's Thoughts. The plight of Hinata River and Nagato's condition on a certain mountain peak in the land of rain. Obito stood alongside Black Zetsu, observing the distant convoy transporting supplies. His physical state remained unchanged, yet he was ready to mobilize for an inspection of the results of the experiment conducted by the impetuous Hiruzen. Black Zetsu responded candidly, noting Nagato's earnestness regarding the rituals of Hiruzen. Obito's tone bore an inexplicable nuance, prompting Black Zetsu to swiftly realize, Do you imply that Nagato might also harbor intentions regarding Hiruzen's techniques? Obito, taken aback, cast a suspicious glance at Black Zetsu. The latter felt a sinking sensation within. Ever since encountering Huan, circumstances had been flowing smoothly, causing his vigilance to wane. With a cold snort, Obito clarified, "Do not misconstrue. I have never held any interest in that cursed entity, Kaguya?" Relieved, Black Zetsu mused on how easily Obito could be manipulated, which explained why Madara had chosen him for the execution of the plan. How has the intelligence gathering from Konoha progressed? All pertinent information has been collected. Defensive layouts, ceiling formations, and the like are now clear to us. Black Zetsu was aware that none of this information was accurate. It was part of his scheme with Uchiha Huan. After all, the Akatsuki organization could never penetrate the village. They would be intercepted by Uchiha Huan before they could even enter. Excellent. Uchiha Huan cannot be allowed to grow any stronger, especially with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku in the mix. In his youth, Uchiha Madara was merely a wielder of the Sharingan. He later evolved into the Rinnegan. As for these three, Fugaku is one matter, but allowing Uchiha Huan and Uchiha Itachi to continue their growth would complicate our future plans, particularly since Huan has already deduced my identity. Obito's tone was laden with complexity. His identity had been exposed. And although he did not comprehend why Uchiha Huan had chosen to keep it hidden, it remained a latent threat, especially as his relationship with Nagato was strained. Unbeknownst to him, Black Zetsu was internally berating himself. That wretched Obito had been spared by Huan's mercy, yet he still contemplated betrayal. Madara awakened the Rinnegan due to being the reincarnation of Indra. Huan would undoubtedly awaken the Rinnegan as well. Just wait a decade or so, and you'll witness Huan overpowering you and Madara. As Black Zetsu pondered how to sabotage the Akatsuki's actions, the two stood together, each with their own ulterior motives. In Konoha, within a laboratory, Uchiha Huan arrived with Itachi to pay a visit to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-senpai, Uchiha Huan greeted with a nod. Huan-kun, Itachi-kun, Orochimaru responded. Clad in his white lab coat, exuding the aura of a researcher, nearly obscuring his former reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. Have the preparations been made, Orochimaru-senpai? Yes. Everything is ready. Thanks to the research materials you provided during this period, the risks associated with the medium concentration of Hashirama cell solution are now minimal. Orochimaru referred to the nearly pristine humanoid corpses that Uchiha Huan had sent. That is reassuring. Itachi, prepare yourself. Uchiha Huan instructed, having brought Itachi to facilitate the transplantation of Hashirama cells. According to Black Zetsu's intelligence, the Akatsuki was likely to initiate their invasion of Konoha soon after Hiruzen's ritual. The success of their endeavor was merely a matter of timing. Obito and Nagato were intent on stifling Uchiha Huan's growth. Thus, he could not remain passive. Uchiha Itachi was currently a valuable ally. As for whether the transplantation of Hashirama cells would enhance his ocular power and affect the efficacy of Tsukuyumi, he had Sasuke under his control. Observing Itachi lying on the experimental table, Huan maintained his smile. Orochimaru, feeling an inexplicable chill, injected the light green Hashirama cell solution into Itachi's body, targeting the spine. Bear with it. It may be quite painful, Orochimaru said, his elongated tongue flicking. Initially, it was anticipated that Itachi's constitution would render the transplantation of Hashirama cells exceedingly arduous and painful. However, surprisingly, Itachi's adaptability proved comparable to that of Uchiha Huan. Although he experienced a painful onset, guided by Uchiha Huan, Itachi quickly began to comprehend the fusion process, achieving preliminary integration of the Hashirama cells after a long afternoon. Yet, a patch of white on his back seemed to indicate that this fusion was not flawless. Considering the manifestations in the original timeline, Uchiha Huan speculated that Itachi's affliction might indeed stem from his use of Tsukuyumi on Uchiha Izumi, a legendary technique lasting a staggering 80 years. How do you feel? Uchiha Huan inquired with a smile after Itachi had rested for a while. It seems. There is a warm current within my body, and my eyes feel more comfortable than before, Itachi responded, attuning himself to the changes within. There are more benefits to come. You should rest for a few days and strive to balance this newfound power. Refrain from surveilling Konoha for the next couple of days. Yes, Uchiha Itachi replied respectfully. You may leave now. Orochimaru-senpai and I have matters to discuss. Understood. In a hospital room within Konoha, Hinata River's book fell from his grasp. and he clutched his head, screaming in agony. It is the cage bird curse mark, he realized clearly, for the past several days. The main family had subjected him to this torment daily. This kind of pain could not be endured merely through steadfast will. It was an internal agony, one that felt imprinted upon his very soul. This was the chain that bound the branch family to the main family. Damn this. Hinata River's head was wrapped in bandages, a result of his self-inflicted injuries from earlier bouts of unbearable pain. Trembling, he reached for a syringe on the bedside table, and despite his shaking hands, he plunged the needle into his flesh, disregarding the pain as he injected the entire contents of the anesthetic into his body. Without even removing the syringe, he lay still upon the bed. This was the preparation made by Konoha Hospital for him, a few days prior. He had nearly frightened the medical staff with his own head banging. As the large dosage of anesthetic coursed through his veins, the intense pain in his head began to blur momentarily, and his consciousness sank into a haze. Gulp. Several members of the Hinata branch family, adorned with forehead protectors, stood at the door, witnessing this scene. They swallowed hard, their eyes filled with unmasked anger and resentment. Chapter 79. The distress of Hinata Kawara recently. Hinata, you has been engulfed in anguish, as the atmosphere within the Hinata clan has grown oppressive, thick with the scent of impending conflict. The turmoil stems from his friend, Hinata Kawara. Kawara, in a moment of defiance, confronted and even assaulted an elder of the main family, resulting in his swift imprisonment and subsequent torture. Upon Kawara's initial incarceration in the Hinata prison, you feared for his friend's life and sought to visit him, only to be thwarted by others. Fortunately, the Hokage intervened and rescued him. In the days that followed, Kawara remained in the Konoha hospital, and you seized every opportunity to visit him, believing that under the Hokage's protection, Kawara would be shielded from the repercussions of his actions. However, it was only yesterday, upon witnessing Kawara's wretched condition, that you comprehended the source of his friend's daily despondency. The members of the main family had been relentlessly tormenting Kawara with the caged bird curse seal. Kawara had urged him not to inform the Hokage, fearing it would only exacerbate the already strained relations with the Hinata clan. The Hokage, though benevolent, often placed the welfare of others above his own interests. You promise me you won't trouble the Hokage. You clenched his fists, unable to refuse the pleading look on Kawara's face. Just then, a scalding cup of tea splashed on him, snapping him back to reality. The elder, Hinata sh'da, scowled. You useless guard. What good is your Byakugan if you can't even stand watch properly? You're a disgrace, allowing a fly to disturb my tea. With a bruise marring his visage, sh'da slammed the teacup onto the table, igniting Yu's pent-up rage. This was the same man who had humiliated the branch family and tortured Kawara. Humph, remain standing here. You may leave when I permit it. With that, sh'da departed. You stood rigidly, time slipping by as he fixated on the grand tree in the courtyard, counting the insects crawling upon its bark. The servants of sh'da's household moved about, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Hours passed, and his stomach growled with hunger. It was only as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose high that sh'da returned, engaged in a muffled conversation with another figure. As sh'da entered, you caught fragments of their discussion, mention of Uchiha Huan, Kawara, and the branch family's supposed betrayal. When you heard sh'da's arrival, he witnessed Kawara kneeling on the ground. I, Hinata Kawara, a sinner of the branch family, humbly seek forgiveness from Elder sh'da. A wave of confusion washed over sh'da. This incident reverberated throughout the Hinata clan, particularly affecting you, who was filled with bewilderment. Why would Kawara act in such a manner? This was entirely out of character for him. Kawara had his own reasons. In disbelief, you realized that Kawara, who had once vehemently opposed the main family, was now submitting to them. It was rumored that he had suffered daily at the hands of the caged bird seal, a torment few could withstand. Some members of the branch family expressed understanding, recognizing the agonies of the caged bird. However, others derided Kawara, mocking his willingness to debase himself, claiming he had knelt at the elder's door since the night before, professing a willingness to serve sh'da as a mere beast. Yet, for Elder sh'da, Kawara's submission was a source of satisfaction, bolstering his sense of superiority over Uchiha Huan. The latter had not even sent a message, leading the main family to believe that this was a sign of the fifth Hokage's capitulation. Sh'da strutted through the clan grounds with Kawara in tow, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The entirety of the Hinata clan, both main and branch families, regarded Kawara with scornful laughter, occasionally complimenting Sh while deriding Kawara. As for Kawara, he wore a facade of sycophantic smiles, showering Sh with flattery, to the point where the other clan members felt nauseated by his submissiveness. This charade continued for several days. Yet, unbeknownst to all, when solitude enveloped him, a fierce resolve burned in Kawara's eyes. He awaited the opportune moment. Chapter 80. The commencement of the Gyayuo ritual. Recently, Uchiha Huan had paid little heed to the affairs of the Hyuga clan, for Kurizetsu had informed him that the ritual of Biryu would soon commence. He was to undergo the transplantation of the Uzumaki cells. As Orochimaru had cultivated the cells of Naruto and Karui together, the quality of the Uzumaki cells produced from their joint bloodlines was exceptionally high. The amalgamation of the Uzumaki and Senju clans should suffice to achieve the level of a sage body. With a swift motion, Biryu swatted a mosquito, a recent nuisance due to the unusual proliferation of these pests in the Rain Village, which had begun to irritate him at times. Soon, he would embark on his journey to the land of birds, preparing for the Gyayuo ritual. He extended his hand, allowing the rain to wash away a smear of blood, his frail body destined to transform into a perfect ninja in a matter of days. Biryu. Oh, is that you, Zetsu? Does the leader have any instructions? Do you need me to modify another summoning beast? However, I find myself rather pressed for time lately. Biryu had become somewhat acquainted with the internal dynamics of the Akatsuki organization. In his view, the black and white-faced Zetsu functioned as the intelligence ninja within the group, occasionally serving as a communicator. The last time he had modified a summoning beast for the leader, the feedback had been favorable. Now, he was to use himself again? Kurizetsu's brow slightly furrowed. It seemed Biryu had begun to adopt an arrogant attitude even before completing the Gyayuo ritual, indicating a rather unpromising mindset. However, having been looked down upon for much of his life, Biryu's mentality resembled a tightly stretched rubber band, overly concerned with others' opinions. Just as he was on the verge of realizing his research, he seemed poised for a backlash. Upon completing the Gyayuo ritual, it was likely that his mindset would experience an immediate rebound. No, the leader requests that you prepare your experimental subjects. The organization's members will assist in transporting you to the land of birds as swiftly as possible. Kurizetsu conveyed Nagato's message. Recently, Kakuzu and Haiden had escorted the ritual materials once. In the last couple of days, Sasori and Haiden had delivered the final materials. They were merely waiting for Biryu and the sacrificial offerings. Please extend my gratitude to the leader. I have the sacrificial offerings ready and can depart at any moment. Then let us proceed. We shall set off this afternoon. A man with orange hair, adorned with black streaks, emerged from the rain, devoid of the purple-haired woman who usually accompanied him. Yes, leader. Biryu's heart raced. Finally, I will scout ahead to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. Go ahead. Pain nodded, satisfied with Zetsu's intelligence work. After a few hours, the Akatsuki members were assembled and prepared for departure, save for Sasori and Haiden, who were currently in the land of birds. Pain, Konan, Obito, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Biryu gathered as a group. A multitude of rain ninjas had also assembled, silently awaiting the leader's command in the rain. Move out. Pain's order rang out, and hundreds surged through the rain towards the land of birds. Among them were large, black cloth-covered carts. Biryu sat within one of the carts, his frail body struggling to endure the journey. He needed to conserve his strength for the ritual. It struck him as odd. Observing the large carts draped in black cloth, he noted wind release, lightning release, ice release, dark release, steel release, wood release, 6 sacrificial offerings. Yet there are 7 carts? The pair of Sharingan required for the ritual is with me. Unable to fathom the discrepancy, he dismissed it, pondering that perhaps it was a secret weapon of the Akatsuki organization. Huan. In Konoha, Uchiha Huan's training ground, Kurizetsu emerged from the ground. Is Biryu about to begin? Uchiha Huan calculated the time. It was nearly upon them. He performed hand seals, creating a wooden clone, which transformed into a pale Zetsu. How does it look? Quite similar. With my guys, they shall not discern the difference. Kurizetsu appraised Uchiha Huan's wooden clone with satisfaction. If he could later attach himself to Huan, reviving his mother would be a splendid achievement. He hoped that upon her release, she might retain a portion of Huan's chakra. Since Uchiha Huan had acknowledged him, he had eliminated the original Zetsu. Despite it being a creation of his mother, complete trust was not an option. The Zetsu he now inhabited was of a lower tier. As Kagaya's will, dealing with these Zetsu possessed by him was quite manageable. Kurizetsu merged with Uchiha Huan's wooden clone, and neither its aura nor appearance revealed any anomaly. As for the Akatsuki, it was unlikely anyone would suspect that their intelligence ninja was, in fact, a double agent. After days of arduous travel, the Akatsuki members arrived in the land of birds, with Kurizetsu accompanying Uchiha Huan's wooden clone. Biryu was directing personnel in the construction of his altar. Several bloodline ninjas were secured upon a cross-like altar, bound with various sealing techniques. They were powerless to resist, having been deprived of their chakra upon capture. This group had not one who dared to be absent. Even Obito, who feigned disdain, was physically present. Kurizetsu had only briefly appeared with Uchiha Huan's wooden clone before departing under the pretense of establishing defenses. No one suspected anything. Intelligence ninjas operated in such a manner. After all, acquiring bloodline limits was a technique of immense value. Were it not for the associated risks, the entire ninja world might be on the brink of transformation. Uchiha Huan's wooden clone engaged in conversation with Kurizetsu. The value of the Gyayuo technique was undeniably significant. It must be said that Biryu was indeed a talent, albeit constrained by a limited perspective and understanding, leaving his comprehension of bloodlines rather superficial. Time flew by. 2 days swiftly passed, and today marked the day of Biryu's ritual. The celestial phenomenon of the star ring conjunction would occur today, and the land of birds presented itself as the optimal observation point, as well as the ideal site for the ritual. As night fell, all Akatsuki members gathered, standing atop a distant hill, observing Biryu's actions. Seconds ticked by, and with a decisive blink, Biryu opened his eyes at the altar's center. Amidst the twinkling night sky, a singularly brilliant beam of light captivated attention. The star ring conjunction celestial phenomenon and the Gyayuo ritual had commenced. Chapter 81. Bailuhu succeeded. The celestial phenomenon of the star ring shone brilliantly in the night sky, with stars interconnected like a string of pearls, radiating a dazzling glow. The light gradually intensified until the altar was illuminated as brightly as day, beneath which the members of the Akatsuki organization could sense a colossal chakra surging forth. Was it truly so? A tremendous tide of chakra triggered by the celestial phenomenon to assist in the ritual. Black Zetsu muttered, clearly audible to all present. Bailuhu stood at the center of the altar, gazing up at the sky, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Today was the day. He was about to become the perfect ninja. Ghost Bud's technique. His body trembled with excitement as he performed hand seals, and a vast expanse of gray, gelatinous substance erupted from within him, enveloping the bodies of the surrounding bloodline ninjas. Around the altar, the bodies of the 6 sacrifices were being torn apart by the gray substance. Aside from the wood clone, the other sacrifices let out anguished cries. Amidst their painful howls, they gradually disintegrated into flesh and blood fragments, being dragged into Bailuhu's body by the gray mass. However, these powers did not merge as he had hoped. Rather, they clashed violently within him, as if intent on devouring him whole. As the ritual progressed, his expression contorted, and his body began to shake violently. No, it can't be. Why is this happening? Bailuhu's voice was filled with terror and despair. His hands pressed firmly against the altar, the chakra within him surging chaotically as he struggled to control the 7 bloodline limits. Yet, the 7 powers clashed wildly within him, threatening to tear him apart completely. Bailuhu let out a pained scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. Bizarre patterns emerged on his skin, and his veins became visible beneath the surface, as if countless tiny insects were writhing beneath. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint, and the scene became chaotic, with the gray substance writhing around large masses of flesh, rendering the altar a sight to behold. Bailuhu's cries of agony gradually diminished, his presence fading. On a distant hill, the members of the Akatsuki silently observed the unfolding events. Pain's Rinnegan glinted with a cold light as he murmured, "It seems his ritual has failed." Failed? Conan frowned slightly, disbelief evident in her tone. Obito stood nearby, a faint smirk visible beneath his mask, revealing a hint of scorn. What a pitiful fellow, believing he could control everything. Yet he cannot even manage his own power. Kisame and Haiden appeared indifferent, with Haiden even grinning mockingly. This guy is truly useless. However, just when everyone believed Bailuhu's ritual was destined for failure, an unexpected turn of events occurred. On the altar, Bailuhu's body had become utterly twisted, unrecognizable. The 6 bloodline powers clashed violently within him, as if attempting to tear him apart. His eyes brimmed with despair and unwillingness as he murmured, "No. I cannot die. I have yet to become the perfect ninja. I have not." Suddenly, Bailuhu's body ceased trembling. First absorbing large portions of white flesh, Black Zetsu keenly noticed it was the flesh of the wood clone. Then, a strange light flickered in his eyes. When they opened again, they transformed into a pair of spinning Sharingan. Immediately afterward, the gelatinous Bailu pressed down on the altar, his distorted fingers forming seals to manipulate Ghost Bud's technique. "Come to me, enter." The chakra on the altar surged violently, and the powers of the 7 bloodlines began to merge. Merge, merge. Bailuhu's voice was hoarse yet deep, filled with an indescribable determination. His body gradually regained calmness, the flesh growths and bizarre patterns on his skin receding, replaced by a grayish hue, more lifeless than his original pallor. Yet the fluctuations of chakra emanating from him startled all present. On the distant hill, the Akatsuki members revealed expressions of shock. Pain's Rinnegan glimmered with astonishment as he quietly remarked, "He actually succeeded?" Konan furrowed her brow, disbelief lacing her voice. "How is this possible? Just moments ago, his presence was nearly extinguished." Obito stood by, his expression inscrutable beneath his mask, muttering softly, "Interesting, this fellow truly exceeds expectations." Kisame appeared utterly dumbfounded, squinting as he remarked, "This guy really succeeded?" Zetsu stood aside, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. If such a person can succeed, then... On the altar, Bailuhu's body gradually regained tranquility, the powers of the 7 bloodlines within him merging slowly. He raised his hand, feeling the surging power within, a manic smile creeping across his lips. "This is the perfect power," Bailuhu murmured, his voice filled with satisfaction and ecstasy. He could distinctly feel the 7 bloodline powers flowing within him. Wind release, swift release, ice release, nether release, steel release, wood release. And Sharingan. On the distant hill, Zetsu suddenly spoke. "Someone is approaching from the east. They are ninjas from the land of birds." Just in time for Bailuhu to test his strength, Pain addressed Bailuhu leader. Bailuhu nodded slightly. He held a degree of respect for this leader. After all, he had supported him with significant funding and assisted in capturing those bloodline ninjas. "A group of ninjas from the land of birds is heading this way. You will deal with them." "All right. I was just eager to test my strength." Bailuhu laughed exuberantly, barely able to contain his anticipation. "What is that?" A team of ninjas from the land of birds observed the constructed altar from a distance. They had initially been drawn here by the celestial phenomenon, but discovered the towering altar and sought to investigate further. "Captain, there are figures on the hill. Could they be up to something?" Someone spotted the silhouettes of the Akatsuki, but, from their distance, combined with the celestial event concluding, the night returned to its original darkness, illuminated only by moonlight, making it difficult to discern clearly. "Let us move closer to take a look. If things seem off, we'll retreat immediately." "Understood. But alas, it seems you may not be able to retreat at all." Above them, an abrupt sound echoed. The group looked up in astonishment. Upon the lofty treetops, a figure, pale as a corpse, loomed over them, with a pair of crimson Sharingan rotating in his eye sockets. Chapter 82. The commencement of the Konoha collapse plan. Who goes there? The ninja from the land of birds was taken aback, as someone stealthily approached and touched the top of his head. "Damn it, this guy? Attack!" The captain of the Birdland ninja commanded as he hurled a kunai. Yes. Others launched their ninja tools. Kunai, shuriken, and sunban sliced through the air. Some employed ninjutsu, wind release, lightning release, a dazzling spectacle of danger aimed at the man perched atop the treetops. Wind release, wind blade. In an instant, numerous attacks flew towards Bailu, who neither dodged nor evaded but formed hand seals. Steel release. His skin transformed into a dark gray hue, radiating a somber luster as he wished to test the defensive capabilities of steel release. The kunai, sunban, and shuriken merely sparked against his body, leaving behind faint white marks. Not good. He's a Kekkei Genkai user. Steel release. Acknowledging the peril, the squad leader immediately commanded, "Stop using tools. Rely on ninjutsu." The ninjas, who had been throwing ninja tools, halted their futile efforts at once. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Lightning release, lightning strike. Bailuhu smirked disdainfully. "Is that all you've got?" "Watch closely, nether release, absorption." To the astonishment of the ninjas, a blue void appeared in his palm, absorbing their ninjutsu without a trace. The effects of nether release are quite impressive, Bailuhu nodded in satisfaction. What? How can he possess 2 Kekkei Jinkai? A ninja cried out in horror. Impossible, how can this be? The cries of the ninjas delighted Bailu, hastening his hand seals. How can you insects comprehend the power of a perfect ninja like me? Swift release. In an instant, he appeared beside a ninja, unleashing ice release, ice blade. For Kekkei Jinkai? What kind of monster is this? Am I dreaming? How can anyone possess 4 Kekkei Jinkai? With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through flesh, severing the man before him in two, splattering Bailu's face with crimson, intensifying the chilling madness in his smile. For years, having been belittled for his weakness, his heart had twisted and contorted, suppressed until today, when he had mastered the Oni-Yero technique, achieving the status of a perfect ninja, driving him to unleash his pent-up brutality. Die? Bailuhu laughed maniacally, extending his hand. Nether release, evil self-destruction. The absorbed ninjutsu was released anew through nether release, obliterating the unimpressive bird ninjas in an instant. As he surveyed the carnage, an unusual flush spread across Bailu's face. From this day forth, I am Bailu, the perfect ninja. On a distant hill, those observing Bailu's display shook their heads in disbelief. His strength was indeed formidable, yet his combat experience was lacking. His battles relied primarily on overwhelming his opponents with his powerful Kekkei Jinkai. However, given time to grow, with the synergy of 7 Kekkei Jinkai, he could become one of the elite within the Akatsuki organization. This individual should not be underestimated, they all thought. Under their watchful eyes, Bailu, moving with such speed that he seemed to leave afterimages, swiftly ascended the hill, a sickly flush mingling with blood upon his face. Leader, I have not disgraced my mission. What speed? Kakuza gasped. The previous swift ninja had not been this fast. Had Bailuhu absorbed an enhanced swift release? Pain nodded approvingly, indeed. Then, let our plan commence. Plan? Except for Konan, Obito, and Zetsu, everyone else wore bewildered expressions. The Konoha collapse plan. Pain's demeanor remained stern. We will inflict pain upon the shinobi world. Starting with Konoha. Bailuhu, you were once a ninja of Konoha. Lead the charge, will you? Bailuhu felt a surge of excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to proclaim his arrival as a perfect ninja to the shinobi world. He had heard that the 3rd Hokage had been ousted by the Uchiha clan. Had he supported Bailu's technique earlier, the Uchiha would now merely be a repository of materials. Now, he would inform the 3rd, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade that his techniques could change the world. They would witness how he transformed from a feeble outcast into the perfect ninja he was today. Excellent. Then next, Kakuzu. Haiden, you are responsible. In Konoha, Uchiha Huan sat in the Hokage seat, a smile gracing his face. Shikaku, curious, noted that the Hokage had returned to the office after a long absence, summoning all senior officials, claiming there was something crucial to discuss. The Hokage's advisor, Itachi, the captain of the Umbu, and the leaders of various clans, even Kagaya Kimimaro, had all gathered. Is everyone here? Uchiha Huan surveyed the room, noting the diverse expressions on their faces. Today, I have some significant matters to discuss. The 4th Great Ninja War has erupted? Hinata Hayashi thought anxiously, concerned about the recent odd behavior of Hinata Kawashi, suspecting it might involve Uchiha Huan. Someone intends to invade Konoha, Uchiha Huan stated calmly. What? Is there a madman who dares to invade Konoha? With the Hokage here, who could threaten us? Recently, the Hokage had ordered Konoha to conduct disaster preparedness drills. Could this be the reason? Indeed. I had Konoha conduct multiple drills to prepare for the impending invasion by the Akatsuki organization. My current strength should be on par with Nagato. But facing the entire Akatsuki invasion of Konoha, I find it challenging to manage every aspect. Indeed, the enemy's strength is formidable. They are no ordinary ninjas. Their leader possesses the legendary God's Eye, the Rinnegan. Uchiha Huan's words sent ripples through the assembly, especially startling Jiraiya, who gasped in shock. Nagato. Besides him, I cannot think of anyone else with the Rinnegan. Coupled with the prophecy from the great sage Toad regarding the Ripple Eye, could it be that Nagato has strayed from the right path? Is this information credible? He inquired of Uchiha Huan, still clinging to hope. Highly credible. My source is a senior member of their organization, an undercover agent of mine. Uchiha Huan nodded to Jiraiya, knowing that this individual was strong, even in sage mode. Pain could not easily defeat him. He aimed to rally everyone, contemplating whether he could sneak attack Nagato's true form. Chapter 83. The transplantation of the vortex cells, I understand. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. He was nearly certain of the identity of his adversary, his very own disciple, Nagato. In the realm of shinobi, there existed no other who possessed that legendary Rinnegan apart from Nagato. What could Nagato possibly intend? An ominous premonition welled up within him, compelling him to hasten to Maiboku Mountain. Head of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Huan's voice resonated in the conference room, to which Kagaya Kanjuro promptly responded, Hokage-sama. Please give your orders. Indeed, the sealing barrier surrounding the Kagaya clan's current residence is rather fragile. Should circumstances change, it is imperative that the entire clan retreats into the underground sanctuary. If necessary, the children must be relocated to a secure area, and Kakuzu will oversee the arrangements. Uchiha Huan's tone was calm, yet resolute. Understood. Kagaya Kanjuro nodded earnestly, his heart filled with gratitude toward the Hokage. Uchiha Huan had never regarded them as outsiders. This favor would be forever etched in the memories of the Kagaya clan. The leaders of the other clans were also instructed to ensure their members access the sanctuary, without neglecting the civilians. The renovation progress of the new refuge must be expedited. Uchiha Huan's gaze swept over each person present. The new sanctuary was funded by various shinobi clans. Although some families expressed discontent, none dared to publicly oppose Uchiha Huan's decision. Yes, the assembly replied in unison. Specific arrangements will be personally supervised by advisors Fugaku and Kakuzu. Everyone must cooperate. The safety of Konoha relies upon you all. Uchiha Huan's voice bore an undeniable authority. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew solemn, with no objections raised. Any dissent would appear trivial in the presence of Uchiha Huan. These measures were swiftly put into action, as matters of life and death demanded utmost seriousness. The villagers of Konoha remained oblivious to these arrangements. Although they found the frequent evacuation drills peculiar, they thought little of it. Only the sealing team of ninjas remained acutely aware of the impending storm. Recently, the sealing team had been tirelessly inspecting Konoha's barriers and seals, and Kakuzu occasionally conducted inspections himself, no longer complaining about the tedious work. What is the status of the seals here? Have the issues detected during yesterday's inspection been resolved? Kakuzu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clearly appeared exhausted from his recent labor. All repairs have been completed. Please verify, the team leader, Harada Takashi, promptly reported. His work ethic had become exceptionally diligent, and Kakuzu was aware that he had discussed sealing techniques with the Hokage, though the specifics remained unknown. Excellent. We must ensure absolute security. Kakuzu's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was predominantly steadfast. Meanwhile, on Maiboku Mountain, Jiraiya once again tread upon this familiar land. Little Jiraiya, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The voice of Sage Fukasaku echoed from afar, seemingly having anticipated his coming. Sage Fukasaku, did you know I would come? Jiraiya inquired, somewhat surprised. Was it the prophecy of the great sage Toad? Indeed, the great sage Toad foresaw your arrival. He instructed me to inform you that the answers you seek have always been before your very eyes. Sage Fukasaku's words plunged Jiraiya into contemplation. Before my very eyes? He murmured, myriad images flashing through his mind. Could it be that the man destined to bring ruin to the shinobi world was someone he knew? The great sage Toad's prophecies are notoriously vague, as you are well aware. Sage Fukasaku leaped before him, his tone tranquil. Jiraiya's thoughts grew ever more tumultuous. The Rinnegan, celestial in origin, had once been before him. All these clues seemed to point toward someone familiar. Today, the child's mother prepared a banquet of wriggling insects. Would you care to partake? Sage Fukasaku abruptly interrupted Jiraiya's reverie. Not at all, no. Jiraiya hastily waved his hand, recalling the writhing insects, causing a shudder to run down his spine. I shall not intrude upon you. Suit yourself. The great sage Toad is unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Would you like to stay here for a while? Sage Fukasaku inquired. Not at the moment. It seems Konoha may soon face an external invasion, and I might require the assistance of both sages. Jiraiya shook his head, a tinge of concern in his voice. Understood. Simply call upon us when the time comes. Sage Fukasaku nodded, aware that Jiraiya was preparing to utilize Sage Mode. Upon learning that the great Sage Toad would remain dormant, Jiraiya bid farewell to Sage Fukasaku and departed Maiboku Mountain. In the underground laboratory of Konoha, the atmosphere was cold and dim, yet it had recently grown somewhat lively. Orochimaru had summoned several research-oriented talents through Uchiha Huan, though their abilities paled in comparison to his. They could still lend a hand on occasion. Naturally, they had never been permitted into the innermost depths of the laboratory. Mizuki Izuki was among them. Despite her mediocre research capabilities, Orochimaru had reinstated her under his wing. Orochimaru had also dispatched individuals to retrieve experiments from his other laboratories, including the subject Jew. However, the study of cursed seals had been temporarily shelved. Orochimaru-senpai, Uchiha Huan entered the laboratory, greeting the research ninjas with a smile before turning to Orochimaru. What is the current status? The invasiveness of the vortex cells is significantly less than that of the Hashirama cells. I have also created a new clone. Combining the cells of the Vortex clan with those of Hashirama, this clone's physical capabilities nearly reach the human limit. Orochimaru's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement as he led Uchiha Huan into the laboratory to showcase the clone suspended in a cultivation chamber. The clone was tall and robust, its pale skin seemingly harboring explosive strength. Orochimaru continued, "This clone has grown within the cultivation chamber, its physique even surpassing that of the most elite taijutsu ninjas. I am confident that once you, Huan Kun, transplant the vortex cells, your physical capabilities will reach the pinnacle of humanity. You are already an exceptional ninja. Augmented by these two bloodlines, you may well surpass the first Hokage and ascend to become the new deity of the shinobi world." Orochimaru's voice was filled with anticipation. Uchiha Huan smiled with satisfaction. "Truly, you are the foremost scientist in the shinobi world, Orochimaru-senpai. Your research will irrevocably alter the landscape of our realm." Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. The title of the leading figure in the shinobi world was enough to inspire pride in any context, especially as he recognized Uchiha Huan's genuine admiration for his research achievements. "You flatter me, Huan Kun. Shall we proceed with the transplantation of the vortex cells today?" Orochimaru inquired. "Of course. Otherwise, I would not have come to disturb you, Orochimaru-senpai." Uchiha Huan replied with a smile. In truth, he had intended to utilize the Geto Rinne Tensei to absorb the clone. However, it seemed that Nagato did not wish to grant him that opportunity, as he would soon arrive at Konoha. Uchiha Huan had no choice but to proceed with the transplantation of the vortex cells, seeking to attain the near-complete powers of a sage body. Moments later, Uchiha Huan lay upon the cold experimental table as Orochimaru injected a meticulously prepared solution into his body. This experience was considerably more comfortable than the transplantation of the Hashirama cells. Uchiha Huan merely felt a warm current flowing gently within him. At this moment, Kurizetsu stood silently atop a towering treetop, his gaze profound and chilling. His heart brimmed with unease. The Akatsuki organization had mobilized en masse. Even Nagato himself had taken to the field, and they would reach Konoha within days. Although Uchiha Huan had successfully merged the bloodlines of Indra and Ashura, Nagato's genuine Rinnegan still instilled a sense of trepidation in Kurizetsu. If a desperate battle were to ensue between Nagato and Huan, what would the outcome be? Kurizetsu began to weigh the risks of exposing himself to personally strike at Nagato. No, it would be challenging. Konan would undoubtedly remain steadfastly by Nagato's side, preventing him from even coming into contact with his true self. Yet, should the betrayal succeed, Uchiha Huan would be able to immediately don the Rinnegan. At that juncture, the scheme of infinite Tsukuyomi would become nearly inevitable. With the Rinnegan in his possession, Huan could potentially dominate the ninja world single-handedly. Nevertheless, formidable obstacles remain. Nagato and Obito are variables that could disrupt the plan. Although Nagato's body is on the brink of collapse, Konan has recently been in frequent contact with Obito, seemingly in search of a method to extend Nagato's life, or perhaps even restore his strength. Kagaya's thoughts churned in the depths of darkness, akin to an intangible shadow. He faced a choice, whether to continue lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment, or to take the initiative and clear the path for Uchiha Huan. Nagato's body may be running on fumes, yet his spirit remains formidable. Konan's actions also compel me to remain vigilant, Kagaya murmured softly, his voice as faint as the whispering night breeze. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through layers of foliage, reaching towards the direction of Konohagakure, Obito, Nagato, and Huan. A glint of cold light flickered in Kagaya's eyes. He understood that he must revise his plans to ensure the ultimate realization of infinite Tsukuyomi. Neither Nagato's Rinnegan nor Obito's ambitions could be allowed to obstruct the path. I must consult Huan first. His figure gradually faded among the treetops, as though merging with the night, leaving behind a profound silence. Chapter 84. The coming storm. Do you need a moment to rest? Conan inquired softly, her gaze drifting towards Pain's Deva path. The other Pains were stationed around Nagato's frail body, which had grown exceedingly weak. The long journey had undoubtedly taken a considerable toll on him. How much further do we have to go? Devapath asked, furrowing his brow and pondering for a moment before speaking. The message from Zetsu indicates that at our current pace, we will reach Konoha by tomorrow, Conan replied, her tone tinged with concern. Today, we must conserve our energy and prepare for the battle that awaits us. Then let us take a moment to rest. Nagato's voice was low and composed. Despite the imminent pursuit of vengeance, he remained rational, not allowing his emotions to cloud his judgment. The leader's directive quickly spread throughout the Akatsuki organization, and there was no dissent. Everyone began to regroup. Each member understood that tomorrow would usher in a fierce confrontation, and maintaining peak condition was paramount. Haiden sat upon a stone, gazing distantly in the direction of Konoha, silent and lost in thought. Konoha. Shisui seemed to recall something, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. He was sometimes astonished by their talents. Scorpion, do not underestimate them. The 7 ninja swordsmen met their demise due to arrogance. Scorpion remained quietly seated nearby. Oh, I heard the 7 ninja swordsmen were defeated by Konoha, he murmured. But perhaps tomorrow's battle will provide me with intriguing materials. He refrained from voicing his hope that the legendary Konoha White Fang had living relatives. Shisui did not contest, recalling the time they were bested by a mere Konoha genin, an incident that was undeniably humiliating. Finally, it is about to begin. Lord Jashin will surely relish this grand spectacle. Kakuzu, do not hinder my progress. Haiden exclaimed, fervently waving his blood-stained scythe, his face alight with enthusiasm. Kakuzu scoffed, casting an impatient glance at Haiden. Silence, fool. Tomorrow's battle is no jest. If you behave as recklessly as last time, I will not come to your aid. Understood, understood. Just do not forget to help me acquire the Oil Woman clan's secret techniques, Haiden continued, still preoccupied with his desire to tame mosquitoes. Obito stood alone at a distance, his gaze beneath the mask cold and profound. His fingers lightly tapped the edge of his mask, pondering Nagato. I hope you do not disappoint me. The climax of this play is finally at hand. He was skeptical of Uchiha Obito's ability to overshadow the Rinnegan, for that power was, after all, the sage's eye. At that moment, Uchiha Obito lay upon the experimental table, his body undergoing a transformation unbeknownst to others, enveloped in a warm current that seemed to stimulate his senses. If he were to open his eyes, Orochimaru would witness the kaleidoscopic patterns in his orbs twisting and contorting. The convergence of Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki bloodlines was generating a formidable force, urging Uchiha Obito's eyes towards an unprecedented evolution. This transformation was gradual, yet undeniably occurring. If the chakra was sufficient, if the cosmic power was ample, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan would ascend to the next echelon. However, at present, these elements were woefully inadequate. He was not truly the reincarnation of Kagaya's chakra. He was acutely aware of this fact. Uchiha Obito required a greater amalgamation of bloodlines to ascend to the status of Otsutsuki. After a considerable duration, Uchiha Obito opened his eyes. His vision was sharper than ever, and not only his sight, he could distinctly sense the changes within his body. His heart beat steadily, pumping fervent blood throughout, while his senses, physical prowess, and chakra reserves had all markedly advanced. Clenching his fist, he mused, "This power, Nagato, perhaps this time you truly will remain." He suspected he had preliminarily surpassed the standards set by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in their prime. He now eagerly anticipated the impending battle. For what better way to gauge one's strength than through combat? Chapter 85, War Begins. At noon, a peaceful Konoha village, under the leadership of Uchiha Huan, was suddenly pierced by a shrill alarm. Despite having undergone numerous drills, the villagers' faces paled at the sound of this war alarm. It signified an impending conflict. The villagers rushed towards the nearest underground shelters, heeding the clarion call for safety. Watch your step. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The streets echoed with pre-recorded announcements. The villagers' shouts quickly escalated into a cacophony, but the prepared ninjas maintained order, guiding the populace towards the shelters. Within each ninja clan, arrangements were made with precision. In the former Uchiha district, now the Kagaya clan territory, all children had been sent away, while women and the elderly hurried to the shelters. Uchiha Izumi tightly grasped Uchiha Itachi's hand, urging, "Itachi, be careful." She understood that as Konoha's elite warrior, Itachi would undoubtedly be on the front lines when war loomed. "I know," Itachi nodded, escorting Izumi to safety. Izumi glanced back repeatedly before finally entering the depths of the shelter with Uchiha Akemi. The absence of Uchiha Huan left Akemi feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet she comprehended that as Hokage, Huan had pressing duties, and she refrained from being unreasonable. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan territory, Hinata had already been brought to the clan leader's shelter by Hyuga Hayashi. The hierarchy within the Hyuga clan was strict, even extending to their shelters, which were divided into inner and outer layers, with the inner sanctum reserved for the head family leader. The outer layer housed carefully selected branch family guards, including Niji Hyuga. After ensuring Hinata and her maid were settled into the refuge, Hayashi hastily departed. Konoha needed to witness their loyalty, and any sign of retreat at this critical juncture would spell doom for the Hyuga clan. Elders of the main family rushed towards the shelter, some using canes to hasten their steps, while others required assistance from branch family guards to reach a place they usually dismissed during drills. Cough, cough. What is that musty smell? Elder Hyuga Shigeru frowned, and the expressions of nearby elders mirrored his discomfort. They had lived in luxury for so long, and this sudden predicament was quite unsettling. "Shigeru-san," Hyuga Chikage approached respectfully. "I took the liberty of preparing some scented oils and snacks for the elders, having recognized this issue." "Oh, this young man has done well." Another elder nodded approvingly. "You must be Chikage? It is rare to see a young person admit their mistakes and seek to amend them." "Indeed, Chikage. Acknowledging one's errors and striving for improvement is commendable," Elder Shigeru remarked. Chikage lit the aromatic oils and presented tea and snacks, visibly surprised by the praise. "It is all thanks to Elder Shigeru's guidance that I have come to understand the true essence of our clan." "Haha, splendid, Chikage. I shall promote you for your exemplary behavior." Elder Shigeru's face broke into a smile, akin to a sun-worn orange peel. "Thank you, Elder Shigeru. I shall take my leave now." Chikage bowed respectfully, as the branch family was tasked with guarding the outer layer of the shelter. "Proceed." Elder Shigeru waved him off, and Chikage exited. As the shelter door closed, the elders resumed their conversation. "Shigeru truly possesses remarkable skill in managing that unruly youth," one elder commented. "Indeed. How many can endure the curse of the caged bird? This lad is wise to avoid further torment." "Quite so." Outside, several branch family members regarded Chikage with disdain, unaware that he had been saved by the Hokage and was now returning with fortitude. Unlike others who remained imprisoned for attacking main family elders, Chikage sensed their glares but merely focused on lighting the incense. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization was intercepted at the outskirts of Konoha as Uchiha Huan sought to protect his village. The Akatsuki members were fully mobilized, with Pain leading from atop a colossal summoned creature, excitement coursing through him as he envisioned his name echoing throughout the ninja world. Although Conan was absent, all 6 paths of Pain were assembled. The animal path soared through the skies on a massive, modified summoned bird, courtesy of Pain. The Akatsuki's advance was swift, drawing nearer to Konoha's towering walls, but their focus shifted to a lone figure standing defiantly before them. That figure, with raven hair and crimson eyes, draped in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, exuded an undeniable presence that even from above could not be overlooked, akin to a blazing flame against the night. "Is that Uchiha Huan?" Pain's Deva Path remarked with a hint of irritation. "This person dares to stand above us, forcing me to look up?" "Indeed, it is he," Kurizetsu confirmed. "I did not expect Huan to confront the Akatsuki single-handedly. Such arrogance. Foolish. A mere Uchiha dares to obstruct our path." The leader exclaimed. "Allow me to deal with him." Bailuhu rose, eager to use Uchiha Huan as a stepping stone for his own ambitions. "No, he impedes the march of a god, presuming to occupy divine space." "Uchiha Huan is courting death," the Deva Path declared, as the animal path maneuvered the giant bird towards Huan. With a colossal black rod embedded within the beast, it charged towards Huan with the force of a tempest. Pain's Deva Path seemed to foresee Huan's demise under such an onslaught. Boom! The summoned creature plummeted. A cloud of smoke erupted, scattering putrid remnants across the ground. The modified giant bird smashed into the earth, obliterated, with the animal path's Pain reduced to mere fragments. The Akatsuki members were taken aback. Such a summoned beast had been dispatched with a single blow. Was this individual truly human? Has he grown stronger since our last encounter? Scorpion's voice, tinged with trepidation, echoed through the air, while Pipa Juzu shared his sentiments. Having been unable to discern Huan's actions amidst the chaos, Pain's Devapath wore a grave expression. This individual possesses such power with just a single punch? Uchiha Huan clenched his fist, the torn flesh already healing. He chuckled. Is this the extent of your strength? Let me see how formidable you, who deem yourself a god, truly are. In an instant, Huan dashed forward, appearing before the Akatsuki members like a flash of lightning. Shinra-tensei. Pain raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force. Huan activated his high heavens, yet he still sensed a faint breeze against his skin. Unlike before, when he had lost all awareness of the world, this subtle sensation was strikingly apparent. Is it true that the stronger the ocular power, the greater the impact on me? Huan pondered, his hands never faltering. Activating his lightning release armor, his nearly complete sage body surged with vitality, unleashing an awe-inspiring force. With a sweeping kick, a deafening explosion resonated. Pain barely reacted in time to defend, only to be sent sprawling backward, crashing into a massive tree, splitting it in two. Everyone, attack Konoha, shouted the Devapath, now disheveled and furious. Except for Baloo, the Akatsuki members swiftly mobilized, but in the distance, a cadre of ninjas rushed forth. Chapter 86. The varied scenes of battle at the forefront were Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and several other shinobi, accompanied by numerous skilled fighters, including Kakashi and Guy. Uchiha Huan, however, had arrived a step ahead, seeking to gauge Nagato's strength before the impending confrontation. If one intends to destroy Konoha, they must first overcome us. Though Jiraiya often displayed a carefree demeanor, he was particularly serious at this moment. Bailuhu observed the familiar figure and glanced back at Uchiha Huan. Ultimately deciding to confront Huan first, he leapt from the massive summoned creature, sending it crashing into the formation of Konoha's ninja, while he himself rushed toward Uchiha Huan. Roar! Offer blood and death to the Lord of Evil. Haiden swung his massive scythe, charging at the Konoha shinobi. Fool! Don't die! Kakuzu's arms were wrapped in dark threads. Those were the transformed veins of the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique. Kiba, Sasori, Obito, and Zetsu all launched their attacks. Uchiha Huan tilted his head, evading a swift strike from behind. Swift release, steel release, impressive, Bailu, but unfortunately, your execution is lacking. Huan retaliated with a lightning-fast elbow strike. Bailuhu, confident in his steel release, did not flinch, yet the immense force sent him flying. He tasted iron rust in his mouth, the searing pain in his chest making him doubt whether his ribs had shattered. How is this possible? Bailuhu, who considered himself the epitome of a perfect ninja, could hardly believe it. Ten stepped forward, a black rod speeding towards him. Bailuhu seized the moment, forming seals to unleash a barrage of ice Simban. The cacophony of battle spread beyond Konoha village, the air filled with the pulsations of chakra and the aftermath of ninjutsu clashes. The clash between Uchiha Huan and Pain S. Tend, along with Bailu, resembled a tempest, each encounter causing tremors in the ground and thunderous booms in the sky. Konoha's other shinobi fought valiantly on their respective battlefields, engaging in life-and-death struggles with members of the Akatsuki. Bailuhu's summoned creature was intercepted by a massive toad, and the duel intensified with blades, claws, and fangs clashing, their enormous forms posing a significant threat. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan locked onto the puppet of Sasori, his figure flitting across the battlefield like a specter. After implanting Hashirama's cells, Itachi's prowess had ascended to new heights. Sasori had unleashed the third Kazekage puppet. A formidable challenge for most, as countless iron sands surged from the ground, attempting to ensnare Itachi's ankles. Yet, Itachi's speed and reflexes surpassed the ordinary, allowing him to deftly evade the attacks. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi swiftly formed seals, unleashing several fire dragons that hurtled towards Sasori's puppet. Sasori smirked, maneuvering the puppet with ease to evade the flames before countering with magnet release. Iron sand wall. A dark iron sand barrier rose before Sasori, the firestorm crashing against it, merely heating the iron to a glowing red. Not far away, Kiba's massive cleaver swung with the ferocity of the wind, each slash imbued with lethal intent. Jiraiya, leveraging his extensive combat experience, nimbly dodged the attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. Ninjutsu, toad oil. Jiraiya formed seals, spewing forth a torrent of yellow oil toward Kiba. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Kiba quickly formed seals, conjuring a water dragon that collided with the toad oil, sending sprays of water and oil flying, momentarily halting Jiraiya's offensive. Undeterred, Jiraiya formed seals with haste. Fire release. Fireball. Scorching flames erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, aiming directly at Kiba. The water wall, though it blocked the fireball, left the oil on the surface ignited. Steam billowed, scalding Kiba's skin. Damn, old man. Kiba roared. Water release. Waterfall technique. A torrent surged from the ground, forming a colossal waterfall that extinguished the flames and rushed toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly formed seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A sturdy earth wall rose to intercept the waterfall's onslaught. However, Kiba's assault continued unabated, swiftly closing in on Jiraiya with his cleaver aimed at Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya smiled coldly. Swiftly forming seals. Summoning technique. Toad Sage. A massive toad descended from above, shielding Jiraiya. The toad swung a metal rod downwards, kicking up a cloud of dust with a deafening crash. Kakuzu's figure darted across the battlefield like a wraith, his hands forming seals as he intoned. Wind release. Pressure damage. A colossal wind blade surged toward Kakashi, tearing through the earth and severing trees in its wake. Kakashi quickly discerned the trajectory of the wind blade, evading while forming seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A heavy wall of earth rose, shielding him from the wind blade's impact. Yet Kakuzu's assault was relentless. He closed in on Kakashi, delivering a fist aimed at Kakashi's chest. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's right hand crackled with dazzling lightning, illuminating the battlefield. He surged forth like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he did not retreat. His earth grudge fear rapidly mending his body. The collision of his fist and Kakashi's lightning cutter resonated with a thunderous roar. Boom! Both combatants staggered back. Kakuzu's fist was torn asunder by the lightning cutter, blood gushing forth. Yet his earth grudge fear swiftly sealed his wounds. Kakuzu let out a cold chuckle. Rapidly forming seals. Fire release. Head hardening. Scorching flames erupted from his mouth, racing toward Kakashi. Kakashi quickly formed seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon ascended from the ground, intercepting the flames. However, Kakuzu pressed on, closing the distance once more, his fist poised to strike. Earth release. Earth spear. Kakuzu's arm was enveloped in hardened earth chakra, his fist crashing down like a boulder upon Kakashi, who was caught off guard by the blow. Sizzle! Kakashi transformed into a stream of electricity, a lightning release shadow clone. Got him! Kakashi's kunai struck Kakuzu's body. However, Kakuzu swiftly turned, his fist barreling toward Kakashi's face. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping through his hair. Yet he rose quickly, locking his gaze onto Kakuzu. From the ground, a masked monster emerged, fixating its eyes on Kakashi. Meanwhile, other Konoha shinobi engaged fiercely with the Akatsuki, Inuzuka Hana clashing violently with Haiden, her ninja dog already marked with numerous wounds. Guy found himself at a disadvantage against Obito, his taijutsu severely countered by the latter's intangibility. Hold on, everyone. The Hokage will surely lead us to victory. A shinobi shouted, inspiring words resonating across the battlefield, invigorating the spirits of Konoha's fighters. In the distance, the battle between Uchiha Huan, Pain's tent, and Bailuhu had reached a fever pitch. Chapter 87. Confrontation with Baruhu. The prowess of the six paths of pain did not reach a fearsome level, allowing Uchiha Huan to maneuver effortlessly. However, Bairuhu's strength took him by surprise. His wooden clone bore witness to the ritual of bloodline limit fusion, confirming that Baruhu was indeed a rare talent. Despite a lackluster performance in their previous encounter, Bairuhu's combat capabilities had markedly improved within just a few days. The synergy of steel release, swift release, and Sharingan had propelled Bairuhu beyond the majority of ninjas in terms of taijutsu. With a resounding impact, Uchiha Huan's leg collided with Bairuhu's assault, nearly sending him flying. Bairuhu's three-tomo Sharingan whirled rapidly. Even with this enhancement, he found himself struggling to counter Uchiha Huan's relentless onslaught. Infuriatingly, he had recently learned numerous taijutsu techniques from the likes of Haiden and Kiba, yet he felt overwhelmed. A surge of electricity sliced through the air as Uchiha Huan launched a thunderous punch towards Bairuhu, but the Deva path intervened, exerting a formidable gravitational force. Universal pull. Uchiha Huan momentarily halted, his punch missing its mark. Seizing the opportunity, Bairuhu leapt away, forming hand seals. Ice release. Ice crystal spear. A pristine ice spear shot forth, aimed directly at Uchiha Huan's brow. Huan deftly evaded, gripping the ice spear and using its momentum to deflect an incoming black rod, shattering the ice in the process. With a flick of his wrist, Uchiha Huan hurled the remaining shard of ice to intercept an incoming projectile from the Azura path. The coordination was commendable. Uchiha Huan sidestepped a blade from behind, which clashed against his lightning release armor, halting its descent. Electricity surged along the blade, momentarily immobilizing the Azura path. Uchiha Huan pivoted, supporting himself with one hand, and unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sweeping the Azura path aside. A powerful kick struck the Azura path's chest, producing a sharp crack as mechanical parts exploded outward, while the Azura path's mechanical arm grasped Huan's leg. An opportunity. Bairuhu rejoiced inwardly. Gale release. Laser. A barrage of dazzling beams surged towards Uchiha Huan. Heavenly push. The Deva path retaliated, launching black rods that hurtled toward Uchiha Huan. Unfazed, Huan exerted his core strength, and in an instant, the Azura path was flipped over and pinned down by Huan's might. In the face of the incoming assault, Uchiha Huan stomped the ground with ferocity, causing the Azura path's body to explode, scattering gears and debris, as fissures cracked the earth beneath. Huan leapt into the air, evading the chaos below. This power. Bairuhu's expression darkened. He realized his own strength paled in comparison to Uchiha Huan's. In terms of taijutsu, Huan had surpassed both him and their leader. What about ninjutsu? In midair, Uchiha Huan, oblivious to Bairuhu's thoughts, formed hand seals with afterimages trailing his movements. Gale release. Light Fong. This technique bore resemblance to water release's cutting wave, possessing immense slicing capability. He expelled a stream of lightning-infused water, deftly maneuvering to push Bairuhu and the Deva path apart. Huan landed gracefully, casting a disappointed glance at both adversaries. The Deva path's strength was far below his expectations, while Bairuhu seemed mediocre at best. If this was all they had to offer, perhaps he ought to have devised a more strategic approach. In the distance, Nagato's fury ignited. He loathed the disdainful gaze directed at him. But Bairuhu erupted first, having regarded himself as a perfect ninja, severing ties with his former self. That gaze reminded him of many unpleasant memories. Uchiha Huan had struck at his fragile and extreme pride. Damn it, you shall pay for your arrogance. Gale release, rending lock. A multitude of radiant beams shot towards Uchiha Huan, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Huan raised his hand, scoffing, Gale release. Black Panther. A shadowy panther emerged, shredding the beams to pieces. Your Gale release is still lacking. Uchiha Huan pivoted, intercepting another assault from the Deva path. Ice release, Unicorn Ice Dragon. Ice release. Ice Wolf Surround. Ice release, Blizzard. Utilizing wooden clones as a foundation, Bairuhu's Ghost Bud technique had vastly improved compared to its original form, as his vast chakra reserves allowed him to transform into a formidable ninjutsu artillery. A large-scale ice release surged forth from Bairuhu, plummeting temperatures and filling the air with a flurry of snowflakes and ice crystals. Now this is more like it. Uchiha Huan raised his hand, fire release, great fire extinguishing. A colossal wall of fire erupted amidst the icy onslaught, generating steam and obscuring the battlefield in mist. He observed as the Azura path's body was dragged away by the hell path. The ice dragon and ice wolves could not breach the fiery barrier, dissipating into water that seeped into the ground. The battle between Uchiha Huan and Bairuhu intensified, with the battlefield transformed into a chaotic maelstrom of their ninjutsu. The clash of fire and ice, the confrontation of lightning and wind, filled the air with a tempestuous aura of chakra. Breathing heavily, Bairuhu's three-tomo Sharingan whirled in a frenzy, attempting to track Uchiha Huan's movements. Yet, Huan's speed was astonishing. Even the Sharingan struggled to keep pace. Steel release, steelification. Bairuhu reinforced his body once more, a metallic sheen enveloping him as he charged at Uchiha Huan, his fist cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. Uchiha Huan smirked, his form flickering as he effortlessly evaded Bairuhu's strike, retaliating with a lightning cutter aimed directly at Bairuhu's chest. Bang! The lightning cutter struck Bairuhu's steel-coated body, emitting a sound of clashing metal. Bairuhu was forced back several paces, pain surging through his chest, yet he gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals. Swift release. Godspeed. His speed surged, transforming him into a mere afterimage, as he circled behind Uchiha Huan, conjuring an ice blade to thrust at Huan's back. Not fast enough. Without turning around, Uchiha Huan shifted slightly, the ice blade grazing the hem of his garment. He seized Bairuhu's wrist, swinging him forcefully to the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed upon impact. Bairuhu coughed blood yet did not relent. He swiftly flipped over, pressing his hands to the ground. Ice release. Ice seal for miles. Instantly, the ground around Bairuhu froze, a chilling aura spreading as it sought to encase Uchiha Huan in ice. Uchiha Huan leapt gracefully into the air, hands forming seals. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. A gigantic fire dragon erupted from his mouth, charging towards the icy layer below. The collision with the ice produced a tremendous steam explosion, enveloping the battlefield in white mist. Bairuhu seized the moment, dashing forth from the fog, conjuring an ice crystal spear aimed at Uchiha Huan's throat. A mere trifle. Uchiha Huan raised his hand, grasping the ice crystal spear and crushing it with a forceful grip. He then retaliated with a kick that struck Bairuhu squarely in the abdomen. Puff! Bairuhu spat blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Bairuhu, is this all your strength amounts to? Uchiha Huan descended slowly, his gaze cold and indifferent as he surveyed the fallen Bairuhu. If this is the extent of your abilities, then this battle shall conclude here. Struggling to rise, Bairuhu wiped the blood from his lips, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Huan, do not become too complacent. He swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging violently within him. Gale release. Light Fong. Bairuhu unleashed a brilliant laser directed at Uchiha Huan. Uchiha Huan effortlessly sidestepped, electricity crackling in his hands as thunder roared, sending Chidori straight into Bairuhu's shoulder. Puff! Chidori pierced through Bairuhu's shoulder, blood spraying forth. Yet, Bairuhu seemed impervious to the pain, attacking with even greater fervor. Ice release. Ice dragon technique. Bairuhu once again summoned the ice dragon, its massive form lunging towards Uchiha Huan. Uchiha Huan scoffed, his Manjiki Sharingan swirling. Susanoo. In an instant, a colossal pale giant erupted from the ground, shattering the ice dragon with a single punch and advancing towards Bailuhu. Bailuhu's expression changed, and he hastily retreated. But Uchiha Huan's speed was blindingly swift, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. A punch descended, and though Bailuhu barely evaded it, the ground was left with a massive crater. It's over, Bailuhu. Uchiha Huan stood within the protective embrace of Susanoo, coldly regarding Bailuhu. Your strength is still woefully inadequate. Bailuhu clenched his teeth, his eyes brimming with defiance. No. I have not lost yet. I am the perfect ninja. I will not be defeated by you. He swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging wildly, attempting to mount a final counterattack. Damn it, Bailuhu declared, forming seals. Uchiha Huan. Behold the power of the god of shinobi. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon spiraled upward, capturing the attention of the entire battlefield. What is that? Wood release. Is it truly wood release? Who is wielding it? How is this possible? That is the technique of the first Hokage. The Konoha ninjas were astonished, their morale momentarily shaken. It was no wonder, for wood release was the signature of the first Hokage, and for many years, no wood release ninja had appeared. Hearing their exclamations, Bailuhu smugly gazed at Uchiha Huan. To perish beneath the wood release of this perfect ninja, you should close your eyes. The wooden dragon surged forward. Yet Uchiha Huan's expression remained unfazed. Is that all? Uchiha Huan did not summon Susanoo again. Instead, he formed the same seals as Bailuhu. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon, even larger than Bailuhu's, soared into the sky, drawing the complete attention of the battlefield. Chapter 88. The birth of the forest realm. Black Absolute was taken aback. How could Huan have revealed his wood release? This is hardly a wise choice. How is this possible? A leaf Jonin widened his eyes, nearly dropping the kunai in his hand. His voice trembled, as though he had witnessed something unbelievable. The fifth Hokage, he can also use wood release? Riku murmured to himself, the shock on his face unmistakable. The image of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, flashed through his mind, the legendary god of shinobi. It had been many years since wood release had graced the world. Yet now its power re-emerged within a new Hokage. Could it be? Uchiha Huan has also mastered the power of the first Hokage. A young ninja's voice quivered, his eyes brimming with disbelief. His companions bore equally grave expressions, their hearts stirred by a tempest of emotions. No, this is impossible. Wood release is the bloodline limit of the Senju clan. How could the Uchiha clan possibly wield it? Damn it, he has begun his research into wood release again. Such a hypocritical wretch. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shaken, beginning to doubt whether Uchiha Huan had used the villagers as experimental subjects. Uchiha Huan. Just how much power does he still conceal? Obito's expression beneath his mask grew exceedingly serious. This individual's strength was exceedingly formidable, and he had even implanted Hashirama's cells. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki's hideout, Nagato's face darkened ominously. Through the eyes of pain, he fixated on Uchiha Huan, filled with confusion and anger. This guy can even use wood release. Just how much strength does he truly hide? Konan, standing beside Nagato, spoke softly. Nagato, the situation is dire. Uchiha Huan's power far exceeds our expectations. If this continues, I fear. Nagato clenched his teeth and replied coldly. Regardless, we must subdue him today. Otherwise, the Akatsuki's plans will be entirely disrupted. On another front, Haiden and Kakuzu ceased their actions, their gazes drawn to the two colossal wooden dragons. Hey, Kakuzu. That guy can also use wood release. Haiden, wielding his blood-stained scythe, spoke with a hint of excitement. This was sure to be a spectacle. Kakuzu scoffed. A flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Wood release. The last user I faced was Hashirama Senju. I never expected anyone besides him and Obito to master such a technique. In the heart of the battlefield, the two wooden dragons clashed violently in the air, splintering wood flying in all directions, the tremendous shockwave forcing the surrounding ninjas to retreat. Obito's expression turned grim. He had thought that with wood release, he could suppress Uchiha Huan, only to find that his opponent not only wielded the same technique, but was even more powerful. This is impossible. How could you also use wood release? Obito bellowed, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Uchiha Huan smirked lightly, his tone laced with mockery. Did you really think you were the only one capable of wood release? Obito, your vision is far too narrow. Before he could finish, Uchiha Huan's wooden dragon surged forward, tearing Obito's dragon to shreds. The massive wooden dragon opened its maw and lunged straight at Obito. His pupils dilated as he hastily retreated, rapidly forming hand seals, steel release, steel transformation. His body was instantly enveloped in a metallic substance, successfully blocking the dragon's assault. However, even so, he was still forced back by the enormous impact, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how could this guy's power be so overwhelming? Obito seethed inwardly, yet he refused to concede, forming hand seals once more to unleash a stronger technique. Simultaneously, Pain initiated another attack, Universal Pull. A powerful gravitational force yanked Uchiha Huan toward Pain, while the Azura and Hell Paths launched their assaults, attempting to suppress him entirely. Uchiha Huan snorted, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. With you lot, it is still far from sufficient. He swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging wildly. Would release, birth of the forest realm. Instantly, countless massive trees erupted from the ground, transforming the entire battlefield into a primordial forest. The trees grew uncontrollably, ensnaring Pain, Azura, and Hell Paths within their grasp. The battlefield where others fought was also not spared. As a vast forest sprouted from beneath everyone's feet, all were engulfed in a sea of trees. What is this technique? A leaf ninja exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Birth of the forest realm. This is the ultimate wood release technique of the first Hokage. Kakuzu's voice trembled slightly. He had once had the fortune of witnessing this technique. He can even use such a skill. Through the eyes of Pain, Nagato felt the oppressive force of the surrounding trees, an overwhelming unease flooding his heart. Could it be? Has he truly surpassed the first Hokage? Uchiha Huan stood at the center of the forest, gazing coldly at the trapped Pain and Obito, stating calmly, "The game is over. You who consider yourself a deity are still unworthy." Chapter 89. The Celestial Collapse, Cursed Be It. Nagato coughed up a mouthful of blood, his rinnegan nearly bulging from its sockets. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path unleashed its full power, a tremendous repulsive force erupting from his very being, shattering the trees that ensnared him into splinters. Pain was sent flying several meters away, yet he swiftly regained his composure midair, landing with poise. Uchiha Huan stood resolute at the center of the battlefield, his gaze cold and piercing as it fixed upon the 6 paths of pain ahead. The animal path unleashed a summoning technique in the sky. The roar of the hellhound was deafening, its massive form hurtling towards him with the ferocity of a tempest, as if intent on crushing him entirely. However, Uchiha Huan merely raised his head slightly, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As his voice resonated, an enormous wooden dragon erupted from the earth, its claws bared as it charged at the hellhound. The 2 colossal beasts clashed fiercely in midair, with chips and flesh scattering. The thunderous roar of their collision sending tremors across the battlefield. Shuriken rocket missiles. The voice of the Azura path was icy and merciless, its arm rapidly transforming as countless missiles with blazing tails rained down upon Uchiha Huan like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the head of the Azura path split open, a brilliant laser surging forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Uchiha Huan darted through the barrage of missiles and lasers, his speed so swift that he was nearly indistinguishable. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, chakra erupting from within him like a volcano. Wood release, wooden wall. A thick wooden barrier rose instantaneously, standing firm before him. The missiles and lasers struck the wooden wall, resulting in a cacophony of deafening explosions, fire and smoke billowing into the air. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the wooden wall remained unyielding, and Uchiha Huan emerged unscathed. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Uchiha Huan expelled a torrent of fire dragons, transforming the tree-laden battlefield into a sea of flames, thick smoke curling skyward. Ice release, blizzard. Pain, engulfed in the inferno, unleashed his ice techniques, extinguishing the surrounding flames and lowering the temperature. He had no desire to perish within that blaze. Swift release, Godspeed. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a deity. Nagato's voice resonated through the Deva path, laced with a hint of resolve. Super Shinra Tensei. With hands clasped together, the chakra within the Deva path surged wildly. In an instant, a repulsive force several times more potent than before erupted from him. The ground of the battlefield began to crumble, trees uprooted, a colossal shockwave radiating outward in all directions. Uchiha Huan's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the terrifying magnitude of this power. However, he did not falter. He swiftly formed seals, chakra surging forth from him like a volcano. Wood release, wooden golem technique. As his chakra poured forth, a gigantic wooden figure rose from the ground, standing tall like a mountain before him. The wooden golem met the force of the Super Shinra Tensei head-on. The 2 powers clashed violently in the air, producing a thunderous uproar. Boom! The entire battlefield seemed to be torn asunder, the ground splitting into countless unfathomable fissures, surrounding ninjas retreating in fear of being caught in the ensuing chaos. The wooden golem shed large splinters, and in mere moments, it was reduced to a rough humanoid shape. Nevertheless, it successfully absorbed the repulsive force, preventing it from affecting Konoha significantly. Uchiha Huan hovered in the air, the center of attention, yet remained unharmed. Within the tree hollow, Nagato's complexion grew increasingly pale, his body on the verge of exhaustion, blood seeping from clenched jaws. Uchiha Huan looked down upon the 6 paths of pain, his voice calm, yet resolute. Nagato, the time for childish games has come to an end. The masquerade of divinity is not a role you can assume. For you fundamentally misunderstand the essence of this world. Nagato's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Huan could discern his true identity. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, soon eclipsed by rage. Silence. You know nothing of the suffering in this world. Nagato roared, a glint of madness flashing in his rinnegan. If that is the case, then let me bring this to an end. Uchiha Huan, among all the opponents I have encountered, I shall deem you the strongest. The Deva path bellowed. Hands clasped together, a black sphere levitated ominously. The celestial collapse. Instantly, an immense gravitational force tore at Uchiha Huan, who found himself weightless, drifting into the air. Simultaneously, the surrounding earth and debris began to ascend, everything being drawn toward the ominous black sphere above. Pain's form soared into the air, astonished. What technique is this? He knew only that his leader's abilities seemed to manipulate gravity and repulsion. Yet he had not anticipated such a terrifying technique. Has Nagato truly been pushed to this extent? Obito was alarmed. He had yet to gather both of his Sharingan. uncertain of his ability to defeat Nagato, while Uchiha Juan had already forced him into this dire situation. Nagato, are you truly willing to go this far? In the dim hollow, Conan gazed at the gaunt, grim-faced Nagato, worry etched upon her features. He was now gambling with his life. Nagato offered no reply, solely focused on channeling his chakra. In the sky, a spherical meteor gradually took form. Chapter 90. The blade of Hyuga River. The earth trembled incessantly, and within the underground shelter, debris fell upon Hyuga River's head. He casually brushed his hair aside, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. It was said that the Hokage himself led the charge, and he wondered how the battle was faring. Thoughts of the compassionate and gentle fifth Hokage, now engaged in fierce combat at the front lines, contrasted starkly with the cowardice of the clan elders, who cowered in the shelter, plotting against him. Hyuga River's hand involuntarily caressed his ninja blade. Hokage, your heart lacks the requisite ruthlessness. Your blade is not swift enough. Allow me to rid you of these ungrateful wretches. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth, the flavor of an antidote pill, reminiscent of the humiliation he had silently endured in recent days. Nearby, several members of the Hyuga branch family distanced themselves from him, seemingly deeming him unworthy of their proximity. They remained silent and motionless, merely standing apart, perhaps fearful of the elders within. Do not worry, it will soon come to an end, he thought as he waited quietly. The guards of the branch family feeling their eyelids grow heavier until several collapsed. Hyuga River drew his ninja blade, its gleaming edge reflecting his face and the chilling intensity in his white eyes. Hokage, permit me to offer you my final loyalty, he whispered softly. He turned, pushing open the heavy stone door, from which a fragrant aroma wafted, illuminating the scene of the unconscious clan elders. He approached them slowly, his blade transforming into a glimmering arc of cold light. With a swift stroke, a clan elder's head fell to the ground. This was the old man who had conspired with Hyuga Shout. Another elder met the same fate, the one who had once insulted his parents. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices. The mingling scents of blood, incense, and tea filled the air, and Hyuga River inhaled deeply, savoring this intoxicating aroma. Surrounded by corpses, he stepped over the bloodied ground, finally standing before the last elder. With a swift motion, an arm flew off. Hyuga Shout awakened in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the metallic scent of blood igniting his senses, snapping him to full awareness. Ah, Hyuga River, what are you doing? He screamed, recognizing the figure wielding the blade and the scattered bodies of his longtime acquaintances. Naturally, I am sending you traitors, those who conspire against the Hokage, straight to hell. Hyuga River's gaze was frigid. The remaining hand of Hyuga Shout attempted to form a seal, but in the next moment, a chill coursed through him, followed by excruciating pain as his arm was severed, nearly causing him to faint again. Hyuga River regarded the pitiful elder, now writhing like a worm, an individual so aged that he could barely perform the hand seals, yet still draining the lifeblood of the clan and village. It was utterly repugnant. Hyuga River, you damn traitor. Hyuga Shout's words were cut short as the ninja blade sliced through his windpipe. As he gasped for breath, blood frothing, Hyuga Shout perished. All the clan elders of the Hyuga family were dispatched by the very dog they had underestimated. With his bloodied blade in hand, Hyuga River advanced towards the exit of the shelter. He was bound for the battlefield to assist the Hokage. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the colossal, spherical meteor in the sky, accompanied by a figure clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, alongside another individual rapidly approaching Uchiha Juan. Hyuga River's heart raced, thrumming faster than before. Was this a divine omen? In the outside world, the forest of the tree realm had been torn asunder by gravitational forces. Vast trees soaring into the sky, passing by Uchiha Juan's form. Flaming debris ascended, painting the somber sky a brilliant crimson. The steam generated from the clash between Uchiha Juan and Pain had formed thick clouds above, now disrupted by the impact of the planetary devastation. A beam of light burst forth from a gap in the clouds. Sunlight spilled down, illuminating half of the celestial calamity. The flames roared, casting light upon the other half. Uchiha Juan stood high in the air, his silhouette framed by the massive meteor, a striking blend of gold and crimson, as the very earth quaked, yet he remained steadfast, as if he were a god. The Akatsuki and the Leaf Village, having distanced themselves, paused their combat, gazing in awe at the apocalyptic scene. Is this truly a battle of humanity? They marveled in horror. Juan, Be wary of that technique. Black Zetsu felt a surge of anxiety. The planetary devastation technique had sealed away his mother. In the state of Takamagara, Uchiha Huan remained unaffected by the gravitational pull of the universal pull technique. Quietly observing the ascending pain while the other pains had long since collapsed, drained of Nagato's chakra. Uchiha Huan's shadow clone was still on the lookout for Nagato's location, pondering that the latter's true self must be on the brink of exhaustion. Chapter 91. Nagato's resolve. The silhouette of Uchiha Huan hovered silently in the air, his gaze piercing as it fixated on Nagato, who stood below as Pain. Through Pain's eyes, Nagato too scrutinized Uchiha Huan. The mere presence of this man stirred an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. Since acquiring the power of the Rinnegan, no one had ever evoked such a profound sense of threat in him. Even his sage eyes seemed feeble in the presence of Uchiha Huan. Yet, deep within, Nagato sensed a flicker of hope for victory. How long can your intangibility endure? Pain's voice was cold and detached, as if stating an undeniable truth. He harbored doubts about anyone's capacity to wield ocular techniques without limit, particularly someone like Uchiha Huan, who frequently employed intangibility. The power of ocular techniques was indeed formidable, yet it often came at a staggering cost. Nagato was the best testament to this, as each extensive use of the Rinnegan's power inflicted unimaginable burdens upon his body. Uchiha Huan remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, or perhaps waiting for something. Nagato inwardly sneered, believing he had discerned Uchiha Huan's weakness. Huan was merely putting on a facade, attempting to conceal the imminent exhaustion he faced. This thought bolstered Nagato's confidence. "You're kind." Pain's words were abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Huan. "Oh, is it here?" The corners of Uchiha Huan's mouth turned upward, revealing a cryptic smile. Nagato's heart suddenly tightened, as if he heard two voices of Uchiha Huan echoing in his ears. Instinctively sensing danger, he barely had time to react before a sharp sound of paper tearing pierced the air. With a sudden flash of blinding light, it pierced the hidden sanctuary where Nagato concealed himself. Both Konan and Nagato were taken aback, their gazes swiftly drawn to the source of the illumination. Another Uchiha Huan, cloaked in a faint glow, had torn through Konan's meticulously crafted disguise and stormed in. "This is bad." Pain's expression shifted drastically in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the Uchiha Huan suspended in the air transformed into an afterimage, racing toward Nagato's true form. "Nagato, I'll cover you. Run." Konan reacted swiftly, a flurry of white paper erupting from her, attempting to obstruct Uchiha Huan's advance. She quickly formed hand signs and shouted, "Paper jutsu, paper prison technique." Countless sheets of paper surged like a tide toward Uchiha Huan, enveloping him entirely, as if intending to imprison him within this paper cage. However, there was no trace of panic on Uchiha Huan's face. A wooden texture emerged on his body, melding seamlessly with the surrounding paper. Almost immediately, the paper that encased him began to fall away rapidly, as if consumed by an unseen force. "Oh, thank you for replenishing my chakra." Uchiha Huan's voice was laced with mockery, as if everything transpired at his behest. "This is a wood clone." Konan's face drained of color as she realized she had fallen into his trap. In the sky, the true form of Uchiha Huan was racing toward them at an alarming speed. "Run, Nagato." Konan's voice was tinged with urgency as she formed hand signs once more, exclaiming, "Paper jutsu, 1,000 paper shuriken." Countless sheets transformed into sharp shurikens, hurtling toward Uchiha Huan. Yet, these assaults appeared utterly impotent before him, failing to inflict any substantial harm. "Konan, you must leave." Blood trickled from the corner of Nagato's mouth as his body trembled with excruciating pain. With resolute determination, he declared, summoning technique, "Outer Path Golem." His voice resonated with a deep, gravelly tone, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. As his words fell, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. A colossal Outer Path Golem erupted from the ground, its roar imbued with ferocious power. "You've lost your mind. You'll perish like this." Konan's complexion turned ashen. She understood the implications of summoning the Outer Path Golem for Nagato's body. In his current state, it was tantamount to self-destruction. "Run. I failed to protect Yahiko back then. I cannot fail to protect you today." Blood seeped from Nagato's eyes, his voice imbued with a resolute finality. As he had already resolved himself to die. "Uchiha Huan, let us die together in this decaying world." Chapter 92. Escape. The Outer Path Golem. Once the trunk of the divine tree, now looms in the center of the battlefield like a colossal mountain, its 9 eyes tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. Yet a tempestuous power churns within, roaring with a thunderous might. Nagato stands beneath the golem, his face pale as parchment, evidently having exhausted too much chakra. With hands forming seals, he manipulates the outer path golem, his withered palms slicing through the air with a whistling wind, striking fiercely towards Uchiha Juan. Uchiha Juan flickers out of harm's way, effortlessly evading the tremendous blow. His movements are as fluid as flowing water, as if he were toying with a clumsy behemoth. His gaze fixates on Nagato, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he lunges forward like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the danger, Konan immediately launches her assault. Her body transforms into countless paper fragments, swirling like snowflakes, creating a dense storm of paper that rushes towards Uchiha Juan. The paper pieces are as sharp as blades, producing a piercing sound as they slice through the air, seemingly intent on tearing Uchiha Juan to shreds. Shinra Tensei. Nagato grits his teeth and roars, unleashing a powerful repulsion. However, Uchiha Juan can distinctly feel that this technique lacks the formidable force of Deva Path Shinra Tensei. Nagato has reached his limit, chakra nearly depleted, struggling even to execute Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Juan scoffs, employing the technique of the wind release, effortlessly deflecting Konan's paper storm. At the same time, his other hand morphs into a tiger claw, directly targeting Nagato's eyes. His intention is clear: seize the Rinnegan. Yet, just as he is about to succeed, a purple, ethereal dragon materializes from the mouth of the outer path golem. The dragon is vividly lifelike, emanating a chilling, sealing power. Uchiha Juan's heart races as he realizes this is the mythical Dragon 9 Seals, an extraordinarily powerful sealing technique. In the ninja world, sealing techniques hold paramount importance, even capable of subduing beings as formidable as Kagaya Otsutsuki. Despite Uchiha Juan's strength, he does not dare to confront such a high-level sealing technique head-on. I must not be struck. Alarm bells ring in Uchiha Juan's mind as he swiftly retreats. However, Nagato has already discerned his intent. Gritting his teeth as he roars, "Universal pull." A tremendous force of attraction erupts, attempting to draw Uchiha Juan into the dragon's attack range. A clever move. Uchiha Juan smirks, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he activates the High Heaven Origin, his form a streak of lightning as he rapidly flips in the air, narrowly evading the purple dragon's assault. The dragon roars, relentlessly pursuing him, yet Uchiha Juan's speed is unmatched, and it cannot keep pace. Nagato's vision blurs, his body swaying as he nears collapse. He has reached his limit, chakra nearly exhausted, on the verge of succumbing. Observing this, Konan quickly envelopes both combatants in layers of paper. Anxious, she has already dispatched a message to Uchiha Madara, hoping for swift reinforcements. Uchiha Juan frowns as he spots 2 figures approaching. Not far off, Obito and Biri H. Obito has never felt such anxiety for Nagato's safety. The Rinnegan must not fall into Uchiha Juan's hands. A fierce determination flashes in his eyes as he shouts, "Nagato!" In that moment, Nagato finally succumbs, darkness enveloping him as he loses consciousness. With Nagato's fall, the mythical Dragon 9 Seals dissipates. Uchiha Juan flickers again, racing towards Nagato, intent on seizing the Rinnegan. However, Obito and Biri H arrive, exerting all their strength to obstruct him. Would release, cutting technique. Obito forms hand seals, sharp wooden spikes erupting from his palms, piercing towards Uchiha Juan. Wind release, wind lightning spear. Biri H, unwilling to be outdone, conjures a long spear of lightning, hurling it fiercely at Uchiha Juan. Uchiha Juan snorts derisively as a wooden clone emerges from his body, intercepting all attacks. The clone shatters into countless wooden shards, yet Uchiha Juan remains unscathed. The Rinnegan is within reach. With a dull thud, blood stains Nagato's already mottled red hair as Uchiha Juan's hand pierces through flesh. Konan coughs up blood, yet manages to smile. Uchiha Juan's hand has driven through her chest. Such a nuisance. Uchiha Juan furrows his brow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his gaze. In that instant, Obito and Biri H surge forward again. Obito reaches for Uchiha Juan's back, a space-time vortex materializing in his palm, attempting to draw him into the Kemui dimension. However, Uchiha Juan is prepared, darting into the sky to evade the attack. Seeing this, Biri H unleashes a jutsu, exhaling a chilling aura interspersed with sharp ice needles. rushing towards Uchiha Huan. Yet, Uchiha Huan's speed is simply too swift. The ice needles cannot even graze his clothing. Obito's strike misses but inadvertently connects with Nagato and Konan. A glimmer of joy flashes in his eyes as he activates Kimui, transporting both into the Kimui dimension. Simultaneously, Uchiha Huan's counterattack arrives. Wind release, light fong. Uchiha Huan roars, a dazzling beam shooting from his hand, slicing through Biri H's body at an angle. Biri H barely has time to react before half of his body is severed, blood gushing forth. Uchiha Huan, we will return. Obito catches Biri H's severed form midair, eyes filled with hatred, leaving behind a vengeful remark as he clutches Biri H and vanishes into the ether. Uchiha Huan stands aloft, gazing in the direction of Obito's disappearance. Shaking his head with a smile, muttering to himself, why do I feel like the main antagonist in a SH anime? Nevertheless, he knows in his heart that had it not been for Konan's selfless sacrifice, the Rinnegan would have already been in his grasp. The war has finally come to a close, with Konoha emerging victorious. Upon returning to the battlefield, Uchiha Huan furrows his brow at the sight before him. The immense meteor from the Earth explosion star has nearly obliterated the entire field, colossal shockwaves sending countless debris and wreckage crashing into Konoha. Fortunately, the villagers have safely taken refuge underground, unharmed. The bodies of the 6 paths of pain lay strewn across the battlefield, although they have lost their combat ability. Jiraiya still recognizes Yahiko among them. He stands before Yahiko's corpse, sorrow and guilt flooding his eyes. Upon returning to the village, the others learn of a shocking revelation. A horrifying incident has occurred within the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Kawakawa of the branch family has ruthlessly slain all the elders of the main family. As this news spreads, it sends shockwaves through everyone. Uchiha Huan wears an enigmatic smile, finding Hyuga Kawakawa to be rather intriguing. Chapter 93. The transplant of Hashirama's cells quick. Save Nagato. Konan's chest bled profusely, her voice barely a whisper. After uttering those words, she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Within the Kamui space, only Obito and Black Zetsu remained. Obito stood in silence, his gaze concealed behind his mask, a complex and cold expression in his eyes. His attention shifted between Nagato and Konan, wrestling with an inner turmoil. He yearned to kill Nagato and seize his Rinnegan. Yet the terrifying power of Uchiha Obito held him back. Could I really confront that man alone? Obito pondered. He understood that without the power of the 9 tails, he could not activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. And snatching the 9 tails from Uchiha Obito, Nagato's current dire state spoke volumes. It was nearly an impossible task. Gritting his teeth, Obito finally resolved himself. He turned to Black Zetsu, his voice low and urgent. Can you save them? Black Zetsu's condition was grim as well. His body was nearly severed in 2, blood gushing from his wounds. However, following the transformation from the Geto Rinne Tensei ritual, he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. His vitality far more resilient than that of an ordinary being. Even now, his wounds were gradually staunching. He coughed up blood, struggling to speak. Cough. I can save them, but I have nothing right now. I'm afraid they won't last. Obito grasped his implication and spoke solemnly. You hold Nagato's life for now. I will find a way for the rest. I'll do my best. Black Zetsu nodded, laboriously shifting his body to begin emergency treatment for Nagato and Konan. Days later, Konan jolted awake, a sharp pain in her chest causing her to gasp in shock. Her first instinct was Nagato, and she instinctively called out, Nagato! Blinding light streamed from the ceiling, and Konan squinted, taking a moment to acclimate to her surroundings. It was a laboratory filled with the sterile scent of disinfectants and medications. Thick bandages wrapped around her chest, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. You're awake? A figure in a white coat hurried over. It was Black Zetsu. His face bore signs of fatigue, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise. The leader is over there. He hasn't regained consciousness yet. He pointed toward a nearby examination table. Following his gaze, Konan saw Nagato lying there, the black rods protruding from his back, starkly visible. His body was suspended to prevent the rods from further compressing his organs. Nagato's complexion was ashen, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His condition was dire. Black Zetsu sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. His chakra has been excessively depleted, and his nutrients have been nearly exhausted. I truly don't know how he has survived. For the past few days, I've had to administer excessive nutrient solutions to sustain his life, but this is not a long-term solution. Conan's heart sank. She had never seen Nagato so frail, as if he might depart from this world at any moment. She turned her head with great difficulty to look at Black Zetsu. What about Uchiha Madara? He left yesterday, Black Zetsu replied, a trace of disdain in his voice. I must warn you, it's best not to move recklessly. Your chest injury is severe, multiple bones are fractured. The only fortunate thing is that your heart remains intact. However, from now on, you may no longer adapt to the life of a ninja. Conan fell silent for a moment, a mix of emotions swirling within her. She never expected that Uchiha Madara would not take advantage of Nagato's plight, which surprised her. But soon, her thoughts returned to Nagato. Black Zetsu. Conan's voice was low yet resolute. If we perform the Gedo Rinne Tensei ritual on Nagato, what is the success rate? A flicker of surprise and pride crossed Black Zetsu's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. No, the success rate is nearly zero. The leader is currently in a deep coma. His condition is far worse than mine was at that time. The Gedo Rinne Tensei ritual is exceedingly difficult. Attempting the ritual under these circumstances is almost a dead end, unless Sage of Six Paths bestows his favor. Conan's heart sank once more. She had witnessed Black Zetsu's transformation from a weakling to his current state. The Gedo Rinne Tensei ritual was her only hope. Yet, Black Zetsu's response filled her with despair. Then what other methods do you have to restore Nagato's health? Conan's voice was tinged with urgency. Black Zetsu remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he spoke slowly. There is one method. What is it? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Conan's eyes. Transplanting Hashirama's cells. Black Zetsu explained. Although the risks are considerable, under the current circumstances, it is essentially the optimal solution. Conan fell silent, silently gazing at the comatose Nagato on the table, her eyes brimming with anguish and struggle. Meanwhile, Obito stood in a dimly lit forest, accompanied by Black Zetsu. How is Nagato's condition? Black Zetsu's voice was low and hoarse, his gaze flickering as if calculating something. Not good. He is nearly at the end of his rope. Obito did not conceal the truth, his tone laced with anxiety. If he dies, I will have to face Uchiha Obito alone, and the chances of completing the infinite Tsukuyomi will diminish even further. A glimmer of delight crossed Black Zetsu's eyes. He mused that if Nagato were to die, he might seize the opportunity to hand the Rinnegan over to Uchiha Obito, thus enabling the seamless execution of their plan to collect tailed beasts, conquer the ninja world, and save his mother. It seems Uchiha Obito is preparing to hunt down the Akatsuki organization throughout the ninja world. We should exercise caution. Black Zetsu feigned concern, attempting to extract more information from Obito. This guy. Obito's voice carried a hint of irritation. Fine, I understand. He touched his left eye through the mask. It always bore a sense of unfamiliarity, and despite the prolonged nurturing, it had yet to fully adapt. Suddenly, he recalled something and quietly asked, "Help me investigate whether Kakashi's Sharingan has been injured." Black Zetsu immediately realized that Obito was suspicious of that Sharingan, and he nodded, secretly plotting his next move. In the laboratory, Black Zetsu glanced once more at Conan, his tone tinged with hesitation. Are you really certain you want to proceed with this? In Conan's eyes, only determination remained. She nodded resolutely. Yes, otherwise, Nagato is already at his wit's end. Holding on is futile. Black Zetsu sighed deeply, reattaching the nutrient solution and beginning to gather his experimental tools. He knew that he would soon be transplanting Hashirama's cells into Nagato. Chapter 94. The reaction of Konoha. Within the village of Konoha, the houses ravaged by battle are undergoing urgent repairs. Villagers stand amidst the ruins, marveling at the sheer power unleashed by the conflict. Some have ventured outside the village to witness the shocking remnants of the battlefield, whispering among themselves, speculating on the cataclysmic events that transpired. Following Uchiha Huan's formidable display, no one in Konoha dares to question his prowess. The emergence of wood release has elevated his reputation to unprecedented heights. However, the reasons behind his mastery of this technique have sparked a myriad of theories within the village. Among the common folk, various conjectures abound. Is there a blood relation between the Uchiha and Senju clans? Could one of the fifth Hokage's parents belong to the Senju? Such discussions have quietly permeated the streets, with some even delving into the historical records of both clans in search of clues. Meanwhile, at the higher echelons of power, opinions are even more divided. Some, lacking a deep understanding of wood release, speculate that Uchiha Huan's awakening of this ability may stem from Senju lineage, considering the subtle connections that have existed between the two clans throughout history. Others, like Sarutobi Hisashi, who is currently within the Sarutobi clan's confines, furrow their brows. Tapping his pipe gently against the table, Uchiha Huan. Has he perhaps revived the research on Hashirama's cells? As this thought crosses his mind, his gaze turns inscrutable, pondering whether Uchiha Huan has used the villagers as experimental subjects. The remnants of the Senju clan's domain lie in disarray, and within this last remaining section, Shizun cautiously covers the slumbering Tsunade with a blanket. Upon learning of Uchiha Huan's possession of wood release, Tsunade had erupted in fury, wreaking havoc until she finally succumbed to exhaustion. At this moment, Jiraiya arrives at Myoboku Mountain, carrying a corpse with a black rod protruding from its face. For the villagers, the combat prowess of the fifth Hokage has become the predominant topic of conversation. However, another matter has captured their attention. The massacre of the Hyuga clan's elders by branch family member Hyuga Kawaki has sent shockwaves through the village. It is said that on that fateful night, the main house of the Hyuga clan was nearly annihilated. Problems within the Hyuga clan had long been brewing, but no one anticipated such a violent eruption. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the Hyuga clan's deep courtyard, the authority of the main house has been shattered. Kawaki's fierce rebellion has thrust the entire family into an unprecedented predicament. Father, why must they act this way? The boy, whose eyes are tightly shut as he relies on chakra to sense his surroundings, is filled with confusion. He is Otsutsuki Sharon, and for as long as he can remember, his father has often brought him to Earth to see his future bride, Hyuga Hinata. Yet, recently, there have been peculiar occurrences among the white-eyed clan on Earth that he struggles to comprehend. Sharon, this is the failed shinobi world created by Sage of Six Paths. The man, with his eyes still shut, strokes his son's hair, his voice tinged with disappointment towards the shinobi world. As descendants of the founding ancestor of the Hyuga clan, they too have succumbed to the failures of this world. Both father and son keep their eyes closed, for they were born without eyeballs due to the fate of the Otsutsuki clan. They perceive everything around them through the heart's eye, which is said to be more precise than mere sight. The father's understanding of these matters is superficial. In his heart, he believes that Kawaki's actions are justified, viewing the branch family on Earth as weak and far less resolute than their Otsutsuki kin. Therefore, we must obliterate this erroneous world, correct? Indeed, Sharon, indeed. You grasp this concept swiftly. The father nods in satisfaction. You are the hope of our clan, the bearer of our ancestor's will. You will surely awaken the Rinnegan and fulfill the ancestors' long-held desire to annihilate the shinobi world. Yes, father. Sharon nods solemnly, gazing distantly at the girl in the room, silently vowing, Hinata, my bride, I will surely marry you in the new world. Unbeknownst to them, on a distant rooftop, a shadowy figure observes closely. Huankuan, please allow Akemi to assist you with your attire. Uchiha Akemi's eyes shimmer with anticipation, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her tone laced with a hint of shyness and hope. Uchiha Huan merely smiles gently, waving his hand. I have matters to attend to this evening. With Black Zetsu soon to arrive, he cannot afford to let his guard down. Recently, Akemi's advances have grown increasingly bold, almost brazen. Her gaze burns with intensity, as if seeking to engulf Uchiha Huan. Huankuan Akemi bites her lip in disappointment, her eyes clouded with sorrow. Shortly, someone will arrive to discuss intelligence regarding our foes. Uchiha Huan's voice is calm yet firm, leaving no room for dispute. Reluctantly, Akemi departs, her heart heavy, despite her grandfather, Uchiha Shana, urging her to draw closer to Uchiha Huan. He seems preoccupied with matters in Konoha. After watching Akemi leave, Uchiha Huan lifts his teacup and sips, his thoughts already adrift. He reflects on his recent actions, his brow furrowing. With Akemi gone, he contemplates his original intention to seize a Rinnegan. His plan involved ensuring Nagato's demise, allowing Obito to acquire the other eye, thus igniting the fourth great ninja war. In the ensuing chaos, he would harvest chakra from the shinobi world, with Black Zetsu's assistance, ultimately accommodating the Ten Tails. Once his plan came to fruition, he would promptly deal with Black Zetsu. However, this time, Obito rescued Nagato, thwarting his plans. Now, he considers launching a surprise attack on Nagato, while Black Zetsu appears to possess information regarding this. Approximately 15 minutes after Akemi's departure, Black Zetsu arrives. Huan, Nagato is gravely injured and on the brink of death, his location is nearly confirmed. You may proceed to obtain the Rinnegan. Oh, Nagato is near death? Indeed, but there are two unfortunate pieces of news. Speak. Obito is suspicious of my eye, and two peculiar individuals have appeared in Konoha. Their sensory abilities are formidable, and I did not approach them closely. Did you ascertain their appearances? They have pale skin, even paler than Orochimaru. Their long white hair and flowing white robes bear a style reminiscent of the era of the Feather Village. The style of the Feather Village era? Can you ascertain their identities? Uchiha Juan has already deduced the identities of the two, Sharon and his father, two notorious peepers. Not yet. Black Zetsu mulls over whether he possesses any information about these individuals. No matter. Uchiha Juan dismisses with a wave. Where is Nagato's exact location? In the land of rain, within the Storm Valley, at the Laboratory of Pain. Black Zetsu replies. Excellent. A smirk graces Uchiha Juan's lips. A glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I understand. Chapter 95, Frightened to Death? In the dimly lit laboratory. The pale face of Nagato was illuminated by the flickering lights. His body was restrained on the experimental table, the dark rod on his back still towering ominously. A stark contrast against the sterile environment. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectants and medications, while the rhythmic ticking of the instruments resonated in the silence. Xiaonan's tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. However, she understood that this was Nagato's only glimmer of hope. Bailuhu had completed the transplantation of the Hashirama cells, and much time had elapsed. A low, guttural groan emanated from Nagato's throat, still enveloped in unconsciousness, yet his body reacted with alarming intensity. Nagato! Xiaonan gasped, disregarding her own pain as she leaned closer. Do not move him, Bailuhu interjected. Nagato's skin began to flush red, veins bulging grotesquely as if countless minuscule creatures writhed beneath the surface. The situation was dire. Bailuhu's gaze was fixed on the monitoring equipment, his brow furrowed in concern. Nagato's chakra fluctuations were erratic, and his life signs were plummeting. Xiaonan's heart raced, and despite Bailuhu's warning, she surged forward only to be halted by his hand. Do not approach. The Hashirama cells possess a strong corrosive nature. Any anomaly in the leader's condition could trigger a backlash. Before he could finish, Nagato's back erupted with thick roots, the dark rod being forcefully expelled, blood gushing from the wound. The roots quickly spread, ensnaring the experimental table in a dense embrace. This is bad. Bailuhu's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly formed seals. Earth-style, rock prison technique. The ground heaved, encasing Nagato and the roots within a heavy stone barrier. However, the power of the roots exceeded expectations. The rocky prison was soon shattered, debris scattering in all directions. Xiaonan could no longer contain herself. She dashed forward, attempting to envelop and seal the roots with her paper jutsu, but the roots voraciously devoured her chakra. They seemed almost sentient, striking fiercely at Xiaonan, sending her crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Xiaonan spat out blood, her previously mending wounds reopening. She struggled to raise her head, despair flooding her eyes as she gazed at Nagato, ensnared by the roots. Nagato! No. Yahiko is gone. Tears streamed down Xiaonan's face. Yahiko had already departed, and now it seemed Nagato too would perish. At that moment, it seemed Nagato heard Xiaonan's pleas. His body abruptly ceased trembling. The roots advance slowed, eventually halting entirely. Bailuhu stared in astonishment as he quickly approached to assess the situation. Incredible, he murmured, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Nagato's skin gradually returned to normal. The wounds on his legs began to mend, and the gaping wound on his back healed at a visible pace. The roots slowly retracted into his body as if they had never existed. The data on the monitoring equipment stabilized, and the vitality index surged beyond its previous levels. Is it successful? Xiaonan struggled to stand, her voice quivering with hope. Bailuhu nodded but retained a worried expression. For now, it is stabilized. But the fusion with the Hashirama cells is far from complete. The leader's body requires time to adapt to these changes. Any misstep could still provoke a backlash. Xiaonan sighed in relief, yet her worries lingered. She approached Nagato, gently grasping his hand, whispering, Nagato, you must hold on. Days passed. Bailuhu stood beside the experimental table, his notebook filled with meticulous records of Nagato's data. His eyes shimmered with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. He noted that after merging with the Hashirama cells, not only had Nagato's vitality surged, but the nature of his chakra had also undergone subtle transformations. However, his exhilaration was abruptly interrupted by a violent tremor. The laboratory floor cracked open, and thick roots burst forth, toppling instruments and the experimental table. Here it comes again. Bailuhu quickly retreated, his expression darkening. He understood that Nagato's body was still unstable, and the backlash from the Hashirama cells could erupt at any moment. Yet this time, the roots dissipated faster than before. Nagato slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, but clarity soon returned. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, as if every cell was brimming with vitality. He wondered, was he lying down? How long had it been since he last lay down? Xiaonan, Nagato called softly, his voice still faint. Xiaonan rushed to his side, her eyes gleaming with joy. Nagato, you're finally awake. Nagato, confused, attempted to rise. But Xiaonan gently pressed him down. Do not move. Your body still needs rest. Nagato looked at his hands, sensing the immense chakra within him, a complex expression crossing his face. I feel, my body has undergone a significant transformation. He could distinctly sense the life force being drawn out continuously, even the area around his eyes warming with an extraordinary sensation. Moreover, the powers of the Rinnegan seemed to have intensified. It appears you have recovered, Nagato. Obito, masked as Toby, walked in, unperturbed. After all, he had endured similar trials himself, nearly destroyed by the Hashirama cells, yet had emerged stronger. Nagato's recovery did not surprise him. However, Obito was unaware of the monstrous transformation Nagato had undergone. Hashirama cells combined with the Uzumaki lineage, bringing him perilously close to the Azura Sage body, complemented by the Rinnegan of Indra's reincarnation. At this moment, Nagato was indeed a beneficiary of adversity, arguably one of the strongest beings in the ninja world. Once he fully integrated the Hashirama cells, only those of Sage of Six Paths caliber might stand a chance against him. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, drawing the attention of the others towards the entrance. It seems quite lively in here, a voice remarked warmly, yet it sent chills down their spines. Uchiha Huan. Xiaonan's pupils dilated. Uchiha Madara, with Nagato. We must flee. No time for chatter. Obito was already pulling everyone into the Kemyu dimension. Huan's fist cut through the air, missing Obito entirely as he vanished into the space. Confused, Huan pondered why they were fleeing now that Nagato had awakened. Yet it appeared that Nagato and Obito had been thoroughly frightened. Chapter 96. Hyuga's fruitless return. Uchiha Huan felt a twinge of displeasure, necessitating a revision of the plans. As such, the retainers and his father would have to enter their scheme earlier than anticipated. In the Konoha prison, Hyuga Chuan lay resting in his solitary cell. The prison was notably sparse, with scarcely any inmates. Hyuga Chuan keenly observed that even the few prisoners present were removed within days, appearing to be members of the Konoha Ombu, though the specifics eluded him. The cell was relatively clean, furnished with a bed, and a nearby brazier burned brightly, warding off the chill. He was imprisoned under the accusation of murdering a fellow villager. The Hyuga clan refrained from confining him in the Hyuga jail. Despite several elders advocating for his immediate execution, Hyuga Hayashi, upon learning it was the Hokage's directive, personally escorted him to Konoha prison. Footsteps echoed, prompting Hyuga Chuan to turn, facing the wall, indifferent to the other inmates. However, upon hearing the newcomer's voice, he trembled, scrambling to the edge of his cell. The Hokage had arrived, accompanied by two unfamiliar ninjas. Hokage-sama. Hyuga Chuan was astonished to find that the visitor was indeed the Hokage. Do not be overly agitated, Chuan. How could you commit such an act? Lowering his head, Hyuga Chuan struggled to confront Uchiha Huan. Hokage-sama, I know you are not the kind of person to act without reason. Please, share your story. Uchiha Huan smiled gently, warming Hyuga Chuan's heart. It is as follows. Hokage-sama. Hyuga Chuan recounted the events. The Hyuga clan's elders colluding with external enemies, conspiring with the Cloud Village, believing the Hyuga clan would lose its standing in Konoha, and thus attempting to flee to the Cloud Village. They also sought to instigate chaos in Konoha using the tailed beasts, even hoping to incite a rampage from the Nine Tails. An act that I found intolerable. Uchiha Huan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is this true? Do you possess evidence? I lack evidence. To prevent their escape, I incapacitated them before killing them. Uchiha Huan silently shook his head, realizing that evidence against the Hyuga clan would need to be fabricated. However, there are spies from the Cloud Village within Konoha. I know who they are, Hokage-sama can send someone to apprehend him. Hyuga-chuan spoke with an urgency that was palpable. Excellent. Elaborate further. The individual is. Hyuga-chuan detailed what he had heard and observed. Did you hear that, Kisame? Understood, Hokage-sama. Kisame nodded, adept at apprehending individuals. Eager to clear the Hokage's path. Go, capture him within an hour. Kabuto, summon Haichi to come here. With their departure, only Uchiha Huan and Hyuga-chuan remained, casually conversing, stirring deep reflections within the latter. Though granted an hour, Kisame returned in less than 30 minutes, having subdued the individual who had evidently resisted. Kisame had extracted all of the individual's teeth, including those laced with poison, successfully preventing any attempt at suicide. Hokage-sama, Yamanaka Haichi arrived shortly thereafter, mere minutes behind Kisame. Uchiha Huan, casually warming his hands by the brazier, issued commands with ease. Haichi, search this spy's memories. Yes, Hokage-sama. Upon hearing the word spy, Haichi understood the gravity of his task. Employing his secret technique, he delved into the spy's memories, perspiration cascading down his forehead. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan is colluding with the Cloud Village. Even providing detailed information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they aim to instigate a new tailed beast incident. Though the village's strength was formidable, an unprepared tailed beast uprising would still severely weaken Konoha. Is that so? Haichi, compose a report of the intelligence found within this individual's mind. Yamanaka Haichi wrote swiftly, the revelations staggering, contemplating Uchiha Huan's approach. The Hyuga clan's collusion with the Cloud Village, given the Hokage's nature. Chuan, Kabuto, Kisame, and Haichi. You shall accompany me to the Hyuga clan's estate. Uchiha Huan smiled, yet Yamanaka Haichi felt a shiver run down his spine. Yes, as moonlight draped over Konoha. The night was still young, and the streets bustled with activity. Uchiha Huan proceeded towards the Hyuga clan's estate, warmly greeted by villagers along the way. The Hyuga clan had received word early, and Hyuga Hayashi was distraught. Clearly, Hyuga-chuan was under Uchiha Huan's protection, and having witnessed Huan's prowess days prior. The godlike strength left Hyuga Hayashi apprehensive about the consequences of angering Uchiha Huan. Prepare the reception room, and summon the clan members to welcome Hokage-sama. Hayashi hastily commanded his guards. Yes, clan leader. The Hyuga guards, having once been on the battlefield, dared not slacken their efforts. Uchiha Huan's group ambled towards the Hyuga clan's estate, Huan holding 2 dango skewers while the others carried various snacks. Outside the estate, a group of Hyuga clan members awaited their arrival, Hyuga Hayashi bowing respectfully. Welcome, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Huan smiled warmly, casually handing a dango to Kisame while assisting Hayashi. No need for such formalities, Hayashi. The banquet is prepared. Please, Hokage-sama. Hayashi bowed his head, gesturing for them to enter. Uchiha Huan entered without hesitation, the Hyuga estate remaining quiet save for Hayashi and his entourage, as per the clan's customs. While others remained at home, Uchiha Huan questioned whether this was a tradition or an outdated practice. The banquet was quite lavish. With steaming dishes prepared, Hyuga Hayashi was aware that Uchiha Huan preferred hot meals. Hinata and her mother were present at the table, Uchiha Huan seated at the head, with Hayashi accompanying him, while Haichi and Hyuga-chuan took their seats. Kabuto and Kisame stood behind Uchiha Huan, perfectly still. Hayashi intended to send his wife and daughter away, but Uchiha Huan waved his hand, signaling for them to eat first. Uchiha Huan frequently served Hinata, while Hayashi was at a loss for words. Initially fearing his daughter would overindulge, yet soon realized Hinata was enjoying her meal immensely. Observing that Hinata seemed satisfied, Uchiha Huan clapped his hands. Let us discuss serious matters. Hayashi's demeanor instantly stiffened, signaling for his wife and daughter to leave. Yamanaka Haichi, receiving a nod from Uchiha Huan, produced the intelligence report and handed it to Hayashi. Hayashi glanced at Uchiha Huan, who remained focused on a piece of beef, not lifting his gaze. Take a look. Chapter 97. Taking action against the mist. Hinata Hizashi perceived Uchiha Huan's demeanor and felt a weight in his heart. However, upon reading the intelligence report, cold sweat began to cascade down his brow. The report's content, if one were to take a grave view, suggested treachery against the village. And it was not the act of a single individual. Rather, it implicated nearly all the elders of the Hinata clan. Although Hinata Sh. was the ringleader, if Lord Hokage chose to pursue the matter, the Hinata clan would undoubtedly be embroiled in it. Lord Hokage, this. This information was extracted from the mind of Hai, who had been spying in the land of clouds. Hisashi, could you provide an explanation? Uchiha Huan set down his chopsticks, and his voice resonated in Hisashi's ears like a somber death knell. Lord Hokage, I have failed to manage my subordinates. Please do not hold my wife and children accountable. Hisashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Lord Hokage. Hinata Kawa hesitated, understanding that the Hokage had his reasons for his actions. What are you saying? Uchiha Huan smiled. I merely wish to commend Kawa. Commend? Hisashi looked up in astonishment. Commend? Kawa echoed in confusion. Not only these two, but even Yamashiro Hai and the two individuals behind Uchiha Huan were equally perplexed. Indeed, Kawa was the first to uncover the conspiracy and dealt with the traitors who threatened the village. I believe such a hero should not be wronged. Uchiha Huan's expression was gentle, leaving Hisashi momentarily dazed. Is this the same Hokage from that day? The man who stood high above? Yet Hisashi quickly seized the opportunity. Yes. Yes, Hinata Kawa dealt with those traitorous renegades. He is a hero of the Hinata clan. It stands to reason that the Hinata clan would not mistreat a hero. Naturally, Lord Hokage, I must specially commend Kawa. Hisashi gasped, having just thought that Uchiha Huan was here to settle scores. Uchiha Huan nodded toward Hinata Kawa. Are you satisfied? Yes. Yes, satisfied. Kawa initially believed he had been granted an opportunity to save his life, only to discover that the Hokage intended for the Hinata clan to commend him. However, I am still not satisfied. Uchiha Huan's words once again caused Hisashi's heart to race. Hisashi, Kawa's parents were exemplary ninjas of the village. May I inquire how they met their demise? Yes, to protect the main family. Hisashi instinctively sensed foreboding. Uchiha Huan's tone was enigmatic, indeed, but it was not solely Kawa's parents. As far as I know, on the battlefield, most ninjas of the Hinata clan appeared as reconnaissance ninjas, and they were often in safer positions, not needing to delve deep behind enemy lines. I have observed that many times, ninjas of the Hinata clan perish while protecting those of the main family. And yet, the accolades seem to solely belong to the main family. There is no need to refute this. These are observations I have witnessed firsthand during the Third Great Ninja War, which left a profound impression on me. Moreover, in recent years, the Hinata clan has had its own strategies regarding various village policies. Not long ago, concerning the ninja subsidies, it seems your clan withheld a portion. What is this? Is Konoha now under the Hinata name? And no, we dare not. I strictly adhere to the policies of Konoha. However, these elders of the main family, no, the traitors of the Hinata clan acted on their own accord. As the clan leader, I failed to manage my subordinates. It is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me, Lord Hokage. Hisashi's attitude was exceedingly humble, almost to the point of prostration. Hisashi, what do you believe is the reason your Hinata clan has become what it is today? It is. Hisashi pondered for a long while. It is my failure in governance. No, it is the greed of the clan's traitors. No, it is. I am unaware. Please enlighten me, Lord Hokage. Hisashi was utterly unable to fathom Uchiha Huan's thoughts. It is quite simple. It is the division between the main and branch families. It is the caged bird. Uchiha Huan's words struck Hisashi like a thunderclap. Kawa, too, was shaken. Even though he had contemplated rebelling against the caged bird countless times, it had merely been idle thoughts. He was astounded that the Hokage would mention the caged bird. Lord Hokage, this caged bird system cannot be altered. The laws of our ancestors must not change. For the first time that night, Hisashi resisted Uchiha Huan, with immense pressure bearing down on him. He argued that the caged bird was the foundation of the Hinata clan's existence. How could a mere outsider like the Hokage comprehend its significance? What cannot be altered? The oppression of the branch family by the main family. Has it not been going on for a day or two? Has it not happened once or twice? The caged bird has long ceased to be a protective measure for the Hinata clan. It is now a noose around our necks. Kawa shouted in anger. Silence. Hisashi glared at Kawa. How could this fellow understand the significance of the caged bird? The reason the Hinata clan has survived to this day is entirely due to the protection of the caged bird. Without it, how many would set their sights on our clan? Do you understand? Lord Hokage, it is not that I covet power, but once we lose the caged bird, countless individuals in the ninja world will turn their gazes upon the Hinata clan. At that time, we would face a crisis of survival. Do you know how much a single Byakugan is worth on the black market? Lord Hokage, forgive my impertinence, but your thoughts are far from correct. Uchiha Huan gazed intently at Hisashi. Do not be so agitated. Hisashi, calm yourself. He looked out the window, gazing at the moon. Hisashi. All tragedies in this world stem from the inadequacy of those involved. The reason you are hunted is often due to insufficient strength, rendering you incapable of retaliation. Is it not? Yes. Hisashi reflected on this statement, recalling the formidable power possessed by the man before him. If I recall correctly, the Mist Village currently possesses a Byakugan. Uchiha Huan's words were clear. Indeed, that was lost during the Third Great Ninja War. Hisashi remembered that Byakugan, during the ceasefire. He had previously reported to the Third Hokage about wanting to reclaim it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had been solely focused on ending the war and did not exhibit the assertiveness necessary to help them reclaim the Byakugan. How about this? You write a letter demanding the Byakugan from the Mist Village, informing them that if they do not return it, they should prepare for Konoha's assault. Uchiha Huan's tone was calm, yet it stirred turbulent waves within Hisashi's heart. If this esteemed individual was willing to explicitly offer protection, then he nodded earnestly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Huan regarded Hisashi with a gentle smile. He was not solely aiding the Hinata clan. With the Three Tails and Six Tails currently in the Mist Village, and Nagato having transplanted Hashirama's cells, he needed to ensure that his plans proceeded according to his timetable. Thus, some tailed beasts must naturally be kept firmly in hand. After all, the chakra of the Nine Tails could be substituted for that of the golden and silver horns. Chapter 98. Lunar Descent. In less than a quarter of an hour, Hyuga Hisashi presented a letter, which Uchiha Huan received and casually skimmed through. A slight frown crossed his brow, followed by a shake of his head. No, he stated, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Do you not think this letter is excessively polite? 2. Excessively polite? Hisashi paused, perplexed. He believed the wording within the letter was sufficiently firm, even ruthlessly so. The letter not only vehemently condemned the despicable actions of the Mist Village, but also explicitly demanded the return of the Byakugan, threatening strong measures should they fail to comply. Was such language not strong enough? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Huan spoke again. Rephrase it to say this. Within half a month, either return the Byakugan, or the mist shall face annihilation. Upon hearing this, Hisashi felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He cautiously raised his gaze to Uchiha Huan and tentatively inquired, Lord Hokage, is this not a bit too radical? If the Mist Village retaliates, it could lead to radical? Uchiha Huan chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness glimmering in his eyes. Do you truly believe the Mist would risk their entire village's existence over a single Byakugan? Should they dare to refuse, let them witness the true strength of Konoha. In doing so, who would dare covet your Byakugan in the future? His words were delivered with a casualness that suggested the obliteration of a ninja village was merely a trivial task. His intention was clear, to secure a pretext for war. As for the Mist Village's response, he held no concern. Hisashi was filled with trepidation, yet he did not dare defy the Hokage's orders, and thus, he meticulously drafted a new letter. Internally, he prayed that this missive would not serve as the spark for war. Lord Mizukage, a letter from Konoha. A Mist ninja bowed, presenting a piece of paper. Kagura Yagura acknowledged with a grunt, signaling for the Mist ninja to depart. Upon reading the contents, his brow furrowed in dismay. Konoha seemed overly arrogant. He immediately notified Obito, uncertain how to proceed with this matter. As he relayed the message, it swiftly spread throughout the Mist Village. The letter was fully unfurled, lacking even an envelope. Annihilate the Mist? Such audacity from Konoha. To threaten the Mist Village over a single Byakugan? Konoha was utterly presumptuous. Was this not a ploy from that ninja village? The Hokage did not strike one as a fool. Who knows? Konoha recently appointed an Uchiha as Hokage and welcomed the Kagaya clan. Discussions within the Mist were heated. Yet no one genuinely believed Konoha would launch an assault. After all, declaring war over a Byakugan was an implausible justification. Few considered that Konoha's true targets were the Three Tails and Six Tails. Despite hearing numerous accounts of Konoha's burgeoning strength, they remained unwilling to believe the fifth Hokage's capabilities were as outrageous as reported. Meanwhile, Hisashi was restless, unable to find solace in sleep or food. He harbored a nagging feeling that he might become the catalyst for war, perhaps even a war criminal. Although the Hokage repeatedly assured him that all would be well, he remained anxious, feeling inadequate as the clan leader. Of course, Hisashi was not the only one feeling this way. The observers, Sharon and his father, scoffed at Hisashi's demeanor. As a descendant of the Yu clan, reduced to this state, led by the nose, The main family and branch family on this planet are equally pathetic. Truly, this world is flawed, Sharon's father derided, firmly believing in the teachings of the Akatsuki clan. Father, is it not somewhat inappropriate for Hinata to be raised by such a person? Sharon's thoughts lingered on Hinata. Hinata, Sharon, perhaps in 10 years. You may come to court her. His father shook his head, deeming the man's education of her a failure. To think of women at such a young age? It seems the Akatsuki's teachings have not fared any better. A voice from behind made Sharon frown, soon realizing something was amiss. Who is it? Sharon heightened his senses, feeling a gust of wind before being seized by the throat. Sharon. Sharon's father was startled. The presence felt as though it had materialized out of thin air. But he quickly recognized the individual, Konoha's Hokage. Do not act rashly, or I shall take his life. I believe you do not wish for the sole heir of the Akatsuki clan to perish at my hands. Uchiha Huan spoke casually, as if extinguishing an ant's life. Please, whatever you desire, I shall comply. Do not harm Sharon. Sharon's father hurriedly pleaded. Take me to the moon. Uchiha Huan's demand sent both Sharon and his father into despair. They had not anticipated that he was aware of their lunar origins. Sharon's father hesitated. Uchiha Huan tightened his grip, and darkness enveloped Sharon's vision. Feeling the urgency through his senses, Sharon's father quickly acquiesced. I agree. He knew time was of the essence. Sharon was the last hope of the Akatsuki clan, and he could not allow him to perish here. Moreover, this man was arrogantly ambitious, believing he could ascend to the moon, and once there, he could harness the power of the giant Rinnegan and the ancestral golem, perhaps securing a glimmer of hope. Lead the way. He feigned reluctance. Do not harm Sharon. Rest assured, I have no interest in this child's life. Uchiha Huan spoke the truth. The journey to the moon was through a secret realm, a form of teleportation. Uchiha Huan was well aware of this. The speed was surprisingly swift. The starry sky was vast and magnificent. The lunar landscape beneath them appeared stark and mysterious. As Uchiha Huan set foot on the lunar terrain, he was overwhelmed with emotion. This place was not only the dwelling of the Yu clan, but also the prison of Kagaya Akatsuki. Beneath his feet, countless meters deep, lay the sealed location of the ancestor who once reigned over the entire ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths and his brothers are indeed formidable. With his current abilities, he was incapable of constructing such a colossal sealing technique, let alone breaking the seal here. Lead me to your palace. Uchiha Huan commanded, and Sharon's father, hearing the authoritative tone, gritted his teeth and replied, Please follow me. Wait a moment. Once the ancestral golem emerges, this man who has humiliated the Akatsuki clan will understand his grave error. Chapter 99. Overpowering Uchiha Huan stood upon the gray terrain of the moon, still clutching the unconscious Sharon. This left Sharon's father hesitant to act recklessly. Entering the castle of the Akatsuki clan, Sharon's father felt a rising anxiety. The ancestral golem could not be summoned here. Uchiha Huan leisurely surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the optimal location for a laboratory. Sharon's genes appeared to be exceptionally superior, and a clone created from his genetic blueprint should be able to endure the power